stream, even though I won't be sitting here for all too long before I turn it over to somebody else for a few seconds to hold while I grab refreshments. So just making sure we started all, and let me confirm that by checking out the studio. That helps. Live streaming. Okay, let's see if we're live streaming. All right, we are live streaming. Okay, and now we turn towards the YouTube. Oh shit, that didn't work. Right, what did I just do? Okay, here we are. And then I go to my channel, and here we are. Okay, there we go. And let's take a look at what else we've got going here. Okay, turn that away. And then we did I upload that? Oh, that's funny. How did I miss that? Okay, and here we are. We go into, what am I going into? Oh yes, I grab this. There's so many things that distract me as soon as I get here. Okay, got the wrong one. 56. It's all too easy to get distracted. Okay. Now, go down here. Go down here. Here we are. Okay, then here's what I do. Okay. Alright, so we've got that. Now, one person already upvoted. Thank you so much. And Brando says, loud and clear. I'm in Gloucester, Massachusetts, I believe is what he's indicating, Douglas. And this is Brando, okay, who I believe is separate from Mr. Brandon Young. Yes. And with that, what we can do is thank him profoundly and everyone else who's providing a supportive upvote. And then what I can do is start the call so that I can take care of some of the linking. And then after that, we can allow myself to get some refreshments. Thank you for joining us, Brando. Deeply appreciated. And so, one last check on something here that I'm curious about. People are already joining us. And, oh yes, just going to check into this before I start the call. All right. And perfect. Perfect. Okay. And all right, then. Now what I'll do is initiate the call. Okay. And that would help if I had the microphone in front of me. I don't, I'm glad it was loud and clear, but that's because the Yeti microphone is very sensitive and can even catch street sounds at times, even though my home in no way, shape, or form is conducive to that kind of audio. It still picks them up at times. And okay, as a matter of fact, this gets so loud, the ring, people can probably hear that. There we are. So we are live, just so you know. And I honestly, I miss that time when we could exchange things privately with everybody on the call before the show started, but at the same time, I don't really miss that at all. But well, yeah, I'm glad you're here.
Those were some of the most stressful times for you.
Yes, that's right. And now what I'm going to do is just bring everybody else on the call that might come on. Peter Moon will be joining us at 9. Oh yes, Salman Sheikh. Oh God, I forgot to notify him of the fact that I was going to call. Let me give him that courtesy. And here we are. Tell him that we'll call now. We'll call now.
Okay, I see Amanda Ute and Brendan Zoget have the yellow timer thingy, so I guess they're not available at the moment. Daniel Arola has the yellow timer thingy. Let's see, Pat Kwan seems to be here.
Oh, is he really? Okay, good. So what I'll do is I'll just add them as we go along, just in case if they want to come on. And let's see, Amanda Ute, just in case. And let's see what else we have here. Salman Sheikh, call, and add. And somebody just responded with something, or I got a message of something. Oh, give me a few minutes.
Yes, I sent you a GIF.
Oh, yes. Oh, there we are. Let me take a look at that. And here we are. That's cute. Yes. Of course, that's yeah. It's distracting only in the sense that the motion is distracting. But I'll make certain to focus the screen someplace else, and that can always be.
Okay, I'll remove it just for convenience. What's
Yeah,
important is that you saw it.
yes. Yes. No. No. No.
It's
I get
just
it. Yeah. It can stay there for a while. I mean, obviously, with further messages, it's going to move further up anyway, so it's no
there
big
we go.
deal. Yeah. Thank you. Just in
Right.
case. Okay, Pack One.
It's
Let me bring him on. I'm sorry. Go on.
yeah, it's the Beavis and Butthead, head banging. Yeah, rock on thing.
Yes. Yes. That's right. And
Yeah.
Brendan Zoget. Let's see if we can add him on. And then who else? The ad Pack One. Here we are. Okay, and press the add button, and then let's see now. And then there's somebody else missing, right? Selena Khan, just in case she wants to drop on. Where did she go? So
I'll give it. Do
there
it.
we are. I got it. Yeah. Okay, so I think I got everyone that I could remember, and let's take a look at 2 of 8 in the call. So there we are. So there's you and I, and no one else, and Salman should be on sometime shortly. And we'll wait until Peter's here, and then you can remind me that some doofus sent me something in the website where he was giving me just a what do we call it? A kind of a commentary, and so I can just read that for morbid entertainment, and respond to a degree.
Oh, that would be very amusing.
Yeah, aside from that, we can the woman whose comment you deleted, which I thank you for. Honestly, I thank you for that. At the same time, it's one of those things. I mean, you did right. It's one of those things. Honestly, when I first saw it, the only reason I left it up there was because I was going to address it tonight to a degree, because it's again, morbid entertainment. It is a bizarre thing for someone to say, and at the same time, actually, it's somewhat more bizarre than snarky quips that I've
Honestly,
done.
I consider it a soft ambush because it's like, how do you jump? How do you get on someone's channel after while watching a video and say, "What's up with the picture?" That's a soft. No,
Well,
that's
yeah, well,
that's a soft ambush.
I hear what you're saying. At the same time, it's almost giving it too much credit. It's the kind of stupid thing that people with the complete lack of any sense of anything would say in terms of
Ah,
it's like they're deserving of no sympathy, I assure you. But
I see. They're like the people who have not developed they're still in the in fact, honestly, it would be an insult to say that they're still in the old bicameral phase. I would say that they haven't developed consciousness at all.
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah,
They're just
infantilism.
like
Okay.
I would call them ambulatory cadavers.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. By the way, Brandon Young is with us. Okay, he changed his avatar. He says, "Love you guys." So thank you, Brandon. We love you too. And Marcus Griggs in Australia says, "Hey guys." So thank you to him. All these wonderful people who are with us. And honestly, today is one of those days where, just for the sake of what I'll start calling. Well, I'll unleash all that later. Honestly, it won't be until the next hour that I'll get into anything of any detail, simply because it's best to wait until Peter's with us before I start doing anything in detail, because that way he can at least absorb the information as I unleash it. But right now, it's really dependent on whoever we drag in on call, which would be yourself and Salman Sheikh, to hold the show. Because honestly, people come onto the show, I notice, very in a graduated sense. They really don't come on until the second hour anyway, in larger numbers. So we may as well just start everything here, because in terms of just burning bandwidth in a more trivial sense. And hopefully you've got some stories saved up or the like. And honestly, I do want to, if Amanda's able to join us, we'll talk a little bit about her situation. If not, then we can save that for another time. But honestly, of course, I'm so appreciative of what you tried to do for her. And it's the attempt that counts, and hopefully you have an opportunity to speak to her about that, and I'm sure she appreciates it too.
Yes, I did message her in that regard. The problem I have is that I've spent so many years on using my arcanism to attack, that's all I'm really good at. And so when it comes to protecting, you know, I have a lot to learn. So I'm looking at some actually, there's an interesting grimoire I found called the Grimoire of Armadale, which is a French grimoire, and it's giving me a little bit of something to look into. So, you know, hopefully I'll get some inspiration, because I always get inspiration reading old medieval grimoires for some reason.
Excellent. No, deeply appreciate it. And Salman Sheikh is with us. So, Salman, sir, if you would kindly introduce yourself.
Yes, Brother Douglas. Assalamu alaikum, with greetings of peace and love for you, Jameson, and all our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. My love and peace be upon you all.
Yes, thank you so much. I very much appreciate that, and God's blessings upon you, dear sir. And we certainly need that sense of peace that you bring, and I am going to count on both of you gentlemen to kind of hold the program while I grab myself some refreshment. And in this opening hour, both of you gentlemen are both so good at doing that, and do speak of current events. When I return, which will be a matter of minutes, then I'll start dealing with some of the linking for the program. And in the interim, of course, this is that phase where I'm really just beginning to wake up and dealing with the little challenges that Facebook throws at me. They've vaguely changed their format, either that or, you know, so somebody was active in here, Selena perhaps, and then it becomes difficult for me to access the other pages, but I managed to get to them through basically the notifications. And that there's always a few people who hit the other pages, and through the notifications that they've hit the other pages, then I'm able to get on them. But the other pages are not as trafficked as the Sora Aoi timeline. And so there we have that. What I'm going to do now is leave everyone to the tender ministrations of Mr. Salman Sheikh and Mr. Jameson Reese, who will continue to talk about his grimoires, and we'll see if Salman Sheikh has any insight into that. And
well, I actually wanted to jump into some trivia news, and here's an interesting one.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to go mute.
Okay. Okay. So Warren Buffett resigns from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This is amusing. Warren Buffett has resigned from his trustee position at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The 90-year-old investor announced Wednesday. Damn, that's a long time to be on this planet. In a statement, Buffett didn't specify why he's leaving the foundation, but he noted he has already resigned from all corporate boards other than the Berkshire Hathaways. Buffett added that the foundation's new CEO, Mark Sussman, is an outstanding selection and has his full support. Buffett and...
That's interesting, Jameson, because I noticed with a lot of these CEOs, a lot of them are jumping ship, so... That's a great story that you're sharing. Please continue.
Buffett and Bill are close friends. His announcement comes a month after Bill and Melinda Gates announced their divorce and subsequent reports about Gates' improper behavior with Microsoft employees decades ago. Now, I can add information as to why Bill and Melinda Gates are getting a divorce. One of these reasons has to do with one of the statements Bill made about Jeffrey Epstein. He's like, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein leads an interesting life. I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's not for me. That was his statement. And this is after Epstein was already under suspicion for his, sex trafficking. So apparently Bill might not be as clean as he likes to come across.
Yeah, definitely. And, thank you for sharing this story, because there is a pattern with these CEOs. A lot of CEOs in a lot of companies, with Amazon, with Warren Buffett, a lot of them are jumping ship to a certain extent. And it does make sense, because you don't get to that type of power or influence unless you're compromised to a certain extent. So that is true.
Yes, exactly. And so now they know what I think what they're trying to do is abandon ship and to get their selves established somewhere else before the hatchet falls on their necks.
Yes, agreed.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was created in 2000 and is funded by the couple's personal wealth, as well as several other Gates family foundations, and a gift pledged by Buffett. Since 2000, the foundation has spent nearly $54 billion on a wide range of initiatives related to global health, poverty alleviation, and more recently, the global rollout of COVID-19 vaccines, according to the website. The foundation announced shortly after the divorce bombshell that there will be no changes to their roles or the organization are planned. Buffett's resignation announcement was part of the larger statement for his philanthropic goals, in which Buffett noted that he recently pledged $41 billion worth of Berkshire Hathaway shares, putting him halfway towards his goal of giving away 99% of his net worth. Okay, well, I guess that's why he should probably give away that money to the United States and, have us get more, I mean, like COVID-19 stimulus packages. I mean, crap. Seriously.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, a lot of these billionaires, they have so much money, J-Mo, and I'm glad even on the previous transmission you ripped on Elon Musk, I enjoyed listening to that, because a lot of these guys have so much money, they don't pay any taxes. Like when we file taxes, we have to pay all of these monies and penalties, and they don't pay anything. I'm glad you ripped into him, and why, if there was a system of equity, then we wouldn't have issues like shortages or people suffering from stimulus or any of that stuff. I agree completely with you.
Now, let's see. He announced in 2006 he was giving away all his company shares through donations. He has 238,624 Berkshire shares remaining. Buffett said Wednesday's announcement is no swan song for him, despite recently naming a successor. I think he's ready to die. I still relish being on the field and carrying the ball, but I'm clearly playing a game that, for me, has moved past the fourth quarter into overtime, Buffett wrote. Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, 90? He's basically seen a transformation of the world into a WTF, so to speak.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And it's I guess it's kind of humbling for somebody like that to admit his mortality, knowing that his time on Earth is running short. So I guess that's one positive thing out of the story.
Yeah, if I were to say anything, it seems like he's making peace with the fact that he's on his way out and he's trying to do as good as he can, which I won't knock him for. I mean, if we knew that, we knew that the guillotine was going to chop our heads off, we would probably each have different reactions as to what we would do before our last moments. Not to sound grim, but on a more serious tone, we have an interesting situation which I believe is a part of a greater occult design.
Yes, definitely. And it's like you and I always discuss, Brother J-Mo, that within the next 7 to 8 years, it's going to be drastic changes taking place in America and the world. And maybe these billionaires and millionaires have some kind of a futuristic insight that the average public is not aware of, or that we have not been made aware of in terms of future events. That's why it's interesting that all of them are jumping ship at the same time.
They may, but I will say this. They seem to believe that they are exempt from the arc of justice. And if they think that somehow they can escape the hellscape that they've contributed to with all their money, they are sorely mistaken.
Yeah, I agree. Nobody gets away with anything.
Divine retribution is going to hit them too.
Yep, that's absolutely right. And that's why even in the Sufi perspective, Brother J-Mo, on the aspect of protection, I know you're going to like this. When the Sufis like do the, I guess, prayers of protection, they realize man's mortality and that each day could be our last day on this earth. So instead of waiting till your old age, if the divinity gives you that privilege, it's better to live your life with good action, good thoughts, good deeds. And that itself creates a shield of protection around you, just that intent. So it's all about intent and just basically creating that around you.
Well, yes, that makes sense. I mean, for me personally, as a arcanist, we generally have to take one more step past intent into action.
Yes.
Even though the action is symbolic in nature, it might be symbolic, it might be an encryption of intent, but it's that process of encrypting that intent that seems to cause the events to manifest within our physical realm.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I know, like, with some of the Sufi masters that I spent time with, normally they're, I guess the aspect of them putting a shield of protection around you would involve a lot of chanting and a lot of prayers to a very extensive, I guess, account. So it would be a continuous aspect of prayer and chanting and just creating that frequency with the words. I guess some can say that words are spells, or you create your own protection in a sort of way. But it's very interesting how they use the different aspects of the protection and the prayers in terms of, I guess, making you a talisman or making you something like that would help you or keep bad energies away from you.
Oh, indeed. Vibrations are everything, and I need to. It reminds me of what Aleister Crowley uncovered when he was, when he was doing the Enochian workings, and when he was in communication with Aiwass. He learned something to the degree of the new way of doing things would be verbal. It would be through voice, through words. So this has to do with the fact that, when you vocalize certain things, you're creating not only vibrations, but those vibrations also have a symmetry to them. And if we look at things such as the magical sigil, or that we see in occult grimoires, magical sigils are geometric configurations. So I believe that these vocalizations and these visual configurations combined, what they do is they have a capacity to reshape consciousness, to allow certain spirits in, perhaps, or to even allow certain things to happen. Because, again, our interface as human beings with the divine is the very consciousness which we have developed. And that consciousness may be very tiny compared to the unconscious functions that the brain carries out automatically.
Well, there we are. Yes, the unconscious functions of the brain. Go on.
But tiny as that spark may be, that spark of consciousness is more or less something that has a tremendous amount of power.
Okay, and thank you for that. And go on with Salman's response to that, of course. I take it both of you have been having a back and forth. Yes.
Yes, definitely. You know what interests me, Brother Jameson, what you described about the, these different aspects of the sigils. There's an aspect of Crowley's life when he was in Egypt and he was studying under a Sufi sheikh, memorizing different aspects of the Quran, memorizing surahs. So not just Sufism has not only just contributed to the Rosicrucians or the the Masonic Brotherhood, but also a lot of Crowley's influence comes from Sufism as well. I know I had spoken to one of his followers here in America, and he had reached out to me, and he said, in our organization, our leader Crowley teaches us to respect Islam. So I had found that interesting, like putting all of that together, and I look forward to listening to Brother Douglas's response on that also.
Oh, well, I'm in no conscious position to even address breathing at a regular pace at this moment. So let me oxygenate and caffeinate enough where I get to that point. So we'll get there eventually. For right now, I'm counting on both of you gentlemen for burning bandwidth, honestly. So thank you. Please continue, both of you, and don't forget the when you run out along the esoteric subjects, you can always go back to current events.
Oh, yes. Well, we do have some correlations between current events and the esoteric. We have 7 killed and more than 40 injured in 10 mass shootings across the U.S. over the weekend. Mm-hmm. As Americans continue to come out of coronavirus isolation, which is probably the worst thing that's happened, and states lift restrictions, which is
but by the
gatherings.
way, just so that people understand where he's coming from, we have very infectious variants that may make this a very deadly autumn season that's coming up after summer. So go on, anyhow.
Oh, that's not the only thing. And I do have an article where they do have found that the new variant causes, among other things, gangrene and hearing loss. So I was able to find it. And that's very concerning. But it also causes hematomas in the intestines. Mm. That's pretty nasty. I don't think anyone who thinks that coronavirus is something to just say, oh yeah, it's just the flu. Yeah, I don't think they would really want to get those symptoms.
No. Yeah. So go on. Yeah, by all means. And you might cover more of that. Cover both. I mean, both the mass violence and the what we're going through with the potential for the infectious variants of the coronavirus. Cover them both.
Well, one of the reasons why I find that the lifting of the restrictions is a horrible thing is because it wasn't done in a transitional level of, even if it was done on a transitional level of phases, it was done too fast. And Americans have a problem with self-control, as we will see. Basically, we had 10 mass shootings occurring in the U.S. since Friday night. 7 people were killed and at least 45 were injured in the shootings, according to the Gun Violence Archive. Among the victims were at least 2 children, a 10-year-old and a 15-year-old, police said. The latest shootings among a streak of deadly, violent weekends the nation has seen in the past few weeks. Last weekend, there were also 10 mass shootings across 7 states that killed 12 people and injured 57 more, data from the GVA shows. GVA reports there have been 293 mass shootings in 2021 so far. Of course, CNN goes into their definition of mass shootings in which more than 4 people are shot. On Saturday, all right, so here's the list. 1 killed and 3 others injured in Atlantic City. 1 person was killed and 3 others were wounded in a shooting Sunday evening in Atlantic City, New Jersey, Trump's country. The Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office said in a press release. Just after 6 p.m. local time, Atlantic City officers responded to a shooting scene and found 4 men suffering from gunshot wounds. All the men were taken to the hospital where 1 died from his injuries, the prosecutor's office said. The ACPO Major Crimes Unit and Atlantic City Police Department are investigating. Officials are asking anyone with information to contact them. Now note, we have the number 4 men suffered from gunshot wounds and 1 died. Okay. Now, here's the second incident. 1 killed, 4 injured at Juneteenth celebration in Colorado. Police responded to a shopping mall lot in the Denver suburb of Aurora. Why does that sound familiar? Where have we heard Aurora? Wasn't there a mass shooting in Aurora?
Yes,
somewhere?
Aurora, Colorado. Yes, the movie theater in Aurora, Colorado. That was
Yes.
Yes, go on.
And this is the exact same place.
Right, and by the way, they brought that clown out, literally that clown for some running past other elements of his trial that will be ongoing for the next 20 years or so. So it's almost like this is an extension. So go on.
After receiving at least 50 calls reporting shots fired at a Juneteenth celebration just after 4 a.m. 4 a.m. local time. Notice the repetition of 4 here, folks. Keep a tally. Officers found one man suffering an apparent gunshot wound. He was taken to the hospital where he later died. His identity has not been released. 4 other people, 3 adult males and 1 adult female, suffered injuries ranging from minor to serious and self-transported to local hospitals, according to the release. None of the injuries were considered life-threatening. Police said the Juneteenth celebration began in an unnamed unit of the shopping mall. At some point earlier that evening, presumed organizers of the celebration began denying access to the unit. This led many attendees to gather in the parking lot, the release said. Evidence indicates there were multiple shooters and more than 114 shell casings have been collected by investigators at the scene. 114. Another repetition of 1 and 4. All right. Now, third one. 1 dead, 4 injured at Indiana Juneteenth celebration. 1 person was killed and 4 others were injured during a Juneteenth celebration in Indiana early Sunday. The St. Joseph County Metro Homicide Unit said in a press release posted by CNN. Officers arrived at a bar in Granger around 4 a.m. again. 4 a.m. again. Now, come on. Tell me, this is obviously plotted and planned by people who are collaborating with each other. Local time.
It reminds me a lot, Brother Jameson, of you remember that one story you covered of the Senegalese family that was, I guess, killed in an occult ritual? This reminds me of the same with the, they had a lot of 2s in their pattern. This one has a lot of 4s.
Yes, this does. And this was in a parking lot during a Juneteenth summer bash, according to the affiliate. The victim who died was a 26-year-old man. 6 minus 2 is 4. WSB reported 4 others sustained non-life-threatening injuries in the shooting. Evidence collected at the scene suggests multiple weapons were discharged in the area, police said. I wouldn't be surprised if the police weren't behind it themselves and were doing this out of retaliation because they're white supremacist sons of bitches. Now we have 4 injured in Richmond, Virginia. 4 people were injured in a quadruple shooting.
By the way, I will speak to what you've just said. One of the things that people need to remember is that in order to ensure the fact that they're not defunded, a crime wave would emphasize the need for maintenance of standing police. So the idea that there would be elements that are going out and committing mass shootings, especially at something convenient like a Juneteenth celebration that's politically loaded, that's not inconceivable. Anyhow, so go on. And by the way, Mr. Salman Sheikh, please interject whenever you feel it's constructive, whenever you feel there's a need to kind of insert an observation. So by all means, both of you continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Early Sunday, police spokesperson Officer Fan Hun-san told CNN in an emailed statement. Officers responded to a shooting just before 1:30 a.m. 1 plus 3 is 4 local time and found one man suffering from an apparent gunshot wound. He was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries, police said. Now, notice there's always one who dies or has life-threatening injuries, and there's 3 who have less severe injuries. 3 more victims self-transported to the hospital with gunshot wounds, including one who suffered life-threatening injuries, according to a police statement. The shooting took place in a parking lot where a large crowd had gathered. Police are asking anyone with information regarding the shooting to contact investigators. This is obviously psychological in nature. This has psychological intent behind it. Now we have 2 children among 8 injured in Dallas shooting. 8 divided by 2 is 4. 8 people were shot, including a 15-year-old, 5 minus 1 is 4, and a 10-year-old. This has the occult written all over it. After a gunfight broke out between partygoers at 2 separate celebrations in Dallas, just after midnight, Sunday, police said. Police said they discovered 2 separate groups were having a party in their own individual suites at a location at one point. People from each party gathered behind the suites and there was an argument. A physical fight broke out between the groups before they went back into their suites and began shooting at each other. The 10-year-old was shot in the leg and at least one victim had to undergo surgery, according to the police. Police said none of the injuries appeared to be life-threatening. No suspect information was provided. And we have another deviation from the norm. 1 dead and at least 6 wounded in Oakland. 1 person was killed and 6 others wounded in a shooting Saturday evening near Lake Merritt in Oakland, California, according to police. Resources from the Oakland police department were already in the area when the shooting occurred around 6:20 p.m. All right, let me repeat that. Resources from the Oakland Police Department were already in area when the shooting occurred around 6:20 p.m., the department said. We have 6 wounded and 1 dead. Officers have been sent there to monitor public safety because a crowd of approximately 5,000 people had gathered at Lake Merritt, the OPD said in a release Sunday. Police had increased that crowd number from 1,000 cited in a previous press release. 7 people were shot during the incident. A 22-year-old man from San Francisco was pronounced dead after arriving at the hospital. Police arrested 2 men and recovered 2 firearms after officers observed the men running away from the scene immediately following the shooting, the OPD said. OPD Public Information Officer Joanna Watson told CNN on Sunday that the police were working to determine if the 2 people were arrested were connected to the shooting. Now, here's this one is almost too funny in the most grim of ways. Crime Stoppers of Oakland, the Oakland Police Department, are offering up to notice the number 4, $40,000 for information leading to an arrest or arrest on this case. Why are they offering the money? Because they know that no one's going to get the money, because they know who did it already. And they know it came from inside. Now, I note that me saying this is really charged, but here's another one. 1 dead, 4 injured in Anchorage, Alaska. Police in Alaska are investigating an early morning shooting that killed 1 person and injured 4 more in Anchorage on Saturday. Police responded to a shooting scene and found 5 adult victims, 3 males and 2 females, police said. All 5 people were taken to the hospital where one of the women died of her injuries. So they shot women. That is wrong on so many levels. That's actually quite angering. 2 dead, 4 injured in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 2 people were killed and 4 others were injured in a shooting early Saturday morning in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, according to police. Police found the victims in a parking lot after reports of a shooting. According to the police, there was an argument between unidentified individuals as a group of partygoers began to leave a concert at a nearby venue. During the argument, multiple people began shooting and 6 people were struck. 2 people died from their injuries and 4 others were transported to a nearby hospital and are suspected to survive.
Yes. Okay. Hold on for just a second. Sammy Romero says we're loud and clear. Just giving a quick check into the chat room now that I've completed all of the links for everyone on the various timelines. And I'm just checking out the live stream. And Conspiracy Kitty, who is Shauna Bando, says, hugs, Douglas. Hi, honey. And the Maggot Man has joined us. And he says, yeah, how does one get onto the live stream? Let's see if I can call him and bring him on. If he's trying to get onto the, I think he means onto the call. So he's with us. And by all means, continue with what you're saying while I finagle with this.
All right. We have 5 wounded in Minneapolis Friday night. A shooting in Minneapolis Friday night left 5 wounded, police said Saturday. Officers responded to reports of shots fired in the Dinkytown neighborhood. A spokesperson for the Minneapolis Police Department said in a statement, when officers arrived, they found 3 men and 2 women with gunshot wounds that were not life-threatening, police said. 2 of the injuries were categorized as graze wounds. The victims were taken to a hospital. The repetition of 4 is what troubles me, because as we know, 4 is a number that is sacred to Malik Tausch. Because 4 is also
beyond that, of course, it's the number of death in Asia, which is the first thing that actually came to my mind was the occult significance of that. But yes, I appreciate what you're saying as well.
The reason why this comes to mind is because I feel like this attack is targeted towards you for some reason.
Well, there was also, for people who are unknowing about this, there was a Howard Phillips Lovecraft short story called 4 O'Clock, in which everything was related in the story to the 4th hour of the clock. And so yes, this is obviously a very significant number, very occult. And in terms of in terms of the attacks being related towards myself, that's not inconceivable either, considering the basically what I've been exposing lately concerning the occult, which is a direction I really haven't gone in quite some time. That this could be a kind of response.
Yes, I believe it is, and I believe they're responding to what you had exposed about the ghoul, and because they wanted to keep that their secret. I suspect that these are probably cultists from the KOE, and that these cultists have people on the inside who are doing these things. And I believe that many of these shootings are probably coming from people who will not get found at all.
Yeah,
that's how it usually works, and it's absolutely true that the love and light and knowledge that Brother Douglas has been bestowing on humanity, when he says that he has paid a price in his life for doing that, that is something to be taken seriously, and why all of us as brothers and sisters of this team and being close to Brother Douglas, why we should support him unconditionally in his work and in all that he's just gifting us. I agree completely.
It's also the reason why
thank you both of you. Go on. Yeah.
It's also the reason why, as all of you listening know, when Douglas Dietrich speaks, he's not bullshitting you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, that's the reason they know that is because the repercussions are so immense and so immediate most of the time.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And so it makes it quite obvious. I mean, it doesn't even take a stretch of critical thinking to determine that. And just to note, the total number of 7 killed, 7 is also a number that's sacred to Lucifer.
Yes. That's why Aleister Crowley had the 777 as the next step up from 666. Of course, you could explain the meanings behind that, and of course the importance of the Sufi mysticism to what Aleister Crowley was doing is not insignificant and not at all surprising. And obviously he simply took it towards the left-hand path, but this is something that is unknown to most people, any of this kind of influence. And we're very lucky to have Salman Sheikh to provide that perspective on it. So I want both of you gentlemen to continue. I'm going to go mute for a second, just gathering some things around me now that I've just settled in somewhat, and just going to try and get my head together to start responding to questions that Peter Moon will have concerning what he's reviewed about the ghoul that he might have thought to bring up. The interesting thing is that, well, I'll bring it up when he's here, but he basically forgot that I had spoken of a certain subject about the Oracle Child in Africa. And even though there's not really much more I can give him in that regard for different reasons, it will at least provide us the ability to speak to elements around it that help round out the picture. And this is important. Obviously, I've spoken of well, I'll cover that when he's here, but when I originally started in media, everybody wanted to hear about vampires and zombies. And this, of course, deprived them of my speaking to other elements of cryptophenomenon or cryptozoology, etc. So at least it gives me an opportunity to speak of other areas, and then maybe circle back to a more inclusive perspective on all of this for people so they can better understand. Okay, so let me go mute for now, and both of you please take over for now.
Well, I have to say I greatly appreciate the crypto knowledge that goes beyond the, just vampires and, other, the things that people are familiar with, because there's some depth there, and it shows that our reality is far more sophisticated than we thought. For some reason, we seem to be indoctrinated in the United States, at least, to have this sort of view that's extremely simple. And the simplicity of the view, they usually say, it's usually the simplest solution. Sometimes it's not. They also tend to think that it's just one particular thing that influences an event, or one particular thing that influences some kind of catastrophe. Usually it's a confluence of multiple events, multiple things. And what I've learned throughout life, one of the gems of wisdom I've gained being on this planet for 36 years, is that it's never just one thing.
Yeah, I agree completely. And it's interesting what you mentioned, a lot of what's been going on with these shootings across America. I'm here in the Philly area, and Philly's been out of control also for not just this year alone, but it was like past 2 years now. And it makes me think of the transmission which Brother Douglas one time described, the basically the act of maintaining the local economy, how one incident can make a lot of people in that vicinity money. And also, besides that, there's also occult elements. So you also have the Juneteenth example, where I guess you have our African-American brothers and sisters who are being recognized for their independence and everything. But then you have this incident take place by the powers of darkness who want to dampen that energy and dampen that happiness with their own darkness. So anytime anything like that happens, there's always going to be an equal and opposite reaction, including what the information that Brother Douglas has been sharing about the vampire, about the ghoul, and all the aspects that are in there in this reality, which the average human is having a hard time comprehending. Even the aspect of Malik Taus, even in Sufi traditions, if you look into the deep occult Sufi traditions, Iblis is not disregarded. Your average Muslim could say that, that's not, that goes against it. But, it's like with Crowley, even with Crowley taking the Sufi aspect and turning it into the left-hand path in his own way, and also these different aspects of the different beings and species and subspecies that operate within this very realm, and why we as a human family are failing to understand that and come together in unity, when now is really the time to come together in unity in order to save our species. So this is pivotal, and I'm grateful for you, Brother Jameson, for Brother Douglas, and all this information that people really need to hear.
Oh yes, and I thank you for being. Thank you. That means a lot to me. It seems to me that they are threatened by two things. One is the idea of being able to share power in equity. America was never meant to have anyone equal. Apparently, and this goes back to what Douglas was saying about how people view the American flag. When I see people with large American flags outside their door, I know that I don't want to go near that house, because I know that that's probably going to be someone who is going to have a gun and going to have a Trump sticker on their car, and they're probably going to look at me like I'm a piece of trash.
Yeah, so, definitely. It's like that. It's funny. Even here where I'm at, outside of the Philly area, you go to certain neighborhoods and they'll look at you like, "What are you doing here? Go back to the minority section of the neighborhood. Otherwise, they will call the police on you." That's a fact, and I've seen it happen to people.
They've done that to me.
Yeah.
They've done that. When I was going around an area that was a sort of, I didn't even know the area existed. I was looking for an alternative way to get to a CVS. I didn't want to go across the sidewalk because all these people were not wearing their mask, and that was when the coronavirus was really hot. And so I decided to take a detour route around. And so I found myself in this weird community that I've never seen before, with all these white people around. And, this white kid on a bicycle with some white parent walking by and looking at me strange. And when I came to the end of that area, it looked like it was a dead end, and it was sort of like a cul-de-sac. So I had to turn and get out of that area. And before I can reconnect to the main area, a cop car comes right past. And so I already figured, yeah, they saw someone who didn't belong there, and somebody saw fit to call.
Exactly. And you compare the response time of the police coming to these neighborhoods compared to where, you and I live with minority neighborhoods, and it's pretty self-evident when they say America's not racist. The way that they act and how they portray themselves, sometimes it's usually in front of you. And it's like what I pointed out at one time, like how you said that they do have insiders across these various, situations, especially occult crimes, where they know that no one's going to get caught anyway. So they offer this huge sum. And it's just like, what I had experienced with the gang stalking, that they were using the local drug dealers against the Islamic community. So that's not a surprise. Like, usually when there are elements of relativity, most of the events are usually tied in together with each other, including the groups that might be operating within a certain set area. So that there is a lot of truth to that.
Yes, and I'm also being taught through experience what areas I can go into, what areas I can't go into alone. I did pass an area that I usually take as a short route towards the ferry terminal, and only to see a cop car and two cops looking at me strangely. And at that moment, I did not feel very safe. I felt like, okay, maybe I should not be in this area at all.
Yeah, that's your intuition guiding you anytime where there's danger. It's telling you to get away.
So I don't have the freedom of choice that someone who was born white would have. I have to choose and pick my routes very carefully. I have to choose and pick my battles very carefully. I have to choose and pick my responses very carefully. And so this leaves me having to think. This leaves me having to recognize patterns very fast. This leaves me having to be more intelligent than someone who's white, because if I weren't as intelligent as I am, I would wind up another statistic with a bullet in his head, or choked out like Eric Garner out here on Staten Island.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's all pretty self-evident, Brother J-Mo, and you just got to know what exactly is going on and how to deal with it properly. Most people think that they're not in the shoes of, like, in the men and women of color. It doesn't mean that those things are not going on, and that's exactly what it is. You just have to be there and understand the situation, know what's what and who's who, and that's basically increases your longevity in this country. Because the main thing that I noticed is ultimately it's your reaction. As long as, like, when they try to use any psychological warfare against you, as long as you don't give it a reaction, then it kind of like takes their power away. And it's basically on the side of the struggle for the light, where even the aspect of Malik Taus that most people don't know, even from the Sufi perspective, Malik Taus, the struggle of the light over the darkness is also within that, even though there are many that might misunderstand you or Brother Douglas, but I know exactly what it is and the battle that we're fighting against the forces of darkness and the enemy. So I agree completely, my brother, on all of those fronts.
I mean, I've reached
Thank
the
you.
point where...
But go on. Yes, go on with your response. There,
Yeah, I've reached a point where what I'm seeing isn't of light and darkness. Rather, this is something that's anti-creation. Because from what I understand, light and dark both serve a purpose, and they create a balance.
Thank you.
And
yes, very important. This is a dimension outside of the natural order of creation and destruction and creative entropy. In other words, creative entropy in the sense that what decays feeds life in the recycling of the cosmology, the ecology of the cosmos. This is something antithetical to that. And I've compared it to industrial toxic waste entering an ecosystem, where, of course, you have the cycle of life and death between the carrion and that composition of decay that ultimately feeds the life which we value and which we cherish. This is separate from that and destructive to all. So go on.
It's like a void. It's literally a loss in which nothing fills its place, because nothing can fill its place due to how toxic it is.
Nihilism, yes, and the ideology of nihilism and ultimate destruction. Because of your own depression and your own struggles with nihilistic fantasies, you understand this more than most. So go on.
That I do. I glean tremendous insight from it. I find myself, this is why for me, it's healthier when I'm either moving towards dark or light than when I reach a point where it's just apathetic and I'm gray. And this is another reason why they say, be hot or be cold, but if you're lukewarm, I'll spit you out. Because that lukewarm, that's where that incursion from that other realm, from that which is outside of even God, if you will. And I look at God again as a sort of super reality. That which is beyond this reality enters where it's lukewarm.
It's interesting, Brother Jameson, you bring that up. There was a lecture that I had listened to from a Sufi sheikh from Africa, and he had basically described that Allah or God is the only reality, and you have like the palm of your hand, and he's describing that God is holding this whole reality in the palm of his hands, and you have these different concepts of Allah, God, Iblis, Malik Taus, all of these things, but they're all operating within that same hand, and they're all controlled by the same hand. So in the reality, or at the end, who is God, who is the devil? And it's like what you said about the aspect of being lukewarm. there is that balance because one cannot exist without the other. There is an internal, I guess, balance and knowing and understanding and this continuous, this life that we're in, and this, I guess, the infinite reality, what the Sufi would describe of Allah, and how everything is basically one. There is no separation of any kind. And when you look at how each thing serves a purpose, with even Malik Taus being the deputy of this world, it makes sense. There is truth to all of that, and you just have to have the knowing and understanding to fully comprehend it, like the Sufi does, or like yourself and Brother Douglas do. It's something that I guess I wish in my lifetime majority of the human beings would understand and come to that realization. But we're in that, I guess, that eternal balance between the light and the darkness, and the aspect of education, and even how in the Japanese anime with Fate Grand Order, how Hassan Saba, the Islamic aspect, is shown helping the main characters fight against the anti-gods. When this anti-god being comes out of nowhere, that's when the Islamic aspect of, I guess, fighting against that aspect comes up too. And if you're not operating within those realms, then you invite these other beings into your conscious, which are not there to serve humanity in any way, shape, or form.
I can agree to disagree on only. There's only one point where I do disagree or differ. I won't say disagree, because this is your personal paradigm, and I in no shape or form, seek to challenge anyone's paradigm. But from my understanding, the true nature of what many consider the one is manifold. And when I say manifold, it's that it is fractured, it is shattered, it is in many, many pieces. And so what I'm getting at is, I don't perceive of there having been a unified one. Such a thing has never existed, and I tend to think that it was always a collection of multiple pieces acting as one. The best analogy I can give is a superorganism. Now, a superorganism in marine biology are a combination of different types of bacterium and different type of multicellular organisms that all of a sudden
just say jellyfish, okay?
Everybody
understands jellyfish.
These are different from jellyfish.
Understood. There are even kinds of mold colonies that fit into this. Just so people understand, it's just you started off a bit esoterically there. One of the things that I notice about people is that most people have a very hard time communicating with and I'll go a bit into that later, but yeah, continue. Go with what you.
All right. Yeah. No. I understand. I need to simplify it a bit. I have a tendency to go to come. It's almost like I don't realize that I get lost in my speech. My verbiage, and I don't realize that I need to connect to the audience. So the superorganism is basically when you have multiple organisms that share one body and operate as one thing. But when even though from outward appearance it looks like it's one organism, in reality it's a collective of many different types of things operating as one. And so that's what I seem to think of reality, or the super spectrum of being, a thing that sort of it's a sort of gestalt. It connects
sort of
to the
term
gestalt
for the unification of many disparate entities into a greater entity, a macroorganism. Yes. So yes, we have that. And with that being said, we've got a few minutes to the top of the hour. Both of you gentlemen, please, to continue to carry us there, and then I'll begin to respond as well as I can to not just Peter Moon and whatever he may bring up, but I'm sure this will address what Solomon said earlier as well. So to a degree.
Yes, Brother Douglas, and I agree with Brother Jamo about the aspect of the organism and everything basically operating in its own different way. It's like what the Sufi Sheikh said, that everything is within that one hand, whether it's Allah, Iblis, Malik Taus, whatever is out there in terms of the expression of the divinity. It's all part of that one true reality expressed in different ways. So I agree with you completely in terms of basically it's instead of like one unified body, it's separate bodies, but it's still operating within that same hand, how like the Sufi Sheikh had described. And it just goes to show you that everything is kind of like interconnected in a way. It's all relative. It's all there to teach us, guide us. We can learn from it and just apply those teachings to our lives in our aspect of knowing better, thinking better, doing better, the aspect of self-improvement and what comes with the territory when you're on that path. So it's all one and the same, and I thank you for expressing that as well.
Yes, and as well, I would like to, that was beautiful, as always, and I would like to express the fact that when Jameson is saying, I'm not arguing with anyone's paradigms, do remember that these are not the personal paradigms of Salman Sheikh. He's really projecting, in general, a more cultural paradigm. So it's more of a cultural paradigm that he embodies. Of course, there might be some personal quirks along the way, but
Okay. Yes, I understand. Yeah, it's I mean, we all have gems of wisdom. All these various cultures have had gems of wisdom of what is going on, because before humankind was even aware of it, he was already doing things he was not conscious of that were reflecting and teaching him about where he came from.
The bicameral mind, yes? Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, what I find interesting is something that relates to the ghoul.
Okay.
Because
well, Peter Moon is with us, so that's appropriate. So you can bring that up now while Peter is with us, and then we can segue into Peter being with us and the ghoul and what Salman said about the desert Bedouins and their sages. Go on. Finish your thought there.
Well, okay, so I don't know the specific story, but there was a story in which H.P. Lovecraft wrote that I think describes these sort of entities with sagging flesh and sagging layers of skin, and they were supposed to be like something that they were supposed to be related to some god. I don't know if it was Azathoth or something. It was I can't remember the story, but I know it's the story where this guy goes mad because he reveals what's on the edge of this cliff, and he sees this motif, and he sees the figure of these beings and. Yes, Dagon. Yes.
Dagon. Yes, go on.
Yes, nailed it. I think he was describing the ghoul there.
Well, it's interesting you say that. That wasn't supposed to be the case, but it had the same effect, I'm sure, that the ghoul would have on your average individual who suddenly gains that insight into the world beneath us, or a world that they're simply something that shatters their paradigm. That's really the horror of H.P. Lovecraft. He simply is an iconoclast. That's basically what it comes down to. It's iconoclasm. He's simply shattering a paradigmatic straitjacket, and so it's of course, in its own way, rather silly when you think about it. We have all kinds of shattered paradigms, and when these paradigms are sundered, we don't go mad. It's one of those things that is one of those canards. The canard is that if people were to understand that there were aliens, quote unquote, then they would go insane. Then everybody would panic or something like that. When everybody is basically praying that there's aliens in this New Age movement, this is the kind of thing that they're praying for. It's you just.
That's one of the things that made that's one of the things that made me view Lovecraft's writings as a sort of comedy, because of how like over exaggerated the fear response of these guys were to these things.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's the element there that is how would I say it? It's over responsive at the same time. it's justified, but you have to see it in a specific way, because we do see that level of madness in people just reacting to everything I say. When I speak, the reaction of most people is literally insane. They don't react sanely. When we first came on tonight, of course, we've got that one thumb down is Richard K. Cole Jr. And by the way, of course, we'll cover some of what's happening that should be beneficial to him. One of his major problems in life being, of course, that he got out of the Marine Corps because of his pedophilia and because of his desire to be a woman. And now the VA is covering sex confirmation surgery, so he will be able to become a woman now, and that hopefully would cure him of his insanity and his obsession with myself, because I'm able to project myself as a woman, whereas he could never do so. And that's the entire problem of this individual. But now that the VA will cover his needs, he can become a woman and just stop fixating on myself. And of course, he'll never be able to project himself as a woman. Everybody will just look at him and say, "Look, there's a really ugly, bull dyke with a cunt." But that's basically, I can go into what's going on with the VA later, and that's its own morbid entertainment. But certainly, I'll try and get around to that while Peter is still with us, because, of course, I want him to be updated on the latest cultural paradigm-shattering, iconoclastic things that are ongoing in our world. He's of this age to see the world he knew kind of collapse. He was never really part of it, of course, but he was, through his Scientology, he was always a detached observer of much of what was going on in the world. But Peter Moon is with us, and he, of course, is the man who has skybooksusa.com. I recommend everyone go there. He will update us on what's going on with the books. And Salman Sheikh has his own book, of course. And as a matter of fact, Salman, bring up your book again so that people know where to go for that. And then we'll go to Peter.
Yes, brother. They can find my book, The Spiritual Reflections of the Sufi Freemason, Volume 1, on Amazon. And I look forward to receiving my hardcover copy of The Roswell Deception and reading it with great pleasure. And I give my greetings to Peter as well.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be with you. And to give you an update on the book, I'm bugging the printer every day, who I have a very close relationship with. And they had said, oh, it's supposed to ship Monday, which was 2 days ago. But no, I think they said Tuesday. It's going to ship Tuesday. And they said, but we're hoping to get it done, that the truck doesn't arrive before we finish it. So they didn't send me any notice. So I wrote them, and then I had to write them again today. Said, what happened? At the end of the day, they wrote and said that the trimmer, the cutter, had stopped. It, broke.
Interesting.
This is not the first time this has happened.
Okay.
So it's not like it's the first time it's happened. So they said, we couldn't finish it, but we'll finish it. We got it fixed again. We'll ship it out tomorrow, which means Thursday. So it should have been shipped out on Tuesday, but in true style of Mercury retrograde, no. The good news is that when it arrives here, Mercury won't be in retrograde, and it will have a launch outside of Mercury retrograde. I sent the book to them prior to Mercury retrograde. It's going to arrive outside of Mercury retrograde. This is very good. I kind of hope that would be the case from an astrological standpoint. So we should have the book soon. Okay. And I've got distributor orders to fill. Mm-hmm. And I've got, of course, the individual orders will be filled as well. So, Salman, I hope that your book would get there about 2 weeks from now. Maybe a little quick. I
appreciate it.
Yeah, I had sent media mail, not priority mail, to after the funeral. I had sent books to my friends in Las Vegas and LA, media mail, on a Monday. well, when was it a Friday? And they arrived on, I think I sent them on a Thursday. They arrived on a Monday. That's quick.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm super excited to just read the book, read Vampirology, and all the future works that you and Brother Douglas are contributing to humanity. It's such a pleasure and an honor just to be on this platform, to learn from all of you, and to have this gift of brotherhood and knowledge. So I thank you, Peter, and my eternal love and gratitude for Brother Douglas as well for everything.
Well, Douglas, I did the homework you asked me, which was to go back and review The Oracle Child, which I did go back and listen to. I don't know how I missed it, because I was pretty tired, because you said it while I was on the air, but it was towards the end of when I was on with you. And of course, for those who are listening for the first time, the Oracle Child was a special gifted child born to a chief in an Africa tribe. I believe they spoke Swahili. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this would have been in Kenya? Or near Kenya?
It was in the area of Kenya. It's one of the areas I don't want to really get too specific. There's two reasons why it's almost impossible to get specific in the first place, because when you deal with the vastness of the African land, you're not dealing with the kind of geographic shall we say, identity points or loci that we would have in the developed world.
The British gave us. I only mentioned Kenya because I know that they speak Swahili in Kenya.
Yes.
And that's the only reason. And you said Swahili, so I assume it was in Kenya or nearby. But in any case, this gifted oracle person was, of course, as you can imagine, was in danger for her own life, but she had a special connection to the other world, including the ghoul. And it's, I can talk and add some enlightenment to the Yesidi and the ghoul, not the ghoul so much, but it's what you have. I think you referred, I don't know who you referred to. Oh, no, I know who you referred to as the anti-gods, the old ones, the forgotten ones. But you have the Yesidi, who represents a, I don't want to use the word anti-god because it confuses with the other term anti-god, a reverse paradigm than what the typical Western mind thinks in.
Yes.
And the typical Western mind is basically a white supremacist mind. I don't like the term white supremacist because it gets very divisive, and it includes far more than people that are white, because it includes any people of color who've adopted that framework.
Yes.
So but for example, a friend of mine on Facebook doesn't believe why in DC they just elected somebody who was in jail for murdering somebody. And I explained to him, I said, if you lived in DC, most of the people in DC are very disenfranchised for centuries due to generational discrimination on all sorts of levels. It's very deep. So without blaming anybody, you can say that it's very, I told him it's very easy they can identify more easily with the person in jail than they can with the people who are, correct and upright, because that system doesn't include them. Now, that doesn't make it right, but it is what it is. It's like, they can identify with this person, just like, and I had conversations with Marjorie Cameron about O.J. Simpson, because this was 1994. She passed away in 95, I think, 95. But I asked her, because OJ was at his height. He was, not too far away from her neighborhood on the Bronco chase. And that was far more exciting than the Indy 500 ever was. The Bronco chase.
Yes.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Could you tell the listeners a little bit about that?
The Bronco chase. Well, I think I was watching I think it was the New York Knicks in the playoffs, and I think it was the finals. I think they were playing the Houston Rockets, and it was a tough series, and they broke away in the middle of the third or the fourth game, whatever. And Ahmad Rashad was the announcer, and Ahmad Rashad's a football player. Was a football player. He became an announcer. He was a close friend of OJ's, and they had to break in, and they show this Bronco chase. This big white Bronco going along, coming from some cemetery out in the Anaheim area, coming along, and they was chasing all through the LA freeway. And I think you had Al Michaels, the sports announcer, who, was telling you all the different freeways. He knew the freeways like the back of his hand. And he was telling you, like details of LA geography. And it was like, he's now going down the, Riverside Freeway or whatever he was on, the Hollywood Freeway or whatever, wherever he was. And they had all these like police cars around him, chasing him. And two of my favorite memories where they got, these announcers are so stupid. They have no street smarts whatsoever. It was probably Tom Brokaw, but I don't remember. Somebody like that.
Right.
And he goes, "We now have O.J. Simpson's former wife, Marguerite Simpson. She's on the phone, and if you can get through, if O.J.'s listening to this on the radio, what do you say? What can you say to O.J.? What can you tell him?" And the voice goes, "Go, OJ, go, go, go." It wasn't Marguerite Simpson. It wasn't his ex-wife. It was just somebody calling in. And she's saying, "Go, OJ, go." and then they get to his house in Brentwood. And they go, "Okay, and now we have here a neighbor of O.J. Simpson's. So you're a neighbor of O.J. Simpson." And this guy he was a black man who spoke in a black vernacular if he wasn't a black man. And you could just tell by the tenor of his speech that there's no way this guy was a neighbor of O.J. Simpson's, because people that talk like that just don't live in that neighborhood. It's they just don't.
Right.
And he says, "So what do you see? You see him? He says, "Yeah, I see him. I see him in the Bronco." "What do you see?" He goes, "He's scared. He's scared." I mean, these guys were anybody was calling in and saying
yes,
shit.
Yes.
And they're so stupid. They didn't filter the calls. It was very funny that just the imbecility of these announcers. And I say, if you had a typical sports announcer, a good one, or a ball player, they're not going to buy that stuff. They're going to see right through it, because sports announcers tend to be very objective. It doesn't mean, because they see a ball gets hit, it does this. They can be very objective, as opposed to a news reporter news reporters are strictly political. It's like, we're going to be for this or against this, and damn objectivity. It doesn't matter which side it is. It has nothing to do with objectivity. So she was saying to me, Cameron was saying that, I asked her, what she thought, and she says, well, she says she was talking about Mike Tyson was in the news for the alleged and convicted rape of Desiree Washington. which I don't believe he did. He said he's done a lot of bad things and deserved to be in prison for all the bad things he did, but that was one he didn't do. And he had Alan Dershowitz as his attorney, who just raped him financially when he damn knew well he couldn't get him off. And the main reason he couldn't get him off was because he was a Jewish attorney going to Indiana, and they don't like Jews in Indiana. You know, nothing against Jews. Indiana, generally speaking, this is where Mike Pence is from. You know,
Yeah.
it's very what you call white, very white Indiana. And as one of my friends who had his first job there, he says, there's never seen any dumber people than in Indiana. And I although I have two friends from Indiana who are anything but dumb. So I you know, when I met them, I had to modify my position. And the guy who led me to you, the one I told you with the email, he was from Indiana. But he was a nice guy, but he was very kind of xenophobic just because of being sheltered in Indiana. You know, in some.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say there's a reason why, of course, Steve Martin always chose Terre Haute, Indiana as his butt of jokes. That was his favorite butt of jokes, to the point where he had to go to Terre Haute, Indiana to render a kind of apology and bond with them. But kind of like when Captain Kirk, William Shatner rather, said he was looking for a replacement for Captain Kirk and went to the fictional, the very real birthplace that was fictionalized as Captain Kirk's birthplace, and he played this joke on them that they were looking for a new actor to portray Captain Kirk from that area, and got everybody mobilized to try and replace him, and it was all just a practical joke, and he had to apologize for that and actually pay the town money.
Well, yeah.
Go on.
It's funny, but she said this. It appeared to her as a systematic attempt to denigrate black icons and black leaders. She had a lot of sympathy. Now, she said the media was making spectacles of both of them. Of course, when you consider their celebrity, was kind of hard for the media not to do it. You know, I mean, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a compelling TV drama, especially in the case of OJ, because it involved multiple murders, and they didn't go really down the drug rabbit hole, and then even the incompetence of the professionals was so glaringly, and the lying of Mark Furman, and the manipulation of the system by OJ's attorneys. I mean, they used the system beautifully. And I never really bought that OJ was guilty until I saw his testimony in the civil case. He looked as guilty as hell there, where he was convicted or lost the case. It wasn't a criminal conviction. There, boy, he didn't look too good in that one. Right. But of course, the outrageousness, incompetence of the prosecution, and particularly the police, So anyway, she's always going to be somebody who sympathizes with the underdog,
right? And
she was really thought that it was, and there was the Rodney King stuff too, where they were just beating the hell out of this guy. I mean, the guy was dangerous. He was on drugs, and he was flipping like a porpoise on the cement. He was, bastard, man. Yes. He was like a porpoise. He wouldn't go down. But I mean, it just seemed like, what they were doing was brutal. And the LAPD has a long dubious history.
Yes.
Particularly the higher ups in the LAPD. I'm sure officers. I once, called a policeman when I was in LA, when I guess a branch fell down on my rental car and crashed the window. Mm-hmm. And I thought, I should get a police report. He wouldn't do a police report, but he sat there and jawed with me for about an hour. He just talked to me. He was a black guy. That might have helped. Just was friendly as hell. And we just sat there and talked. And I think before he says, "Oh no, we're not gonna. We don't need a report. Just go down and return the car with a broken window." I would have been better to drive it with a broken window, to tell you the truth, because they don't give you any grace unless you take the insurance. If you take out the insurance, which now is about $15 a day, maybe even more, you can crash the car, sledgehammer it, sell the parts, and say, got in an accident. Oh, okay, good. We'll get you a new car. They'll tow away the other one, get you the new car. It won't even go on your insurance record. You could strip down the parts and take them. They wouldn't care as long as you have the insurance. But if you don't have the insurance, they don't like it. So they want you to pay for it anyway. You have to pay for the damages, which the credit card company paid for. My credit card company paid for. It was about $2,700 for a broken window, maybe $3,200 for a broken window. And my credit card company paid for it. But to get a new car out of them was not easy.
No, I can imagine. But
no, you gotta yell at them and make a scene. Yeah. They work very well in LA. I don't know if it would work in New York, but yelling at people, it works in LA. In California in general, they don't want to hear you yell, so they take care of it.
It's true.
In New York, they'll yell back at you.
Yeah, it's true. Yes.
Yeah.
Very different on the East Coast. The East Coast is I'm so glad I don't live on the East Coast for that reason. And but I really want to thank you for sharing that Bronco story, because honestly, a lot of people who are younger may not even remember that. They may not have lived through that. But it's certainly something that it brings us now to the point where when we go from the black African-American male O.J. Simpson, who, by the way, just so people understand this, there's several things that Peter Moon brought up that I don't want to go into any deep tangents into, because literally we could do entire transmissions or a good deal of a part of a transmission on each of these subjects. One of them was he was talking about the LAPD corruption, and that is, beyond political. There's just there's no real describing it. The LAPD would in and of itself be something that's similar to a police state in a foreign country, a political police state. We
could do a whole show on that, Douglas, and I'd like to sometime.
Yeah.
On the LAPD.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when it comes to that, just so people understand, the man who developed the Star Trek franchise, Gene Roddenberry, was a member of the LAPD, and he took full advantage of that privilege to get Star Trek ultimately produced by exploiting his position as an officer, which he's, by the way, completely unethical.
He was a PR officer, I believe.
No, he was a sworn peace officer who was a motorcycle officer, and that's how he became a PR officer because he could write. And the LAPD police chief, who was the basis for for so many icons, for so many police icons, but one of I think it may have been I'm trying to remember the officer's name, but I'd have to look up my notes. But he was played by I forget, but he was just definitely this guy who was he acted so monotone. He was one of the people who was inspirational for the Dragnet character. In other words, Dragnet would bring up this kind of monotone, and this was supposed to be in the days when everybody was obsessed with police realism, and so the police episodes would be Jameson's asking about Commander Pike. No, Commander Pike is a totally different Star Trek character, but I'm talking about Dragnet and the I forget the name of the character in Dragnet as well, but he was somebody.
Joe Friday, Sergeant Joe Friday.
Thank you.
But you're saying Friday was based on some Real person?
Oh yeah, he was based on the LAPD police chief whom Gene Roddenberry wrote speeches for, because the guy was so monotone and so unable to communicate with the public outside of as if he were reading a report, that that the staff had to approach Gene Roddenberry and ask him to write this guy's speeches, because the guy was otherwise just so incapable of communicating with the public on a level that the public could appreciate. So that's one of the things that got Gene Roddenberry started in screenwriting. And so when it came to LAPD, he
Roddenberry wrote in the Army or something? Didn't he do something in the Army?
He was a bomber pilot. He was a pilot in a bomber, so that's why he was familiar with East Asia. And so he was someone who just very much is to be appreciated for a very multifaceted background. And this is something that, of course, I developed on my own, was inspired by his kind of a background. And so, you know, to give you an example of this, because now it's all coming out of my memory now. But when it comes to the LAPD, what happened was that you had the CIA was involved with some propaganda operations that were going on in the LAPD. And what happened was they wound up approaching the chief of the police, he was William Henry Parker III. It was William Henry Parker III, and he was the chief of police of the LAPD forever. He was like the he was
the J. Edgar Hoover of the
thank
LAPD.
you. He was the J. Edgar Hoover of the LAPD. He was portrayed by Nick Nolte in Gangster Squad. So that was released around 2013. So Nick Nolte played this portrayed the historical figure. But he, of course, was caricatured in the flattering sense by the dragnet character, Mr. Friday. And so this was whom William Henry Parker III was. So he was just this individual who was also placed in charge of LAPD's civil defense. Now, this is, in other words, he was the Los Angeles County Civil Defense and Disaster Commissioner. So for people who don't understand the significance of this, this means that he ran FEMA for Los Angeles County. And it was like before we had a FEMA, he was responsible for all the underground bomb shelters that were built in LAPD. So in LAPD, this is what Gene Roddenberry told me in the few times that he spoke with me and was consulting with the Presidio military base, because for those of you who don't know, the Presidio military base is the headquarters of Starfleet Command in the Star Trek franchise. And this was, of course, developed by Gene Roddenberry in the time before I was born, but he was trying to contact me in the time when they were basically kicking him out of the Star Trek franchise. And they were basically saying, you know, they did not want his vision. And now with the latest Picard series, and with that Discovery before then, which people jokingly call Diversity instead of Discovery, they basically have destroyed his franchise. His franchise has been totally just shit upon. But at the time he was calling me, it was in this desperate attempt to really kind of regain control of his project, and he was looking for ideas. And this is how he helped contribute to the concept of data. And this was mainly more through Aquino's influence than mine own. And it's not that Gene Roddenberry was in any way an Aquino cultist, but he only got access to me through Aquino because he was accessing the library. The librarians were not keen to connect him to myself necessarily, but they ultimately did just because I was the gopher. And then, of course, because they said, oh, but, you know, this individual we delegate our responsibilities to, he's also working for somebody else, and you have to talk through that guy to ask if you can take some time away from him for him to help you. And that's how he got in contact with Aquino. So it was entirely innocuous in that sense. But the one thing that I can tell you is that Gene Roddenberry resigned because the CIA at that point, when around the time that I was born, 1966, was when he had resigned from the LAPD. It was around that time. And it was because the CIA was beginning to approach the LAPD because, of course, they had all these movie-making facilities in Los Angeles, and they had all of these pornographic facilities in Los Angeles. And what happened was they were making a pornographic film to try and frame foreign dignitaries by getting lookalikes, actual lookalikes to like the president of Indonesia, Suharto. And they were going to, use this ethnic lookalike to Suharto, have him fuck a Russian stewardess in a pornographic studio, film that and distribute that and say they caught this ardent anti-communist fucking a Soviet stewardess. It was all just fabricated bullshit they were making up to propagandize against this individual. And because Gene Roddenberry had been writing scripts for the LAPD's speeches and everything else, he was the first person recommended by the William Henry Parker III. Well, this is the guy who can write your script for that. And that's when Gene Roddenberry quit. He said I had to quit at that point. He just couldn't take it anymore. It was just, at this point, it was just the LAPD had become full-blown KGB. He said
he was already writing for Hollywood at that time, though.
Yeah. But how he got Star Trek written was, he himself said, he was in his motorcycle police outfit, full helmet, full leathers, and he knew, of course, being a cop, where all the producers went to eat lunch. And so he came in full uniform and basically said, "Is that your car outside?" And they were like, "Yeah, whoa, why? What's going on?" So, "You want a ticket?" And no, okay. "All right, then read this script." They threw it down, this script, and they start reading it. That was how he got Star Trek started. And
that is how to act in Hollywood. It works.
Yes.
It's it works. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. And the other tangent that, we don't want to go deep into that rabbit hole would be O.J. Simpson, which, of course, he went to Galileo High School, which was infamous for gang warfare and gang murders. And he actually came back years later for just to kind of, visit the school. And he was asked to visit the school by the principal and stuff to inspire the kids on the football team, the Galileo High School football team, which he had once been a part of. And at that point, my gang brother Beaver was a part of the football team. So my gang brother Beaver, along with all the...
He didn't turn him down because he was afraid?
He
making a joke. He turned him down because he was afraid to go back.
Understood. No, I get it. Yeah, the only reason I was silent was, I know it's the punchline. Most people won't get that. Yes, I get what Peter Moon is saying, that you'd think that OJ would be afraid to go back to Galileo High School. It'd be like going back into a prison, right? No. Yeah, so Beaver met him. So, I could go on about stories like that, but... it brings us to a sense of justice, and it'll bring us back to Africa and the Oracle Child and the ghoul in general. Understand, of course, just so people understand, when I was talking about the police and gang warfare and everything here in the West, and we were talking about San Francisco's Galileo High, and of course Los Angeles and the LAPD and Gene Roddenberry and the CIA and all these propaganda scripts that everybody is working with. Obviously, we're not dealing with any sense of justice as it's seen in other parts of the world. But in other parts of the world, everything is different. Salman Sheikh earlier had asked me if there was any opinion I had on the Sufi and whatnot, and so it all kinds of it's all very relevant, interrelated to each other. Just understand that the African people, they see justice in a very different light to Europeans or Americans. For Africans, the only way to counterbalance a catastrophe is through replacement. Africans in general do not look for motivation or causes for misfortune, because regardless of why, the repayment remains the same. A loss has been brought upon the tribe, and it's usually looked on in that sense, and must be made up for. So it's more like social counterbalance for what has been lost from the greater aggregate of the social construct. So if
they don't use lawyers,
No, not in the places where I was at. If someone like one of those people from the academic expedition had accidentally killed an African man, which that's a whole different scenario, which I could go into how that controversy came up. But say for instance, just by an automobile accident, as one could imagine, because he didn't see the man step in front of him. But believe it or not, this can happen easily in Africa, because obviously you're dealing with black people who move at night. And there are whites who were claiming that, telling each other, you got to be really careful driving around here, because, if they're not smiling or their eyes happen to be closed, you can miss them in the dark and you can hit them because they're not wearing any clothes, and they're generally, all you see is the black skin, if you see that at all. So this could happen, and almost did a number of times. So I'm bringing that up as an example. So the African people in general would see no difference in the cause of death, only that there's been a death. So the parents, the wives, the children, the brothers, and other members of the murdered man's tribe are now at a loss, and they need to be compensated. So payment would come in the form of produce, such as cattle, camels, goats, even money that would be required to pay for the loss that was caused, accident or not. And the only reason that that would be an option for a foreigner would be a general awareness that there would be diplomatic price to be paid, or soldiers from the government might come and respond if that route is taken of murder, kill the fucker to balance this out. Then there would be response from the government because of their concern with foreign powers. So there would be, this is how whites could get off, in a sense.
They would rather kill the person, but they will take compensation instead, because it's less painful to them.
That's right. And, but that doesn't mean that African people don't grieve or feel anger towards the perpetrator because of a crime. But over the millennia, they've come to realize that speculations on the whys, the hows, and other reasons for crimes have never led them to any satisfactory conclusion. Only compensation, which may be debated for weeks or months and overseen by tribal elders, will right the wrong. So, say for instance, when it came to the point where the academics I was with almost got to the point of burning down a village to kill a murderous sorcerer, well, if they had done that, I warned them, you shouldn't be surprised that few weeks later, you would have that sorcerer's family turning up at your doorstep demanding compensation, even if you're in the city of...
they were that outrageously murderous themselves to burn down a village?
It almost came to that point, because when you're in that environment and you're surrounded by all of the people that you hired who are of that environment, you begin to act in accordance with that environment. And don't forget, this was in a time of just famine and civil war. This brings up a point that I wanted to make. Of course, I think the point's already been made. Europeans and Arabs see justice differently. Whether you're Muslim or Western, they establish courts, laws, punishments, and prison, which they apply equally to Africans as they do to their own citizens, theoretically. But we all know the racial reality is much different. In Africa, it's far more different. But when I was describing the famines, for instance, where you had this impact that photographer to the point where he committed suicide, I was speaking of the young boy who was starving, and everybody thought he was a girl. Now, I received several emails about that, and people asking me, how is this even possible? And this is so sad to me, because so many people are so unfamiliar with starvation. Perhaps I should be happy that so many people are unfamiliar with starvation, but it's also very frustrating and somewhat maddening. So I want people to understand that when you're starving, literally starving, then you are in a position where your body shrivels up. And when you shrivel up badly enough, like that young boy did who was in that photograph taken by the man who ultimately killed himself because of that photograph essentially being a major part of his killing himself, that child was so starving, he was so famished, that his genitalia had shriveled up into his body. So because his genitalia had shriveled up to the inside of his body, then everybody thought he was a girl. And it was only when he was dead and later on they, did whatever cursory inspection they did of the cadaver of this poor young man, they found that his genitalia were inside of his body. In other words, his body was starving so much that when his genitalia retracted, his body was almost digesting the genitalia for energy. So it's like this sort of thing happens to people in extreme situations of starvation and famine. So even if he had gotten to the food facility, he literally could not have eaten in any conventional sense. He was too far gone. He would have had to have gone on some kind of IV, and probably would never have recovered. I mean, I could go on about this sort of thing, but it's one of those things that, hopefully that gives people some perspective as well. And it gives us another question that was brought to me about I've been asked to moderate certain things coming into the website where people are asking, for lack of a better word, I'll just call it, people are asking various questions. But people were asking me about the Antichrist. And again, this figure who had been working with us, and of course he had an assumed name. There's no point in even naming him. But this was the man whose face was missing, essentially, eaten off by the ghouls, but retained his tongue and his eyes. And it did me the favor of doing what he could to replicate cave drawings to as great a degree as he could. And as I said, I had put him to the test. Bear in mind, this man was a spy for the ghoul. He was working for them. One of the only ways he could really effectively communicate with them, even though they are capable of a kind of speech or a kind of simulation of human speech, they can't speak in any conventional extent that we would appreciate or communicate with conveniently. And so his best way to communicate with them was illustration. So this was a man who illustrated fairly well. He had learned to do so as essentially a reconnaissance agent for the ghouls. So he would be able to draw wildlife such as birds, cattle, etc. He could draw humans, and he would draw them to a degree that would be commendably professional to a basic degree. He would be basically more than fit to work for an illustration, for a comic book company, something of that nature. But and most of their illustrations look like shit anyway, if you take a look at your average comic book. So maybe even better than that. So he would be able to present these images to the ghoul in terms of expressing to them what was going on in the surface world. His manner of illustration was completely different from what he showed me when he presented the cave paintings. So when I speak of this concept of this Antichrist figure that came into their mythos, where they felt that would come a time that when this being walks the earth, would be one of the warning signs or arbingers of a changing world. Understand, of course, that tonight, later on after Peter Moon leaves, I'll be dealing a lot with the transgender politics because of what's going on at the VA and what's going on with Title IX of the Department of Education and how this affects people of transgender status, both in the civilian and military world. But when people are asking me, aren't you like propagandizing against transgendered peoples or intersex people, etc., understand that this character, as portrayed by this man, was this naked character that essentially had no genitalia. And no matter how people are born with different hermaphroditic, as I said, this is much more common that people understand hermaphroditic formations on their bodies, where some people have both genitalia perfectly formed, both male and female. Others have only partial male and full female, and others only partial female and full male. Almost no one ever has been recorded in medical texts as being born with no genitalia, other than perhaps some kind of piss hole or something. This is what was portrayed by this individual as what the ghoul are expecting on the surface world as a sign of the Antichrist. And as I said, this was a very thick individual, and that's reflective of both the ghoul and the surface African concept of don't trust fat people in skinny countries. That would be the best way of expressing it. Matter of fact, that was an actual African saying. Don't trust fat people.
Very thick. What do you mean he was very thick?
He was illustrated to be, like I said, the best way I could try and think of some kind of analogy would be a Soviet female weightlifter who had taken so many
But
steroids.
who was thick?
Oh, this Antichrist figure he was drawing in the cave paintings. That's what people
Oh,
were specifically.
okay. So the ghoul recognized the Antichrist as being a very fat, thick person, but this fat, thick person would be on the outer world.
Yes, that's right. And someone
Okay.
born with no
Okay.
genitalia. Yes. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that's an important point. There is also a fable of to bring us back to the Oracle Child. There is a fable of a human princess locked in a tower in a land that was back in the old pre-Mohammedan days, called the Unnamed Desert Realms, who was rescued by the ghouls, who took her to their underground lair, and over time she transformed into one of their kind. This is apparently what this ghoul child was hoping with the Oracle Child, because from what I could ascertain from her, what everyone thought in her tribe was an imaginary friend, I recognized by her description as a young ghoul. And now I got this question from this goober named, oh, sorry, Dennis Marshall. That's Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall sent me a question. He says, I just listened to your ghoul narrative from Wednesday, June 16th. Lots of information here. Magog. Ramtha has an audio on this from the early 1990s. The underground of the ghouls, he spells it like gruel, like Gruele, was where the ancient labyrinth for the initiates was located. Many were invited to the ancient schools of wisdom, died in their initiations. I would love to debate the nature of the labyrinth of initiates with you one day, which created the minds of Plato and Socrates, that Alexander took to the cerebral, military, critical thinking that thought he could wall off his kingdom from enemies that were not physical in nature. This is how people tend to interpret this as metaphorical, but it's not. These were very physical barriers to the inner earth that were constructed in place by Alexander, because at that time there was a plague of ghouls overrunning the surface world. Anyhow, Dennis Marshall says, with that said, one has to become a ghoul and then change things to nature. In the most sacred and powerful of all teachings is the alchemist understanding of the green man of spring, the adept and Ispissimus, master of all alchemy that rule all through mass, through the God-given right to life. This is all uppercase. May it be as transmuting all evil back to nature and the great forests that exist no more, but are about to be again without the use of walls. Okay. And finally, he says, nature lives. DDD, you can hint at of the secrets, but you will never be able to teach it. That takes a master teacher. He wrote that all in uppercase. And an initiate who wants nothing more than it all uppercase. Still, I salute you for your efforts. Very good narrative, DDD, from Dennis Marshall. So thank you, Dennis, for, I think, anyhow, whatever we may say about that. The one thing that I will say, when he says you can't teach this because you're not the initiate, the best thing I can say about that is he's confusing me with someone who is seeking to present themselves as a guru. What we have for that kind of spiritual depth would be someone like Salman Sheikh. You know, you would turn to Salman Sheikh for that kind of initiated spirituality. The closest that I can come to that level of spiritual awareness would be the fact that all of my faults are faults that I have peace with. It's not like I'm in conflict with myself or fighting inner demons. Rather, it is something that I'm at peace with, which is far more than most people can claim about anything going on in their lives. But such being said, it brings us back to these concepts of the Sufi, which Salman himself asked about. And just so that people can understand a little bit about the general understanding and how this brings us back to the Oracle Child and whatever specific questions that Mr. Moon may have about that, understand that all of these dervishes, which were known by many foreigners as fakers, are F-A-K-I-R, and they forswear their worldly goods, and they often study under respected teachers in the sense of hermetic, monastic masters. They're looking for religious insights, not magical powers. But nonetheless, they achieve astonishing things, miracles, through their unique understanding of the universe. So it's through their holiness these saintly figures begin to accomplish what Westerners or simple Muslim peoples who are not enlightened would simply interpret as magic. But if you were truly looking at this from a theological perspective, you would see that this is more of the miracles of a saint. So when it comes, however, to the kind of darkness that I was exposed to, the kind of intellectuals who are seeking knowledge in the material sense, and they're running across evidence that is monstrous in nature, such as the human bones that we were finding in what were essentially just pits of disposal from a time millions of years ago, or at least hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the ghoul still roamed the surface of Africa, before they all went underground. The female to male bones were already on a ratio of 4-to-1 or greater, suggesting far more females taken prisoner by ghouls than men, and that obviously is for breeding. It is the same that we would do with cattle. So understand this much when you're talking to someone like Dennis Marshall, and he's not really, how would I say, he's just on his own trip there. There's no real way to talk to or address that other than what I've said. Just understand that the main takeaway that none of these academics would grasp was that for millennia, the ghouls understood what humans have not, that the stars will come right again, that the anti-gods will rise from their ancient tombs, and the world as we know it will be destroyed if the cults of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency, has their way. And if that is accomplished, what the ghouls also understand is that, like humans, when these events come to pass, they as a species become extinct. And to plan for this catastrophe, the ghouls began living underground in the continent of Africa, building vast subterranean cities, and have evolved into nocturnal hunters.
This is to avoid their demise.
Yes, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I interject
Please?
now?
Yeah, by all means.
What's interesting, and of course I'm going to address this a little abstractly, because but what we have here is we have the ghouls who are if I look at this like abstractly, like I was a writer for a movie or a novel, you have characters here that are monstrous because, well, they're ghoulish. What can I say? They're monsters. They are a threat. So they ignite that primal part of the mind and the fear because they can lay waste to people. At the same time, they have not only a role to play, but they have an intelligence and appreciation of concepts that are sophisticated and esoteric. At the same time, it's hard to think of them sitting down and having a conversation across a table with a human being, because they don't really appear in that context. Their role with human beings is very, very primal, but at the same time, there's an underlying intelligence and relationship that is more about stewarding in bigger issues. And furthermore, they have that what they share with the Oracle child is a recognition, if not some form of conduit to Shambhala. And this is very interesting because something so sacred and pure is traditionally guarded by gargoyles, jinn, whatever you want to call them. These creatures have as does the Oracle, they identify with that role to a certain degree, like they're guardians. And it's almost like jackals guarding a seal in an ancient tomb that reveals some secret. And in this case, it's apocalyptic. And it has to do with, end times. This is what I had to say about it. And you present, they have this intelligence, extreme intelligence under extreme conditions, and where typical human experience would not expect to find it. That's what I have to say.
That's beautiful. That is truly beautiful. I really appreciate your saying that, and it's so important. What would you yourself make? I asked Jameson this question before simply so that he could burn bandwidth while I was on break, because his thoughts are not to be discarded. In your case, of course, it would be interesting. As I said, the ghoul in Southwest Asia, which means the Levantine, the Middle East, when we're talking about the Arabian Peninsula all the way through the arid crescent of the Mongolian desert, going out into Soviet Central Asia, as it used to be called, with the Central Asiatic republics, all the way to the deserts that are now engulfing Manchuria and threatening Beijing, as the deserts keep encroaching and the sand begins to blow throughout the streets of Beijing, then the range of the ghoul increases. But they're not the kind of threat to humanity in any organized sense, other than when humanity is disturbing their sacred tombs or their gathering places. They're not the kind of threat to humanity that the African ghoul conceivably represent, or rather obviously do. So when you cross that Suez Canal, or what used to be without the Suez Canal, or in the pre-canal days, what simply was the peninsula of the Suez, that isthmus that is bridging Africa into Asia.
Before Moses parted it.
Well, that was the Red Sea, of course, which is, a little, in area. It's an area. And I'm speaking of the Sinai Peninsula specifically. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
When you cross that Sinai Peninsula, because we're speaking of a kind of a terrestrial species, even if it's subterrestrial, then everything changes. The behavior of the ghoul becomes far, far more organized. As I said, then we have the concept of those who become the ghoul, which is what Dennis Marshall was alluding to. And this I can address, as I said, when it was...
Dennis is ghoul. He's part ghoul. But...
when
sit under restraint most of the time.
Yes.
Comes out a little bit.
There we are. When the new inhabitants that dominated the surface world, humanity, the closest thing you can get to a man becoming a ghoul in degeneracy that historically undeniable to the Western concept of historical relevance or reference would be the man who was in the tombs, who was cured of his possession by Jesus Christ himself. That was Jesus Christ performing an actual exorcism. And that man who lived in the tombs, who ate of the bodies of men, that man was...
that in the New Testament?
That is in the New Testament, yes. That is...
Could you please refresh us? Because I don't recall that.
Oh, yes. And that, of course, is when he was confronted, who are you? And he said, my name is Legion, for we are many. So if we look that up, we'll get the exact verse, and that will bring us to where to look in the Bible. My name is Legion in the Bible. In the Bible. There we are. And that will bring us to the actual exorcism performed by Jesus Christ. So here we are, the Christian New Testament, Gospels of Matthew. That would be Book 8, verses 28 through 34. Mark and Luke describe an incident in which Jesus meets a man, or in Matthew, two men possessed by demons, who in the Mark and Luke versions, when asked what their name be, respond, my name is Legion, for we are many. And this is Jesus Christ himself asked in Mark book 5, verse 9, what is your name? And there we are. That's which is where that comes from within exorcisms, the demanding that the demon identify themselves. And for these men, they were possessed by many. Now, this, of course, may mean they simply an aggregate, that they've absorbed a kind of consciousness of the ghoul. This is part of what the Arabs have always believed, that the intruders, human intruders, into these ancient ghoul edifices would discover the old sites and venture inward, and then their minds would be filled with images of jewels and gold. But even though the civilization that had built these edifices had died, the magic within had not, and each tomb robber who entered would join the ranks of the dead, and few that escaped with their lives would never escape with their sanity. And the powers that inhabited these edifices would corrupt their bodies, the spirits of their victims, and thus the ghouls of Arabia, to the Arab mythification of the subject, are born in those silent halls and crypts beneath the earth. And as they once again venture out into the night, they begin to hunt for a new prize instead of gold and jewels.
It's important to add that he sent, they wanted to go into the pigs, and he sent them into the pigs.
Yes.
Gave them permission to enter the pigs, and then they rushed down the steep bank into the lake and were drowned.
Yes. And he begged Jesus again and again not to send them out of the area. And a large herd of pigs was, the pigs, they became like lemmings, and the pigs could not stand the spirits within them, and the pigs cast themselves off the cliff. Yes, so we are talking about this is a form of ghoulishness where humans disintegrate. This is what made the Oracle Child's situation so dire, is that the tribe was dismissing as her imaginary friend, who was providing her with so much information to provide the many people who visited her and were privileged to speak to her, to ask questions about different things in their lives, and she understood what was going on in different parts of Africa that she had no access to. But the ghoul child...
Let me just say one thing here. If we go on in Mark, it says that people saw this, and they went and talked, and the people came, and they saw the man who had been Legion, the man that was possessed, and they basically saw what had happened. Told about the pigs, and then they asked Jesus to get the hell out of town.
Yeah, that's kind of like the original Superman movies. When you see the original Superman cinema, the Man of Steel, the townspeople who are portrayed as bigots and ignoramuses are picking on little dwarves, little dwarves that are mining in the mountains using ancient ray technology. And so the townspeople, who are all white Americans, want to kill them all. And Superman protects them, and the townspeople hate him. So you can look up Superman protecting the little dwarves in the original black and white.
Well, yes, and it goes on. As Jesus leaves into the boat, and the man who was demon-possessed begged to go with him. And Jesus says, no, go home to your people and tell them how much the Lord has done for you and what mercy he has shown on you. And you see, so the man went away and began to tell the people in Decapolis how much Jesus had done for him, and all the people were amazed. When he crossed over by the boat to the other side of the lake, Jesus had a large crowd gathered around him by the lake. Synagogue leader named Jairus came, and when he saw Jesus, he fell at his feet, pleaded earnestly, my little daughter is dying. Please come and put your hands on her so that she will be healed and live. And then I guess he's doing his healing. Yeah, so then it goes into healings from there.
Thank you.
It's just giving some more context.
Yes.
Yeah. And of course, you're relating this to the ghoul, and the oracle child, and
yeah. Very
So
much so.
anyway, yeah. So continue.
So what was so dire about her situation was, of course, the kind of information that she was getting, which I recognized instantly. As I said, the way that we got around it so that I could speak to her more than once was we had to relate that I was similar to the warriors who guarded her, that whereas when the oracle child was sought out by anyone seeking her wisdom, of course, you're talking about most people were taking journeys that would last several weeks, and then they would have to negotiate with the chief of the tribe. And that was before he would allow them anywhere near his daughter. He had to trust them first. So especially with whites or foreigners who were not of Africa, then he was asking for some proof that we could be trusted. And of course, he was interested in defense of his tribe from the various cults of Africa that were beginning to attempt to kill his daughter, assassinate her because of her knowledge and her privilege, as they viewed it, of being a princess of the ghoul. This was part of her dire situation. We're talking about when I spoke with her through, of course, I want people to understand, I do not speak Swahili fluently, though I was very good at it while I was there. And a lot of this is lost by environment. When you're not in the environment, you're not using it constantly. You don't use it, you lose it. Or at least in my case, I could probably regain it if immersed in any of the different languages that I've been familiar with over the years. But certainly between what I knew and what the translator was providing, basically, we're talking about a young girl who was cavorting with a young ghoul. And we're talking about someone who was not savage, but this individual does eat cadavers. And I'm not coming at this from a moral perspective, that in and of itself leads to condemnation. Rather, what I'm talking about is that this new friend of hers, where they're swapping stories together in the night, and imagine what it's like to exchange places. He claimed to be the son of one of the ghoul kings. And based on that kind of legend, I was familiar with the princess who had been taken from her tower to become one of the ghouls in Southwest Asia. This African ghoul was dreaming that perhaps one day, when they're both older, that Arafa, whose name means knowledgeable in Swahili, would marry him, that they would descend into the underworld and rule over the ghoul kingdoms together. This is the kind of future she might have been facing if this kind of relationship consummated. I have no idea what happened after I had left, but try and put this into some perspective from what I already understood. as Peter Moon said, these are people with an apocalyptic cosmology, these subterranean species. But it's far beyond that. Once you leave Southwest Asia and you get into Africa, and their behavior becomes far more social, these ghouls, this species, then
it's more social in Africa or in Arabia?
Oh, in Africa, of course, much more so in Africa. I mean, as I've said before, when I've brought up the fact that
it's more sophisticated and benign in Arabia, correct?
it is less sophisticated but more benign. It's far more tribal. I would how would you describe this in human parallel terms? It would be far more that they're existing at a subsistence level. In other words, whatever edifices that they're congregating in were built by long dead civilizations that they had no part in, or if they had a part in, they've degenerated so far. There's no conscious memory of how these edifices were built. So the engineering that they perform is mostly subterranean and coming from under the earth to basically sack the various cemeteries in area. This is the kind of threat that they possess to the dignity of the afterlife. But when it comes to Africa, then you're talking about a species which is herding and eating humans. So even though, as I said,
their cosmology is I guess you said they're I guess they're more active.
It would be proactive would be the word for it, rather than carrion feeders who are feasting on those too old and too young, too weak to fight them off. The caravan, it would be
they've got a wholesale business going.
Yes, yes. That would be the way to describe it. It's basically so they don't go hungry in the long aeons to follow the fall of the surface world. The African ghouls began harvesting humans much the same way humans do with cattle, and so again, so that
all about survival. It's all about survival.
Yes. It's basically understand again so that people understand this, that obviously the ghoul are throughout the arid crescent, and the arid crescent starts from the coast of Western Africa in terms of the Senegambia region, the areas that are touching on the Maghreb, such as Morocco and Polisaria, which people can look up. Polisaria, a very important concept people have to familiarize themselves with, because I'm very much sympathetic with the people who want their own nation there, but that's a whole different situation. But if you go from Polisaria on the Atlantic seaboard of Africa all the way to the east, towards the Sinai Peninsula, then you've got this arid crescent that stretches across the Sinai, across the Red Sea, into the deserts of Arabia and into Central Asia, and all the way towards Manchuria, and is threatening Beijing with desertification. All of this is something to take into account. It means that the ranges of the ghoul are spreading. And so they can be found throughout those ranges. But when it comes to Africa, then we're talking about the largest kingdom of ghouls found anywhere on Earth. And these ghouls are organized and disciplined and hierarchical and even cultural. As I said, their artwork may be twisted and grotesque, but they adorn and decorate their world nonetheless. Their eating of human flesh might be savage, but they save and breed their food for future needs. The African ghouls, as I said, their entire existence is based on knowing that the stars will come right one day, and that they must be prepared, and they're stockpiling humans in vast caverns deep under the earth and breeding them. And they are
the Morlocks. It's like the Morlocks in the Time Machine.
Yes. And according to certainly the individual I was dealing with, who went by many names, I'm certain they were all false. The one who worked with them really was acting as one of their reconnaissance on Earth. He said there were tens of millions down there. And whether he's exaggerating or not is beside the point. It doesn't matter if there's thousands.
There's 100,000. It's a hell of a lot.
Yes. But understand this, the difference between them and those in Southwest Asia, as I described, who only when they're sacred reliquaries or places of holiness to them, where man and ghoul used to worship together back in the days before recorded history. When those places were violated in Southwest Asia or the Middle East, that was only when the ghoul would scramble to attack and en masse to take out, like I said, even entire mechanized columns if they had to. But in Africa, you're talking about a very different kind of sophisticated viciousness from what this individual described to myself. When you talk about these ghouls with their own families and children, using humans that they breed as their source of food, he described that occasionally completely deranged humans who had their hands and feet eaten away were kept alive as toys for the ghoul children to play with. At that point, this is what is disturbing about this young lady who was potentially going to go underneath the earth with this young ghoul to become his queen. That is the horror of her story. That is something that I think people, once they grasp that, then you understand the horror of what I was confronted with in the entire arc of experience that I had in the Horn of Africa, certainly with that particular contract. And so
well, I'm looking at some of the pictures. It brings to mind Hieronymus Bosch, the artist, and I wonder if he was inspired by ghouls. Just some of the paintings he made, which were.
I think that he certainly was inspired by something, but when it comes to the reason that this is important to me to express this now. And as Jameson Rees has been bringing up, that we have this entire crime wave now of mass violence that's going on in the United States that might be a cultic response to my exposing this reality, is that when I first became known to the world through interviews, everybody just wanted to talk about zombies and vampires. This prevented myself from sharing any knowledge about other crypto phenomenon or cryptozoology, or cryptoanthropology with anyone. Everybody wanted to hear about what was a projected or confined or restrictive paradigmatic interest. So I want people to know there are other worlds out there. This is what brings us to the Asia that our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, was asking about. One of the things that is incredible about Howard Phillips Lovecraft that I had brought up with Peter Moon in the past was that for generations, not only was this individual so misunderstood and exploited in terms of his work was just grooved off of by a bunch of dorks and nerds and cultists, but you're talking about somebody whose personality has never been understood and yet has been psychoanalyzed to a great extent, and people are coming up with the wrong answers. It's kind of like the dossiers they have on me. I once asked one of these intelligence agents at the time that I was working with the Department of Defense, and this was around the time that I was approached by the people who were trying to assassinate William Jefferson Clinton at the time that he was just a governor and running for president. He was not yet president. And you had these people approaching me saying, oh, we've got to take him out now. George Bush wants him dead. When I asked why I was being approached specifically, when they got to the point where they were trying to integrate me as the fall guy, basically the Lee Harvey Oswald for that situation, I said, is there some kind of file on me? And they said, more like a file cabinet. Now, of course, yeah, when we're dealing with this kind of thing, this is kind of like what happened with H.P. Lovecraft. And yet here's a man who had file cabinets on him in the official sense, but nobody in the popular sense really knows who this guy is, and they understand very little about him. And one of the things that has been presented of him by particularly an Asian Indian man, a man of Asian Indian descent who I actually have great respect for, named S.T. Joshi, Joshi, who keeps presenting Howard Phillips Lovecraft as this completely rationalist, materialist atheist. And what he didn't understand was that Lovecraft had a deep appreciation of magic, but he couldn't understand that because despite the fact that Lovecraft wrote voluminous amounts of letters, many of which have been anthologized, you can find Howard Phillips Lovecraft's letters bound and for sale in volumes produced by Arkham House. That's nowhere near all of his writings. And Jameson Reese is saying he feared magic. Well, let me tell you, I've seen writings of H.P. Lovecraft that no one has ever seen. And this was because of Michael Aquino's interest in H.P. Lovecraft. Now, I brought up some of them before with our man Peter Moon. We're not going to go back in that direction because what I brought up with Peter Moon at the time was what Howard Phillips Lovecraft had been exposed of concerning his homosexuality. And basically how his father, or the military father of the young man he was having sex with, was basically someone who was known and held in contempt by the man who stole all of Lovecraft's work later, and by stealing it, I mean outright put ownership on it for years, was the man who owned Arkham House. And I'm forgetting the fucker's name at the moment. He wrote...
looked him up. It was interesting. I remember we looked him up.
Thank you. And you know, and even if I just look up for the sake of reference, the Arkham House owner, then that will give us the guy who stole a lot of his stories and for years kept them under complete control, a form of theft, making all the money off of them and keeping it for himself. Arkham House owner, Sauk City, August Derleth. August Derleth was that son of a bitch. And, you know, there was a few times I actually had to call him on behalf of Michael Aquino, and I have never spoken with anyone, well, maybe a few, but he stood out as so arrogant, so full of himself, just anyhow. And that fucker didn't know shit about the man whose work he stole to a great degree. Michael Aquino had letters from H.P. Lovecraft, and I took notes therefrom. Salman Sheikh asked me about Sufi magic. Let me read what Lovecraft wrote. Lovecraft wrote a caution. He said, "We of Europe are accustomed to thinking of magic," he writes this with a K in the Crowleyite sense, "as being the business of societies and orders, wrapped in secrecy, but still in essence akin to colleges. After all, magic is in essence a scholarly pursuit, to be developed under the aegis of scholarship. Even the tribal wizards of the American West have their brotherhoods and their oral traditions." Now, bear in mind, this is a man who converted to Islam as a young man. And he was familiar with Islam through the Freemasonic library of his father. He didn't inherit a penny from his impoverished salesman dad. His dad was a traveling salesman who died of syphilis that he contracted from fucking so many girls on the road. But he got to watch his father die. And while his father was dying of syphilis, terminal syphilis, to the point where his father's nose had fallen off, and his lips had retracted into his skull, so his teeth were always bared to the point where you could see the gum line, which was bleeding profusely at all times. This was the final months, which lasted years, of this man's life that Lovecraft was cursed with seeing, while his father would shout out the names of Cthulhu and Yog-Sothoth into the night from his own occult background and his knowings from the deepest levels of Freemasonry about the anti-gods. And this young man had perused his father's library and converted to Islam at a very young age. So this is the context to see what he's writing. Lovecraft says, "And so when we review the place of the art, meaning the craft, as in magic, in Ottoman lands," he refers to the lands of Islam as the Ottoman lands because in those days they were run by the Turkish Empire. He says, "We find dervish orders and ancient societies, scholarly madrasas and Bedouin brotherhoods, and we nod sagely and say, 'Ah, yes, we know the way of it. But that which we know is only one part. For it is clear to me, after study, that the folk of Muslim lands have their own view of learning, which accords primary significance to the individual sage, and to a personal kind of tradition. This is not simply the tribesman's reverence for the shaman, although it may descend from that. It is a deep admiration for the surpassing wisdom of the great individual. These are, after all, the lands of the prophets, the lawgivers, and the first saints. The old Bedouin went in awe of the Sha'ir, the inspired poet. The Bedouin's town-dwelling descendant admires the Hakim, the sage. Of course, there are few sages in any generation, but not every expert need be such. For the sage is, with everything else, a teacher, and the sage's pupils, too, should be teachers. The words of wisdom are passed down the years, sustained, and broadcast by dedicated pupils, and at times that wisdom concerns the art, and it is magic, with a K, which is passed from one to another. Some may ask, what of this? For sages and their pupils gather together in colleges and orders and discuss the lore like any European wizard, and indeed they create books likewise. But we must never assume that similarity is identity. The Arabian wizard's loyalty and power are owed, he wrote here, not owned, owed, are owed not to the college, but to the individual teacher and to the tradition founded by a sage. Whether this is, in general, a good way to sustain learning, I will not say. It is quite possible that it is dangerous to the future of progress and growth in the Muslim lands, for our European industry and power is based on specialization and a willingness to turn to many experts, each wise in some small aspect of a problem at hand. But it has certain consequences. The Muslim sorcerer is, I suspect, often more powerful than his or her European counterpart. And in parentheses, he writes, I make the qualification as to sex advisedly. The East, with its closed harems, has produced few female spell-welders of repute, but those we hear of have been mighty. That Eastern sorcerer may also be unpredictable, welding powers and effects passed down through some traditional line of which a European might be unaware. However, such a tradition has, like as not, forgotten or remained ignorant of many things. Furthermore, the Easterner may lack the support or aid of an organized sorceress society, which gives even the least expert European assistance. Lastly, recall that Middle Eastern wizardry is the art of the tribal shaman, the inspired poet, the eccentric dervish, and the power-hungry grand vizier. Each such will most likely also have dealings with the jinn lords, who are mighty and strange beings. We of the art in Europe are prone to finding ourselves called erratic and even mad, but compared to our Eastern counterparts, we are paragons of stability and calm. The Arab or Turkish wizard is powerful and unpredictable, a tricky ally, and a dangerous but not unconquerable foe. On a practical matter, and thereon he goes into some things that I don't think are particularly interesting, because then he starts going on into...
That's a very arrogant, I guess, orientation. I mean, it's what he knows. He's saying what his orientation is.
Now, bear in mind, this was before he converted to Islam. And we're talking about a very young man, indeed, when he wrote that. And this is while his father's dying and screaming out cursed names. In this other section of his writing, this section of my notes that I copied as much from as I could, from Aquino's letters. By the way, he was able to get such private works by national security reasons. He was able to confiscate personal estates, sometimes entire estates, under the basis of national security. Probably the extent of Aquino's collection will never be known, and I'm sure it's scattered with his death, or maybe his wife Lilith has preserved it. But this other aspect written on the dervishes, specifically by Lovecraft, the religious mystics and wanderers, who we of Europe refer to as dervishes or fakers, are in fact adherents of the ancient Muslim theology of Sufism. Not all dervishes are magicians. Many, being devout folk, actually despise magic as a worldly snare and a delusion. Travelers in the East should not casually inquire as to a dervish's arcane powers, lest offense be taken. However, many of the Sufi orders retain vast quantities of ancient lore, and many of the mightiest Arabian wizards, if not actually dervishes themselves, have studied in dervish madrasas. Furthermore, many of these orders, sorceress and religious alike, have great political influence. The diplomat should be as wary of them as should the mage. And in parentheses, he writes, incidentally, one must also not confuse dervish magical skills and those perfectly explicable displays of sleight of hand, which are known in Europe as fakir shows, or Fakir shows, fakir shows. No doubt there are some fakirs who use legerdemain to emulate true magic, and they may indeed be the origin of this appellation, but there are also fakirs, Fakirs, whose magic is very real. So far as may be determined, the Sufis appeared in the centuries following the time of the Prophet Muhammad, when they somewhat resembled either the mendicant friars of Europe or the Buddhist holy men of Asia, mystical and eccentric wanderers, revered for wisdom by some, dismissed as frauds or heretics by others. However, with time, teachers emerged among them, and found themselves surrounded by pupils. Thus, some found it convenient to settle, and madrasas developed in forms much like the Christian world's monasteries. Over the centuries, again like monasteries, some orders acquired wealth and respect, and hence power. Today they exert influence in the highest levels of the Ottoman government. So this is from the actual writings of H.P. Lovecraft, never released to the public, stolen by an individual who sought power in the form of knowledge that would give him power beyond all human reckoning. This is the kind of denial of reality that Americans and Westerners suffer from. And hopefully, by given an opportunity to drag out of the attic of my mind the need to express such things, I've helped to provide people a better perspective on things they don't understand, but really should.
What I would also add is that Sufi is a term that the British used to categorize Islamic mysticism, which in fact existed prior to
Muhammad,
Prophet.
peace be upon him. Yes.
Yes, prior to the Prophet, and there was Islam existed prior to him, and of course all of the wondrous adventures or similar adventures as described in 1001 Nights, the best translation of which I believe is Sir Richard Burton. But in any case, yeah, so there's all of this strange phenomena that's associated with jinn or ifrits, which is even one etymology of the word Africa is from ifrit. Another one is that it's from Aphrodite. But it's, I just want to make that comment. It's like, yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. There's a lot of strange hierarchies that the world neither understands nor even recognizes.
Well, it simply has not been shared with them. Now I'll share my own understanding of the dervishes. When I was in Africa, of course, which is heavily influenced by Islam, we were speaking of the Swahili language earlier. And of course, Peter Moon knows it's the national language in Kenya. What many Americans do not know is that it's also the national language in Uganda and Tanzania. And it's an official language of the entire East African Economic Community. And that comprises Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan, which is Christian. And so people understand what I'm saying. That means that in that economic community, which would be like, what would we have would be like, help me out here, the trade pact with the Pacific was called...
not NATO. The trade pact. I don't know what the trade.
Well, we had before the one with Mexico, NAFTA. It would be like NAFTA. Okay, it would be like a trade language for NAFTA, where everybody agreed in Mexico and Canada and America to speak the language of English as the language of business. By the way, that is how it worked out. But understand, for those of you who don't know, Canada speaks French as well as English. So it's bilingual in Canada, to say the least, along with their tribal languages of the Native Americans, of the First Persons Nations, as they call them in Canada. Here in America, we call them open-air concentration camps. I mean, reservations. But by the way, Swahili as a language is spreading to southern, western, and northern Africa, and that's good news. It's good news that it's coming to different parts of Africa, because it means an African sense of cognizance on a continental level is developing. Now, from what I saw when you had this tradition of the Sufis, or the dervishes, that was in both South Asia and in Africa, all I can say is, from my observations, that the dervishes, they differ from the monks of Christendom, not least in that they are, in general, far less restrictive. And aside from the fact that many of their orders have lay members or simple associates who may share some of their lore, their full members often dispense with even the common general rules of Islam, from what I could see, because they makest claim that they have a better understanding of the true laws of God than those who blindly follow the letter of tradition. And I agree, of course. I think that Salman Sheikh is kind of personification of this. He understands the true Islam, as opposed to a bunch of doctrinaire fundamentalists rummaging through moldy old books. But I would say that in that light, they may be viewed by ordinary Muslims with anything from respect for their wisdom to contempt for their heresy. And this casual view they have of secular tradition has another consequence. To a Sufi, a human's sex is of little import. It's the soul that matters. And so there are noted women on the roster of Sufi saints. I know that much. And knowing this, the mass of Muslims are sometimes shocked by the impropriety of a female rising in public life, sometimes simply respectful of any holiness, but more often than not, the kind of Islamo-fundamentalist assholes that have emerged in under the influence of psychotics are simply out for blood whenever they see such. And just as my own footnote to all of this, one might note, if they really had any cognizance with which to pay attention, the peculiarity of Sufi thought would be that they retain the eternal Arab love of poetry. That many of the greatest Muslim versifiers, including that Omar Khayyam, translated so successfully into the English by Mr. Fitzgerald, were in fact Sufi masters. So that, of course, is what people should turn towards, well, to find some wisdom for free. The Eastern philosopher wizard, and these Eastern philosopher wizards, they oftentimes prove to possess a mastery of poetics. And that would be their way to communicate to non-believers, the infidel as well as the believer, the wisdom that they can share. I'd like to turn that over to Salman Sheikh and see his response, and then we'll go back to Peter. And by that time, maybe even Jameson Reese would have come back from whatever he's doing, which is fine. So Salman, please, if you would. I hope that puts some perspective into what you asked about.
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. And I'm always in awe and in gratitude, because I always learn something new when I hear you educate us on these different aspects of Sufism and mysticism, even stuff that is new to me sometimes that I learned from you. So whoever told you, whoever that individual was, saying that you have to be an initiate, I mean, trust me, even some initiates don't possess this knowledge that God has given you the privilege to share with all of us. So I'm in awe and I'm in gratitude to you, my brother.
Thank you.
And the true initiate is one who's made an initiate in his heart. So you already have that, basically, that unity and that infusion with the deputy of this earth, with Allah's command. So you have that gift and knowledge that you're sharing with us. And that is true. With the aspect of H.P. Lovecraft and him learning from his Masonic father, and the aspect of Islam, which is often not talked about with his background, they often misconstrue his ideas and his background to fit their narrative. And you have illustrated this most vividly and perfectly, like an artist on a canvas painting the picture. And with the aspect of Sufism, the word comes from suf, like wool, and basically means the aspects of purity. And there are the Sufi masters that I came across while I was in Pakistan, where they would sit in the middle of the night and they would be called as fakirs. So what you described as fakirs is basically, in my culture, is described as a beggar, somebody who has let go of all material attachments of this world. He has no concern with this earth and its realms and mankind's business and affairs in terms of its, its daily needs and survival. He just has kind of let go of himself to connect with Allah. And there was this one aesthetic individual that I had came across when I was in Rawalpindi. It's a city outside of Islamabad. And he would always be sitting outside in the middle of the night, and all of these stray dogs would be walking by him, packs of them. And, if they catch you at night, because Pakistan has that issue of the stray dog problem where they don't take care of the dogs, and they basically can attack you, but they don't say nothing to him. He's just sitting there, and all these packs and packs of dogs are walking past him. And everywhere he goes, he can basically summon their presence, which reminded me a lot of what you had mentioned about Rat Girl in San Francisco, where she could bring those things to fruition wherever she went. So in that aspect, a lot of these Sufi masters, they're respected by the ghouls and the jinns because they kind of basically elevated themselves above a certain terrestrial sphere, which humanity is limited to. There was even one sheikh that I knew who was teaching the Quran in Arabic to a lot of his jinn students, because he could see what the average human couldn't see. You just had to be of a certain level in perception. And these mystics have existed since the beginning of time, because in occult and esoteric Islam, they tell you that Islam has existed since time immemorial. And the meaning of Islam is just to submit to the will of God. So they tell you that everything that came since the beginning of time, such as the ancient Egyptian mystery schools, the Sumerian stuff, the aspect of Judaism, Christianity, the Sufi would look at it all as being true Islam, that everything was Islam in continuation, where I guess in Surah 5, God says that I have now brought the final revelation of your religion, and everything that has existed since the beginning of time was Islam, which would make sense why the mystics also existed before the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And when the Prophet himself came to fruition in his physical avatar, he himself said that I existed as the light of Nur Muhammad. And Nur Muhammad is this light of source that a lot of Sufis believe that all creation came from. So you have the physical prophet from the 6th century who came into fruition in his being, but everything they say comes from that one source, including all good, all bad, all species and subspecies of this earth. And that's what the Sufi is trying to get back to, that source of Allah, or Nur Muhammad. And that's when the physical prophet was here, he said that I was a prophet 70,000 years before Adam was between clay and water. So that's where a lot of the Sufis transcend from, where the official Islam that many modern Muslims follow from the 6th century onwards, the Sufis follow it from the beginning, all the way from the beginning, from the Sumerians, from the Egyptians, and all the mystics that have transcended all the way up to the modern day, what we're dealing with now. And they're trying to infuse the Ka and the Ba, the aspects of the soul, with that light of Nur Muhammad, which we see the Kaaba, the stone in the east, and that the words Ka and Ba, that also transcends from the Egyptian mystery schools of transfusing those aspects of the soul and becoming one with Allah, or God. And the Sufi masters, they have the males are called the sheikhs, and the females are called the sheikhas, because most people don't know that Islam is a matriarchal faith, the aspect of the divine feminine, and why Fatima and all of these daughters of the Prophet are regarded with so much honor. And they even have Sufi societies based on, like if you see the Hamza, the 5 hand with the eye on it, based on Fatima's lineage. So all of that is there. It's just the, like you said, the fundamentalist Muslim, he doesn't know because he's just kept in that ignorance. And the Sufis are basically those that understand the true Islam, the true initiates that the Prophet, peace be upon him, had personally taught. Just like with Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, in Mark 4:11, he says that there are a few of you that I have taught basically the inner Christianity, and the other ones I have taught them in parables, the exterior version, the ones that will learn it in parables, because not everyone is meant to understand the full picture. So it's basically a same pattern of all these teachers and messiahs that God has gifted us with to learn from and basically bring peace to this world. And you are a factor in that, Brother Douglas, and that's why the enemy and the darkness see you as a threat, because you are teaching that knowledge in this world where humanity can become one, like the Sufis teaching with the light of Nur Muhammad and the light of Allah, where whether you're jinn, ghoul, vampire, everything like that, everything has a purpose. Otherwise, God would not have put it on this world. It's a balance. And there was a time when those Sufi dervishes and all those beings, like you said, at one point in human history, even before the time of the Prophet, were worshiping together. And that is possible right now too, but humanity is at a crossroads right now where they have to make a decision on where they're going within the next, century, half a century or a century, with the way things are going right now. So it's pivotal with the aspect of the education and bringing all of this to light. And even what H.P. Lovecraft taught, that we have to take into consideration the aspects of, letting go of this world and becoming one. Because at the end, that's what the Sufi is teaching you, the fakir, the beggar. He's teaching you that you don't own anything in this life. You could be a part of any organization, you serve them for 30 years, one day your life comes to an end, and then they'll cry for you for a few days, and then a few days later they'll replace you. That happens with spouses, happens with organizations, happens with your human life, where whatever you earned, material wealth, you lose all of it. You just take your spiritual wealth. That's why the fakirs, or even the ones that I had come across that was attracting all of these dogs next to him, that's what they are. They just live in that aesthetic life. And some of them are very highly evolved masters, especially the ones that I found near the India-Pakistan border region, with some of the shrines that they have there, even where they had a grave for the serpent being that was friends with the Sufi. And it just goes to show you that humanity is at a point where we can't even get along with each other right now, based on race, religion, and different aspects that are dividing us. And if we can't do that, how can we get other beings to respect us in the order of the way that God has created this universe and the realms, and especially the one that we're in right now with all that's taking place? It's a matter of choice. There's also destiny, but God, Allah, has also given us a free will choice on which side of the spectrum do you wish to stand on, whether it's left or right. And we all complete some kind of a purpose in the grand scheme of things. And that's what the true Sufi understands. He does not berate you or basically look down upon you just because you're from a certain path. And just like how H.P. Lovecraft was misunderstood, there are many also who misunderstand Brother Douglas. And it's the Sufi, or the true initiate of any path, because the initiate is one who's made a initiate in the heart. And there are even those that I know that are initiates of high levels that are not teaching the information that Brother Douglas is teaching. So that's only something that God gives somebody the vision. You're with the aspect of being God gifted, and Brother Douglas Dietrich has that. Many will not understand, some will, and those that will, they will carry his vision forward, his fight for the truth and justice and liberty and equality. And I commend you, my brother. And again, I'm always in awe when I listen to you. And I thank you a lot for what you do. And I love you a lot. And I pray that Allah continues to guide you and strengthen you to fight against the enemy and the darkness and all the great works that you're doing. You just keep striving, and know that my prayers, my protection, and the Sufi masters that are with me are with you as well.
Bless you. I love you dearly in turn, dear brother, and you have no idea how heartening it is to hear what you have to say. I got a question coming in from the email where someone asked me that if the Sufi are somewhat similar to the they're asking me if they're somewhat similar to like Shaolin monks in the sense that are they masters of any kind of martial art? And I'll say something before I turn that over to Salman is that basically I would think that first off, the pacifism, the self-defense only paradigm would probably be the stereotype, but I don't think it would be compulsory. I would think that a Sufi sheikh, a teacher, that's what the term sheikh really means, and why Salman Sheikh is so appropriately named. And he'll give us a little hint as to whether that's a stage name, which I asked him before, or his real name. It is his real name, by the way, but he's welcome to give us a little bit about his genealogy there. But certainly a Sufi sheikh would have a positive reputation among other Sufis, but such an expert would also try to avoid gaining any reputation among non-Sufis, because in times of religious orthodoxy, Sufis would have that minority group social stigma. And what I would say is that from what I understand, all the true dervishes would have theology as their primary interest in life. So they would be unlikely to study combat skills because that would be a serious distraction from their real concerns. But they might remember previous training, and that's an important thing to bear in mind. But even so, they aren't likely to be attacked too often. The superstitious would view them as holy, and the greedy would know they don't carry much money, if any at all. So basically, to a Sufi sheikh, his life would be about teaching and poetry, in a sense. But I'll turn that over to Salman from there, and if you have an answer.
Yes, brother Douglas, definitely. And it's funny that the Sufi sheikhs are such highly adept masters. They do have a form of martial arts. I think it originates from Iran at the time, or at that part of the world where before like the fundamentalists had taken over. It was called, I believe, Zulkarnain or Zulkarnain. It was something like that with a Z. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing it. It's a form of martial arts. And it's the same form that the Shaolin monks do. Like you do become a trained killer, but only for the purpose of self-defense and nothing else, because you're taught to be at peace with God and with yourself, with each other. And that's what the Sufi is taught, where even one of the Sufi masters that I had shared a story of, there was one of his disciples that came up to him and said, "I cannot have any children." And the sheikh told him that it's not in your destiny to have any children. And he said, "You are this great master. Please help me. Please help me." And he said, "Put your back against mine." And they just sat there in this contemplative meditation. And he transferred a part of his fertility to this man where he was able to have a son. And the son ended up being a holy man. So a lot of them have like otherworldly abilities because they were able to pierce through this veil. Like this one master right here in Philadelphia where I'm at, and known as the Baba Muhyiddin Fellowship. Baba Muhyiddin was this Sufi master from Sri Lanka. Nobody knows where he was born, who his family is. They say he just came out of a forest one day after living with the otherworldly beings and other species that operate on this realm. And he just emerged out of this forest. And a lot of the American Jewish community here in the Philadelphia area, they took a liking to him in the 70s. They fell in love with him, and they applied for his visa, brought him over here. And his, like the converts and the lineage of that family is still surviving here in the fellowship in this area where I'm at. And it's amazing how this master who just emerged out of nowhere, he spoke Tamil. So they found a translator for him, and he would just translate all these like lectures about finding the chambers of the heart. And it's Baba Muhyiddin, Brother Douglas, who has also written a book on the peacock angel and why to be the true initiate, you must follow the example of the peacock angel. I could see if I gotta see if I can find a copy of that book because it's such a rare publication. But it's basically exemplifying that aspect of the peacock angel and opening up the 4 chambers of your heart, because he teaches that there are 4 chambers in your heart And if you can open all four of them, that's when the other beings of this realm will start to respect you, because you have basically become one with your heart, because that's where everything is. It's in your heart. And that's why the human heart right now is under attack with so much desensitization with what's going on between all of us. And the aspect of me getting the name Sheikh. So about 600 years ago in the India-Pakistan border region, my family was from a Hindu lineage. And when they had converted to Islam, when Islam was being spread by the Sufi sheikhs who were coming from Southwest Asia to settle into those lands and spreading the word, then that's when a lot of the Hindu families had taken up the name Sheikh. It's just like in the Vietnamese, the last name Nguyen is very common. So with us, Sheikh would be very common with Pakistani Muslims, like from that certain caste system. And they're all regarded as like merchants, as businessmen. And that's basically what it is. In Pakistan, if you're a Sheikh and you don't have a business or you don't have your own home, like you're kind of looked down upon. So that cultural mindset of the Indian caste system that Brother Douglas describes, it's also very prevalent, because a lot of them are still not following the true Islam, and they're still following the aspects of the cultural aspect. But, God has had a certain path for me, where I was the first in my family to do many things, become an initiate on many fronts and different levels and venues. So maybe I'm basically like the black sheep of the family, where even some of them don't understand why I do what I do and the things that I'm doing. And that's the beauty of God and the universe and the divinity, that everyone has their own specific path, and we're all meant to encounter each other. Those that are meant to help us on our paths, or we're meant to help them. So everything is kind of predestined in a way. That's what the Sufi believes, that you just keep walking, and you believe in this word called maktub, which is also used in the Alchemist book, which is very popular in the West. So in the Maktub, it says in Surah 7, the prophets describe, when he describes the Torah and the Bible and the Quran, that everything is written. So me looking at it from a Sufi perspective, I was meant to listen to a transmission of Douglas Dietrich in 2015 or 2014 and listen to him and enjoy his love and knowledge, and all the way up to this very point, which I'm speaking to him right now, that all of it is predestiny. And that's what the Sufi believes, that all of us on our paths, me encountering brothers Peter, Jamo, Douglas, all Team Dietrich, it was all destined on this path where we're encountering each other, teaching each other, because everything is operating within that one hand. So that one hand is God, and everything within it, both good and bad, up and down, left and right, it's all part of that same spectrum. And if we can all come to that one realization, like the Sufis trying to unite by the dervishes that are whirling in the desert, uniting with the light of Nur Muhammad and Allah, that's when we'll find peace. Then you have even in Sufism, it's not perfect either. You'll have those Sufis that fall astray and start worshiping the anti-gods in the desert. And then you'll have the other ones that are really, truly about it. And that's when the jinns and the other beings don't see him as a threat, because they know that they transcended above a certain level, which is not your average or normal human being. So that's my perception of what Brother Douglas has described.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate you in ways I cannot express. It is so, as our lovely Maria Gregorich says, Salman speaks only the truth about you, Douglas, with a heart. So I really appreciate her talking about that. But of course, you speak only the truth as you see it about everything. And she says that she believes the Persian martial art that you're referencing is Zurkhaneh, Zurkaneh. I believe it might be Romanized that way, her writing. And so I thank her so much. Love you dearly, honey. And of course, I'm so glad we have so many people in the chat room. And while we're gifted with the presence of Peter Moon with us, I certainly want to ask him to participate. I'm going to relate a few things and see how he responds. He's welcome to interject with anything he wishes and bring up whatever he thinks should also be emphasized going on in the world around us. But I do want people to know that it was, of course, as I said the last time that I was on air, a very, very busy time. It's busy throughout this week. This weekend's going to be busy for me too. As Peter Moon would say, more nefarious partying. But before I go into any of that, not my plans for partying, because, obviously most people would probably find that crass. But the thing to kind of derive from all of these different sapiens or sentient entities or species that I bring up. And the one thing that people need to understand is anybody who was scientifically minded, say the academics that I was working with in Africa under that particular contract that was probably one of the most stressful that I have ever been involved with in my life. And honestly, at its conclusion, I was so surprised I was even paid, even remunerated. But it was, like I said, these academies are mini states within a state. They if you take a look at, give you an example of this because I think it's important to emphasize. Princeton, I believe, might have been the culprit, but there was a university that was it took money from the Turks. And when it took money from the Turks, then they denied the Armenian Holocaust because the Turks funded a big expansion of their campus. And so let me look that up right now, and hopefully I've got the right university to finger. But these are mercenary entities. They're treated as if they're charities, and they are not. Understand that these are corporations, and their cash cow is... there we are, Princeton. Princeton fronts for the Turkish government. So Princeton received millions and millions of dollars from the Turkish government directly, and they were able to expand their campus through Turkish grants. And so they deny, if you go to Princeton, they deny the Armenian Holocaust. This is a university, a learned university. Now, this would be considered intolerable if they were denying the Jewish Holocaust. But you can imagine the fact that it all depends on how much lobby power that a certain minority group has. Now, the Armenians are not without resources. The Kardashians are Armenian, for God's sake, but Armenian Jewish. So maybe that explains it. But at any rate, you get my point. In other words, it doesn't matter that they deny reality. A university does what it does for its benefit, and what they're always seeking is investors. So what they'll refer to the history in a twisted fashion at Princeton. They'll talk about the Armenian allegation of genocide, and then work hard to deny it. So this is the kind of this is where there's no such thing as professional ethics. So, and by the way, one of the specialties you can major in at Princeton now, not surprisingly, is Turkish studies. Well, isn't that a bitch? Well, there you have that. One of their professors, Robert J. Lifton, has been lifted to as the first incumbent of the Ataturk Chair in Turkish Studies at Princeton University. You're talking about people who run their own little fucking empires. And so they, in a sense, become agents of foreign governments if it's necessary to get their income. I'm certain that none of you are surprised by this who are in my immediate circle. For those of you who might be out there in the world outside of Team Dietrich, this might come as a complete shock and a disillusion that destroys your life. This is what Howard Phillips Lovecraft was alluding to when he talked about people going mad from just a little too much knowledge. Just seeing a little too much drives people into madness. And now our man Peter Moon, of course, he had some level of experience with universities, and his life could have taken a whole different turn if he had decided to go academic or military, which I think he had a choice of either road, and he took neither. He took kind of this third path. So what I say about universities, does that bring anything to mind for you, Peter, before I...
Well, yeah, it's like that was the, I mean, I recognized very early in high school, because I really began to wake up at UC Davis, where all of my fellow students, practically, I was surrounded by kids who were professorial in nature because their parents were professorial. Many of these kids had been on sabbaticals. They'd been around the world to different places, whether it be Sweden, England, God knows where. But so you had a very, I guess what you'd say, eclectic group of intelligent kids whose intelligence was sometimes over the top. And I'd say that I finished in the top 10% of the grade point average.
Wow.
But I didn't have the, I had a lot more diligence. I didn't have that academic yap, that they all had. I mean, they talked like academics.
Yes.
And I mean, I suppose it was impressive. I just stuck to logic and reason, and perhaps I tried harder. I guess I had to try very hard to even keep up, and because I did not do well the first quarter, but I caught up with myself and did very well. But I began to open up in my mind and stuff, and understand whatever intellectual faculties I had, and intelligence, because that was not particularly exercised in my previous, schooling, because it was mostly sports and making fun of the knuckleheads that I went to school with. I had other friends who were willing to make fun of them with me, because there were plenty of knuckleheads. But when I went to Davis, there really weren't too many knuckleheads. They just weren't there. The kids that were a little slower went to continuation school and learned a trade. But it became very apparent that people that were going to college were walking the path of like lemmings going off a cliff. It became very evident to me, because they were just perpetrating the status quo. Yeah. You're supposed to go to college and get a good job, and then get married and have 2.3 kids or whatever it was. And to me, this was a losing game, because when you're at that stage, at least I was very idealistic, and you saw that the idealism was completely compromised by people who had jobs. And they had jobs, and they were eating from a trough, from a status quo. And this became very wrong to me. Now, my friend who passed away recently, Greg, his father was very successful. He owned a garbage company. And he ended up literally, multi-millions when it all was said and done.
Holy shit.
Yeah. But Greg went into the rock, became a rock musician, a very good one. If I had stayed and lived with him, he would have taught me everything. It wasn't a choice. He taught me how to hit a baseball. He taught me how to throw a football. He taught me how to ride a surfboard. He would have taught me. He would have had me playing in bands, whether I wanted to or not. And I'm kind of glad I didn't go that path. So he got heavily into rock music. And when he read Preston's book, Music of Time, he said, none of this surprises me. I've seen so much. And I think, he had to get out of the rock music business finally, probably in his 40s, because he said everybody around him was on drugs. He said, it's just ridiculous. This is not a life.
So, but by the way, you spoke once about the one man who started doing the backflips. I'm being metaphorical here, but he basically literally started spazzing out at some trigger word. And I think it was Preston Nichols who...
That was Dr. Cameron.
Okay, yeah. And the reason that's important, I want people to understand, that's what somebody who's very familiar with drugs will do when another person who's a newbie takes a narcotic like LSD and freaks out. And then usually the other person will lay upon them bodily, because by pressing down upon them with their weight, this is what calms them down, because it brings them back in their body. And this is exactly what Preston Nichols knew to do with this individual. So,
but it wasn't drugs. That's another digression.
Understood.
But to get back to the university, Greg did not go to the university. He was a rock musician, and then worked as a manager for a limousine company that was courting, celebrities and stuff. And then eventually he'd arranged for like some star to come into New York City, $22,000 for the weekend. If you went into New York City, you might pay $1,000, $2,000 at the most,
right,
if you weren't going on the cheap.
Right.
These guys would spend $22,000 to go and have a weekend. But in any case, he didn't. What he did was he rejected his father's business, and it ended up hurting him because, well, it's a long story I won't go into, but he rejected what was handed to him. He rejected it. And if I was in that position, I would have accepted it. But my father didn't have anything waiting for me. He was a petroleum engineer. He didn't have anything waiting for me. I would have accepted it just out of my pragmatic.
Thank you. Just common sense. Understood.
Capricorn instincts. Yeah. As Greg later told me, he says, we were all rebellious. And so I was not really, there was no place to go unless I went to college and got a job. What kind of job was I going to get? People that went to college weren't necessarily getting great jobs that I saw.
Oh, and it's gotten even worse. I mean, we'll do this on another episode, but
I got a job at McDonald's, and I don't mean the
flipping burgers. Yeah. Managerial. Yeah.
I don't mean the hamburgers. I mean the corporate McDonald's.
Yeah.
You could go there and work your way up and sell the nation hamburgers. But there was what I was attracted to was early data processing. Wow. Was in the Bay Area. I would have become a data processor, not gone to college. I would have become a data processor and studied esoteric studies in San Francisco or with groups in San Francisco. And that would not necessarily have led me down Aquino's way at all. But
hopefully
that's where I would have gone because I was rejecting the system. Yeah. And then, of course, I got into Scientology, which explained so much and superseded so much of what I was learning. Of course, that had a shelf life. Everything has a shelf life. And when that was over, I could argue it would have been nice if I had an education, a college education, but I don't think I would have used it anyway. It really wasn't any good.
No, you're so right. And like I said, one of these days we'll
for me at that stage of my life.
Yeah.
For me, that stage of my life, it would have looked good on a resume, but I don't know that it would have.
Well, I think you were a pioneer. You were prescient in the sense that what people have to come to terms with now is so much of education is not benefiting them when they get
this is becoming very evident.
Yeah.
Because now you end up with, hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, and it is utter, and you have nothing to show for it. And now you can get an education online. Yeah. You can get an education online. You can actually go to college online. You might have to pay for it, but you can get the equivalent of an education. Now, I had this one, friend over the internet who hosted the John Ford, podcast we did once a month at one point. I think he's passed away, but he was just a genius on the internet. He could find out how to do anything. He just looked up how to do it. So he figured out, he was an expert in Photoshop, and then he got some other program that was free. He said, I won't pay for anything on the internet. And he'd teach me anything I needed to know because he liked me. And he but he talked about something. Somebody asked him to do framing. I go, what's framing? He says, well, I didn't know what framing is either. So I looked it up, and you know, I told the guy to do it. I collected so much money, it was thousands of dollars, and he looked up how to do framing, and he did it. It was some sort of abstract computerese. I don't even, you know, I looked it up, but in other words, he just would sell himself over the internet. He was good. He made money left, right. Unfortunately, he had cancer.
Oh.
Which was a separate issue. You know, he had some, you know, heavy life issues, and we had lived in the same general neighborhood, so we had that in common. But yeah, so you know, school is school. You know, if you want to learn a trade, you learn a trade.
Well,
you know,
you became a craftsman or a tradesman in writing, which I think is, you know, I was making jokes the other day about how many people can't describe anything. I had Brandon Zogan on, and basically he's, you know, had this horrible accident. And I said, oh, okay, tell us about your accident. And he was like, oh, yeah, well, you know, the car crash. And then I admonished him. I said, dude, you couldn't describe 3 fucking toothpicks if they were on a table in front of you. Tell people about how the fucking airbags blew and how, oh, yeah. And then he remembered. And then went into talking about the airbags blowing up in his face.
It's also talking about trauma. And when people talk about trauma, they have a harder time.
True.
You know, it's harder. And but I struggle with people who can't. They can't express themselves. I struggle sometimes with people like that. They can't talk. But
one of the interesting things you said about Scientology was understand that this is a form of programming the most powerful computer in the universe, which is the human mind. And the human mind is capable of anything. This is why, not that I want to go down this path at all, but I do want to bring up an example because people have been communicating to me about it, asking for some clarification. Nobody has condemned me, and I'm happy to report that about the disaffiliation with Derek Talley. But they were saying, do you really think somebody could just be programmed where their kidneys would shut down? And I say, yes. I mean, these people who are taken into these programs where they are literally fed false memories and are programmed as assets. You can easily stick a program into the memory, just as you have a false memory. You can stick a program into the mind where you just give a right trigger word at the right time, and you know, they'll self-program into a stroke, a cardiac arrest, what would clinically be called a myocardial infarction, or end-stage renal disease. You can do anything to your body. And I'm sure we were speaking of this to Derek when we were trying to encourage him to be positive and have an outlook. But his real assignment was simply to drain everything from me and make me look bad if I disaffiliated with him, because the idea was it would make me look heartless. It was a lose-lose situation. They thought they either had him here basically draining me of financial resources when I need them the most myself, or have him here to make me look bad if I disaffiliated with him. But honestly enough, when I was honest about it and I explained to people how he is definitively an asset, and it's you know, and aside from much of what I've relayed, and this is not to defame him or like I'm making anything up to just make him look bad. I'll tell you the truth. As I shared with Peter Moon, and he can attest to this, I shared this with Peter Moon privately. You know, we had a man in terms of Derek Talley who was faking his eye tests, and he's driving trucks full of toxic materials, hazardous waste, which he was inordinately proud of, was that he was a hazardous waste truck driver at the top of the food chain in truck driving. Okay, it's good to be proud of that, but this man was faking his eye tests. He was memorizing the eye charts, so he's driving blind in a sense. As Peter Moon pointed out, well, maybe he doesn't need that nearsighted or whatever. If he can see enough out to the desert, the distance, he can do what he's doing. But, you know, at the same time, his company thought it was important enough to administer the eye tests. So if they're doing that, they think it's important he has 20/20 vision, or at least get glasses. But instead of getting glasses, which apparently he never wanted to do, he just didn't want to get the glasses, he faked his eye test. And we've just been reporting all of these accidents with trucks where a milk truck killed, you know, literally half a dozen people who were cyclists and critically injured, crippled for life, half a dozen more. And this guy's going to jail. And then we got another one who crashed into a bunch of cyclists just recently, and the police shot him. They killed him. So, Derek Talley was heading for that if he hadn't been taken out by his kidney disease. Anyhow, Maria Gregorich shares with us, my intuition interfered with mine own academia. And then she said, I thought more about how Derek approached me last year and how it was an asset tactic to try and destroy the team. He picked the wrong one for that project. Indeed, yes. What happened was Derek Talley approached her and was bitching to her about Mr. Jameson Reese, asking her to team up with him to get Jameson Reese off my team. And he would approach me and say, isn't Jameson Reese the very, epitome of the anti-gods? He didn't use that vocabulary word, but the essence of the anti-gods, he didn't use that either.
Well, I can understand why he'd think that without even putting into a conspiracy sense with him, is because, he had a strong Christian streak in him, Derek did. And Jameson's going to rub a righteous Christian the wrong way, just by the nature of who he is and what he is. Said what he says. And then, I don't have a problem with him.
Yeah.
But a person who's a righteous Christian and sees things through a very regimented viewpoint is not going to like Jameson.
Oh, no, I get what you're saying. It's, yeah, like it would be...
Aside from the fact that I'm not disputing what she says about him trying to divide the team,
right.
But even if he wasn't trying to divide the team, Jameson would be his first target for that very reason.
It would be the easiest. Yeah, the most...
And he's both justifiable target because of the way he would think by reason of that.
Right, but at the same time, we could assume what we know for a fact. What you say is absolutely true, and we know for a fact that any member of ISIS or some Islamo-fundamentalist type of network would consider Salman Sheikh the same way. They would look at him as a heretic, and that was why the old police chief who was nearing retirement in Saudi Arabia, when I asked him, how come you never share what you know about the Ghul with the other authorities that you obviously have great influence in law enforcement? And he said, honestly, the religious police would then make me a target of their arrest. I would be considered a heretic and somebody who is basically promoting falsehoods by their own theological paradigm. And so in terms of Derek, however, what makes that bizarre and rather, how would I say, almost like it was a front, was when he was on with myself, and all the time he was on with myself, people can look back and listen to all of the recordings. He never really quoted the Bible much. It never really spoke much from a biblical tone. So it was, he said he had his own show in the past where he was more or less concentrating on kind of like Bible teachings, but then he was supposed to be a DJ who was also playing a lot of rap music. So it was kind of like this Christian rap show he had going, but a DJ, it was all bizarre. I'm not going to dwell on that simply because...
No, we don't want to dwell on
it. Yeah, but it's, just to bring up the part that was offensive, because it's important. Aside from the fact that if he were a DJ, you'd have some finesse. Somebody's like playing music and then reading from the Bible. Usually you have some skill with words. So you would be able to get on behind the microphone and say something like, oh yeah, if this song doesn't get you humping, you better check your pulse, but there was none of that. When I would leave him alone to burn bandwidth for me, he would just read in this robotic monotone from the news. And it was just like, I can't even imagine how he ever had his own show. It's everything he said was really suspect. But the thing that was offensive was, like I said, that boot camp thing, and I could spend hours dissecting and deconstructing that, but just so people know, again, there's only two things you're dressed in boot camp. You're dressed in a t-shirt and running shorts that have no pockets, and these are like skin tight. These are like almost at the level of fucking spandex, or like they're a pair of boxer shorts with no front to let your penis out, basically, and a t-shirt. You're running around doing physical, what they call PT, physical therapy, or physical training.
Physical training.
Yeah, physical training. Thank you. And then, or you're in your combat fatigues where you're rolling around in the mud, and whatever time you spend sitting on your ass watching these indoctrination or training films, it's throughout a period of the day when you're also sitting on your ass and shooting or rolling around in the mud, crawling out. There's no way anyone could have one jelly donut, let alone multiple jelly donuts. And just so people know, because most people are health conscious these days, and there are probably people who have literally never seen a jelly donut, those are fucking large because they're a donut filled with jelly. They're larger than a normal donut. It's about twice the size of a fucking normal donut.
They don't really have a hole in them either.
No, there's no hole in them. There's no hole in them because they have jelly and they're big and they're soft and they're mushy. And for somebody to have several of them where he's passing them out to several other people, pulling them out of his uniform or jogging, this just is physically impossible. It's like, this is what was so offensive about what he was saying. And he was insisting this was a real memory. Then I said, this guy's been through some kind of programming where he believes this, but this did not happen. That's when I knew he was an asset among everything else I've indicated, so that people understand that, and again, just the fact that he brought that up. And when I questioned him about it, he was so evasive and just went into these deflections. It was all part of that. So all of that being said and done, for those of you who don't know yet, he is disaffiliated and that's done with. And I have no idea even whether, his dialysis, to tell you the truth, was real, because his voice was so much more energetic after he claimed he had it rather than beforehand. It was very bizarre. And his behavior was changing slightly and all the rest of that. So all of that being said, that's over and done with. But what we're dealing with right now, I do want to give a public service announcement. Understand that while I was spirited back into my crypt to burn bandwidth this last Sunday, a 45-foot long dead whale washed up ashore on San Francisco's most popular beach. And its massive carcass remains right now spread across a stretch of sand on San Francisco's ocean beach that's highly trafficked by walkers, joggers, and surfers. Now, gray whales usually pass through the Bay Area during their northern migration to Arctic waters in late March through April, and it's not unusual for a few of them to die and be found on beaches in the spring. But this body appeared in the region later than usual, and it's adding to an astonishing number of dead gray whales in less than 3 months. Now, according to the Marine Mammal Center, the number of dead gray whales observed has been increasing since 2019, and there have been 14 of them since April 2021 alone. 1 pygmy sperm and 2 fin whale carcasses have also been found since the start of this year. Now, per the Marine Mammal Center spokesperson, Giancarlo Rulli, in 2019, when this unusual mortality event began, we had 13 dead gray whales. Last year, we had 5. In an average year, we and our partners at the California Academy of Sciences responded to about 5 to 10 dead whales of all species in a given year. Now, malnutrition, entanglement, and trauma from ship strikes are the most common causes of death in the whales identified by the center's researchers in recent years. And scientists from the center and the California Academy of Sciences performed a necropsy, as it's called, on the whale that they found on Sunday while I was settling down to burn bandwidth with everyone. And the specimen was identified as a female with average fat stores. Now, they were unable to determine the cause of death, but they made several other observations that may provide clues to why the animal didn't survive. The center has since attested that this whale was in fresh condition based on the quality of its skin, internal tissues, and organs. And while the scientists found fractured spinal vertebrae, a lack of bruising and hemorrhaging to nearby tissues indicates the animal was most likely hit by a ship after it had already died of another cause. Now, the research team noticed the whale had a mostly empty stomach, and it's puzzling why this adult female was migrating north to cool, food-rich Arctic waters this late this season. Gray whales with calves usually migrate later in the season, according to the center, but this mammal didn't show any signs of having recently nursed any young. Now, in a statement, Mo Flannery, the senior collections manager of birds and mammals for the California Academy of Sciences, has said, "We are hopeful that samples taken during the necropsy will shed some light on the reasons behind her late journey north and any potential ailments that may be affecting the gray whale population." But this is the public service part that I need to emphasize to everybody that I learned from my sailor father when this happened when I was young. It's all really do or die here. Don't push them back into the sea. Letting beached whales die may be the most humane thing to do. Researchers believe that refloating dying mammals only prolongs their suffering. Instead, their carcasses can be a valuable source of information. And as the number of whale strandings has increased, researchers have been scrambling to understand what is going on and to develop a protocol on how best to deal with them. And a protocol certainly is needed more than anything. When we saw stranded whales when I was young, my father, of course, I would try to run to touch them. And my father physically football tackled me to stay the hell away from the whale corpse. Just remember, these things are bombs. When large whales die, one of two things can happen. Their bodies can sink to the bottom of the ocean and go on to support smaller life forms for years and years. It's called a whale fall. Or their bodies can wash up on some random beach somewhere in the world. Now, the first case is obviously the most preferred, but occasionally the second case transpires, sometimes in large quantities. And when a deceased whale becomes beached, decomposition begins almost immediately. The gases inside the whale's body begin to float the carcass, and the sunlight's heat only exacerbates this gruesome process that my father educated me in. As the gases expand in the deceased whale's body, the only barrier between that and the outside world becomes the whale's skin, and at some point, that skin will give. Now, the beachgoers always run up to fucking dance on these things. And they've got to be advised, stay far away from that whale. Do not touch a deceased beach whale. When those gaseous pressures inside the whale build up to dangerous levels, they explode. And even the slightest poke can disrupt that delicate barrier between those trapped gases and you. And if it pops in your presence, it will result in devastating or lethal injuries. An explosive rupture blasting chunks of flesh into the atmosphere at a speed of 44 miles per hour, over 164 feet, 70 kilometers per hour over 50 meters if you're European. That's what takes place. In fact, it is almost certainly deadly. So if hefty fines aren't enough to deter you from performing party favorites on a dead animal, there's the danger factor to consider if you see a dead whale floating. Now, I saw a video recently of some idiot, turned out to be a female. I thought it was a dude, but it was some bulldyke, dancing, doing the worm on a dead whale carcass at sea or close to the shore, but in the water. Not only are these carcasses known to explode, but they shift quickly and unpredictably. And while sharks are not the human-hungry monsters of Jaws, and more recently, The Shallows fame, you really don't want to find yourself in the water with a rotting whale feast. Now, the predator-prey ecologist Michelle Jewell has so noted, if you are anywhere near a whale carcass in white shark territory, you are taking a big risk of being bitten. In my experience, different scents make white sharks act in different ways, and in the case of whale blubber, they are very dopey and bitey. In most cases of stranded but surviving whales, scientists recommend leaving the animal alone. A successful rescue can be considered to have happened only when the animal survives for a long time after that. And right now, we do not have this monitoring mechanism in place. So the tricky issue of handling enormous mammals, the average length of the blue whale calves that have washed ashore so far have been around 45 feet. And their weight around 20 fucking tons. That's a matter of debate in countries across the world. The larger the whale, the sooner it begins to collapse under its own weight on land. The impact of this includes muscle damage and kidney failure. Instead of refloating animals that are anywhere near death, researchers now say it's better to euthanize them instead of prolonging their agony by dragging them back along the shoreline into the water. But even this is difficult to do with the larger baleen whales. There's James Barnett, a veterinary surgeon and director of the British Divers Marine Life Rescue. That's a voluntary organization in the United Kingdom. And he's written that large animals are very difficult to euthanize humanely and effectively due to their size. If a suitable, effective method is not available, then leaving the animal to die a natural death on the beach may be the most human course of action, as this is likely to be considerably quicker than if the animal is returned to sea. Now, the best course of action in certain scenarios might, in fact, be to do nothing at all, no matter the public pressure or the instinct to return the animal to its natural habitat. Now, John Wang, who's a cetacean researcher who works in East Asia, back in my native Taiwan, he believes that the resources put into rescuing stranded animals would be better spent understanding live wild ones to build a body of knowledge that could be used to prevent further deaths if possible, himself having written that pushing animals back to sea often does not end favorably. The animal just dies somewhere else and the carcass is lost to be studied to understand what may have caused the animal to strand in the first place. Now, India is where they recognize cetaceans and mammalian whales. They recognize them as having souls, that legally to kill one of them is murder. And in February, Dipani Sutaria, who's a South Asian Gujarat, India-based ecologist who has been studying marine mammals since the year 2000, he organized a United Nations Development Program funded workshop with international experts and Maharashtra's Forest Department, because they use these heavy lift mechanisms from the Forestry Department to lift the animals, to work out how to respond to situations when whales are stranded. And Sutaria has been working on a paper on whale strandings in which it is now emphasized that crowd control is the first and most important step to fucking take, whilst reinforcing all the aforecited observations. I mean, one of these days you're going to get these crowds of motherfuckers who are loading up their cell phones with images of this dead whale, and they're all going to die. And so just to conclude here, to quote his T at length and verbatim, while smaller cetaceans can be kept cool and wet and then transported back to sea using a stretcher or nudged slowly back into deeper waters as the tide comes in, large cetaceans such as baleen whales are best euthanized if they wash ashore alive. Marine mammal stranding networks around the world admit that rescuing, quote-unquote, large whales is not possible, and sometimes rescuing to rehabilitate smaller dolphins is also often unsuccessful. There's just so much we do not know, and it breaks a biologist's heart every time we are stopped from collecting data or a carcass is just cut up and buried or burnt. Knowing the fecundity, age at maturity, size at maturity can tell us about the survival viability for a species. It is a great loss, both in terms of a wonderful life that ended and in terms of the knowledge we never got a chance to glimpse. So these are treasure troves. Please?
One of the things it says that I'm reading is whales, when you have a massive bunch of whales, one thing is sonar upsets them. Any sort of sonar, it's underwater radar essentially. And what happens is it stuns them, and it will cause them to surface very quickly, and it will give them a case of the bends. They aren't coming to the surface slow enough.
Yeah.
And this is bubbles forming in their bloods, joints, and organs, and they just kind of lose it. They're screwed. So if you were to have some underground secret project nobody talks about, and that's emitting sonar for whatever reason, on purpose or not on purpose, it could affect the whales and screw them up at good. And what puzzles me though about this whale on Ocean Beach, which is where we drove when we were with you.
That's right.
Yeah. And this gray whale, which looks very fresh, doesn't look like it very old from the picture taken. I don't care if the water, I can see how far the water goes up on that beach where the sand is still dark, but I can't imagine the whale swimming because the water wouldn't be that deep.
Good point. Yeah.
4 feet deep. Now I see another picture of a whale on Angel Island. You can see the the Golden Gate Bridge in the background, and this thing is up on a, it's not a cliff, but it's up on the beach, up on the rocks. It's the same thing. How does the whale get up there? The whale doesn't walk. This puzzles me. I mean, there might be an explanation. I don't see any explanation, but it's almost as if the whale was helped to get up there to that, or had to really struggle to get on the land.
I hear you. And by the way,
maybe it could roll itself there and just saying, I give up. Certainly, but it seems to me that if there's this many whales, that there would be some sonar or military function going on.
Thank you.
Because they've got all sorts of stuff off of what do they call that place, the headlands north of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yes.
Military installation, former military installation, in the Presidio itself, and what the hell's going on out there? They play games, so they could just do something, and that would be my most intuitive and logical guess, that it would be the military messing with sonar.
Well, yes, I agree. And I think that your observations are very astute. To qualify what Peter Moon is saying for our listeners, understand that he was involved with nautical affairs for a good deal of his life. He's been in ships and has swam with sharks, quite literally. He'll tell you about that. And they were friendly to him because he had saved sharks while several assholes on his ship were shooting at them with firearms. So honestly, the consciousness, the super consciousness of nature is one where there's a morphogenic field, where not morphogenic, but morphogenic, where the very shape of consciousness impacts several animals simultaneously, even at a distance. So when it comes to these weapons that Peter Moon is speaking of, you'll notice that nobody ever witnesses a whale come onto a beach. Whales just suddenly are there. And then everybody says, hey, look at that. And they all do what they do, which is extraordinarily stupid. As my father said, he got us as far away from the whale as possible. And I thank him to this day, because, your life can end like that. And I can't imagine any life worse than, any ending to a life as being worse. Just as bad as being eaten by ghouls, I assure you.
Well, I can give you a good example of this. My friend Greg, the one that passed away, when he came up to visit me for the first time in the new neighborhood of Taft, his family came up to visit us. It's about an hour and a half drive north of LA, and we went out. I had fields in back of my house. It was great. This is where I went. So I took him way in the back of the fields into this oil ditch, and we saw this dead cat. And he never forgot this. We'd talk about it. And the cat was bloated. And we go, what's that? What's a cat bloated? Well, so we, being kids, about 10 years old, we stuck a stick. It's probably me. Put the stick and I pushed the bloating cat. And boy, was the smell. Did it smell like a fart? 50 times worse. And it was sickening. It was so sickening that I couldn't eat for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
I think we went up into the mountains that day, and I think I finally tried. The only thing I could eat was the Three Musketeers bar. I couldn't eat. I think I could maybe tried that, but even that might have been challenging. I just couldn't eat because I was so grossed out by the smell of this dead cat and what was inside of it. Now that's a cat. A cat is like 18 inches long. And what about a whale? Man, a whale. And that was gas. Of course, that was gas. Gas is explosive. In a whale, man, those things are huge. You said 45 feet long?
Yes.
Boy, you could be so choked, you might not even be able to breathe. I hate to think about it.
You die. Yes.
I'd hate to think of it. So your dad really knew what he was doing.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you so much, and feel free to share your story. Tell people about these assholes on the ship shooting at the sharks to impress the chicks and shit. And
Press
you,
themselves. Well. I remember this was the Excalibur. We were anchored off of Catalina Island, and Catalina Island is very beautiful. You're on the leeward side, which means there's no wind, and it's a nice sunny day. And of course, my job was to audit people, so we didn't like noise. And I think one of my fellow auditors, she was complaining to the captain about making noise, and he kind of like, chided her. Hubbard would have, declared him suppressive on the spot if he heard what he said to her.
right?
He said, when we bothering your pre-clears? Are we, like in a snide way? And
That's so awful.
well, that's who this guy was, Scotty Mayer, and he was, he had guns, and he was the captain. So he, and there was other guys out there. They were shooting at these sharks. These were big sharks. It was like one in particular. You see the big black with the fin. And there you see that fin swimming, and it's intimidating. And they're taking target practice, whatever. I don't think they actually shot one. They were shooting at them. I don't think their shooting was that good because the shark swims around too. And then I wrote a report to the Guardian's office, and the Guardian's office, who was, they were sort of the Gestapo of Scientology, and they were often thought of that way. And
Yes.
and boy, they did not like the guns on the ship. They ordered all of them to be locked up and not used. And it made me, kind of, I wouldn't say unpopular, but I didn't tell them who wrote I just wrote them. And I remember the girl who audited me, she was very close to me. She says, I don't think that's a good idea, what I did. I didn't care.
Good for you.
And well, yeah, because this is like one of the things, Scientology was supposed to be about life. And Hubbard once said, he didn't say it to me, he said it to who was then his butler, Ken Urquhart, and this is told by Ken to me. He might have written it elsewhere publicly. He was Hubbard's personal communicator. Before that, he was his butler. And Hubbard once said to him, he says, life is more important than Scientology. He says, people think it's the other way around, but it's not. Okay? Duh. And that when I heard that, it only confirmed what was obvious.
Yes.
Your life is more important than your religion or your philosophy, whatever it is. So, Hubbard had common sense in that regard. And most people didn't have common sense. But so life comes in many ways to you. It comes to you through your children. People would take their children in Scientology and turn them into something they shouldn't turn them into. That was their choice. People who grew up in Scientology, not knowing anything else, would usually leave. Or if they're fortunate, they'd leave because they're being indoctrinated. They're not learning anything on their own determinism. In fact, it makes them, per Scientology's definition, a potential trouble source because they're not there on their own determinism. If you're not there on your own volition, you shouldn't be there. You're a source of trouble or a potential source of trouble. So if you're there on the volition of the organization and your parents, why did you ever make the decision? You were born into it. So that's a problem. So if you're pushing your kid into something, this is life. So when an animal comes into your world, it's life. Scientology, they call it the fifth dynamic, the dynamic of other life forms. So if you see people killing life, it's not good. You're violating life itself. Just as I was telling you the other day about, this guy came to me in tears because he couldn't counsel this person. It wasn't working.
Right.
So I took over the session and I said, I said to the guy, what's the problem? He's kind of a big guy. And he says, well, I just came here to help. Somebody said, do I want to help? I said, I don't know what all this stuff is about. But I can't be here. I don't want to be here. I mean, this doesn't, so he was basically being held against his will.
Right.
And I said, oh, okay, well, that's not a problem. I said, we'll get you out of here. But so-and-so said, I said, no, you can go. But I mean, I just, I went and had to explain to the security department. I said, you can't hold somebody under the will. And the guy who responded to me happened to, he happened to know me and trust me and believe me, and he responded accordingly. But his boss was the one who was holding the guy on, and it's like crazy. People are crazy, and so you don't stomp on life, and this is. And of course, this is what happened in Scientology. We start stomping on people's life and abusing it and misusing it and so on and so forth. And I guess with the shark incident, it was like 1970. It was about a year later. I was swimming in the Bahamas. We were on the ship. I go snorkeling every day. And I had occasion to see, I want to say 14 foot. It looked at least 7 feet. It wasn't a horribly thick shark, but it flew right back. After I'd been confronted by a bunch of fish my friend said they were triggerfish with these big jaws, these big fangs coming out the bottom. I never saw fish like that in my life.
Wow.
And I saw about every fish there was, I thought, at Marineland, which used to be in San Pedro. It was like SeaWorld before there was a SeaWorld. And these fish just come up and stare at me like, who are you? There's a whole school of them. And
That's intimidating.
It was intimidating. And the first thing is they just looked at me, and I just, kind of was there, and then they swam away. They didn't respond. They look, they're not piranhas, but they make you think of what a piranha is because of these teeth. Right. Piranhas are much smaller, and they're freshwater. And then I'm swimming along, and same, I go swimming out towards the shelf, the continental shelf, and then, I see the shark go by. And I estimated it wasn't very far away because you can't see you can see pretty good distance in the water. It was too close for comfort. And I said, you know what? I'm going back. And I, swam back 50 yards or whatever it was to the ship and said, that's it for the day. No more snorkeling for today.
But it left you alone. It acknowledged.
It did, but fish will often leave you alone, because they're just out there doing what they do. One of the scariest things I ever saw, though, was not that. I was in the Bahamas, and the scene, I think it's in Jaws 3. It's a scene, there's a little bay in the Bahamas. It's the exact bay we were at. And I said, they got big Jaws out there. But I this was before they made the Jaws movie, or before I saw it. And it's a big bay, and it's not real deep. And my wife was pregnant, and I said, okay, I'm going to swim out. Let's swim out to there, to where it's sort of like the bay, San Francisco Bay. It opens up, only it's much smaller. Paradise Island we were at. And I go, now there's a big Atlantis there and everything. There was nothing like that there. And we said, okay, I'm going to swim out there. But because I was familiar with the water and dangers, we had scuba gear and stuff. And I said, if I motion you back, don't swim. I'm going to go first. I don't want, you're pregnant. I don't want you encountering anything danger. I go out to where the ocean, you're going out from the bay into the ocean and swimming right along. It was the biggest barracuda I have ever seen in my life.
Wow.
6 or 7 feet. It was huge. I used to catch barracuda all the time in the Pacific Ocean. They were a little different in the Pacific. But this thing was huge, and it was swimming. If I quit swimming, I was going to run right into it. and I saw it, and I said, you know what? I had to slowly turn around. It wasn't coming at me. It was heading for the same spot. It was swimming along. I just slowly turned and switched my direction, got to a point where I could stand up and motion her, go back, go back.
Yeah.
We don't, no more snorkeling for today. It was huge. That was scary because the thing was so big.
Yeah.
And barracuda don't have a good reputation in terms of being nice to humans. But I never knew that because I used to catch barracuda. I was a big deal. I used to say, oh, barracuda is scary. All I knew was catching them. They were very common to catch off the pier or on the boats that we went on. And I stopped fishing. I wanted to stop fishing because I didn't really like eating fish. I used to clean the fish with my dad in the backyard, but I said, no, I don't want to do this anymore. It didn't feel good. I didn't like killing the fish, and if I wasn't going to eat them. So I kind of retired from fishing as a teenager.
Yeah.
It was very interesting because my father did not like to hurt animals.
Right.
Fish were different to him, though.
Interesting.
He grew up doing fishing, and I was kind of different. I didn't I didn't want to do the fish. I mean, I wasn't like super animal sensitive like he was. He was more super animal sensitive.
Right. Like my dad.
Yeah, but I was not. I mean, I'm sensitive to animals, but not super sensitive.
Right. I understand. And it's interesting what you say about the fish because the Japanese, of course, were vegetarian, but they ate fish traditionally for thousands of years until World War II. And their real adaptation to much of the different diets that they took on after the Second World War, and but until that period of time, fish were the only kind of cognizant living animal that they would eat, as opposed to any other kind of animals. And in terms of the fish, my dad was sensitive to animals like birds. He tried to experiment with hunting. This is the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, the sailor. But when he was young, he tried experimenting with hunting because somebody gifted him a rifle and he shot one beautiful bird. And after that swore he'd never kill anything again. He felt so bad about killing this beautiful bird that he had shot. And so I understand what it's like to have a father who's sensitive to animals. And so very important, and I think what you shared is very touching in so many ways. All of your stories there, and they're important and they're life positive. And
the American Indians have the right attitude. It's like a sacrifice and it's a gift.
Yes,
they have a very healthy attitude about it. Respect.
Yeah, and that's what it should be. And so of course, if you're hunting, as opposed to even sport hunting, I think is not necessarily a negative if people are valuing what they're doing. It's of course what anybody should be contemptible of is people who are just killing because they have a firearm and they're going out in the swamp and they're randomly shooting at creatures that they see. I mean, these are just scum. And with the world, like the people were doing on the Excalibur with their firearms shooting at sharks. And, these are idiots. So that's to be...
Yes, Scientology had no shortage of idiots.
Yeah.
And I don't say that with any disrespect towards Scientologists in general, or Scientology as a, institution or whatever you want to call it. But it had no shortage of idiots and even crazy psychotic people. They had a whole organization to deal with the psychosis. That was the Guardian's office, which there were extreme circumstances that had to be employed for, I guess what you'd say, what terms they would call psychotic or just crazy people that had to be, and the one that went really sour, this is far after I left, was Lisa McPherson, who they created a whole Lisa McPherson Institute because she went crazy. And she didn't, she wasn't being fed, she wouldn't eat, and they didn't take her to the hospital. They just let her basically die.
Jesus.
She ended up at the last minute at the at the hospital, but then it was too, well, I guess some Scientology MD took her and he, tried to, take her to another area to hide the truth. And he ended up losing his license, I think. And there was a whole lawsuit. And David Miscavige was implicated it was declared a homicide, a negligent homicide initially. And he was and then he later got it manipulated. He went into the judge's chamber and I think said, it's, how do we solve this and whatever. He did. It wasn't the judge that did it, but they got the medical examiner to change her testimony, to change her report, which got it taken from a negligible homicide to a, something else. And people who were involved that later turned against Miscavige have said what happened. They said basically he was technically acting as a technical Scientologist and case supervising her case because she was a tough case they couldn't resolve. He was completely incompetent to do it too. That was the sick thing. Yeah. He wasn't capable of doing it. If I was there, I would have immediately gotten rid of all the nonsense and said, this girl's got to eat. This girl's got to eat. And I would have talked to her like a human being. And that probably would have solved half the problem.
Yes.
Talk to her like a human being because she was being given all sorts of bullshit and what in Scientology they'd call wrong indications. And if she needed to go to the hospital, I would have taken her to the hospital. I would have driven her over there personally. That's what I would have done. But no, he told her, he had her declare that she was clear. He was crazy. He was incompetent. And he had no business doing this. And so he literally did kill her, according to the testimony of people who were involved. It's not my testimony. But by the time they came out and left, and it was long since done. I think the medical examiner was dead, and they could never reopen the criminal case against Scientology. There was a settlement made, a civil settlement with her estate from her family. But this was, as they say, and in her case, she was, considered the crazy person. She wasn't crazy. She was driven crazy.
Yes, yes.
And the people who were administering quote unquote Scientology to her were crazy.
Yes. Yes.
And the parties that were involved, affiliated parties who shared some degree of the guilt, left and told what had happened. But there's no justice, at least no Malkuthian justice. And by Malkuthian, I'm referring to Kabbalistic term earthly justice.
Yes.
No justice yet on that. So life, when you're dealing with life, a person, you deal with the life. You don't worry about the rules because life doesn't respond to rules. Life is life. So you treat it like life and life will treat you back. And this is very important. When if somebody comes up to you at work and says, I'm sick, you treat them like they're sick. You don't say, oh, just go do this. Just go do this. You acknowledge that they're sick and you deal with them. In fact, I once did this on the ship. I was assigned to this job that wasn't really right, but I was called the marketing receptionist basically, and I was like liaising between all these terminals in the marketing division, and I was told to go wake this guy up because he was sleeping, and he was actually sick, and I go down there and tell him. I said, I knew who he was. I said, I was told to come to your job. And he says, I'm sick. I said, okay, all right. And he looked at me shocked because I said, okay,
right,
all right, you're sick, okay.
Yeah, because people had been telling him he was such a shirker.
Yeah, in other words, they weren't going to accept the fact that he was sick. The guy was sick. I said, I was a Scientology auditor, a counselor. I said, you know, if you're sick, you're sick. I accept what you say. The fact that I accept what I say, it shook him. It was like he couldn't believe that somebody was actually listening to him and believing him.
And that speaks volumes.
And then I went back and told them that he was sick, and it stuck because I wasn't going to tell them. I said, you know, the guy's sick. You know, it's like they would have dealt with him differently. But like, I didn't have authority on that job. I didn't have any authority. I was like a gopher. But I had the, what do you call it? The integrity of an auditor and knowing what I knew, what I was talking about. So right. I wasn't questioned. I was not questioned. But that was so typical of people being ground into this dehumanized mindset, which was perpetrated by the person themselves. And it was very unfortunate that people would do that. And you couldn't really, sometimes you couldn't pull them out of it because it was their own creation. And some of those people might still be there to this day. You know, so, I mean, but life is life. And this is why, so, you know, when you're dealing with somebody like yourself, people know you as Douglas Dietrich, you've been through all of these unusual experiences, and they should be acknowledged as what they are at face value. They should be acknowledged at face value, because if you don't acknowledge them at face value, what are you doing? You know, you're taking shots at somebody. You know, like, yes. Oh, let's make bait out of this, as you were saying, yeah. in the transmission I was listening to. Oh, let's talk about ghouls and goblins. You know, because Douglas Dietrich is talking about them, rather than realizing that this stuff is serious. And then there's other people who will approach what you have to say in the same way they got on this ghost hunting craze,
right? This
paranormal craze,
right? Which I hope I don't inspire. That's the last thing I would want to inspire.
That stuff's kind of over. The zombie stuff, I haven't seen the zombie stuff since COVID came. It's kind of ended. The zombie stuff I haven't seen. It doesn't seem so prevalent since COVID happened. It just, you know, might be too close to home.
I hear what you're saying. You wish it would be like that. It's still out there. It's just somewhat sublimated.
Well, yes, it's kind of it's had its heyday. It's still there.
Yeah.
And I don't think people. Well, yeah. There's been too much paranormal and too much, you know, pornographic interest in it, yeah. Sophomoric interest in it, rather than realizing for what it is, yes. And giving a chance to dive into this and impress or scare their neighbors. This is seriously. Let's people want to show off what they know, and they really don't know anything about this stuff. And if they do, they'd best be wary of them.
Yes.
Best be wary of them. No, this is part of the factors. The other thing I'll say is that, and I kind of already said it, but it's like when you talk about apocalypse, when you talk about understanding evil, and the Taoists confront evil very, very much. Some of the cults of darkness are embraced because there is a virtue in them. Unfortunately, most of the people that will embrace those cults of darkness will do so for the wrong reason, and they'll get consumed by it. I'm not advocating anybody, you know, have lurid interest in the dark. It's just not healthy. But when you encounter it, and you're somebody who's encountered, you know, the fact that you would encounter ghouls is part of the nature of what you've led in this life. You know, you dealt with Aquino, He's much worse than a ghoul.
Yes.
No, much worse.
Yes. Yes.
Much worse. And I like what you said in the transmission about, it's like some of these dark magicians would be angry because these ghoul, or there are certain magicians in the East who didn't have to sell their souls to do magic.
Yes.
And so, but they did sell their soul to do magic. So it's like, oh, this isn't fair.
Yeah.
This isn't fair. So that was very good. Now, in another transmission, I have stuff to share with you on the Yaciti, which
Wonderful.
goes right down this same alley. It's from various books that I have
Wonderful.
that will add more context to all of this. It's a deep subject. It's complicated. I didn't realize how much I remember when the Iraqis were going off after the Kurds, but I didn't realize the relationship between the Kurds and the Yazidi. And certainly I learned about the Yazidi from reading Kenneth Grant's books.
Right. Right.
And Kenneth Grant is a real mixed bag.
Yes.
Scholarship is impeccably interesting, but there's a real affiliation with darkness, and it doesn't seem to be Aquino aligned at all. It's aligned with other darkness.
Yes, you could say it was tangentially, it connects to Aquino because Kenneth Grant and Aquino both were diving into the same sewers. You can put it that way. They were diving into the same sewers, but they're both sewer divers. And it's like somebody who not only professionally dives into a septic tank, but enjoys it. There are people who do this for a living, believe it or not, people who dive into shit tanks. And this is the kind of joke that I was making. I can't remember who it was or what the subject was recently. Oh, it was Kenneth Grant. It was Dennis Marshall. When Dennis Marshall is saying that, you'll never be a teacher. And, I take that as kind of like just simply because of the kind of, sometimes I don't take it that way, but it seems almost like a taunt, like you'll never be a teacher in the sense of like some enlightened master or something like that, but that's not what I'm seeking. It's kind of like the time that I was at that Super Soldier Summit that was organized by Laurie and Ann Fenton. And I'll tell you about some developments there later, but privately between you and I, and maybe some other parts of Team Dietrich later. But in terms of Laurie and Ann Fenton, that time she organized that stupid Super Soldier Summit, and there was the one guy who was in there who had all the weapons that you may have heard me talking about, along with Keith Call was on my show at one point, and he was a full eyewitness to this. And this guy had all these weapons, and he was like trying to get people to go up with him to these areas where people were disappearing in the mountains of, the Rockies, and these various other secluded areas of the United States in the, in the mountainous regions. And he was like saying to me, because at the time I was public that I was on these antidepressants that had bloated me, and they were just awful. So glad I'm off them and have been off them for years by now. But in terms of at that time I was on them, and he was like, oh, I wouldn't take you with me up on these types of expeditions to find out why people are disappearing because you're on them antidepressants and your behavior is not to be, he just basically saying I'm not qualified to maintain.
Why would anybody want to go?
Thank you. That was the first thing I was thinking to myself was like, okay, like, all right, I hope you don't think I'm going to be disappointed by that. Like, the analogy I brought up on my show when I was talking about that a couple of years later was I was saying, it's like, a group of these septic tank divers saying, we don't want Dietrich going into the sewers with us because we don't think he's professional enough to maintain his suit zipped up or something. It'd be like, yeah, believe it or not, I'm totally cool with that. Anyhow, all of that being said, I do want you to know my itinerary for tonight because both, Salman Sheikh and yourself are on the Eastern time zone, and you both have to go. I mean, I'm assuming Solomon, of course, he wakes up early in the morning and bakes bread and feeds the birds and, does his thing and does his, pull-ups and all the rest of that, keeps himself in shape. You do what you do. Both of you are morning risers. So I do want people to know that today is the 109th birthday of Alan Turing. And so I'm so glad Jameson is back with us, because I'll need him to break me soon enough and just kind of, so I can refresh myself and get ready to do the monologue for the night. So I will be covering that, and that's of interest because we will be talking about computers, and I will be talking about exactly why he mattered so much. And of course, he was gay, and he was basically tortured to death. And the question comes up of, was he assassinated or did he commit suicide? And really, it's a combination of both. And I'm sure everyone would agree with me, with any cognizant sense of the human condition. When someone like Alan Turing dies and they say, oh, he bit into an arsenic-laced apple, and this was just his way of dealing with his pain. And I'll go more into it later on tonight in monologue, but anybody who has any hint of what they put him through, it's at that point, they assaulted him from so many angles that they drove him to suicide. This is a form of assassination. This is a form of...
Yes, Douglas, and it's like the motivation, gayness was a motivation to go after him for being gay, but I think there were other factors.
Yes.
Like the fact that he was so damned intelligent.
Yes.
The fact that he was personally awkward and didn't fit in.
Yes.
And then there was probably a spy motive, an intelligence motive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's all these factors. It didn't add up. I mean, he didn't add up.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is what happens when you have rarefied knowledge of any sort. You become vulnerable to being wiped out. If you all of a sudden were to acquire a vast amount of money, I'm not talking about $1 million, I'm talking about significantly more. And it's not particularly illegal. Certainly if it was illegal, it would do this. When that money gets put into a bank somewhere, it lifts certain eyebrows.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And it's like all of a sudden you become game. There are people who will look to get your money. There will be energy and forces. Some of them will be legitimate attempts to get you to buy stuff. I mean, get you invest in certain things that aren't ripoffs. There'll be other ones that are, but you become a target. When you have considerable money, you become viewed differently. You are now game. This is one reason for people who are middle class and struggling. You're not fat. You're not a target. It's best to be solvent, but sometimes being overly solvent has more problems than not. I would just say that.
Yes.
It's nice to be solvent, but
that's true, and I appreciate that, and I will also be addressing. I'm sorry, while Peter Moon was talking, I did stick a little bit of the last end of my sandwich in my mouth, so I'm going to just talk with that in there without chewing it. I always hate people who talk while they talk while they're eating, and that's what Lori and Ann Fenton did ceaselessly while she was on air and on every telephone call, and it is despicable. So this is not something I would.
A girl was like eating. It was like she was Skyping me, somebody I knew. Mm-hmm. She was eating while she talked. It was the biggest turnoff.
Thank you.
So I think when I first started talking to Paula, I said, we can Zoom. I said, you can watch me eat. She's like, I don't want to eat. Watch you. Why do I want you? I was just teasing her. I didn't intend to do that.
Of course.
Why don't you eat? No, it's not good.
Yes. But by the way, Jameson Reese wants to bring something up from tech school. What's that, Jameson? Now, give me enough time to finish the sandwich before I tell people what else that they'll have to look forward to tonight.
Okay. when I was in technical training, they were showing us slides of stuff like not to do when we go off base and things to do when we go off base and all this other crap. And they were going to a lot of stuff. And I remember I was sleep deprived, but I did remember when I was sitting amongst other people who were from my particular basic training squadron. There were like probably 3 other guys. I felt something felt off, and I had something. I blinked out of consciousness or something, and I was like, did any of you other guys witness that? And they were like, what? Witness what?
Typical.
Maybe it was the sleep deprivation getting to me, or maybe it was anxiety. I don't know. But I don't want to leave anything to chance. We'll just say that whatever it is, at least I was cognizant of it.
Yeah. And that's appreciated.
And for some reason, they weren't.
That, yeah, I can see that. I mean, look, everybody's so lost in their own little worlds most of the time. If it has nothing to do with them immediately, they're not going to even notice it. But I finished chewing, so thank you so much for that. And
I just bring that up because I don't want to wind up this is so that if heaven forbid, I should ever become anything like an asset or anything like that. At least I don't see myself doing that because I hate those motherfuckers way too much.
You're not an asset. If you were an asset, then you would have come here volunteering to help me, as opposed to the way it organically worked out. It's very different from the way other people have approached me that have been assets, and everybody knows this who's part of Team Dietrich. The assets that have been in the past, I've always been speaking about everybody else on Team Dietrich about there being assets months and months before they were severed.
And they just seem to show up like, hey, I can help.
Yes. Thank you. And I was usually, for the longest period of time, forever, I was never in any position to refuse. But in terms of where we're at for tonight, I do want people to know that it is also, of course, the anniversary of the yesterday was the date that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, invaded the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. So just because of all the war fags out there, as I'll call them from this point, I don't even want to call them war geeks or war nerds. I mean, the war fags out there who would be bitching that I advertised tonight as, post-Barbarossa Tag or post-Barbarossa Day, I will have to address the fact that the Soviet Union lost the fucking war, and I'll bring that up later. And so that's something that hopefully Peter Moon will review and Salman Sheikh when they wake up. I'll put a timestamp and I'll leave it in Peter's message box as to, where to start reviewing, and that'll help him so he could just start listening from that point. But I'll be covering Alan Turing and Operation Barbarossa and how the Soviet Union really never recovered from fucking World War II and ultimately collapsed. I mean, all of that was based on my father's invasion. They never recovered from that. Any concept that they won the war is laughable. I'll bring up why, of course. And aside from that, I will also cover, I'm not quite sure if this would be nearly as interesting to Peter, but it goes straight from the Alan Turing. I'll start with Barbarossa, go into Alan Turing, because that's a continuity from World War II to Alan Turing, and then I'll talk about the fact that this is also the anniversary of Title IX. And for those who don't know, Title IX is the Department of Educational rule where, of course, girls, it started off as just basically females, could not be biased against in terms of sports or other activities. And then what happened was that was extended under Obama to include transgendered people, and then revoked by President Trump, but has now been reasserted by President Biden. And this is simultaneous to the extension of the VA to benefits to trans sextons, transgendered soldiers, to get their operations to become fully members of the opposite sex, not only active duty, but veterans through the VA, which are totally different fucking systems, mind you. So that
You know,
the VA.
before I go to bed, Douglas,
Yeah.
I think you would have been amused by this. I saw Bruce Caitlyn Jenner on TV.
Yeah.
He was being interviewed by, I'm trying to think who the interviewee was. It was a woman. It was I think it was the black woman on Fox, Harris Faulkner. And she was interviewing him because he's going to run for, is it mayor of LA?
Oh, God.
I don't think as governor of, or
oh God, don't wish that on us. Governor of
of
California. Oh my fucking God.
And actually, his comments, I don't know if he's a he or a her, I guess, but are very. I don't know what she refers.
In Jenner's case, we could call it an it.
But this is the thing. It's like, actually, I thought that what was being said was very good. In other words, he says, I mean, women's sports should be women's sports. In other words, he wasn't doing a transgender, that's a good word. Transgender. A transgender. He wasn't doing a typical like LGBT type of militancy. It was very measured in what he said, and it was very reasonable in what he said, and I think it would appeal to most people. He was talking about, we want to have cops, we want to have good cops, we need more cops. He's talking about all the crime in Los Angeles, and it was the kind of thing most voters would want to hear. He's running as a Republican, not as a Democrat, and he's actually giving a pretty good diatribe, and then you see him talking, and it's just like, all of a sudden you're going, what is wrong with this picture? It's just like, it just didn't sound, there was something like non sequitur. It was almost like surreal. Like, here's this guy dressed up as a woman, or what the hell's going on? Now, I used to see, when I was in Hollywood, I used to live on Hollywood Boulevard when I was in Scientology. And for a fairly short amount, well, it was long enough. And you'd walk up and down Hollywood Boulevard, whether you're going to get ice cream or whatever the hell you're doing, just going for a walk. And there were so many transvestites. It was not a very nice place to be. It's much nicer now. I don't know that I'd call it nice. It's certainly more expensive and trendy. But it was like, it was so confusing. You'd walk down and you'd see, and these people they weren't very attractive. You'd say, is this a woman trying to be a man who's trying to be a woman trying to be a man? It was like sort of like a barbershop mirror. You're going, what is this? Is this a man who's trying to be a woman trying to be a man trying to be it's just like, it was just confusing, and they were just all over the place.
It's like there are people who simply groove off of offending the sensibilities, and that's what I think many people are who are into this sort of thing.
It might excite them to be different, and but I was looking at him, and it was just like, I'm watching him talk, and actually what he was saying was making sense. It was like, this is a good candidate. I'm looking at this person, and I'm saying, man, there's something really doesn't fit here. And it's like, and then who the hell is this person anyway? This guy was an Olympic athlete.
Yes.
And I don't like the Olympics. I hate the Olympics. I kind of tried to watch them when I was a kid, but the East Germans and the Russians stole all the medals because they were taking so many steroids.
Yes, it was obscene.
Women that look like weightlifters, and they said that they were on drugs, but they got the medals anyway.
Yes.
So the United States didn't have a chance, and it really wasn't very interesting. So but then as time grew, I began to hate the Olympics. But the one event I always respected tremendously was the decathlon. And because you did so many events, and to win the decathlon, you had to be a great athlete.
Yes.
We had a guy from California, Bob Mathias, who won it twice. The newscaster in LA, Rayford Johnson, had won it in 1960. It was really something to win. So Bruce Jenner winning the decathlon was not something that is easy to do.
Right.
And you know, that's like the epitome of an athlete is to win the decathlon. Jim Thorpe won it. But and now he's
and by the way, for the younger people out there who don't remember, Jim Thorpe was like a meme. He became a meme that used to be Jim Thorpe, All-American. You might remember that.
one of the greatest athlete of his time, probably.
Yeah.
And in 1910 or so. But yeah, it's so like, you know,
as was Bruce Jenner.
I guess if you could be the super athlete of the world, now you've done everything, now you want to go be a woman.
It's absolutely bizarre. It is bizarre, and he's so bad at it. And the whole point is that I remember Mad Magazine, which you might remember. For those of you who are too young to remember, it's no longer around. There is no longer there's no longer a Mad Magazine. There's a whole bizarre story behind my own personal experience with it. I'll go into sometime later. But Mad Magazine used to have. Save
it for a night when I'm here. I'd love to hear it.
Oh yeah, yeah. But
I'm personal friends with Alfred E. Newman.
There we are. And but they had a joke about they would do satires on different shows, and one time they were doing a satire on the Hulk, which was starring Bill Bixby. And in terms of Bill Bixby, you know, he basically was portrayed as this weak, effeminate guy. That was the shtick before he became the Hulk. And so when he's entering this one elderly woman's home where the daughter's introducing him to her mother, she says, "Oh, this guy's name is Bill." And oh yeah, in the Mad Magazine, they had it so that he wound up, because he was the Hulk, he lost all his clothes. So he met this girl who was kind enough, "Oh, here, take mine," or one of the extra clothes I'm not wearing. It was some woman's dress. So he's putting the dress on. So when she introduces him to his mother, her mother, he's wearing this dress. And she says, "This is Bill." And the mother says, "Looks more like his name should be Bruce," because Bruce was this infamous gay name. It used to be like almost like a trade name for gays, where it'd be, "Oh, my name's just Bruce," like, "Oh, just call me Joe." And so when, you know, when she said that, then they made this joke in the back of the magazine where in the background the TV's playing and Bruce Jenner has just won the Olympiad in terms of all of his accomplishments. And so they were pointing out the fact that Bruce was this incredibly masculine person, as opposed to the Bruce stereotype that this mother was calling on to insult.
They weren't making fun of Bruce Jenner in that, or they were.
They weren't. They were showing how he beat this stereotype of the name Bruce being effeminate, and they were showing how masculine he was. So he was viewed back then as the epitome of masculinity, and so from virility and masculinity to what he's become now, he's taken the name Bruce and brought it back to its original stereotype, which is back to, you know, the code name for gay, where, you know,
I don't want to bash his whatever he might have gone through, but he still is very masculine. I mean, looking at him, even he could no amount of plastic surgery make him like a beautiful woman.
Well,
it's
yeah,
just not happening.
He looks like, well, now from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but he likes women, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. Which makes him a lesbian. Yes.
Well, yeah. So it gets complicated, but after I went back and looked at some of his stuff. I mean, looked at him when he was what he was, and I can definitely see an effeminate streak in him, not necessarily in his physicality, but in his personality. Mm-hmm. And it appears to me, you know, without taking jabs at him, he appears to have had a feminine aspect of his personality that's looking for expression. And certainly he's exalted that, you know. It's like he's trying to express his own femininity, and he's doing it in a very public way. And I mean, I don't know what the hell that's about. I think I was once, doing some work for she was somebody in the fashion world, and I asked her something about what do most women need when it comes to makeup? She says they need to be more yin. In other words, what most women, she said, need when they're trying to get made up properly, they need to present themselves more yin. So they look more like a woman.
Yes. Well, that's what my mother taught me in terms of the female impersonation in the ninjutsu sense, in the inindo, the proper term for the ninja discipline. Yes, so I understand. Go on.
He's got some aspect of his personality. He comes across very aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not yin. That's not yin. That's like, yang. Yes.
I know. But he says, I'm a female, and I'm gonna get all of you. What does get all of you mean? It's like I'm gonna get in your face, and it's a form of exhibitionism, I guess. Just being a woman.
I think he's just hungry for attention. Something went wrong somewhere, and he hasn't had attention in the longest time, and he went nuts because he got all the attention when he was the Olympian, and he got on cereal boxes, and and kids would look at him when they were eating their cereal in the morning, and he went from that to nobody.
You could be quite right. You could be quite right, because everybody needs attention, and if you can't get attention, you're kind of dead. So he's going to get, he will get attention this way because, he was at the top of his game. And what kind of attention he's going to get? I think he was on a bit of the reality show with the Kardashians, I think.
Yeah, he married into them.
Yeah. So he was involved in the circle of friends with O.J. Simpson. And then, it's it's like what did he have? What does a person do? Some people are unhappy with fading off into the
sunset.
Into the sunset. It just doesn't go well. And what are they going to do? Play canasta or bridge? So for some people, that's fine. They because they didn't need a lot of attention. They just are happy to have their golfing buddies or bowling buddies or whatever it is. But in his case, you've got a good point there. It's and you know what? He's probably having a lot of fun.
I would hope. Jesus, he paid if you convert it to the opposite sex for the sake of getting attention, I would hope you're getting fun out of it, for God's sake, because that's a hell of a sacrifice to make and a hell of a commitment.
Does he's not somebody who had his penis removed?
Yes. As I understand it.
Then he's not having any more fun.
I know a guy, he didn't say he had his penis, but he's a so-called quote transgender. I think sometimes they kind of lie about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, that makes. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go on, please.
There was a guy in Scientology. He was involved with the finances. I forget his name, but he came out as a transgender, and he was originally a man, and everybody was just slapping him on the back on these posting boards. Oh, it's great you came out. You're such a good guy. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And then he ended up dying of cancer.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
It was very much connected to the operation and stuff.
The
hormones were all.
Oh God!
It was so messed up, and what was worse than his own decision, which killed him, is he was exposing all the financial shenanigans of Scientology, and he was very critical of the whole thing. But what was far worse than whatever decisions he made, and I think he made very bad decisions, was the way people slapped him on the back. And, good for you, and it wasn't good at all. He was killing himself. He had some serious problems.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know what he should have done, but I know that he did the wrong thing because he was a psychological mess, and he ended up changing his sex and his hormones, and it killed him.
And that's so sad. And
then,
yeah,
yeah, and then people, people will cheer you on the road to hell.
They do, and they do, because it's just a game to them. They're just watching it it's entertainment to them. It's like, people who go to the NASCAR. I mean, despite what people say, the majority of people go to see people crash. So
well, I don't think they wanted to see him crash. I think they were genuinely patting him on the back because it's cool to like, to encourage people and to congratulate them for being who they really are. And I would say maybe that's not who he really was.
I see what you're saying. I mean,
yeah, in other words,
yeah.
If you want to be gay, go be gay. Good for you. Good for you. Now, I don't have a problem with people being gay, and if that's who they are. But anybody who's going through that has a severe identity crisis. Now, I knew a guy who was gay or bi, and I'm convinced that Scientology changed him. People say, "Oh, it never changed him." He doesn't seem bi at all to me now. I haven't asked him,
Mm-hmm.
but I definitely get the impression. And it's like people can change. But, this whole idea of, it's like there was this book, Black Like Me. And this guy went and melanated his skin. It was a popular book in the 60s. And he says, he wrote this chronicle, and so how he started, in the South, he started being treated like shit when he went into cafes and stuff, when he, shoe polished himself up or whatever he did. I mean, he wasn't just putting shoe polish on. He put stuff into his skin, but he was actually changing his, and,
right.
Right. And then 10 years later, you read that he died of skin cancer because he was growing with his skin.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. But he proved to the world that if that black people were receiving prejudice. He proved to the world. It was like, did he really need to prove that to the world?
I was about to say, well, at that point, these people are obviously dealing with some real issues that are to do something like that with yourself and ultimately pay the price with your life. This is
it's compensation for something that's lacking.
Yeah, there's something horrible going on.
Well, yeah, and I don't remember people cheering him on. It was, of course, a sociological issue and a curiosity, and the book was, touted at school. And I read it, but it's like, but when you start cheering people on, it just, for doing something that, maybe you shouldn't cheer them on. You could accept, you could say, okay, well, it's okay if this is, you don't have to get in their face about it. But in this person's case, I think it would have helped if they got in their face about it.
It may have. Yeah, go on.
What is your major malfunction?
Yeah.
Private. What is your major malfunction here? And you might find what my teacher said about gay people, because, I can only remember one gay student that he ever had, and that didn't go well. He just didn't attract gay students. And he said there is a percentage of gay people, it's very small, that are genuinely, wired differently. He said most of them have issues with mommy or daddy, or something similar. They have issues. But he said they're because Native Americans would recognize somebody who's hermaphroditic or genuinely gay as a
twin soul.
Divine.
Yeah.
There's a divine message, as a child of God.
Yes.
And it was recognized, and it was a gift to the tribe. but instead it becomes institutionalized, and it kind of mocks the creation process. It mocks life, at least the standards of what life we have had for the last thousands of years. It mocks the standard. It's kind of like the fool mocking.
Well, that's why they were called contrarians. In the Native American culture, the term is contrarian. Yeah.
Yeah, and life does need to be mocked at times, because it can't take itself too seriously. And there are issues with overpopulation. We got a lot of people populating themselves. Maybe if we had more gay people, it would slow down the population stuff. It's so there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Yeah. But I think when things get, in your face, it's that's when everybody gets uncomfortable or disjointed over the fact. But in any case, it's definitely a public issue that will be dealt with. So be it.
Yes, and so I'll speak heavily to the politics on that later, but I'll first go through all the other things I mentioned. And
for the night, but it's nice talking to you, and thank you. Yes. We'll get back to the Yazidi another time.
Yes.
And all the gay magicians that that aspire to the ancient rituals of the Yazidi, because they do.
Yes, many did. Yeah, it's bizarre.
Anyway, I'll say goodnight to both of you, Jameson and Douglas, and of
course Salman.
And Salman, if he's still there. But
good night, Peter.
Okay.
Good night, Peter.
Okay, Salman is still Salman. We kept you up to 1 a.m. Anyhow, I love you dearly, Peter. Share that love with Paula.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And of course, he didn't get to hear. I'll speak later on if there's still enough time for the monologue down to other aspects as well. This is going to go beyond, of course, just transgender issues, but I'll heavily go into them tonight for several reasons. And but we'll let Salman sign off. Oh my God! So say anything you wish, Salman, and you didn't need to stand through all of that. And I felt so bad for you. I hope you enjoyed your time here in that last hour, because I know we kept you way past your bedtime. Oh my God! I'm so sorry.
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. It's always a pleasure and an honor just to listen to you, Jameson, Peter, and just the back and forth, the knowledge and the humor that we get to share with amongst one another. It's always good, my brother, and I love it. I enjoy it. I send my love to you, JMO, Team Dietrich, and my love and prayers are always with you, my brother. And I bid you all with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. And I look forward to catching up on the rest of the transmission tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Good night, my brother, and much love to you.
God bless you.
Good night, Salman.
And
good night, JMO.
Thank you.
Good night.
And wonderful individual, and hopefully he gets enough rest. Oh my God, I hate to keep people up for that long a period of time, but so I'm going to turn to you, son, and I'm going to ask you to, after I check the live stream. And
I want to ask a question.
Of course.
Does Jenner have any tattoos?
I have no idea. It's like, honestly,
I ask because how do we know that he's not the Antichrist that was depicted?
Yeah, God knows.
I'm being facetious.
I understand.
But I do have an insight on that. I think that the depiction of it not being clearly male or female with no genitals is more a reflection of the being's internal state. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be it's going to be a Hulk that looks like, what is it? It could be it could be a reference to something else.
I understand. No, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I hear you.
The tattoos could be sigils. I don't know.
Yes, yes, understood. This entity was portrayed as tattooed over the body, But that's understandable in a very African sense because Africans have ritual body scarring covering their entire bodies in certain tribes. So it was more along those lines, kind of like what you would see that was portrayed in the African themed Black Panther film with Killmonger, which was it's an incredibly stupid name.
Yeah, it is. I also didn't do justice last weekend as to why the intelligent, the almost sophisticated ghoul are all in Africa, and I'm starting to have a idea on it, but it's not a very pleasant one. The idea as to their organization, I suspect, might due to the fact that human beings were evolved to be cattle animals. We might have been evolved to be some kind of rare dish.
By the way, you're not alone in that. That's really not the case, and I've explained before. The city of what happened was a confluence of events it's just, how would I say it? There's a kind of a first off, the African continent is such that it is so how would I say, Edenic in the sense of its environment providing so much for its populace that when it came to the people of Africa, the necessity being the mother of invention, there was no need for that kind of inventiveness in Africa when so much was available literally in the environment, because the environment was warm, because it was providing in terms of food, whether game or fruit and vegetables. The society only needed to develop so far in terms of the kind of outward progress that we see in other places where the environment was so much more hostile. But at the same time, it's not that Africa doesn't have cities or ancient stone megaliths. They're there. Obviously, the intelligence was there to create such monuments, and the engineering capability was there. But the African people at the same time did not need to make certain advances that were thought of elsewhere. And those advances aren't necessarily all that necessary when you take a look at the ancient Mesoamerican, or the rather South American civilizations, like I call them, of course, Nazca, because I think mostly of the Nazca lines, but the Inca and the various civilizations that prior to them produced these incredible roads and these incredible megalithic constructs of cities that rivaled the Great Wall of China. In that area of Andean civilization, these were people who did not have the wheel. So either these megaliths were built by a culture prior theirs, which some people are arguing had the wheel, and then they inherited that, and their culture was based on it, which some people would argue about the situation in Africa.
Maybe they didn't need the will to build it.
That's right, and that argument has been made. And so the argument is made that instead there were people like the man who designed Coral Castle and built it all himself, and he's someone whose name I'd have to look up in Estonian. He was Estonian. And I forget his name, but if you look up the Estonian guy affiliated with Coral Castle, he was someone who said he had the secrets of how they built the pyramids in these places, and he was constructing them without the wheel. So Maria Grigorich, we love you dearly. Thank you, honey. Blessed be thy
Yo, am I late to the party?
Yeah.
What's
up,
yes,
Daniel? Daniel's
hey.
with us. Thank God. Yes.
You know, I was outside. I was outside in the yard, chilling out in a hammock, listening to you guys talking about the ghoul, and I was looking at the moon. And tomorrow night's is going to be the full moon.
Okay, there we are. Thank you, and I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be right back. But I'm hoping both Jameson and yourself can talk for a bit and hold a bit of a discussion with each other. I want you to know how excited I've been when I've been looking into some things that my mother had told me, and I'm beginning to learn more about them. There were some things she had told me when I was very young, and I hadn't been thinking about them for a long time. But honestly, the more I find out, the more interesting it is. One thing I shared with Daniel Arola a while back when he was asking about the Taiwanese, and he was asking about the Filipinos and the various Polynesian cultures that emerged out of Taiwan. These
Austronesian.
Thank you, Austronesian. Thank you. And in terms of these peoples, one of the things that people really need to understand about Okinawa is that, as my mother had told me, so much of what Americans understand about this Japanized version of Okinawa is really a lie, that the Americans themselves were subject to a kind of interpretation based on their own prejudices, where they think of the Okinawans as this kind of Japanized culture where the samurai had some kind of arms control, which of course, arms control, by the way, has been around in Japan forever, and firearms were kept under a severe restriction throughout Asia, just as part of their historical matrix. But for those of you who don't know, firearms were extraordinarily common in Asia. And of course, that's where they invented gunpowder. And so firearms restrictions developed along with the technology. But people have this idea that what happened was the Okinawans were like resisting the samurai with farmers' tools and whatnot. And there's two realities that actually converged in the development of Okinawan martial arts. One is that really these are extensions of the Austronesian culture, which is what the Okinawans are really a part of, just like Taiwan's indigenous populations. These are a different ethnicity from the East Asian people as people understand them. And this is why their diet is so different and the culture is so different. And their martial arts really extend out of the Philippines. When it comes to the Okinawan martial arts, it's not because they were using somehow farm tools to resist Japanese nobility in some kind of class warfare, which is essentially how Americans have reinterpreted that whole development. And there are other factors involved, and we'll go into that in another transmission. The other factors, of course, would be just as the Taiwanese were impacted by the nationalist Chinese relocating their government to Taiwan, providing an overlay of modern Chinese over the ethnic Chinese that had migrated over hundreds of years just to conduct trade, as part of this colonization that was occurring simultaneous really to the European colonization of Taiwan, the Portuguese, whom the Chinese, under a half Japanese, half Chinese individual named Kojinga, expelled, being the first colonized people to ever expel, and the only colonized people really to successfully completely defeat and expel the European colonizers. Then in Okinawa, you had many Japanese that relocated to Okinawa as certain samurai classes or dynasties lost their wars, and other samurai were taking over the shogunacy on the mainland and or the main home islands, and basically cementing their power foundations. They evicted many of these defeated samurai clans into the Okinawan region. So you had that influx there. So there's this, steady evolution in Okinawa, very similar to what happened in Taiwan. And so sometime soon in the near future, I'll discuss that more in depth on air with Daniel. Right now, I'll leave him to speak with our man, Jameson Reese, on that topic or anything else they wish to discuss. I'll be back in a matter of about 10 minutes at the longest, and make certain I have enough liquids around me. But Daniel, please stay with us as long as you see fit to, as long as you can. And
well, I don't think I can stay that long. I need to really kind of stay
hopefully an
high
hour
for a little bit and hang out for some.
Yeah. Good. Hopefully you can hang out for about an hour, and I'll need that time to get myself together.
It's going to have to be less than that, because I'm going to have to go to bed soon.
Oh shit. Well, like well, you can be around
Good
for
night
half an
right
hour
now.
or so, right? Half an hour, approximately.
Half an hour is about as much as
Okay.
it's stretching it, but yeah, that'll I can stretch it to half an hour.
Okay. Yeah, don't want to impose, but I'll be back in a few minutes then. I'll be back, about 10 minutes at the longest. But in the meantime, talk with Jameson, and then when I come back, we'll talk a little bit, and then then Jameson will dominate while I finalize, getting ready to do monologue for tonight. I'm so glad that you came on, though, and it's always so good to have you. And before I go take my break, So how was your day today, and what's been going on with you lately? Just kind of catch me up.
Walking outside today was like stepping into a whole different planet's atmosphere, but I still did yard work, and boy, it drained a lot out of me.
Oh, you shouldn't do that. You could get heat stroke or sunstroke. Oh my God. So tell me
Well,
about that. What's going on? A heat wave in Texas?
well, no, I kept myself hydrated. I was walked in and out of the house. I mean, the house was, fully blasting in the AC and all that, but I mean, there was still work to be done, and I did it because I
Wow.
wanted to mostly.
Right. Because I remember that idiot, what's his name? Whitley Strieber. That idiot went out to do mowing his lawn or something in Texas, and he wound up getting heat stroke. And but like you said, you're smarter than that, and you kept yourself hydrated.
Yeah.
And so yeah, with that, thank you for catching us up on that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go mute, and I'll be back about 10 minutes. So thank you both.
All right. All right.
Oh, what's been popping, Daniel?
Gee. Yeah. Staying out of trouble, staying out of jail, doing my errands and chores for the
All
most
right.
part. But other than that, I've kept up with some of my other friends, and just to make sure that they're not, fucking up as they usually do. And so far, they're not in jail, so they're good.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right.
Yeah.
So I have an interesting story here, and this is going to be a shocker. I'm guessing that they have. How's the restrictions there? No restrictions with the
Um.
COVID-19?
Oh well, it's actually they're actually getting a little lax. I mean, well, I would see in 20 people, I would see about maybe a handful of people with no mask on, which I would assume they were either Republicans or they're fully vaccinated. But for the most part, most folks are wearing their masks still, and they're being safe.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing.
Yeah.
And there's a good reason for it. We have a new variant out there
Hmm.
that has finally hit the U.S. And I was going to start reading it, but I think other things came up. But hearing impairment, severe gastric upsets, blood clots leading to gangrene, symptoms not typically seen in COVID patients, have been linked by doctors in India to the so-called Delta variant. In England and Scotland, early evidence suggests a strain which is also dominant there carries a higher risk of hospitalization. That sounds nastier than what already is floating around.
Hmm. Yeah.
I wouldn't want to take my chances. Even in New York, where it's a relatively low rate of people who are like infected, I wouldn't want to take my chance with that.
No kidding. Yeah, especially when you guys are talking about those dead whales. I wouldn't want to
Oh
get near
yeah.
those either.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was trying to look for. I found quite a few videos of those things exploding, and then there's a really good one where a guy who's working to, like, I guess he's someone who's working to get rid of the whale. He cuts like the whale's midsection, and it just goes and just blows like all the intestines all over the area and whatnot. And I was looking at the guts, and I was like, well. Getting hit by a string of those intestines would be like getting hit by a Mack truck.
Shit.
Oh man, you wouldn't. Yeah, I would hazard that one wouldn't want to get hit by that.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's bad enough if you tell some of these dumbasses not to do it, they're going to do it because they're told not to.
Oh yeah. I was looking at I saw old footage of like the 1970s where they were going to dynamite a dead whale to just get rid of the carcass, and there are people like stepping on the whale's fin, and I'm like, and these like grown people. I'm like, is that a good idea? I mean, I couldn't do it, man.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I wouldn't go near. It's especially that story that Peter had told about poking that dead cat. And, you know, as I was listening along, you know, of course, even my own sense of smell was like, ooh, damn, bro, screw that.
One of my earliest experiences with cats is, all right, let me flash back. I think I'm around 6 years old. And I'm going with my father to the park. And so he's sitting on a bench. I think this is the park by Union Street in Brooklyn, you know, where I grew up. And he's like sketching like cars off in the distance and whatnot, because he always used to sketch like mechanical stuff. That seemed to be his interest. And so I see this cat on the ground, and the cat's just laying there, and I'm like thinking about petting it. So I pet it, and I notice the thing's not moving. And then I turn it around, and then I'm just like hit by waves of flies and maggots and everything. And I'm like, whoa. Yeah, that probably wasn't the best memory of childhood to have of cats. Oh boy. Oh man. But yeah, that's, you know, playing with those corpses. I mean, I would think it would be common sense would tell someone that there's a possibility you could get disease if you're dealing with something that's dead, because it's going to have bacteria. But apparently, people, they don't process.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, imagine what it's like having to clear out killing fields after a battle. You know, you got to do that shit immediately before it gets worse.
Oh yeah. Those bodies would spread disease after they've been rotting for a while, and you never know. You could have kids playing around corpses.
No shit.
You could have people just doing what local people do, like unmentionable things that people should not be doing around dead bodies. That was not a pleasant set of images that flashed in my head, but I could only imagine what goes on, having seen what people do in other countries with dead bodies online on all those gore sites and whatnot. And people just like to really just parade around them and take pictures of it with their cell phones and whatnot.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I mean, it's now. I mean, I used to rent the videotapes of the Faces of Death movies way back in the day, like in the early '90s, and you know, just you know, more out of curiosity. Although I still found it disturbing as hell, I still had to observe, and all I kept repeating to myself was, "At least I'm not smelling any of this shit."
Oh yeah. Oh man. What I will say is I've learned a safe detachment from the human species after seeing some of the tortures and things people can do to one another. I mean, one of the worst things is probably the what do you call it? The necklacing that they do in Africa. But you know, what I will say is I have harsh words for humans, and especially who are of the black and white ethnos, because those are the people who have caused me the most grief. Suffice to say, a world where Africa and Europe and America are no more wouldn't bother me. It really wouldn't. It's not a question of self-hatred. It's not self-hatred in a matter of fact. Rather, it's an appreciation for the cruelty that the people of those ethnos are capable of. But then again, one can say the same for any other ethnicity on the planet, because it's human to be cruel, and that might actually be something that's more of a male thing, or is it?
Well, when I grew up in the Philippines, I mean, that I mean, human cruelty was pretty commonplace, under like the dictatorship of President Ferdinand Marcos, with all this other shit going on, including communist rebels hiding out in the mountains, and in fact, actually, they made the Muslims in the South look like saints.
Holy shit.
And they would always create these stigmas about these Muslims that are defending their own territory, as if they're the ones that are invading Christians, but they're just really watching out for their own home,
Man.
But and now, I mean, after Marcos has left, it's gotten even worse. Duterte, he's way worse as far as violence and killing is concerned.
Geez. Yeah. Well, what kind of things do they do there, if you don't mind me asking?
Jeez. I haven't really been keeping up, but what I can recall, with what I know about the Filipino people, it's the government's. I mean, yeah, it's definitely blatantly corrupt. And they are, they're a lot like the Republicans today, except they're far more crueler than they are. When it comes to gaslighting and lying blatantly. And they take it 10 times out there, way out there, especially President Duterte. I mean, he's like one big time brown skin gaslighting master.
Oh yeah, that guy kills people if they look at him the wrong way.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, he was always one to go out looking for people to kill when he was mayor of Davao City in Mindanao. That's that big southern island in the Philippines where most of the Muslims reside.
Damn. So this guy's literally he started off hunting for heads.
Yep. Actually, in fact, he also had a death squad called the Davao Death Squad, just a gang of killers that he had hired. And what they did is they would find people. They would find their targets in broad daylight and in public, in crowds. Go up there, kill, and just walk away. Not even run. They just walk. They don't even notice them. And anyone that noticed them, they ain't saying shit.
Damn.
Yeah.
That shit makes the hood here look like a fantasy, a utopia.
No kidding. I mean, Duterte. It's like I don't know. Killing is like crack to him. I mean, it's just to him. He feels powerful or whatever. But yeah, this death squad used to meet up with him early in the day. Usually at a restaurant somewhere to eat before they get sent to kill people. And it's shit. That shit's still been going on even after he became president. Then that's when he took control of the Philippine police forces, which got even worse.
So now he's got the police forces and he's got his personal death squads.
Pretty much. I mean, well, the police force became pretty much his own personal death squads. Well, actually, he still had hired killers that are that aren't law enforcement. Also, just regular street criminals that he'll probably end up killing himself, or by someone else.
Damn, man.
I mean, that's pretty much how they work. I mean,
Yes, I am reminded to never go there on vacation.
Well, I don't miss it. I mean, I love the country itself, the sights, the beauty of the place, but the people I'm not a fan of.
Oh, well, you and me, when it comes to people, I can honestly say I've grown to learn that I'm not a fan of, people in general. unless they prove themselves otherwise. And I'm fairly certain there are good people out there, but the question is, it's the ones who always have that good exterior that really have some dark shit going on.
Yeah, especially when they talk about it. You know, when they call themselves good people, and the more they talk, the more you want to doubt it.
Yeah, yeah, and it's usually the people who are like really overly nice and who are nice to everyone that I'm like, okay, what's he hiding? I don't know. It's just
Okay.
call it just the wisdom of age, but I think there's some truth to it.
Yeah, no kidding. But yeah, I definitely don't miss living there. You know, I mean that was like, I guess you could say that was like school to me in a way. You know, kind of like boarding school, because my parents sent me and my brother there, you know, to live with other relatives and go to school out there. But you know, having to absorb that culture. Originally, my parents had planned on moving back to the Philippines for good, but of course, to my own horror, that I dreaded that the most. You know, until the time after Marcos was after he was exiled, and my mom found out that I was involved in some of the riotous activity going on, you know, in my province. Over all that, she came down and flew down to fly me and my brother back home for good, which made me very happy, knowing that I don't have to ever go back.
Ooh, what did I miss? Oh, what, you're happy about never having to go back where?
To the Philippines.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
Okay. Now the main reason. Okay. Now when my parents moved me and my younger brother back to the Philippines to live with my grandparents, originally the plan was that my parents were saving up to move back there for all of us to live there permanently, which I did not want to.
Ooh.
I was thinking I would just stay there long enough and then go back.
Yeah.
And then until after Marcos was exiled, and you know, he left the country. Long story short, I ended up getting involved with the convoy of Marcos loyalists, and just started getting into fights and riotous action. And Mom found out about it, so she freaked out, flew down, got me and my brother, and flew us back to Texas for good. And I was very happy about that, because I had never planned on wanting to go back again.
I can imagine. Oh my God. Now, just so people understand this, the Philippines, of course, has so many islands, and so many of them are beautiful. I mean, just really just scenic, and but the quality of life in general is pretty challenging. And what was it most about the Philippines that you just found just, you know, untenable?
The people.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. But by the way, when I speak of this kind of what I've spoken of with the kind of you know, the tendency of the Philippines and their culture being so corrupted by so many influences that they would be the kind of culture that would be desirous of colonialism. You understand what I'm speaking of more than anyone, probably. You know what I'm speaking of, right? You get what I'm saying, I hope.
They're like, okay, they're kind of like metaphorical Uncle Toms.
Yeah. They have
You know,
far more.
They kiss up to people that are stronger than them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and this is, of course, not all of them are like that. Obviously, these generalizations only go so far, but the majority of Filipino people who are in the cities, who are educated, they are essentially there's no describing it. They respect foreigners far more than they respect each other. If you're another Filipino, they would probably look at you with a degree of contempt, like, oh, well, I know what that is, and it ain't all that. Yet somebody else comes in, and the whiter the skin or the lighter the skin, the better. And you know, whatever foreigners come in, they will be respected, and it's sad, and it's frustrating, and it's and it's beyond that. It's compounded by the corruption that's so pervasive, and so it's very hard to get anything done. And you may have heard what I said the other day about, you know, the Filipinos could do this in terms of their military, and how they could, like, you know, maintain some level of industry, etc. But then I concluded by saying, but they're not going to do any of that simply because this is what they do. Is I don't know if that's all part of the crab syndrome, but you might describe the crab syndrome and just, what you think all that might come from, just this kind of self-defeating kind of attitude they have.
Okay, the crab syndrome. Okay, crab mentality. Okay, you got. Somebody was talking about fishing earlier. I believe it was Peter Moon.
Yeah.
And I was reminded every time I went out on the fishing trip with the family. I was quite a hyper kid, so I wasn't one to always want to sit still and wait for a bite while holding the rod and reel. So I managed the nets and traps for the crabs, and I was good at catching them. And so of course, every crab I caught, I collected them in a cooler. And now what these crabs do, of course, naturally they want to get out. And now the closer one of these crabs get to the edge and trying to climb out of it, I never even bothered to try to push it back in, because other crabs will reach up and pull it back down with them, and or they'll try to climb over each other, and of course they'll always get grabbed, get pulled back in, get pulled back in. That's the metaphor of crab mentality, and that's a lot of the reflexive behavior of many Filipino people. They'll be kind and nice and very entertaining to your face, but when they think you're doing a little bit better than them, they're going to try to pull you down to their level so that you don't advance.
It's so sad.
And
it's so true. It's so sad and so true. And it's and here in America, the Filipinos, like, if people want to know really what it's like to kind of live in the Philippines, we would go to Coma in California, where Coma is one of the few places in the world where there are far, far more dead people than there are living people. Coma is a cemetery city. And because San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States after New York City, San Francisco has no place to bury its dead. So we have the Presidio Military Cemetery, and then there's one coffin which is supposed to have the body of the man who established the Unitarian Church. Is on public display. His tomb is right there in the middle of traffic for everyone to pass by in San Francisco, if you know where to look. But other than that, there's really no official cemetery. I've got bodies all under my house, which everybody knows about, because this is like from the gold rush days, that Russian Hill, they buried them in graves here. So there's unmarked graves on the bottom of many of the homes near me, aside my own, throughout Russian Hill, that's advertised when the little cars drive by in the tours. But in terms of that, that's a different thing. But, everybody who dies, most of them get buried in Coma, if they're burying them at all. And so that's primarily, aside from all the dead, it's Filipino. And they maintain all the services there. And so it would be like, you get an idea of what it would be like to live in the Philippines. And of course, it's different because it's here in America and they're much more prosperous. But the Philippines, it's just so, the worst part of it, I could see exactly what, it's exactly what Salman Sheikh says about Pakistan. The worst part of Pakistan for him is really the Pakistani people. When he goes there, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. He pretty much describes a lot of the mentality of the Filipinos as well. Yeah. It's similar.
Yeah. And
it's like, that's the thing. Even with some of my relatives, I do my best to avoid speaking to them, because they'll always try to cash in on some kind of favor or ask me to do some shit for them. Like, oh hell no, not this shit again. They want me to help them get a job or help them come to America. It's like, that's not my department. Call my mom.
Thank you.
But your mom did to call you. I was like, oh no, that's a joke. She just didn't want to talk to you.
There we are. Thank you. Oh my God. And that's so sad. What was on their minds when she was thinking about moving you and your brother back there permanently? That's so antithetical to most Filipinos' dream of escaping the Philippines forever and then living in the United States. What could what was on her mind when she was thinking of resettling?
Well, I believe that was actually their original plan. See, after my father had been ordained as a minister for a while, the plan was to send him out there, and of course, my mom had the schooling as a nurse, and they figured, that things would get better. They'd have some financial gain, and then come back and help the family. But that never turned out.
I see. And of course, the empire of Filipinos around the world is primarily that of women in healthcare, and so that's that's not surprising at all. But I'm glad things worked out the way they did, most certainly, and they most certainly worked out with yourself. Aside from that, how are you for now? Are you going to retreat into slumber now? Have a gentle night, or?
Yeah, I still have some chores to finish up in the kitchen. Then I got to go to bed.
Okay, well, we love you dearly and share that love, of course, with your loved ones who are immediately near you. And I thank you so much for coming on, and we really do appreciate your time. And hopefully you'll join us in the opening hours, in the transmissions to come every once in a while, so that we can, that always helps. And you take care then.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, Daniel.
Yeah. Good night, Daniel. He's so wonderful, and of course he is part of the DAMAJ DAMAG Daniel Rolla Martial Arts Group, his dojo, so to speak. And with that, I'm going to ask our man Jameson Reese to take the stage. We're at the bottom of the hour now.
All right.
Yeah, and it's yours.
This horror story, folks, just gets more and more horrible.
Which one? Oh my God, what's going on now?
This is the all right. This is the India strain of COVID. This thing is literally a monster. All right, this is according to Bloomberg again. This is the one where the gangrene, hearing loss, Delta variant may be more severe. And I had gone into like some of the symptoms that it causes, and what's even worse though is the fact that India has been going all right. I was at stomach pain, nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, hearing loss, and joint pain are among the ailments COVID patients are experiencing, according to 6 doctors treating patients across India. The Beta and Gamma variants, first detected in South Africa and Brazil, respectively, have shown little or no evidence of triggering unusual clinical signs, according to a study by researchers from the University of New South Wales last month. Of course, this is a mutation. Now, I had found out also that India is having a large many of these COVID patients are having a large incidence of what's called. All right, let me go back to that, because I was looking at these horrific pictures of it, and oh my gosh, damn. Well, they go into it and argue. Some patients develop microthrombi, or small blood clots, so severe that they led affected tissue to die and develop gangrene, said Ganesh Munudhani, a Mumbai cardiologist who has treated 8 patients for thrombotic complications at the Seven Hills hospitals during the past 2 months. 2 required amputations of finger or a foot. I saw 3 or 4 cases the whole of last year, and now it's one patient. Now it's one patient a week. Munudhani said.
And by the way, just so people understand that this isn't some kind of fear porn, just by talking about what's going on in India, so that they understand, like, there's going to be people out there who are going to say, hey, what the fuck does that have to do with us? That's India. Well, the Delta variant could make, as I said, for a very deadly autumnal season once fall arrives. And so to put that into some perspective for you.
It's already here.
Well, yeah, it's already here, but hasn't exploded just yet. Hopefully it can be contained because we're under a different president who actually cares, and we are trying to contain it as it manifests. It's not like Trump, who just ignores it and just lets it, and then encourages people to spread it. Rather, the warning is going out. So experts do agree that the very dangerous Delta variant could cause a full-on resurgence of coronavirus in the United States in the coming months. So just bear that in mind. And the most recent models find that this highly contagious variant, that's even coupled with 75% of eligible Americans getting vaccinated, could still result in more than 3,000 COVID-19 deaths a week at various points during the fall and winter. That's a huge increase over recent summer lows. And that 75% vaccination rate is a far off dream right now. Our country will likely fall short of Biden's goal of a 70% partial vaccination rate among adults by the 4th of July. So college students and workers around the country in particular are also starting to balk at these vaccine requirements set by their schools or their employers. So this kind of Republican insurgency is preventing these vaccinations from happening. And so, we can only hope that it's the Republicans who die off. I mean, that's basically what we can hope for. But
their deaths will not be a pleasant one, I might add, and deservedly so.
Thank you. Has to be said.
Yes. So go on. Listen, love unto Penny, but she could say they're trying to divide us all she wants, but no, there is a difference between someone who's hard on the right and someone who's more progressive. And the difference is the people who are hard on the right are pieces of shit who don't deserve to live.
And honestly, I have to echo that. I mean, there's no point in being diplomatic anymore.
No, it's just pointless being diplomatic, because at this point it's life and death. This is a war. And this is a war on a biological scale. India has reported 18.6 million COVID cases thus far in 2021, compared with 10.3 million cases last year. The Delta variant was the primary cause behind the country's deadlier second wave and is 50% more contagious than the Alpha strain that was first spotted in the UK, according to a recent study by an India government panel. India has the surge in cases may have driven an increase in the frequency in which rare COVID complications are being observed. Even still, Munad Hane said he's baffled by the blood clots he's seeing in patients across age groups with no past history of coagulation-related problems. We suspect it could be because of the new virus variant, he said. Manud Hadne is collecting data to study why some people develop clots and others don't. Doctors are also finding instances of clots forming in blood vessels that supply the intestines, causing patients to experience stomach pain, their only symptom, local media has reported. Some COVID patients are also seeking medical care for hearing loss, swelling around the neck, and severe tonsillitis, said Hital Marfatia, an ear, nose, and throat surgeon at Mumbai's King Edward Memorial Hospital. I hate the fact that these things are named after British kings.
Thank you. Yes,
so disgusting.
You wonder why the Asian Indians maintain that. What is that about? You'd think that they would have some sense of national pride and
if they had national pride, they would send all their COVID, they would fly all their COVID dead and drop them over the UK.
Yes, thank you. Good point. Yes. And beyond that, you have to ask yourself why. By the way, the Philippines is named after King Philip of Spain. You would think they would get rid of that and rename themselves their original name, Catagalugan, and get rid of the fucking colonial trip. But they maintain.
Well, Catagalugan sounds better.
Thank you.
I like it.
Yes, I'd rather be Catagalagani than Filipino.
It rolls off the tongue. It's exotic. It's unique. Philippines. I mean, come on.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
At this point, I've grown to hate the West.
Yes. And, which is a construct anyway. But go on. Yeah.
I've decided what I'll do is I'll take whatever's good from the West, if anything was good from the West.
Well, you remember what Gandhi said when he was asked about Western civilization, what he thought of it. He says, "I think it would be a good idea." Yeah. So there.
Yeah. I mean, aside from Magic the Gathering, that's about the only thing I can grasp that I enjoy being in Western culture, and crazy fast techno music.
There we are.
Every person is showing different symptoms in the second wave, she said. The unusual presentations for Delta and a closely related variant known as Kappa. Oh my fucking goodness, Kappa! Holy shit!
How do you spell that?
Kappa.
Oh wow, it's spelled like the romanization of the Chinese devil. So there's a Japanese mythical creature known as a kappa, which isn't necessarily a negative creature, but one of those creatures that is rather ambiguous, could be both positive or negative, but definitely, you don't want to find out, so you'd best just avoid them. But kappa, it's interesting that name in India is being applied to this mutation. I wonder where that comes from.
Yes, Hastelic has been quite busy.
Indeed.
Now, this spread led to a fourth lockdown in the Australian city of Melbourne, and it's still being confirmed, said Raina McIntyre, a professor of global biosecurity at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. In the meanwhile, it's important to take... Wait, let me... how do I do it? How do I do an Australian accent?
Oh, don't get me started. I could never do one. When I've tried it in the past, it just...
This is Steve Irwin.
No, you'd be more like Steve Irwin. You got to remember, Australians they're descended from Irish people, which would be the connection to the Confederate States of America kind of thematic I was bringing up before. These are all...
Yeah, it's very apropos. I can see exactly where they get the bigotry from.
Yes, thank you. So there's, now remember, of course, my father was Irish, but there's this,
Douglas, there are great exceptions.
Yes, thank you.
All over the world, and it's those people, regardless of race, color, whether they're LGBTQ, straight, or transhuman. But I aspire to be transhuman, which is like, I honestly have decided, what is the point of sex? What is the allure of these flesh bodies and having to bang into another one just to feel pleasure? It's pointless.
Oh, well, it is what it is. I understand what you're saying. That argument has been made.
Yes,
it's essentially what Salman Sheikh says, really, is Salman Sheikh has gone up there. And Laura Lee Solomon was on this celibate trip for a while, where she was pointing out the enlightened joys of celibacy. And
well, don't get me wrong. I mean, you throw a woman in front of me with no STDs, and she says, "I'm all yours, Jameson," and she has everything I'd like to see. You best believe I'm getting to work.
Yes.
So I mean, but the only thing is, it's not something that dominates my mental space. It's something where if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. It's like playing a video game. It's like, I don't have a PlayStation 2. I can't play the old PlayStation 2 games. Big deal. Am I eager to get one? No. But it would be nice if I had one. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to spend my money to get one. So it's like the same thing. Um, Now, here's where things get even more interesting. The most alarming aspect of the current outbreak in India is the rapidity with which the virus is spreading, including to children, said Chetan Mundada, a pediatrician with the Yashoda group of hospitals in Hyder.
Hyderabad, probably.
Thank you. See, it's the things that have those repetitive R's or B's or T's, they slip me up. You know,
No
it
worries.
was even worse when I was a kid because I'd be stuttering. I'd be like, it was horrible.
Oh, I get it. Yes, the speech impediment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Go on.
yeah. I had the same problem Joe Biden had. The all right. Oh wait, yeah. I just went into that. Apollo's Gafur said he was also seeing entire families with COVID symptoms, unlike last year when individuals dominated, reflecting an increase in household transmission caused by the whoa. Let me read that. Unlike last year when individuals dominated, reflecting an increase in household transmission caused by the Delta variant. Okay. Causes of now here's the gruesome one. Mucormycosis, a rare opportunistic fungal infection. Now, I had the privilege of Googling that, and I want to describe some of these pictures in grisly detail for our audience. So, we have people with the skin like bloated with this sort of pinkish patchwork of what the fuck. That's not a good description, and it's like
Rather, it doesn't do it justice. Yeah.
no, it doesn't do it justice, and you can see the pores being stretched. There are images of it inside someone's mouth where, oh my goodness, how the hell did it get there? Too much smoking crack and shit.
What's the name of this? You could send me a link, not to any of these images, just the name. You could later on in the message box put the name of the disease.
Mucormycosis.
Yeah. It just sounds awful already, but for it to be visible, very few diseases are visible in that sense. So
yeah, these are fungal infections that ravage people who are
but I mean even
compromised.
most fungal infections tend to be internal. I mean, when you think of an external fungus infection, you think of something like athlete's foot. But in terms of something like to become visible to the way that you're speaking, this is horror film material. This is where we're in The Last of Us.
Now,
if you remember the video game The Last of Us.
Yeah. Wait, I never played that game, but
okay. But you know.
I'm looking at one where there's this Asian kid and he's got like his nose is black. It's literally just black and encrusted, and it's spreading to his like upper lip, and the eyes are like swollen shut.
Yeah.
Horrific. And then there's one where a guy's entire sinus area is completely removed, and it obviously must have infected his eyes too, because they're missing.
So this happens somehow as COVID is the gateway for this? Because it compromises the immune system, and then this opportunistic fungus comes in? Where does this fungus come from? I mean, how do you avoid getting the fungus?
Well, here's where I did some.
Yeah, where are these people getting it? Where are these people getting the fungus?
Well, here's where I did some wikimancy before I decided to
look up
the horrors. Before I decided to look up the horrors of cirrhosis of the liver and the bulging belly syndrome, which is going to convince me to stop using DXM because I want the six pack. I do not want to be a festering, slow-moving thing with a bulging gut covered in veins. That's just not cool. All right. Mucormycosis is a fungal infection caused by fungi in the order Mucorales. In most cases, it is due to an invasion of the genera rhizopus, and mucor common bread molds. Most fatal infections are caused by rhizopus or rhizae. It is less likely due to lichthyemia and rarely to apophthomyces. Holy shit! If it has apophis in it, bad news. That's all I can say. If you put apophis in any word, it sounds bad. Others include cunning hamalia. I'm not going to try to read these names, but the fungal spores are in the environment. Can be found on, for instance, moldy bread and fruit that are breathed in frequently, but cause disease only in some people. In addition to being breathed in, to be deposited in the nose, sinuses, and lungs, and spores can enter the skin via blood or directly through a cut or open wound, or grow in the intestine if eaten. Once deposited, the fungus grows branch-like filaments which invade blood vessels, causing clots to form and surrounding tissues to die.
Jesus.
Other reports causes include contaminated wound dressings.
Just get your goddamn vaccines, people. Holy fucking shit.
Well, it'll be interesting if they don't, because we get to see some real horrors before us. Some specimens, walking specimens, have reported the following. See, if I want to keep the humans alive for any reason, I'd at least keep them alive just to experiment on them.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, it seems like they're conducting that experiment for you themselves. Yes, who would not want to get vaccinated hearing all this shit? I mean, to try and prevent
We have moldy bread. We have dung. It could be found on mold on wet soil, and mucor, whatever the hell.
But still, these aren't things people normally expose themselves to. I understand India is a very tropical environment, and they're going through.
Well, the thing is, what's interesting is that these things are already in the environment. They're even if we're in the United States, they're already in the environment. If you're in an area that has a lot of soil and is subject to a lot of rain, because our rainy seasons are going to be hell. Or let's say you're in some area that got flooded. There's a reason why when I see ponds or puddles, I don't jump in them like most people. I step around them. I jump over them. I've seen people with like flip-flops literally when it's raining and you can't avoid it, and there's like sea. Now, if it's raining to the point where it was in Staten Island like that day when my shoes got flooded, okay, there was just no other fucking way. I mean, there was no choice. And you best believe I showered after that shit. But I mean, damn, man. I've seen people. Most people wear these sneakers, these basketball sneakers, and they're not water resistant. They're not waterproof. I'm like, yeah, okay, you got Jordans. Are they going to last in the rain? Or you got these nice, jazz snazzy sneakers, but they're not waterproof. Who the fuck cares? I don't understand fashion when it comes to practicality. But that's beside the point. What I can say is these fungi happen to be in all types of things in the environment. And I'm guessing with our enhanced global warming, there's going to be more fungus all over the freaking place. Because they can even be found in like dead leaves and things like that, dead vegetation. So, I mean, if we add the COVID in the mix to whatever fungi is around us, one really wouldn't need to go come up with some kind of horrid plan to annihilate the human race, because the fungus and the COVID would just do that job already. All right. So they say this is a rare opportunistic fungal infection, but it's only rare because it happens in people who are extremely immunocompromised. I believe this is also what used to infect people who had AIDS and whatnot, where they would get
that's true.
Fungus on their back. It's horrifying to look at. Now, this has also been surging in India. It has affected more than 8,800 COVID patients and survivors as of May 22nd, forcing local healthcare authorities to call it an epidemic. Oh, well, geez, they just jump on the epidemic bandwagon. Are you serious? Okay, maybe I'll call it an epidemic. Yeah, that's Modi, this dumbass.
By the way, he's referring to the present dictator of India, Narendra Modi, who hopefully will be either assassinated or overthrown or taken out of power. I wouldn't wait for a legal election. I mean, you've got over 1 billion people, and how many millions are dying because of this?
There's not going to be anyone else. The only people who are going to be alive to elect him are going to be his own family.
Well, hopefully they die off, since all these people were non-believers in the vaccine at first. He's reversed completely on that, and he's trying to give everybody a vaccine just to try and maintain his power, but it's too late. Just all part of the insanity of the populism. And of course, Brazil. Oh my God. You could go to town on that. They're down there protesting against.
Your Brazil. Well, Brazil is becoming a hellhole for completely other reasons, and I have an article that I wanted to go into in regards to that for some reason, but I'll pick that up when I finish this one up.
Sounds good. And I'm just curious, before we go there, I'm curious because there's so many things going on bad in Brazil right now. It's hard to choose. So I'm wondering, is it the
worst thing happening in Brazil is Brazil.
Yes.
But this is one that's going to really offend the vegans out there and the soy enthusiast. Okay. Because their soy farming is going to is threatening to rip up areas of tropical rainforests that have endangered wildlife.
Okay, and not only that, but the Amazon rainforest may be headed for another devastating fire season.
That's the Earth. That's the Earth's lungs.
Yes, that's right.
For all intents and purposes. That is our entire fucking planet's lungs.
Right. Which I've gone into in some detail before to try and put that into context. But just know this much. After they've already suffered a very destructive 2020, just like California did, and with the drought conditions ongoing in Brazil, the forest has rarely been drier than it is right now. So we've another devastating fire season maybe ahead. So by all means, though, go on with what you're saying.
Even as India's outbreak begins to ease, daily infections have slipped to less than a quarter of the May 7th peak. The Delta variant is sparking outbreaks elsewhere, including oh gosh, I hate this word. Hitherto virus.
Heretofore?
Hitherto. Well, yes.
Oh, hitherto. Yes, go on.
Hitherto. Yeah, it's the two H's. Oh my God, the H. I hate H. If I were to create a letter of the alphabet that's demonic, it would be a H. Now, when we look in medieval grimoires, usually the number 4 in the way that has like that slanted angular lines, the closed 4, the R, S, are some of the letters we see usually affixed to infernal spirits and whatnot. The letter H should be there. For me, it's the letter H.
Well, this is why they used that to turn Christ's name into a profanity. Jesus H. Christ used to be a swear word, a swear term, so it was profaning.
Oh my gosh. Don't please tell me I'm the second coming of Christ. Then I can just say, look, management, get rid of them.
We could only pray.
I am not going on across this time around. I'll just say that much. Well, no, I'm not claiming to be right. I'm joking, folks. I'm joking. We all know that I'm the furthest thing from it.
Well, everybody should understand that you're coming at that from a point of humor. One would hope that they understand that.
Yes. It's a point of humor. It's humor.
Yeah, but you never know. People are so
I'm not
crazed.
I'm not one who slanders other people's religious idols. And to be quite frank, I don't have any problem with Jesus Christ. I have a problem with
Fundamentalist Christians, perhaps Christian nationalists. I'll be tearing into them later. Yes.
And I also have a problem of communication with my family, who find my own eclectic behaviors concerning to them, to the point where they don't tolerate it. So I have to do most of my spell casting elsewhere, which I won't comment on.
Well, I can't really blame them for that, but we'll go on. I mean, that's kind of like when Derek Talley was relating, my wife's mother was calling me up saying, I'm a piece of shit because I kept your wife in this neighborhood where she had to sleep next to an open window with a gun loaded so she could shoot anybody who tried to steal our car. Okay. And I'm like thinking, well...
Now, I wouldn't go to town on Derek only because, I just found out that he was trying to get me kicked off Team D. Like, I had my gripes with him, but I didn't know he went that far. I just figured he was just being a moody asshole. But, Derek, if you're listening, go fuck yourself.
It's one of those things where
eat a 12 gauge and just plaster the wall with your brains, you miserable, dull, dim-witted black piece of shit.
Oh my god. I know.
I mean, seriously, driving hydrogen with busted eyes. Bro, are you fucking serious, dude? You know how many people you could have killed?
Yeah, that's pretty unconscionable.
Oh my gosh. And then there was that one time he called us and he was being inundated with rain and all that stuff. And I'm like, so not only is this dude driving in the rain, he's driving and he can't fucking see.
Yeah, he's driving blind, essentially. And it wasn't only Peter Moon I shared that with. It was actually, I outed him in front of himself to Brendan Zogin. So it was one time I was talking to Brendan Zogin about that while he was there listening. So it's not like... He didn't protest it or deny it either, because once he shared it with me, it wasn't like he was really hiding it, and it's bizarre when you think that guy. By the way, again, I'm not bringing this up now, just so understand this. Anybody who feels sorry for Derek, don't, because first off, he has no financial problems. He has full care from the VA available to him. He could have been getting counseling all this time in terms of psychology or psychiatry from the VA, and has never done it, which I suspect he never did because he didn't want his company to think that he had any psychological issues so that he could keep driving. But that's like kind of like, cheating on the eye test, right? It's like at that point, if you're worried about that, maybe you shouldn't be fucking driving. But he should have at least transferred fully into the VA, and he gets a VA disability check. So he's got the disability fucking check, and he was working. It was working with the VA disability check. Well, by the way, that's not illegal, but that shouldn't be happening anyway. All of our tax dollars go into paying these veterans.
Douglas, can we report him for double dipping?
You can't. You can't, because he wasn't doing what the veterans were doing that we did report on that. Double dipping means that you're getting a military pension and the military disability, which are totally different departments and are never to meet unless, like my father, Congress signs off on it. So unless they sign off on you specifically like that, you can't get the both of them, which the one criminal, I mean, there's criminals who do that, but we exposed the one who was affiliated with Richard K. Cole, and that guy is now dead, of course, because they took it all away from him, and that's when he tried to kill me and wound up killing himself. Story behind that, kind of like somebody who plays with explosives and winds up, tripping the wire when they're making the letter bomb and blows themselves up. Are the people who... Yeah, go on.
Message to all occultists out there. Don't go summoning the demon of... don't go summoning the angel Azrael and asking him to kill someone who has a fragment of him within him. Yeah. That's just stupid! really,
or a fragment of Lucifer within myself in this case. But
Lucifer, Azrael,
yes, thank you.
Tawish Malek, they are the same entity.
Yes, they are. They are. Yes, they are. By the way, Jameson does know what he speaks of to a great degree, and is to be respected for that. And as is, of course, Salman Sheikh. And well, anyhow, please go on with what you're saying, and go on with what's going down in Brazil. I mean, basically, India and Brazil. You notice these are all part of the same. They were all part of the BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. All places going to shit.
Nice, deservedly so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame they didn't take Elon Musk out with it.
Dumb son of a bitch. Yes.
Don't worry, he'll get the Delta variant along with Joe Rogan, and they'll be doing they'll be on the Joe Rogan podcast with like half a nose.
Oh, we can hope. Yeah.
Oh man. The only thing concerning here is that it seems to be spreading the virus havens such as Taiwan, Singapore, Vietnam, bolstering calls for mass immunization. So it seems to be sparking outbreaks there too. German politician and scientist Karl Lauterbach said Tuesday the variant will probably become more prevalent in Germany too in the coming months. To avoid it completely seems unrealistic to me, he said on Twitter in German, where they were trying to have people, they were trying to convince people to get the shot because of David Hasselhoff.
Oh, and Hamas sympathizers.
Oh, yeah, that was great. That was rich. The decisive factor is a very high vaccination rate, which reduces mortality. But with emerging evidence, Delta and at least one other variant may be adept at evading vaccine-induced antibodies. Pharmaceutical companies are under pressure to tweak existing shots or develop new ones. And if they have new boosters, I will surely be first online for it. They'll be like, do you have a comorbidity? I'll be like, oh, I'm psychologically impaired. You gotta give me a shot. I'll really just put on an ad for them. Now they'll probably have me get one anyway because I'm connected to a program where they do that. But with emerging evidence, Delta and at least one other variant may be adept at evading vaccine-inducing antibodies. Pharmaceutical companies are under pressure to. Oh, right, I went there. That's the end of the article. Okay, now for Brazil to rip. Wow. There we go. The pictures of that stuff again. Holy crap! They completely cut out someone's eye in area from who had that. Okay, yeah. Let me not go into a trance of macabre. That happens. It's not something I'm proud of. All right. This was a different news platform that I got this from.
By the way, before you go into
yes.
Brazil, just to put this into some perspective, and again, not that I want to dwell on this, but this is actually kind of morbidly entertaining. It's moderately funny. By the way, we're open about this. Obviously, I see a psychologist for complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And of course, have seen a psychiatrist in the past about this, have gone through a run of the antidepressants in which it was proven I couldn't bodily tolerate them. And so where my psychiatrist was able to rationalize and justify through the various authorities for the hypnotic treatment that she ultimately applied. Now, in terms of our man, Jameson Reese, he is diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. So this is, of course, a...
Yes, but they don't want to keep that... The guy I'm speaking to doesn't want to keep that diagnosis.
Good.
He thinks it's post-traumatic stress. And
good. I mean, yeah.
I don't... and the thing is, I don't quite... look, I'm not complaining as long as, according to the government, something is wrong with me. And, that works in my favor. Not going to go there, but
but in terms of in terms of what my point I'm making is that when we were first dealing with Jameson Reese, of course, he was far more stressed and symptomatic. And so he would rave on the Facebook timelines and just, write out what he wrote out, which was usually apocalyptic hatred that he was sharing with the world. Basically, I hate everybody, which is what you get from anybody suffering teenage angst and or adult angst. So when Derek Talley would come to me like, look, isn't this the very philosophy of the anti-gods? And it's basically, Jameson basically raving against the world. I'd say, dude, he's mentally ill. Why are you looking at that? Why don't you just when you see that, I couldn't understand why, I'm driving and, well, I don't drive personally for reasons I've explained before, but if I were driving and a dead skunk on the road is something you smell, you don't stop the car and get out and look at it. What I couldn't get was why Derek was looking at it. And I was like, why? I said, why don't you just drive on? You're on the, the internet highway. They call it the highway. It's a dead skunk in the road. You just drive on. Why do you stop and stare at that shit? And he's like, and he kept doing it. And I was like, he was obviously, there was something bizarre there. He was trying to, advocate against you.
Well, you see, also that also reflects the fact that he's also mentally ill.
Yes, thank you.
Because it only takes a mentally ill person to call out another mentally ill person.
Well, I told him, he was like,
it's like someone saying, "Hey man, that's gay," and you have to shout back, "How would you know?"
Yes, thank you. Yes, and of course we all notice Peter, of course, has a fascination with that. Of course, that comes from the Scientology years where they were essentially, what were they saying, correcting gay people. They were kind of like one of those early therapies.
What is there to correct?
Well, in those days, they used to think of it as mental illness.
If you're gay, be gay.
Yeah, there you go.
No, just don't offend the sensibilities of the aesthetic of women like freaking Jenner.
Yes.
I mean,
that's just a cry for help. Jenner's just
listen. I'm a lesbian, all right? I see. No.
I get it.
I'm not even joking. When I was a teenager, most teens would, they would fantasize about being with a girl they want, or they would watch porn where a guy was drilling a chick. The only thing I would look at was lesbians.
Yeah.
For like a large portion of my adolescent years.
Oh, yeah.
Until I probably got like in my 20s, and now I was like, oh crap, I want to do that to a chick. And but the point is like, I'm in touch with both the masculine and feminine side equally, and although the feminine side can be very demanding, and she does get angry, and when she gets angry, sadly, it's through me, which is very inconvenient, to say the least. But the thing is, I'm not eager to change my appearance or cut my ding dong off.
And by the way, I don't know if Jenner did that, but that's what I assumed. If he seemed like he said he went through the full transition. If that's the case,
maybe he's just saying that so he can get more of the publicity he wants, because they're all liars.
Yeah. That may be true.
He's trying to exploit a good situation and see how far he can take it.
Basically.
I'm fairly certain he doesn't give a crap about being a governor. He just wants to see how far he can push his shit.
Thank you. And by the way,
he's just seeing how far can I get away with this. Oh, South Park needs to do one ripping into his ass. I'm sure they already did.
I hope so. Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, I know they did. They had to. I think I saw it. And with what was it? I didn't bother to bring this up with Peter Moon, but it's he was a big Trump cultist, Mr. Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah, she.
And his daughter's doing some what is it? Some Republican or right wing podcast or some bullshit where she's interviewing black people who say, oh yes, well you see, this is why I'm a Trump supporter and I'm black, and this is why I'm against Black Lives Matter. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, motherfucker, wait till you go back in the hood. Them boys gonna shank your ass. There's a reason why he won't go back in the hood.
Yes. There we are. Thank you. So do go on, please. With the
Okay, so here we go. Demand for soy puts pressure on Pantanal, Brazil's largest wild wetland. This is Manga Bay. They do a lot of nature stuff. The hook that Loreno Pereira Leet throws into the Paraguay River draws fewer and fewer pintados, characas, and pacos as the day goes by. These native fish species sustained his family for many generations, but none of the skills he learned fishing in the Pantanal with his father and grandfather have helped him to avoid empty pesticide packaging that shows up in his traps instead of fish. Ew. This has to be coming from upstream because there are no large farms around here, he says. His observation sums up the crossroads at which this Brazilian biome finds itself. Only 0.01% of the vast Pantanal wilderness has been turned into soy farms, yet the wetland has become an enormous depository for agrochemical residue washing down from farmland to the north.
What did you say was coming inside of his nets instead of fish? What did you say was coming?
These are agrochemical residues,
Okay.
some like packages for pesticides.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And this is because the growing international demand for soybean has seen farms encroach into preserved areas and push soybean fields closer to the springs that feed the Pantanal. Last year, the biome underwent a historic burn that affected 30% of the region and drew much attention in the international press, much like the 2019 fires in the Amazon did, focused on the inertia of the federal government in protecting its natural heritage. But in reality, the region has been suffering in silence for much longer. Pollutants travel downstream, threatening one of Brazil's few natural regions, still well preserved from human activity. See, in all honesty, I don't mean to sound like I do usually. I don't like to go into the spiel, but it's very disturbing to me that there is no place untouched by humanity's carnage, even places that we can't actually live. And it's just disgusting.
Yeah.
I honestly think maybe the Ghoul would be doing the world a favor if they just said, F it, let's just farm them all and use them for food. Of course, I would not want to suffer that fate personally, but hell no. You know, I'd like to be one of the people who are exempted or work out some kind of deal or something. But, all right. Loreno Leet fishes in the municipality of Cesares in the southwestern Mato Grosso, the gateway to the biome recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. The water that governs the life of the Pantanal flows past the spot where he drops his line. The rains that fall to the north on Mato Grosso's high plain cause the sources of the Paraguay, Sepultuba and Cabacal rivers to rise. This bounty of water then flows down the Ciceres, where it forms the planet's largest floodplain, inhabited by rare and threatened species like jaguars. Oh, you motherfuckers are gonna kill the jaguars? Yo, that's not cool. Giant anteaters and giant armadillos. No, that's really not cool at all. Under natural conditions, this water would carry only the organic material that serves as food for fish and fertilizer for plants. But today, it also brings with it the chemicals that leach from soy farms. Over the past 30 years, Brazil's soy production has increased sixfold, from 20 million metric tons per year to 125 million tons today, most of which is farmed at Mato Grosso. The state is the largest soy producer in Brazil, which in turn is the world's largest supplier of the grain. Yes. So all you, I'm doing well for the wildlife because I don't eat animals. Yeah, well, you know what? You're not exempt from evil.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're all drenched in the
Blood.
darkness.
Yes, and darkness and blood. Yes,
yes,
it's true. By the way, this is not to put a negative trip on everybody. It's that
no,
we have to do something about it. It's to make you aware about this.
Vegan, yeah. Do your vegan stuff, but just if you're going to buy soy products, look up where your suppliers are coming from.
Thank you.
And do your best not to buy from providers that come from Brazil, because by doing that, you're not encouraging their rape of the life on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. And so do go on and continue with this enlightening and informative and educational exposition on our dying planet.
The Mato Grosso Plateau is part of the Central Plateau, says Deborah Calheiros, a biologist with the Ministry of Agriculture's Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation, Embrapa. I'll just call it Embrapa from here on. The region is considered to be Brazil's water tank holding tank because it is home to the headwaters of Brazil's main hydrological basins. I should hope they're not, well, if they're getting the drinking water from it, I don't care about the people. I only care about the animals at this point. I'll be honest with you. I've grown a numb distance inside of me, and I think the sort of being rejected by my family is probably the tipping point to which I've decided. But that's for another time. Aside from the upper Paraguay River basin that forms the Pantanal, another 4 large basins have their origins here: the Amazon, the São Francisco, and the Paraná, and the Araguaia and / Tocantins, says Calheiros, who also works with the Federal Prosecutor's Office and has dedicated her career to understanding the impact of the use of agrochemicals on the region's ecosystem. The Pantanal is a sort of hole, says Nilza da Silva, a Caceres fisher. We're down here and they plant soybeans up on top. When the rains come, where does the water flow? Right downhill to here. Downtown Caceres lies on the riverbank, Nilza adds. It used to be a very deep fishing hole where we could even catch jow, the gilded catfish, one of Brazil's largest native fish species, which can reach lengths of 1.5 meters, 5 feet.
No, at least. Yeah.
That's a massive fish.
Oh, that's nothing like how catfish, maybe not that species, but there's other catfish that go way beyond that.
There's a reason why fishing is the world's deadliest job.
Yes.
These days, in the dry season, you can cross the river in water below your knees because of all the silt, and there are hardly any fish, Nilza says. A group of researchers who monitor the Pantanal's well-being have concluded that the silting she describes is the result of a 200% increase of sediment deposits in the Pantanal over the past 3 decades, a number that rose in tandem with the growth of agriculture at high altitudes. The Pantanal floodplain has been almost entirely preserved from the agribusiness. Only 15% of its area is dedicated to agricultural activities, mostly cattle ranching. It's a different picture from the high plains, where 50% of the land has been taken over by the agribusiness, and where Brazil's largest soy-producing municipalities, also national leaders in pesticide use, are located. The high plains are also home to the sources of the rivers that feed the Pantanal. Soybean isn't native to Brazil, and today it's raised on monoculture farms that require large volumes of insecticides and herbicides to keep pests away. This is why, even though it represents 42% of the planted area in Brazil, soybean accounts for more than 50% of agrochemical use in the country. A cocktail of more than 450 different chemical formulas, mostly considered toxic to humans or harmful to nature, according to National Health Agency and the Ministry of the Environment. Now, here's a heads up for people who believe that buying organic really matters. Most of the labels that are organic are still laden full of chemicals. Just that the FDA has very loose standards of what's considered organic, even certified organic. So, I mean, if you were someone who's trying to save money, F it. Just get the vegetables that
there you go. Yes.
aren't organic and save some coin.
There we go.
Because chances are in America we're probably going to need it.
Yeah, no, true enough. And so, go on. Continue with the other things going on in our world, if that article is finished.
This article is actually quite long. But I think that pretty much sums it up.
Okay.
Things are...
There's definitely other things to bring up, of course.
Yeah. Basically, things are fucked in the sort of natural world, and humans are just,
Okay. By the way, Chris Collins says, South Park smashed Jenner a while back for hitting someone with a car, an incident, the details of which I know is not. Yes, South Park. Yeah, I can barely get that out. But that's very South Park of me, right? South Park was, they were making fun of Jenner a lot, and you can see why, of course. But aside from that, thank you, Chris Collins. And there we are. Well, we won't be seeing Derek Talley do that, at least. The dialysis at least takes him off the road. So,
What dialysis?
Yeah, I can make a case for that too.
He's off the road because they probably found out that his black ass was lying.
Yeah,
and they were like, this dude can't see. This dude can't even see what's. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they were so. I mean, again, his wife and his ex-wife.
Yeah.
And her girlfriend had more than ample reasons to be mad at him.
And
now that you convey that to me.
Yeah, he'll bring that up that, people are cruel to me, and it's like, there's obviously reason for it. It's one of those things that I thought it was a joke when I first saw his post up on his Facebook.
I did too. I did too. I didn't.
Oh, you saw that then? Serious. You saw that then when you said people are cruel to me at Christmas. Yes. I was going to put a ha-ha on it, but then I saw someone already did, which I think was one of the girlfriends of his ex-wife. But it's obvious that he has done a lot to piss them off, and or rather, he's done a whole lot of nothing. It probably we're waiting for him to do things for them that he never got.
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely, what was odd about him was the water thing, where he spent hours in the water. Again, not to dwell on him or just shit over everything about him, but that was odd. Remember, I even made that comment where I said, that's an awful lot of time to spend in the water. Remember, he said he was watching movies. Oh, I watch the movies on the screen while do you remember that? Where
yes. And now, at some point, if you're in the water for too long, for long periods of time, your skin starts to break down.
Yeah. Yes.
Because in China they have this torture where they have people in the sewage grate and they're forced to stand or they drown and they're in sewage water and they're literally, I've seen like the results of the skin breakdown from that torture. It's quite gross.
Yes, thank you. But I even made that crack. I said, with all that time you spend in the water, you must come out, because it shrivels. The skin does shrivel unless you've got some kind of nerve disease, where your skin's not responding to the water. Your skin's gonna shrivel. I said he must come out looking like a giant raisin, and it was just one of those things that everything. There was some weirdness about him. It was the truck driving, and then the pool, and that was his life. Nothing against that, but it was.
Honestly, me and Lena Crane even found his guest weird. The lady.
Yes. Go on about that.
We found her extremely weird because it's the whole idea is. Perhaps it's just my personal bias from when I hear alters, I think of Max Spears and I think of like the sexual abuse. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of, trying to condition kids to get used to alters is, if you're going to use a term, why not, instead of calling it alter, call it something else?
Right.
Like a persona or a mask. Even a mask would make more sense, but to call it author, that right there is like mind control. I wonder if she was his handler.
Oh yeah, well, about Erica, he was going to, he wanted to go on a date with her, and so like any woman who doesn't want to go anywhere near a man, she told him, "Oh, okay, I'll be here at a certain time, someplace in the middle of the night," and he showed up and she wasn't there, and I was like thinking, dude, when somebody stands you up like that, that's usually
it's quite arrogant of him to have even asked.
Thank you.
Her to go on a date with him.
Well, I think where his arrogance really showed was just before his kidneys blew, or he thought his kidneys blew, or his mind made his kidneys blow. Remember how he was saying about women? I have standards. Remember that? It was that whole thing. I get this a lot from these guys.
I have standards.
Was that?
Yeah. No. I was just mulling on that comment.
Do you remember that? Yeah, and I was like thinking, dude, you can't afford no fucking standards. I was thinking at the time. But with that Erica chick, she was like, what Lena Shea and I knew about Erica immediately, and Lena Shea was much more hip to this. Because,
oh yeah, she caught it right away.
Oh yeah, she said, "Good luck getting near her sacred yoni," because there goes, Erica was saying the yoni is sacred, and anyhow, this woman was up all night. She was saying she was working all night, and since she wasn't doing like the kind of psychic networking that Crystal River does, the only thing I could think of with her being up all night working on the phone was that she was doing phone sex or something. And she was saying she was doing these orgies. She was on record saying this, and she was like,
"Oh yeah, yes."
And she said, "But I didn't do any sex, mind you, and I wouldn't I was just there, I was just watching." And I'm like thinking, "Oh yeah, you're just put on these little angel wings, and you come there to sing, and you just hang out through all of these people fucking each other just because you got nothing better to do with your fucking life other than hang out in an orgy and watch people spew, and you're either in or you're out."
Yeah, you don't go to an orgy and get in those doors and not have sex.
Yeah,
it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, unless you're like doing security, perhaps, and it's like a rave, but
or unless you're collecting money.
Yes, or something. Yes, different
or
things like that.
Or some
shit. Or those guys who have jobs. I remember there was this one guy who had a job at the Power Exchange in San Francisco back in the days before COVID. Hell, this was when my parents were both still alive, and I was their care provider, and we had to deal with the Department of Human Services, and their office was right next to the Power Exchange in San Francisco, where gay people in particular, but all kinds of people who were just bent that way, all went in the Power Exchange to have sex. And there was this one guy who had a job where his job was basically to go around and tell people, use a condom. Use a condom. And it was like when I was working in the adult entertainment industry, one of the things I had to do was make certain people weren't fucking each other, because they're not supposed to be turning tricks, the girls who were lap dancing inside of the various strip joints. I mean, I really miss those places, to tell you the truth. I mean, you used to see places a lot like what's portrayed in the official video from Madonna back in the 80s. It must have been the Open Your Heart video. And there used to be those places of live stripping adult entertainment centers in San Francisco, and I grew up working in those environments, so it's like, to me, that's like home. But in terms of when you get somebody like Erica, who Derek Talley brought on, obviously in an attempt to get close, and she's like presenting this, oh, I'm an angel, and I just happen to be in this environment. You wonder, why do you even fucking bring that up when nobody's going to believe you, and there's nobody should. You're obviously were there, and you were fucking, or the idea that she just came there to sing and just stayed to hang out is preposterous. But then we knew, just like Lena said right after that, she said about Derek, good luck getting near her sacred yoni. And of course she sets him up where, not Lena, but when Derek asks Erica out, then she sets him up for a stand-up where she stands him up, and he goes to meet her and she's not there. And I'm like thinking, dude, take a fucking hint. I told him that. And he's like, oh, I think she might have been abducted. And maybe she was like, oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Then she called him later. Oh, got lost. I thought it was some different, some bullshit. I said, dude, she wants nothing to do with you.
Could he honestly be that naive?
No, he finally had to accept it. But that's when, later on I was saying, why don't you approach somebody else? And he was like saying something about I have standards. And it was after that his kidneys blew, and at that point, yeah.
Well, there you go. His kidneys were like, bullshit.
Yeah, I was like, bet you wish you didn't have any standards now. Yeah, that's the anyhow. So there you have that. So all that being said, that's done with, and but definitely want you to continue with some other stories, and then I'll just start in on it. How much time do we have left? Let me check.
We are at 2:32.
Oh, I can't believe how far we've gone. So we've got about 5.5 hours left. So I better get started soon enough. But, for right now, just continue with what you're saying.
So, Western drought brings another woe. Voracious grasshoppers. Holy crap. That's the stuff I expected in, like, those African countries where they were getting those swarms and plagues and whatnot. Yes. Holy crap. I didn't know we got the ones that turned into locusts up here, too.
Yes.
Oh, boy. There we go. A punishing drought in the U.S. is drying up waterways, sparking wildfires, and leaving farmers scrambling for water. Next up, a plague of voracious grasshoppers. Federal agriculture officials are launching what could become their largest grasshopper killing campaign since the 1980s amid the breakout of the drought-loving insects that cattle ranchers fear will strip bare public and private rangelands. Oh, please don't kill the locust. I want to see what happens. I just want to. It's a morbid. You ever reach a point where, like, all of a sudden, instead of being depressed, like, you just have this morbid curiosity just to see how much worse can this get. I just want to see.
Yes. You're at that point where, I hear you. Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to be here, but you don't want to be here, folks. You don't want to be in this point of mind because your ability to enjoy things that regular people enjoy ceases to exist after that.
Yes. It's so anyhow. So to go on, I'm interested in this because if I have time tonight, I'll go into the heat, and this is part of that. This is part of the burning earth. It's biblical.
Oh, that it is. In central Montana's Phillips County, more than 50 miles, that's 80 kilometers, from the nearest town, Frank Dietrich said large numbers of grasshoppers started showing up on the prairie surrounding his ranch in recent days. Already, they're beginning to denude trees around his house. They're everywhere, Dietrich said. Grasshoppers go together, and they are cleaning us out. Grasshoppers thrive in warm, dry weather, and populations already were up last year, setting the stage for an even bigger outbreak in 2021. Such outbreak could become more common as climate change shifts rainfall patterns, scientists said. I
not the best of English, but yeah.
Yeah.
But this is what happens when somebody kind of reads ahead and it just doesn't, you're thinking of a certain kind of speech pattern and it doesn't click right. No worries. No, yeah.
Yeah. This happens to me all the time when reading the Associated Press. To blunt the grasshopper's economic damage, the U.S. Department of Agriculture this week began aerial spraying of the pesticide diflubenzuron to kill grasshopper nymphs before they develop into adults. Approximately 3,000 square miles in Montana are expected to be sprayed, roughly twice the size of Rhode Island. Agriculture officials had seen this year's infestation coming after a 2020 survey found dense concentrations of adult grasshoppers across about 55,000 square miles in the West. A 2021 grasshopper hazard map shows densities of at least 15 insects per square yard in large areas of Montana, Wyoming, and Oregon, and portions of Idaho, Arizona, Colorado, and Nebraska. You guys are getting a biblical locust plague. Left unaddressed, federal officials said the agricultural damage from grasshoppers could become so severe it could drive up beef and crop prices. That sucks for all food. The program's scale has alarmed environmentalists who say widespread spraying will kill numerous insects, including spiders and other grasshopper predators, as well as struggling species, such as monarch butterflies. They're also concerned the pesticide could ruin organic farms adjacent to spray zones. Which, of course, as I said, we all know organic doesn't mean you're free of toxins. In fact, because they have, because of the way they do organic farms, you might actually be getting less of the nutrient-rich minerals in organic foods than you would a regular crop that was sprayed with pesticides. But, one has to find a balance with that. Yes. We're talking about natural areas being sprayed. This is not cropland, said Sharon Selvaggio, a former U.S. fish and wildlife biologist, now with the Xerces Society, a conservation group focused on insects. Government officials say they will spray pesticides in low concentrations and reduce the area treated by alternately spraying a strip of rangeland, then skipping the next strip. The intent is to kill grasshoppers passing between strips while sparing other insects that don't move as far. If spraying is delayed and grasshoppers grow larger and more resilient, the federal officials could resort to more toxic pesticides. Carbaryl and malathion, according to government documents. Salvaggio said pesticides could drift into areas not being targeted and kill beneficial insects such as bees that pollinate crops. Now that is a very good point, because once we lose the bees, we lose any ability to feed our public. And then we're stuck having to ask motherless Russia for handouts, or we have to bomb them into oblivion and sack their resources, which I'm in favor of.
Yes. Oh, don't even get me started. So go on. Yeah.
The toxicity is more than enough to kill bees, she said. This is not adequate protection. Organic farmers are divided on spraying. Some are concerned about losing their organic certification for years if they inadvertently get pesticides on their crops, while others are willing to tolerate spraying out of deference to their neighbors' problems, said Jamie Ryan Lockman, director of Organic Montana. The trade group isn't going to challenge the spraying, but wants organic farmers protected and for the government to search for alternatives to chemicals for future outbreaks. And as this year's crop of grasshoppers emerges, they're starting to compete with cattle for food in arid eastern Montana, where single ranches can sprawl over thousands of acres, hectares of private and public rangeland. The grasshoppers start eating tender plants first, then move on to fully grown plants and the seed heads of giant crops, killing them, said Marco Manoukian, a Montana State University agriculture extension agent in Phillips County. Farmers can collect insurance on damaged crops, whereas ranchers have no recourse when grasshoppers remove vegetation from public lands. They are competing against our food supply, said Manoukian. A typical infestation can remove 20% of forage from a range and have a $900 million impact, according to a 2012 University Wyoming study cited by federal officials. At his ranch not far from the Charles M. Russell National Wildlife Refuge, Frank Wiederick is preparing to sell up to 70% of his cows this summer because he fears they won't have enough feed. It's probably a fair move on his part. The federal government's grasshopper program dates to the 1930s when infestations covered millions of acres, hectares in 17 western states. After locally led efforts failed, Congress put the Agriculture Department in charge of controlling the insects on federal rangeland. The last outbreak on a scale comparable to this year lasted from 1986 to 1988. Wow. Almost 20 million acres were treated with 1.3 gallons. Well, I'm sorry, 1.3 million gallons. Well, I was about to say 1.3 gallons of malathion, according to researchers. The grasshoppers targeted included roughly a dozen of the 100 of native species of the West. Drought benefits them in part because it lessens the exposure of grasshopper eggs to deadly parasites that need moisture, said Kelsey Prather, a University of Dayton insect ecologist. Now, I wish I could have a job like that, just studying insects all day. No, serious. I'm being dead serious. By
the way, you look this up. Just do a quick search right now. There's this cancer bug or cancer worm that's showed up in Canada. Tell me what you can find about that. See if you can find something. Cancer bug or
cancer worm.
Yes. Which doesn't sound, this sounds counterintuitive.
Science Daily. All right. This is from 2019. Parasitic worms cause cancer and can help cure it. Billions worldwide are affected with tropical worms. Unsurprisingly, most of these people live in poor countries that's the summary. What may surprise is that many of the worms also cause a majority of the cases of some cancers in these countries. Published in Frontiers in Medicine as a special article collection on parasite-associated malignancy, new research aims to inform prevention and treatment and perhaps even turn worms against cancer. Worms cause cancer. Over 1 million worm species are classified as helminths. A single characteristic unites them: parasitism. Helminths take many forms, but all of them harm their host in some way. In humans, they could live in the intestinal tract, urinary tract, or bloodstream, causing a variety of illnesses from malnutrition to organ failure, explains co-editor of research Dr. Monica Portelho of Portugal's National Institute of Health.
By the way, for people who are wondering if they hear me typing a little in the background, one of the things I'll bring up if I have time tonight will be Ben Estenius from Arizona has provided some correspondence to me. And I'm trying to take what he sent me, and I'm kind of retyping it so I can have this to refer to as some notes while I'm talking, because he's talking about this heat that we've been referring to. And it's really the climate change and the burning of the world, the warming of the earth, which is changing the ability of these kinds of cancer worms to arrive in places like Canada. So the article you're reading is more like a scientific intro, but take a look as for their arriving in Canada as well. But go on with what you're saying. I think that's important.
Okay, here we go. New York Post. Cancer-like parasitic worm disease on the rise in Canada. Holy crap. All right. Damn. Maybe moving. All right. Well, I'm glad I didn't go to Canada after all. Reports of a rare but potentially fatal parasite are on the rise in Canada. The disease alveolar echinococcus AE occurs regularly in certain areas of Europe and Asia, but had been virtually undocumented in Northern America before the 2010s, Gizmodo reported. Humans generally contract the rare disease by consuming microscopic tapeworm eggs, which can implant themselves into organs and become difficult to detect. However, if not treated, it can eventually turn into lethal tumor-like growths. Holy crap. Now I have a good reason to drug my system to death. Because the worms would be like, oh my God, it's too toxic in here. We got to get out of here.
Oh God.
Now, however, University of Alberta scientists are sounding the alarm that the West Canada province has seen a disturbing amount of cases in recent years. Between 2013 and 2020, researchers report, they've seen 17 instances of AE, the symptoms of which are similar to those of liver cancer in Alberta, according to a case review this year. In all 17 cases, antiparasitic drugs, a secondary approach when surgery does not sufficiently get rid of the growth, were used to treat an individual's AE. One person died as a result of complications from surgery. Researchers aren't sure what caused the recent rise in cases. Oh, this reminds me of the vision you saw in the Vox Arcana. Vox Arca.
How so?
Well, I know what you saw were actually those sort of penis worms that are around like water areas, but perhaps they might have also been a reference to these types of parasitic worms in the human body. And perhaps the beach was actually the human intestines.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. No.
Why it is most apparent in Alberta by far at present time is somewhat speculative. Stan Houston, a University of Alberta infectious disease expert and lead author of the case review, told Gizmodo. I think some mix of factors of where the parasite was first introduced or favorable wildlife ecology are most likely. The researchers believe that the increase is still in the still very rare disease in Alberta may be correlated with a rise in dog ownership in the area. Interesting. Of course, it could, and in fact, of course it could. And in fact, we know so far suggests that the parasite has been remarkably successful, achieving considerably higher prevalence in Alberta coyotes than in its natural reservoir, the red fox in Europe, Houston said. It is unequivocally new as a human disease in the Western Hemisphere. The explanation very clearly seems to be the introduction of the more virulent European strain of the parasite into our wildlife ecology. I'm starting to... I'm thinking here because I'm starting to wonder if maybe this also wasn't introduced by the motherless sons of bitches we call Russia.
It's
into the...
Well, let's not give him too much credit, but you know, it's it's
Well,
a thought. I mean,
they're a whole state of terrorism. I mean, come on.
that's true. It's true. Their entire economy is based on terrorism. They have nothing else to offer the world right now. So,
And I can imagine that these things could also hitch a ride on, since they can hitch a ride on coyotes and foxes, they could probably hitch a ride on dogs as well. And dogs lick their owners' faces, and they're, oh gosh, yeah. This is why I say I would take my chances with cats. Granted, toxoplasmosis sucks, but this seems like it may suck worse than even that.
yeah.
Washing your hands after touching dogs or other wildlife and other basic good hygiene routines, which I'm sure most Republicans don't have, can lower your risk of contracting the disease because they all have these beards that like go for miles and miles. Why don't women like me? Why don't women like me?
Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. And but anyhow, what I'm going to do is take a short trip to refresh myself. I don't think I'm going to get some more tea, but I'm going to make sure I damn well have enough water. I'll be back in about again 7 minutes at the longest. We are you know, at the top of the hour. It'll be midnight here on the West Coast. But at midnight here, it's going to be 12 to 1 to 3 a.m. where our man Jameson is. And about that time, I'm going to start monologuing. And so there we have it. Let me go mute now, and I'll trust on you, sir, to hold the stage. God bless you. Burn the bandwidth, and let everyone know I'll be back at the top of the hour. Thank you.
All right, Douglas will be back at the top of the hour. All right, and while he takes care of some business, I will look into this, which I find interesting. John McAfee, software pioneer turned fugitive, dead at 75. How the hell did he... This is interesting. John McAfee, the outlandish security software pioneer who tried to live life as a hedonistic outsider while running from a host of legal troubles, was found dead in his jail cell near Barcelona on Wednesday. His death came just hours after a Spanish court announced that it had approved his extradition to the United States to face tax charges, punishable by decades in prison, authorities said. McAfee, who is, among other things, a cryptocurrency promoter, tax opponent, U.S. presidential candidate, and fugitive who publicly embraced drugs, guns, and sex, and had a history of legal woes spanning from Tennessee to Central America to the Caribbean. In 2012, he was sought for questioning in connection with the murder of his neighbor in Belize, but was never charged with a crime. McAfee's body was discovered in the Brines 2 Penitentiary in northeastern Spain. Good. Son of a bitch probably got what he deserved, honestly. Security personnel tried to revive him, but the jail's medical team finally certified his death. A statement from the regional Catalan government said. A judicial delegation has arrived to investigate the cause of death, the statement read. Everything points to death by suicide. McAfee's death was confirmed after Spain's national court ruled in favor of extraditing McAfee, 75, who had argued in a hearing earlier this month that the charges against him by prosecutors in Tennessee were politically motivated and that he would spend the rest of his life in prison if he returned to the U.S. The court's ruling was made public on Wednesday and was open for appeal, with any final extradition order also needing to get approval from the Spanish cabinet. McAfee was arrested last October at Barcelona's international airport and had been in jail since then, awaiting the outcome of extradition proceedings. The arrests followed charges the same month in Tennessee for evading taxes after failing to report income from promoting cryptocurrencies while he did consulting work. made speaking engagements, and sold the rights to his life story for a documentary. The criminal charges carried a prison sentence of up to 30 years. He's a rich white boy. He could have just bought his way out of the prison sentence and gotten parole. Nishay Sanin, a Chicago-based attorney defending him on those cases, said by phone that McAfee will always be remembered as a fighter. A fighter? Yeah, you don't get to be remembered as a fighter if you took your own life instead of, doing your time. He tried to love his country, but the U.S. government made his existence impossible, Sanin said. They tried to erase him, but they failed. Oh, boy. Born in England's Gloucestershire in 1945 as John David McAfee, he moved to Virginia as a child and grew up troubled with a father who beat him mercilessly and killed himself with McAfee's shotgun when the boy was 15, said Steve Morgan. Oh, goddamn, that's a horror story. Who spent time with McAfee in Alabama in 2016 to talk about his life for a biography he'd been contracted to write. Morgan is also a founder of the market research firm Cybersecurity Ventures. He told me his father never showed him an ounce of affection, Morgan said, adding that recounting his father's death was the only time during their long meeting that McAfee cried. Why would you cry for someone who beat the shit out of you? I don't get it. While McAfee's tech legacy may have been overshadowed in recent years by his tumultuous life, Morgan said he sees his most lasting impact as a software and security pioneer. I think that's how ultimately he'd like to be remembered. I think a lot of people would blah, blah, blah. Spare me the platitudes. McAfee founded his eponymous company in 1987. At the time, Morgan said he was operating a BBS, a bulletin board system that served as a precursor to the World Wide Web, and working with his brother-in-law. When the first major computer virus called Brain hit in 1986, John instantly dialed up a programmer he knew and said, "There's a big opportunity. We need to do something. We want to write some code to combat this virus," Morgan said. He called the program VirusScan and the company McAfee Associates. He was a true pioneer, not just a security technologist, but as one of the first companies to distribute software over the internet, Morgan said. California chipmaker Intel, which bought McAfee's company in 2011 for $7.68 billion, for a time sought to dissociate the brand from its controversial founder by folding it into its larger cybersecurity division. But their rebranding was short-lived, and Intel in 2016 spun out the cybersecurity unit into a new company called McAfee. In the software industry, McAfee's claim to fame was that he offered the first all-in-one virus scanner, said Vasilin Bonchev, a Bulgarian computer scientist and an early antivirus researcher. Prior to that, said Bonchev, researchers would only scan for one virus at a time, but there were about a dozen computer viruses back then. Technologically, as a scanner, it wasn't anything outstanding. It was just a general idea that was good, not the implementation, said Bonchev, a senior researcher at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Bonchev said McAfee was a peculiar guy even back then. He said he wrote McAfee asking for a part-time job about the time the Soviet Union was breaking up so he could work on a postdoctoral dissertation in the U.S. In response, McAfee told Bonchev in a letter that the Bulgarian was believed to be a Soviet agent. So they cannot work with me, he said. This is a really bizarre way to say no to someone who is asking for a job. The two later met in the U.S. at the annual Virus Bulletin Conference, said Bontchev. I don't think he was a typical American. He was just weird. McAfee twice made a long shot runs for the U.S. presidency and was a participant in the Libertarian Party presidential debates in 2016. He dabbled in yoga, ultralight aircraft, and the production of herbal medications. In 2012, he was wanted for questioning in connection with the death of Gregory Viant Fall, who was shot to death in early November 2012 on the island in Belize, where both men lived.
By the way, thank you for bringing that up. You're doing well. Hold for just a few more minutes. By that, I mean, keep the stage for a few more minutes and then I'll be ready to go. I'm right here. But, not ready to talk just yet. Still settling in. Let me do a reset on the screen. See if we're holding numbers, which I'm sure we are, because you're very good at this and the people do like you. And, oh, yes, by the way, I gave that gentleman the permission to message you. Did you get the message from that?
Yes, I did. PJ Cornell, and I'd
Yes.
also like to give him a shout out and say happy birthday to him.
Oh, yes. Happy birthday, PJ Cornell. Well, hopefully on his birthday, he's doing something better than listening to us. But
Oh, yeah, man.
yes, but
No doubt.
George Knight just said hello. So he's doing his little thing there. And we have approximately, so we've had 7 hours that we've covered on air. It's unbelievable. Peter really got into it tonight. He's not usually that energetic. It was, for some reason, he felt supercharged. And he took us an hour beyond what I expected. So what I'll probably do is avoid talking about the defeat of the Soviet Union by my biological father in World War II and save that for next transmission. But then combine that with talking about some of the, other foreign affairs that we're dealing with in the world. But in terms of what I'll deal with tonight will be, as I said, Turing, and then the Title IX, and then the heat, I think, needs to be covered. Let me just finish looking over some of this other stuff Ben sent me. So keep talking for a few more minutes, okay, son? Thank you.
All right. McAfee told AP at the time that he was being persecuted by the Belizean government. Belizean police denied that, saying they were simply investigating a crime about which McAfee may have had information. Then Prime Minister Dean Barrow expressed doubts about McAfee's mental state, saying, "I don't want to be unkind to the gentleman, but I believe he is extremely paranoid, even bonkers."
Oh, that's hard.
A Florida court ordered McAfee in 2019 to pay $25 million to Fowles' estate in a wrongful death claim. He refused to pay it, writing a statement posted on Twitter that says he has not responded to a single one of my 37 lawsuits in the past 11 years. He claimed to have...
How much time do you have on your fucking hands? 37 lawsuits. Holy shit. Go on.
He claimed to have no assets, writing that the order was a moot point, an apparent misspelling of moot. He put down mute point. Wow, McAfee's a weird dude indeed. I don't think he was mentally sound. In July of that year, he was released from detention in the Dominican Republic after he and 5 others were suspected of traveling on a yacht carrying high-caliber weapons, ammunition, and military-style gear. Okay. No comment. Was he planning on taking over the Dominican Republic? which, mind you, I think there were members of the Ku Klux Klan who actually tried that.
Yeah, there were different. I don't know if it was Belize specifically. There was I forget which Caribbean island. I could provide the story on that. That's actually quite fascinating at some point in the near future. But yeah, go on.
But man, it was so funny. Wired magazine reporter Joshua Davis spent 6 months investigating McAfee's tumultuous life in 2012 when he was living in Belize and being sought for questioning in connection with his neighbor's murder. He described watching as McAfee took out a pistol to illustrate the point. "Let's do this one more time," he says. He puts it to his head, Davies wrote. "Another round of Russian roulette. Just as before." He pulls the trigger repeatedly. The cylinder rotates. The hammer comes down, and nothing happens. "It's a real gun. Has a real bullet in one chamber."
How did we get on this?
Okay, this is what.
Not that I'm protesting. I mean, this is obviously entertaining, but
this is what Davis said. This is what the Wired reporter said when he was investigating McAfee, and his questioning with a neighbor's murder. And this is what McAfee's saying. "Let's do this one more time," he says, and he puts it to his head, Davis wrote. "Another round of Russian roulette, just as before." He pulls the trigger repeatedly. The cylinder rotates. The hammer comes down and nothing happens. "It is a real gun. It has a real bullet in one chamber," he says.
Yeah, but I mean, how did we... Forget it. I mean, conclude your report.
Yet he points out, my assumption may have proven somewhat faulty. I'm missing something. Oh no! I just I jumped to the story because I just found it interesting. I don't know. I figured it might have some relevance because it's like tech world stuff.
Okay, tech world.
I mean,
that doesn't sound too technical. It's
no, that wasn't technical at all.
It sounds dystopian as hell. But anyhow, so there you go. Yeah, just finish that up, and I'll start right after that.
All right. Well, that's done. So
okay. So now I can ask you, what the fuck was that? What was this? Some story about who? What the fuck did I miss?
John McAfee is the guy who founded the McAfee company, where they were supposed to use those virus scans on the computer.
Yeah.
Apparently the guy wasn't all there, and he, saw his father eat a shotgun round to his head and kill himself when he was 15. But hey, I mean, shit. Yeah.
Okay.
And it happened to be in the Associated Press, so I was just like, okay, I'll read it.
Okay. So what I'll do now is get started, and I want to thank you for getting me to this point. Now, of course, I'm hoping you will hang out and be there to...
Yeah, I'll hang out. Yeah. I'm going to take a quick break.
Okay. And I want to thank you for doing that. And so I'll start with Alan Turing, since it is his birthday today. The Soviet Union can wait till next transmission, and understand, everyone, that... also finished looking through what Ben had sent me, and I'm trying to weed out anything that was private or something he wouldn't want me to in particular speak about. And other than that, I'm amazed at how late we started tonight because of all of the people who were participating. And I do ask people to maintain themselves in the chat room and stay active, because I always appreciate that. And we've got how many hours left? I'd say we've got enough for we've got 5 hours, maybe less than that, 4 hours and 45 minutes, I guess. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. Yeah, that's an incredibly short amount of time. And I'm surprised that most of the time I'd be hurting to get these guys to talk until I'm ready to talk, but tonight they talked for a little too long. So I'm just trying to think ahead with what arc of narrative that I can cover, because of the it's certainly, I don't know if I'll be able to cover the heat so much or what Ben talked about either, but that's something that we can go into. Certainly the spate of violence that's going on now will probably continue, unfortunately. But hopefully I'll get into enough of the heat so that people will understand how serious this issue is. But today on his natal day, the ethnically English gay British national mathematician, computer scientist, logician, cryptanalyst, and philosopher and theoretical biologist, Alan Matheson Turing of the Fellowship of the Royal Society and the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, could have conceivably turned 109 years old. Now, it is barely fathomable to think that none of the computing power surrounding us today was around when he was born. You might ask, what did Turing do for us? Well, he invented the computer age. Ergo, it will be computer science where his legacy will be the most strongly felt. And here I must clarify that he actually did not do so much to turn the tide of the Second World War as he is often thought to have done. This will require some clarification in another transmission because this would, require some time to explain. But once the Enigma code was created, Adolf Hitler really wasn't going for it. He was using it, but he preferred a different code that had to be cracked. So just so people understand that. And again, with the kind of documents I was working with, this is something that I'll have to bring up in another transmission. So rather than the war and turning the war the way that Turing is emphasized in terms of people trying to give him credit today, more importantly would be his impact on the peace. So in this month of June, back in his centennial annus, meaning his centennial year, his centenary of 2012, 9 years antedate this transversal of 2012, the 2021st year in our Lord. Get it, from 2012 to 2021, a transversal of numbers there within 9 years. The Association of Computing Machinery 9 years agone, in the 100th anniversary of his birthday, held a 2-day celebration of Alan Turing with the computer field's largest intellectual in disambiguation from entrepreneurial luminaries Vint Cerf, Ken Thompson, and Alan C. Key, all paying tribute to the man and his work. Because without Turing's work, computers as we know them today simply would not exist. And Robert Kahn, the co-inventor of the TCP and IP protocols that run the internet, said as much in an interview that absent Turing, the computing trajectory would have been entirely different, or at least delayed. So in terms of that particular acronym, which I think is important for people to understand, the Internet Protocol Suite is the conceptual model and set of communications protocols used in the Internet and similar computer networks. It's commonly known as TCP/IP because the foundational protocols in the suite are the Transmission Control Protocol, TCP, and the Internet Protocol, which is the IP, as in your IP address, which is what's used to monitor where you're coming from whenever you try to do anything on the computer. Now, on this solar calendrical date of June 23rd in 1912, and of course we've just passed after midnight, it's now June 24th, but the spirit of his birthday was already with us when I brought it up while we were still in the zone, so to speak. But in this immediate aftermath of his solar return, one of the founding pioneers back in 2012, on that 100th anniversary thereof, of modern computing, or postmodern computing as we understood it, was able to tell myself about the fact that Alan Turing, who is, of course, himself one of the founding pioneers of theoretical computer science and artificial intelligence, meaning that he was one of the men who theorized artificial intelligence, conceptualized it, and then created a theoretical science of computation by which to ultimately materialize that artificial intelligence. Alan Turing was born the second and last child, after his brother John, of Julius Matheson and Ethel Sarah Turing. And although conceived in British India, he, most likely he was born in the town of Chhatrapur in the Raj. Alan Turing was born in a nursing home. He was conceived in Chhatrapur in the Raj, but he was born into this world in a nursing home in Paddington, London. Now, the unusual name of Turing placed him in a distinctive family tree of English gentry, far from rich, but determinedly upper middle class in the peculiar sense of the English class system. And his father, Julius, had entered the Indian civil service, serving in the Madras presidency, and had there met and married Ethel Sarah Stoney. And she herself was the daughter of the chief engineer of the Madras Railways, who came from an Anglo-Irish family of somewhat similar social status. Now, a polymath of the highest order himself, Turing left a list of achievements stretching far beyond the realm of computer science alone. He is now famous, having been portrayed on stage by Derek Jacobi and in film by Benedict Cumberbatch. And I'm happy to report that, as far as I know, that idiot Leonardo DiCaprio has not portrayed him, even though that was seriously considered. And if it's happened, you let me know. I don't believe Leonardo DiCaprio violated him by doing that, representing himself as poor Mr. Turing. But if that's happened, and I somehow missed it, which is easy enough to believe, it's something I would have bleached from my mind, then inform me so. But Turing himself is well known for his code-breaking work in the British government during the Second World War, in which he was instrumental in cracking German encrypted messages, allowing the British to anticipate Germany's actions, which was ultimately pivotal in the Allied powers' Euro-Atlantic victories, and also for his test to determine whether human intelligence is distinguishable from that of machine intelligence. Now, using his mathematical abilities, he also developed ideas in the field of nonlinear biological theory, which paved the way for chaos and complexity theories, just so you know. So, Turing's legacy is obviously, in a very real sense, immeasurable. We live in a world full of computers thanks to the work of Alan Turing. We should all know of his arrest and prosecution for being gay, and for the chemical castration that followed. And to a lesser extent, he is known for his sad demise after being relentlessly persecuted by the very British government he had saved for his homosexuality, tragically apparent as a suicide, but evident, by all evident, as an assassination by cyanide poisoning. Let me re-speak that, or rephrase that sentence in English. Basically, he was betrayed by the very British government he saved, and this was tragically apparent as a suicide, but evident as an assassination by cyanide poisoning. Which, as I said, if you drive a man to kill himself, how is that not murder? Now, before his death, Turing had taken an interest in mathematical biology, investigating the appearance of Fibonacci numbers in plant structures and pattern formation in animal markings. And this work is considered seminal in the field, which goes to show the breadth of Turing's genius, and only leaves us to wonder what else he could have achieved, had he not been relentlessly tormented and persecuted by a lunatic, maniacal, completely self-destructed, society of mad lunatics like the British have manifested on Earth. There have been many accolades and tributes to Turing since his death, but not many people outside of computer science are aware of the groundbreaking paper he published in 1936. Now, since 1966, 30 years after he published that paper, and the very year I was born, and the year that Gene Roddenberry cut loose with Star Trek, which aired in Canada on June 6th of 1966, 6666, the Turing Award has been been awarded annually by the Association for Computing Machinery, widely considered as equivalent to the Nobel Prize for computing. Now, per Eric Brown, who was a member of the IBM team that built the Jeopardy winning Watson computer, Turing is so fundamental to so much of computer science that it is hard to do anything with computers that isn't some way influenced by his work. For while the idea of a programmable computer has been around since at least 1837, when English mathematician Charles Babbage formulated the idea of his analytical engine, Turing was the first to do the difficult work of mapping out the physics of how the digital universe would operate. And he did it using a single theoretical strip of infinite tape. Now, the book entitled Turing's Vision and subtitled The Birth of Computer Science, as authored by Christopher Bernhardt, discusses the cyber pioneer's groundbreaking research paper and how it shaped modern computing. And this paper, with the somewhat uninviting title of On Computable Numbers with an Application to the Entscheidungsproblem, is now recognized as one of the foundations of theoretical computer science. Indeed, it is one of the reasons that computer science became a separate discipline. This paper is without question Turing's most important intellectual achievement and is why the highest award in computer science is named after him. In it, Alan Turing set the rules for computing. At the turn of the 20th century, the great German mathematician David Hilbert gave a list of what he considered the most important mathematical problems for the upcoming century. These problems had a significant influence on mathematics. If you could solve one of them, your future in mathematics was certain. You would become famous, at least in mathematical circles. In 1935, after Turing finished his undergraduate degree in mathematics at Cambridge University, he was elected as a fellow, a research position. Turing was young and ambitious. He wanted to tackle an important problem and make a name for himself. A few years before, Hilbert stated his Entscheidungsproblem, or the Entscheidungsproblem, the proper German, which if Brendan Zogert were here, he would have corrected me. Entscheidungsproblem. The actual problem is a little technical, as you might imagine. He was asking for an algorithm that takes certain logical statements as input and tells whether the statement is universally valid. So Turing, among others, did not believe that such an algorithm could be found. He believed that Hilbert's view of algorithms was wrong, that the power of algorithms was much more limited. He set out to prove this. Now, I want to thank Jameson for informing me that he's returned. And, of course, Turing was not alone in thinking about computers in the early part of the past century. Mathematicians had been thinking about computable functions for some time. Turing drew from colleagues' work at Princeton University during the 1930s. There, Alonzo Church was defining lambda calculus, which later formed the basis of the Lisp programming language. And Kurt Gödel worked on the incompleteness theory and recursive function theory. Kurt Gödel's name is spelled all uppercase GAP like Gap, and then a lowercase DEL. And that is a fascinating Germanic name. Turing employed the work of both of these mathematicians, Alonzo Church and Kurt Gödel, to create a conceptual computing machine, a computer of the mind. Now, unknown at the time to Turing, the established Princeton logician, Alonzo Church, was also tackling that same problem. Now, both Church and Turing succeeded in showing that no algorithm could solve the Entscheidungsproblem. Unfortunately for Turing, Church published first. However, all was not lost. They had tackled the problem in completely different ways. To begin their proofs, both Church and Turing had to provide a formal definition of algorithm. Algorithms have always been used in mathematics, but if you are going to prove things about them, then you need to have a precise definition of exactly what they are. Church was a logician, and his definition involved a formal logical system. It was complicated. The great logician Kurt Gödel studied Church's definition and wasn't entirely persuaded that it was correct. Turing, on the other hand, approached the problem in a startlingly simple and original manner. Gödel was thoroughly convinced that Turing was correct. Turing showed that his definition of algorithm was equivalent to that of Church, and so Gödel realized that Church had also been right. Turing's paper was published not so much for the result as for the brilliant ideas he used to obtain it. His 1936 paper described what would later become known as the Turing machine, or a machine, as in a dash machine, as he called it. In the paper, he described a theoretical operation that used an infinitely long piece of tape containing a series of symbols. A machine head could read the symbols on the tape as well as add its own symbols. It could move about to different parts of the tape, one symbol at a time. To quotist James Handler, a professor of computer science at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and one of the instrumental researchers of the semantic web, the Turing machine gave some ideas about what computation was, what it would mean to have a program. Other people were thinking along similar lines, but Turing really put it in a formal perspective where you could prove things about it. At that time, computers referred to people who did computations, not machines. A person who was a human calculator was called a computer. Turing analyzed what computers did step by step. In this way, he broke computations down to their atomic components. He then showed that each of these basic steps could be performed by a theoretical machine, a machine that we now call a Turing machine. On its own, a Turing machine could never be implemented, but the concept proved invaluable for the ideas it introduced into the world. For one, as the aforecited Khan has explanatorily justed, infinite tapes are hard to come by. But based on the logic of what was in the machine, Turing showed that any computable function could be calculated. You would give it a program, and it would do what the program specified. He gave a convincing argument that given any algorithm, a Turing machine can be designed that will carry out the algorithm. This meant that algorithms could be defined as computations carried out by Turing machines. Once Turing machines were defined, he showed that it was possible to construct one machine that could emulate any other Turing machine. You don't need different machines for different algorithms. One suffices. This universal machine could carry out any algorithm. It was here that Turing invented the stored program concept, that programs could be stored in memory, an idea that would be important in the design of the modern computer. Today's computers, of course, use binary logic. A computer program can be thought of as an algorithm or set of algorithms that a compiler converts into a series of ones and zeros. In essence, they operate exactly like the Turing machine, absent the infinite tape. Turing then went on to consider the limitations of computers. He first defined computable numbers. These are numbers that can be generated by algorithms. Computable numbers include all of the whole numbers and fractions, the rational numbers. They also include certain irrational numbers like the square root of 2, pi, and e. He proved that there was a way of pairing computable numbers with whole numbers in such a way that each computable number was partnered with a unique whole number, and conversely, each whole number was partnered with a unique computable number. He then borrowed a clever argument from Georg Cantor to show that although there were ways of pairing the computable numbers with the whole numbers, there was no way that a computer can find a pairing. There is no algorithm for this. Arguing along these lines, he was able to prove that there was also no algorithm for Hilbert's Entscheidungsproblem. At the time Turing sketched out his ideas, the world had plenty of pretty sophisticated adding machines that would allow for someone to perform simple calculations. We call those calculators. What Turing offered was the idea of a general-purpose programmable machine that we would come to call computers. Both of these titles were originally applied to human beings. A calculator was a human being who was not a mathematician, but simply someone who crunched the numbers, like someone who does data entry in those days. In those days, by the way, DNA, or rather genes, the term gene in the pre-DNA days, before we knew about deoxyribonucleic acid, genes were simply units of mathematical inheritance before we knew about DNA, after which they then became genetics, because we could manipulate them directly rather than through breeding, which takes generations. So when it comes to, Turing, what Turing offered was the idea, as I said, of this general-purpose programmable machine, the proto-computer, and as Chris Lapetti, who heads the Department of Computer Science at Middle Tennessee State University, explained, it is generally accepted that the Turing machine concept can be used to model anything a digital computer can do. It's not that computer scientists sit around proving things with Turing machines, or even that we use Turing machines to solve problems. It's that how Turing machines were used to classify problems has had a profound influence on how computer scientists approach problem solving. Now, machines for computing have a long history. Pascal, Leibniz, and Babbage all designed physical machines. Turing, in this paper I'm citing, was doing something different. He was designing theoretical machines, not plans for physical machines. He was interested in what could be computed and what questions were beyond any computer's power to address. And having defined computational operations, Turing went on to play a fundamental role in defining artificial intelligence, or computer intelligence that mimics human thinking. In 1950, he authored a paper that offered a way to determine if a computer possessed human intelligence. The test involves a person having an extended conversation with two hidden entities, a computer and a man pretending to be a woman. Now, per the articulation of Rensselaer's Mr. Handler, who was one of the three luminaries I cited earlier, at the centenary of Mr. Turing's natal day, his solar return, his birthday. Per Mr. Handler, and I quote as he here at length and verbatim, in both cases, Turing wanted pretending. One a computer pretending to be a man, the other a man pretending to be a woman. He wanted to put human and computing on equal footing. Language is a critical skill for humans because it requires understanding and context. If a computer showed that level of understanding, then you wouldn't notice the difference. Whereas in his mathematics work, Turing showed that there exists problems that no decision process could answer. In terms of computers, this means you could never prove for all the complicated computer programs that they are correct. You could never write a computer program that could debug all other computer programs. You have people who say we should never build a computing system unless we can prove it is secure. Those of us who understand Turing say, well, you can't. So you must start proving some approximation of secure, which starts a very different conversation. By today's definitions, the Enigma was an analog computer. What he and his team built was much closer to the operations of a digital computer. Essentially, he showed the power of digital computing in attacking this analog problem. This really changed the whole way that the field thought about what computers could do. Yet you still can't say, Siri, how are you today? And expect it to go on from there in any interesting way. But if the person cannot determine which party is the computer, the machine can be said to think like a human. In the original paper, Turing wrote that the test has the advantage of drawing a fairly sharp line between the physical and the intellectual capacities of a man. The Turing machine gave the world a model for how computers could operate. Returning to Britain after his time at Princeton, Turing worked on another project to build a computer that used these concepts called the ACE, A-C-E, all uppercase letters, automatic computing engine, and pioneered the idea of a stored memory machine, which would become a vital part of the von Neumann architecture. As well as sparking the field of computer science, the impact his work had on cracking encryption may ultimately have also saved Great Britain from becoming a German colony. People have argued that Turing's work defining computers was essential to his success in breaking the encryption generated by Germany's Enigma machine, work that helped to bring World War II to an end. However, in the 1940s, another polymath at the Princeton Institute for Advanced Study, John von Neumann, realized that the stored program concept was a powerful idea that needed to be incorporated in actual machines. Von Neumann himself was a leading mathematician of the time. He was also involved in the development of the hydrogen bomb, and that involved large computations that were beyond the ability of human computers, meaning human calculations experts. And though he was interested in the theory, von Neumann also wanted actual computers to be built. His influence ensured that the stored program concept would be incorporated in the design of all subsequent computers. In the next decade, Princeton's von Neumann started working on an operational computer that borrowed from Turing's idea, except it would use random access memory, RAM, instead of infinite tape to hold the data and operational programs. It was called, all uppercase letters, MANIAC, MANIAC, acronymous for mathematical analyzer, numerator, integrator, and computer. MANIAC was among the first modern computers ever built and was operational in 1952, the last year of active war under ceasefire conditions between the Japanese Empire and the Anglo-American allies. MANIAC used what is now called the von Neumann architecture, the model for all computers today. These ideas now seem familiar. Modern computers are universal Turing machines. They run programs that are stored in memory. We all now know the power of computers, but not many of us truly understand their limitations. Turing did. It's all there in his great paper of 1936. As IBM's Brown has noted, Turing's legacy is still strongly felt today. Far from restricting progress of the computer sciences, the knowledge of such inconclusiveness paved the way for building previously unimagined technologies. It allowed engineers to create immensely helpful services such as internet search engines, despite knowing that the answers such services were to provide would not always be complete. And despite numerous attempts to beat the Turing test, it still hasn't been done in a manner recognized by the general public, except within the most limited of topics. That includes the Dietrich artifact. And that, of course, is a subject that would take another transmission, which we might go into next time, if Peter Moon and Salman Sheikh and the rest of you review this before next transmission, which would be Sunday. Now, that means, in terms of the general understanding of the lack of artilect or artificial intellect out there that they're aware of, that we will likely be working to meet Turing's benchmarks for years to come at the general level of understanding in terms of what's out there. Now, Alan Turing brings us to the chemical war. The chemical war that the Greater British Empire waged against its own gays. Vis-a-vis the imitation game. The imitation game, of course, was, as Turing said, he wanted a computer pretending to be a man pretending to be a woman. The imitation game was, of course, taken as the name for the film about him. And in that Oscar-nominated movie, Benedict Cumberbatch portrayed the celebrated British war hero, which is ultimately what Alan Turing has come to be known as at this point in history, who was forced to endure years of chemical castration to cure his homosexuality. But one has to ask if Turing's tragic story was finally bringing justice for Britain's 49,000 other gay victims by its telling. When asked how she researched her real-life cryptanalyst characteress, Joan Clark, the Oscar-nominated starlet of The Imitation Game named Keira Knightley said, "It's definitely not a documentary. I'd say to screenwriter Graham Moore, no, that's not how it happened. And he'd say, it's a drama." But when asked to play Alan Turing, the socially challenged and exceedingly gifted mathematician at the center of the movie, Benedict Cumberbatch was determined to imitate reality as faithfully as possible. And in preparation for the role, he spoke to several of Turing's colleagues and came away with a new appreciation of the scientist's brilliant and tortured life. Turing's great-nephew, Neville Hunt, thereafter remarked, "To see him there, it was Alan Turing. It wasn't Benedict. He really brought my great-uncle to life." Now, Turing's decisive role in the Allied overwhelming of the Third Reich on the surface world is difficult to overstate. Though he would one day be recognized as a hero, in his lifetime Turing was doomed to a more ignominious fate. Less than a decade after cracking the Germans' Enigma code in 1943, saving 14 million Allied lives thereby, and making what Winston Churchill hailed as the single biggest contribution to the Allied victory, the master cryptologist was arrested for engaging in homosexual acts. And Turing was allowed to choose his punishment. He could either spend 2 years in prison or submit to 2 years of estrogen hormone therapy, a form of chemical castration. And unwilling to give up his work, Turing chose the latter option. And soon thereafter, a slow-release device that leaked a steady drip of synthetic estrogen was implanted into his leg. That through the estrogen it released into his body, triggered his genes, impacted his hormones and his physiology, so that he developed 2 hideous, enormous breasts. He committed suicide 2 years later at the age of 41. Reportedly by biting into a cyanide-laced apple. Now, when he died, nobody knew it. Nobody knew him because his wartime contributions were still a national secret. So screenwriter Moore told THR, The Hollywood Reporter at the time, hormone therapy was considered a more enlightened, modernized approach to dealing with homosexuality. Whereas in the 1940s and earlier, homosexuality had been thought of as a crime, in the 1950s, the prevailing attitude among doctors was that it was a disease. They wanted to cure it. Now, the side effects of this grim cure, aside from the man boobs grotesquely swollen to make it look as if he'd had silicone implants, ranged from severe mood swings and dramatic weight gain to loss of motor skills. As Jameson Reese says, it may ultimately be what had killed him, but there was plenty of other torment coming to him from the intelligence authorities that drove him to his death. Turing's colleagues reported that he even, when he started growing these breasts, they would actually, without knowing it was him, just catch a sideways glimpse of him when he was moving around. And the first thought that would come to their mind is, oh, who's that big boobed honey coming by? And then see it was him and just turn away in disgust. Now, even though this implant was supposed to stop releasing the chemical at the end of 2 years, it remained in Turing's body months after he had completed his sentence. No one would surgically remove it for him. Now, publicly impassive about his plight, not wanting to look like some whiny faggot, the increasingly disillusioned computer scientist finally took matters into his own hands. So Cumberbatch, the man who acted his role, has gone on record to relate that Alan Turing went into a kitchen one dark night of the soul, opened up the kitchen drawer, took out a carving knife, and gouged his leg open to try and remove it. That, of course, almost cut a femoral artery, which would have bled out and killed him within minutes, if not seconds. So Cumberbatch said that one anecdote made a huge impact on him because it not only tells of Turing's stoicism, but also tells of how destructive this treatment was. Now, neither of the producers of The Imitation Game nor independent investigative journalists could locate any living survivors of chemical castration. In other words, this object in the leg was a death sentence. And that's why it was never surgically removed from any of them. The moment it was implanted, the British government considered them as good as dead. Many gay men undergoing the treatment killed themselves, and the government simply nodded in appreciative humor that this was their intent. The practice was finally discontinued in the early 1950s. But in 2009, as Turing's tribulations became more widely known, Prime Minister Gordon Brown apologized to the war hero on behalf of the United Kingdom's government. An official royal pardon from Queen Elizabeth II followed in 2013, where she royally pardoned him of all crimes. Of course, by that time, I don't think he gave a royal fuck. And no apologies were forthcoming to the thousands of less celebrated gay men who shared Turing's fate, many of whom probably died with their femoral arteries cut, bleeding out within minutes, doing just what he did. Now, Lord Martin Rees, who spracketh out in favor of overturning Turing's criminal record, then said, "When I spoke in the House of Lords, I said that it would have been better to get a similar pardon for everyone than to make Alan a special case. I think others felt the same way." And so, encouraged by the publicity generated by the movie, Matthew Breen then launched a Change.org petition urging full pardons for all 49,000 people convicted of engaging in same-sex relations under the British gross indecency law, which was finally repealed in 2003. The 49K measure, as it's now called, soon won the support of such high-profile British figures as Stephen Fry and the Imitation Game director Morton Tilden, and of course the actor Cumberbatch himself, as well as the late Stephen Hawking. It has been up to the British government to decide what happened next. For his part, 91-year-old George Montague, one of the 49,000 finally found by a private detective agency, sought an apology as well as a pardon. Now, Mr. Montague, who authored the autobiographical book entitled The Oldest Gay in the Village, had spent years protesting his arrest in 1974 for sexual activity in a public lavatory. And in a letter to the Ministry of Justice, Montague conceded, and here I read therefrom, "Yes, I was in the cottage," as small toilets were known. "Before the internet, they were the only places where men of the same persuasion could meet one another. Not only were the police institutionally homophobic then, but the whole of the heterosexual community were." Now, this is kind of funny to me. I hate to say this. This brings up memories of the Presidio military base, where there was a known swimmer's bathroom, a bathroom on the beach, Crissy Field, where all the gay guys would go to fuck each other. This included commissioned officers and non-commissioned enlisted personnel, and just plain faggots would all go into this one big men's room with multiple urinals that was on Crissy Field, where they would all be fucking each other, sometimes in orgies where they would be rolled up in a ball of flesh. That's how the whole thing got exposed at some point. Anyhow, Montague ends his... See how old this whole... How old I am and how old all these farts were before computers came into the world and everybody started meeting on the internet, which I think is the most dangerous fucking thing to do, but no less dangerous than a bunch of strangers getting together in a public restroom, I suppose. Anyhow, Montague ends his letter with a determined vow. "I have lived with this injustice now for 40 years. I am very fit, wealthy, and at 91 years old, have every intention of living way beyond 100. I shall not give up." He says he's wealthy. Fuck, it's almost tempting to go gigolo him just to pay for my fucking teeth. Anyhow, so please prevent me from doing that. I need your help financially. Again, paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, so I don't have to resort to that, okay? Now, some activists believe the 49K measure didn't go far enough, since it doesn't cover the thousands of men convicted under indecency laws from Turing's death in 1967, the year after I was born, to the year 2003. And the bill also does not cover British veterans found guilty in military courts. Exempli gratiae, Stephen Close, his surname spelled like the word close, C-L-O-S-E, a soldier serving with the Royal Fusiliers in Berlin, was arrested for gross indecency in 1983 and spent 6 months in military prison. He swears his life has never recovered. Ever since then, he has continued to face legal and social obstacles, himself attesting that the only employment that doesn't require criminal checks is low paid. Because of this, I have no savings or company pension. When I was sentenced to 6 months in prison, I was also sentenced to 30 years of hardship. I had never experienced sex with another person before, male or female. We believed we were in private, but another soldier witnessed us and reported us to the military police. This is just a travesty. Close wasn't the only soldier prosecuted under this statute. Though the United Kingdom finally decriminalized homosexuality the year after I was born, and not that I think there's any connection, but it was 1967, after I was born in 66, that they decriminalized being gay. It remained a crime under military law until 1994, if you can believe that. Still, supporters of the Change.org petition were hopeful that the move would convince Parliament to make another step toward amends for a dark moment, well, a dark fucking millennium in Britain's history. Of course, the United Kingdom is hardly the worst offender when it comes to prosecuting gay people. 67 years after Turing's death, homosexuals in other parts of the world are still subject to even more draconian punishments. In these United States, where a landmark Supreme Court decision finally abolished federal sodomy laws in 2003, homosexuality remains technically illegal in 13 states, and ex-gay groups continue to offer controversial treatments to people seeking to rid themselves of their impulses. In many African states and Islamic countries, homosexuality is still punishable by death. Even the ostensibly enlightened UAE, the United Arab Emirates, the home of Dubai, offered hormone therapy as a treatment for gay men as recently as 2005. While they wanted their movie to celebrate Turing and to dramatize the human toll of homophobia, both Cumberbatch and Moore knew that a single movie can barely make a dent against centuries of ingrained intolerance. But if nothing else, Turing's against-the-odds achievement is a testament to the global change made possible by the expansive vision of a single man. As young Turing is quoted in the film, sometimes the people we expect nothing from are the people who do the things we never expect. That brings us to the power of 9, as in Title 9, which is always printed in the Roman numeric system, IX. So when you see that big IX, think 9, signed into law by President Richard Mulhouse Nixon, it must be emphasized. On June 23rd, this date today, well, yesterday by now since it's after midnight here, back in 1972, Title 9 is a federal civil rights law in these United States of America that was passed as part of the Educational Amendments of 1972. Title IX was enacted into law to ban gender discrimination in education. Specifically, Title IX attempts to eradicate gender discrimination in the United States education system. While most will come to associate it with increased athletic opportunities for women, it will also be applied in various DOJ and DOE policies, as in the Department of Justice and Department of Education, these policies of the twain being related to transgendered students, as well as lawsuits concerning sexual harassment and sexual violence in schools. It prohibits sex-based discrimination in any school or other educational program that receives federal money. This is Public Law number 92-318, and that would be the 86th statute, or it would be Section 86 of 92 through 318, Statute 235, now that I remember, codified at 20 U.S. Code, at 20 U.S.C. That would be sections, and there, if you were looking at the papers, that would be the double S, a kind of SS that in itself is one S on top of another, and there would be two of those to symbolize a plurality of sections, sections 1681 through 1688. That's the bureaucrat in me. The early legislative draft was authored by the Representative Patsy Mink with the assistance of Representative Edith Green. It was then co-authored and introduced to Congress by Senator Birch Bayh, B-A-Y-H, in the U.S. Senate and Congresswoman Patsy Mink in the House. It was later renamed the Patsy T. Mink Equal Opportunity in Education Act following Mink's death in 2002. To reiterate, Title IX, Title IX, prohibits federally funded educational institutions from discriminating against students or employees based on sex. It begins, no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. As a result of Title IX, any school that receives any federal money from the elementary to university level, in short, nearly all schools, period, must provide fair and equal treatment of the sexes in all areas, including athletics. So Title IX transformed women's sports. Before Title IX, few opportunities existed for female athletes. The National Collegiate Athletic Association, the NCAA, which was created in 1906 to format and enforce rules in men's football, but had become the ruling body of college athletics, offered no athletic scholarships for women, and held no championships for women's teams. Furthermore, facilities, supplies, and funding were lacking. As a result, in 1972, when Richard Nixon signed Title IX into law, God bless his heart, there were just 30,000 women participating in NCAA sports, as opposed to 170,000 men. Title IX was designed to correct those imbalances. Although it did not require that women's athletics receive the same amount of money as men's athletics, it was designed to enforce equal access and quality. Women's and men's programs were required to devote the same resources to locker rooms, medical treatment, training, coaching, practice times, travel, and per diem allowances, equipment, practice facilities, tutoring, and recruitment. Scholarship money was to be budgeted on a commensurate basis, so that if 40% of a school's athletic scholarships were awarded to men, 40% of the scholarship budget was also earmarked for women. Since the enactment of Title IX, women's participation in sports has grown exponentially. In high school, the number of girl athletes has increased from just 295,000 in 1972, at the time Richard Nixon signed this into law, to more than 2.6 million. In college, the number has grown from 30,000 to more than 150,000. In addition, Title IX is credited with decreasing the dropout rate of girls from high school and increasing the number of women who pursue higher education and complete their college degrees. In fact, there are now more women getting college degrees than there are men, because men are, just fucking lame. So, know your nine. Know your IX title. And our U.S. Department of Education now asserts that transgender students are protected at school by Title IX. Wednesday, midweek last, President Joe Biden's administration declared that the rights of transgender and gay students are protected at school by Title IX, reversing the Russo collaborationist Red Republican cultic authored misguidance that said those students were not protected by any federal laws. Not protected by any federal laws. Believe that shit? The announcement from the Department of Education came as not only during Pride Month, which we are still in, and which will impact me on Sunday because that's the anniversary of my son's marriage. So I'll be in drag again. But also, this came out during a national debate over whether transgender athletes should be allowed to compete in sports that match their gender identities. Such debates have prompted a wave of anti-trans legislation from Russell collaborationist red Republican cultist-led state legislatures of red states. So in a statement, Educational Secretary Miguel Cardona has said, today, this is what he said last Wednesday, today the department makes clear that all students, including LGBTQIA+ students, deserve the opportunity to learn and thrive in schools that are free from discrimination. The Supreme Court has upheld the right for LGBTQIA+ people to live and work without fear of harassment, exclusion, and discrimination. And our LGBTQIA+ students have the same rights and deserve the same protections. By the way, of course, I prefer the acronym of QUILTSBADGE, which I developed myself. And so understand that I'm very biased in that regard. But since everybody's using this LGBTQIA+ bullshit, I will also pretty much I'm forced to stick with that throughout my relating all of this good news as well as all the bad news that comes with it throughout the arc of narrative in which we cover this tonight. So understand that in a sense I do that under protest. Not that LGBTQIA+ is insulting, but it's just damn stupid. And honestly, the acronym I created is so much more useful and so much more, it covers so much more. It's just much better to stick with that. And again, that would be QUILTSBADGE+, which would stand for queers, questioning, unidentifieds, intersexed, lesbians, transgendered, trans, transitioning, transsexuals, bisexuals, bigendered, asexuals, agendered, aromantics, aromantics are people who don't believe in romance, and their allies, and demisexuals, gays, etc. Plus, or the positive, as in an attitude of acceptance, or simply the P of the positive or the plus, acknowledging pansexuality, pangenderism, polygenderism, and polyamory, but most certainly not pedophilia or pedopornosexuality. Of course, that's easy to recognize, QUILTSBADGE+, and it's a great inclusive logo, obviously a quilted badge, whether an on-screen graphic or accessory for wear. It's an umbrella term used to refer to the community as a whole that should be taken up by civilization, but obviously we haven't advanced to that point yet. And so we're still using awkward bullshit like LGBTQIA for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersexed, and allies, or aromantics, etc., with the plus for, everyone else in the same sense that I used it for QUILTSBADGE+. At any rate, I do want to thank you for everyone's patience when I go into these rants on that subject. But nevertheless, don't forget that I have a son who is very involved with this community, and obviously I value him more than anything else in the world. So the interpretation of the law reverses guidance issued under former President Donald Trump. That misadministration, in turn, had rescinded guidelines that said Title IX applied to discrimination based on gender identity. Now, Rodrigo Heng Letinen, who is the Deputy Executive Director for the National Center of Transgender Equality, has affirmed that the Biden administration will defend their right to fully participate in school. This is a day that transgender kids and their families have been waiting for. Now, last Wednesday's news came just 1 year after the Supreme Court ruled gay and transgender workers are protected by the Civil Rights Act, legislation that bans discrimination in the workplace. The Education Department's interpretation now states that gay and transgender students will have those same protections in schools. Christy Mallory, legal directress at the University of California, Los Angeles' Williams Institute, which conducts research on sexual orientation and gender identity law and policy, has emphasized that the new guidance is particularly important for students in places where the state-level protections for transgender youth simply do not exist. Now, according to research by Gilsen, or GLSEN, all uppercase letters, the Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Education Network, which is the leading American national educational LGBTQIA+ youth advocacy organization, focused on ensuring safe schools for all students by working to end discrimination, harassment, and bullying based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, as well as to prompt a Quilts Badge Plus cultural inclusion and awareness in K-12 schools. More than half of all states lacking comprehensive guidance concerning transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students. Obviously, their purpose is well, it's, how would I say it? It's a worthy one. So that brings us to Title IX guidance itself, which has changed under Obama, Trump, and Biden. Former President Barack Obama's misadministration made clear to schools in 2016 that Title IX, a 1972 law prohibiting sex-based discrimination in schools, protected transgender students. By the way, I applied misadministration to his term, and I didn't mean to do that. Save that for Trump. In 2017, the Trump misadministration rescinded the Obama-era guidance that spelled out schools' legal responsibilities. The Trump misadministration also threatened to withhold federal funding from schools that allowed transgender students to participate in school sports. Now, Trump's Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, also suggested the Office of Civil Rights, a branch of the Department of Education, mind you, would not investigate discrimination complaints from transgender students. None of those actions changed the law, but they created all too much confusion. Last Wednesday's notice clarifies that confusion by reminding public schools of their obligation under Title IX to provide safe and non-discriminatory environments to Quilts Badge Plus students, with Paul D. Castillo, an attorney and students' rights activist, well, strategist really, at Lambda Legal, which is a civil rights organization that defends LGBTQIA+ people, having since explained that it signals the Office of Civil Rights will review their complaints with the same vigor as other complaints. According to the Human Rights Campaign, which declared 2021 the worst year for anti-LGBTQIA+ legislation in recent history, a slew of bills targeting transgender people's rights having been introduced in states across the country this year, it really brings to the fore the fact that we have a fake problem impacting real people. State anti-trans bills aren't just culture war skirmishes. They're acts of harm against living, breathing people. This year has already been a record one for anti-transgender efforts in state legislatures. More than 80 bills have been introduced in 33 states, and they are becoming law at a higher rate than usual since anti-LGBTQIA+ rights groups started focusing on state houses in 2015. The legislation ranges from the now familiar bathroom bills and medical care bills to pronoun laws, which tell school districts and institutions of higher education which pronouns they may use for which people. Especially popular this year are a spate of Save Women's sports bills, which aim to designate who may play on which sports teams based on biological sex at birth, which I've said before does not include all of these people who are born as hermaphroditic or intersexed. Less than 1% of youth identify as transgender, by the way, and studies indicate that most struggle with social stigma that they so struggle with it that they rarely play high school sports. The Associated Press asked lawmakers if they knew any transgender youth who would be affected by their bills, and almost invariably the answer was no. Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who signed such a bill into law in March, admitted that he was trying to solve not a current problem, but a future one. Ergo, we can only call it an imaginal one. If these bills are not designed to solve actual problems, what are they for? And why are there so many of them? Because they are designed to function as a political wedge issue that appeals to the key voting groups such as suburban women. Though there are a few real-life examples of trans girls playing high school sports at all, it's still a tangibly provocative idea, one that might help lawmakers whose power derives from their participation in endless culture wars. The bills are also part of a coordinated effort by national groups that give lawmakers sample text they can use to construct legislation for their states. Having lost ground in the courts, at the federal level, and in the realm of public opinion, these groups believe that state legislatures are the most promising place to advance their social agenda. Lawmakers' intentions aside, the impact of such legislation is harmful. When it proliferates, it creates an atmosphere of hostility for trans people. They watch and worry while states debate their very worth. Their ability to find jobs, housing, and services diminishes. Trans children and their parents may struggle to talk to medical providers or school administrators in an atmosphere where these conversations have been stigmatized or even criminalized. And safety is not simply a matter of feeling. The Human Rights Coalition has tracked fatal violence against trans people every year since 2013, and 2020, just yesteryear, was the deadliest year yet, with 44 trans and gender non-conforming people killed. The 2021 numbers are likely to be similar. Taken together, these state-level bills add up to an effort to deny trans people safe and equal access to public spaces. Such legislation is not just a waste of time, energy, and money. It also has harmful, real-world, murderous effects. Among the legislation are at least 69 bills that would prohibit transgender youth from participating in sports on teams that are consistent with their gender identity. While the new rules don't explicitly mention transgender athletes, specific guidance is suspected to be coming. Either way, complaints regarding LGBTQIA+ discrimination in athletics could be investigated under the updated Title IX guidance as the law covers sports. Still, more lawsuits over the interpretation of Title IX itself could be coming. Republican lawmakers bringing bills that would restrict transgender athletes say they want to protect opportunities for girls, including access to athletic scholarships. One of the anti-transgender sports bills to become its law in Idaho was supported by Alliance Defending Freedom, an Arizona-based legal group founded by Christian conservatives with Christiana KHOLM, legal counsel at the Alliance, insisting that the new guidance forces radical gender identity on everyday Americans. It misconstrues Supreme Court or U.S. Supreme Court precedent and is yet another example of government overreach. Oh, the bane of all libertarian cultists. Because Republicans have a new monster in their culture wars: trans teenagers. Arkansas lawmakers' loathsome move against trans kids reflects a larger strategy. Young trans people are being cruelly abused by a party that's running out of political weapons. Sometimes Republican culture war posturing is just silly. Like when they pretend to be terribly outraged about some new faux controversy involving Dr. Seuss, the racist World War II propagandist, or Mr. Potato Head, when a potato is a transsexual plant. But at other times, it becomes something truly loathsome, leaving real victims in its wake. That's the case with the right's latest crusade against transgender young people. On Tuesday of the first full week in the month before last, state lawmakers of the Arkansas legislature voted overwhelmingly by a 3-to-1 ratio to override the Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson's veto of a bill that would outlaw and effectively ban gender-affirming medical treatments for transgender minors, including not just surgery, but even hormonal therapy treatments, such as puberty blockers for trans people under the age of 18. So if you're a transgender kid in Arkansas, getting such treatments now, they have to stop, or your doctor could get thrown in jail. It doesn't matter if those young people are pleading for this kind of help or have already begun receiving it and found it to be life-saving. It doesn't matter if their parents, having wrestled hard with the situation and done extensive research, believe that therapy is crucial. It doesn't matter if physicians have concluded it's in these young people's best interest. Politicians deem themselves as knowing best, and they're impudently expert at identifying vulnerable, marginalized populations and demonizing them in the interest of political gain. And Arkansas is just the beginning. That's what Republicans in Arkansas, in Alabama, and in dozens of other states are doing with scores of active bills, many of which focus on denying trans teenagers gender-affirming treatments and dictating how they may or may not participate in sports. They're inventing a problem to whip up a culture war that they're convinced will redound to their benefit, worried that their party cannot retain or even wrest power with its positions on the economy and prescriptions, or rather lack thereof, for healthcare. They're fighting on other turf with no pause to contemplate the need for their offensives and no thought for the casualties and ultimately fatalities. Now, before you decide Governor Hutchinson himself is a hero of compassion and equality for having resisted this, keep in mind that he's an active participant in the Russo collaborationist Red Republicans' anti-trans crusade. He just thought this bill went a little too far. He recently signed a bill meant to keep transgender girls from playing school sports, though there has literally not been a single known case of a trans girl in Arkansas joining any school's sports team. But the specter was apparently so terrifying that Hutchinson and Republicans had to pass legislation to say any such girl, don't even think about it. And yes, Arkansas may rank 47th out of 50 states in child poverty, but this is what the Republican legislature is spending its time on, since tens of thousands of children living in deprivation and hunger are apparently far less of a problem to them than the fact that some trans kid, with the cooperation of their parents and their doctor, might be getting the treatment so many trans people describe as life-saving. In 27 states so far, Republican legislators have filed bills to restrict the rights of trans kids, either to play sports or to get medical treatment or both. Many are similar to the Arkansas bill, but some go even further. A bill filed in North Carolina would require that any government agent, including teachers or any other public school officials, immediately notify, in writing, each of the minor's parents, guardians, or custodians if a minor exhibited gender nonconformity. What would that be defined as? Is that boy's hair getting a little too long? How are that girl's jeans cut? If that bill became its law, the school would have to write a letter home warning that the child is not displaying the proper gender conformity. This is the party that says it believes in freedom. In the endless cycle of right-wing extremism, the legislators are being spurred on by conservative media, both encouraged to wage war on trans kids and punishing them if they don't. On Fox News, where trans panic has been going full steam since President Biden took office, Tucker Carlson savaged Mr. Hutchinson that very Tuesday evening with a spew of misinformation, including implying that trans kids' emotional struggles are caused by the treatment some receive, such as puberty blockers. In antithesis to Tucker Carlson, people have often asked myself what I, a straight man, after all, have in common with someone who is trans. Now, understand that transvestites, or rather offensively, TVs, well, this term itself is an outdated and problematic term due to its historical abuses and as a diagnosis for medical or mental health disorders. The term transvestite. Cross-dressers has superseded transvestite in the postmodern popular lexicon. Obviously, I am a cross-presenter of myself professionally in the sense that I've done that to help my gang brothers pull people out of situations they would otherwise die in or be trafficked into in a fate worse than death. Do note that cross-dressing is not a sexual identity and therefore not acknowledged by any representative railcar or initial on the LGBTQIA or Quilts Badge Plus letter train, as sexuality is not a major factor in primary transvestism. The qualification applies either to my own situational personations from my past or otherwise among others, whether drag queens and drag kings, both of whom are performers cross-dressing for purposes of entertaining, or transvestic fetishists, because such be considered a paraphilia rather than gender identification. Cross-dressing is, however, considered transgender implicative, which cycles said behavior back under coverage, or appropriately under cover, of the T's within the LGBTQIA or Quilts Badge letter train. Sans recycling of the misdiagnostic tranny term. Now I thank Mr. Jameson Reese for informing me that he's returned. And to understand transgenders, let us begin by emphasizing this much. Transgender is a complicated word that carrieth a wide range of different meanings to a wide range of different people. Transgender is frequently abbreviated to trans with an asterisk that you can attach anything to, or simply trans, and is employed most often as an umbrella term to describe an expanding assortment of identities and experiences of people whose gender identity and or expression differs from conventional expectations based on their assigned sex at birth. It is an acceptable adjectival label for anyone whose biological sex is different than the gender with which they identify and who does not identify as the gender they were assigned at birth. A person who is a member of a gender other than that expected based on anatomical sex. This includes trans male, currently identifies as male. A trans man is a person who may choose to identify this way to capture their gender identity as well as their lived experience as a transgender person. Some trans men may also use the term FTM or F numeric 2M, female to male, to describe their identity. And trans female, which would be someone who currently identifies as female. A trans woman is a person who may choose to identify this way to capture their gender identity as well as their lived experience as a transgender person. Some trans women may also use M2F or MTF or the M numeric 2F to describe their identity, male to female. And sometimes the term born in the wrong body is used. However, this depends on the individual's preference, and not all trans people undergo medical transition, which is the surgery and or the hormones. Transgenders are not transsexuals. Transsexuals being individuals who have undergone and completed SAS, or sexual affirmation surgery, who are thereafter referenced as transsexed individuals. Now, per Webster's New World College Dictionary, as published in 1994, and I opened it up before me to read the definition, any individual who identifies themselves as having the identity of the opposite sex so strongly as to undergo what they call here GRS, genital reconstruction surgery, and hormone injections to effect a change of sex. Transgenderism being the state where one's gender identity is not clear or one's gender expressions not matching one's assigned sex. Transgenderism is independent of sexual orientation. Transgender peoples may identify as heterosexuals, homosexuals, bisexuals, asexuals, etc., whereas some may consider conventional sexual orientation labels inadequate or inapplicable to themselves. Ergo, a transgender individual may have characteristics that are normatively associated with a specific gender and identify elsewhere on the traditional gender continuum, and who may take on the sexual identity of either male or female to carry out sexual fantasies or behaviors. Transgender peoples may also identify as bigendered, pangendered, or along several places on either the traditional transgender continuum or the more encompassing continuums that have been developed in response to recent, significantly more detailed sexological studies, or even exist outside of gendered self-identification as other, or agendered, or gender neutral, or genderqueer, or non-binary, third gender, etc. Furthermore, many transgender persons experience a period of identity development that includes better understanding one's self-image, self-reflection, and self-expression. More specifically, the degree to which individuals feel genuine, authentic, and comfortable within their external appearance and accept their genuine identity. Well, that's referred to as transgender congruence. Whereas gender dysphoric, initialized as G/D, individuals are those who have not yet undergone GRS, or gender reassignment surgery, to go by the Webster's acronym, and whose anatomical sex still is not compatible with their psychological sense of PGI, or personal gender identity, until all too recently this condition being misdiagnosed in people of legal age as GID, or gender identity disorder. Id est in the old medical malpractice, GID would be a strong and persistent cross-gendered identification, which is the desire to be or insistence that one is of the other sex, along with persistent discomfort about one's assigned sex or a sense of the inappropriateness in the gender role of that sex. That's pages 532 to 533 I'm reading from of DSM-4TR, the Fourth Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or 4th edition, text revision. And yes, I myself am indeed implying that GID is still, well, it's a medically viable diagnosis in cases of most anyone under legal age limits, so that they can have time to decide very seriously with their parents on whether or not this is a phase before doing anything of legal age, which sometimes they'll kill themselves before that, in which case you might as well surrender to their identity that they insist on manifesting. Now, if someone informs yourself that they identify as transgender, they're simply informing you they have a relationship with gender that is complex and nuanced. So For some trans people, this means that their biological sex is different than the gender with which they identify, i.e., born in the wrong body. For other trans people, transgender simply suggests some sort of gender fluidity. Such is as it is, because the word transgender can function as either an umbrella term or a specific identity. Technically, anyone who is breaking gender norms is transgender. A frat brat, a fraternity boy in a tutu, for example, could be deemed transgender in some progressive circles. In all probability, you're probably somewhat transgender yourself. Indeed, were you so phobic as to deny such, you would not even be listening to myself. So, congratulations on that. Now, some commonly held and practically accessible definitions. Well, 1, someone whose determination of their sex and or gender is not universally considered valid. Someone whose behavior or expression does not match their assigned sex according to society. Secondly, a gender outside of the man/woman binary. Or tertiarily, having no gender or multiple genders. Now, one thing to pay attention to. At this point, I think it'd be helpful to clarify that if someone tells you that they identify as transgender, it doth not grant you license to interrogate their life story, ask them about their genitals, or make them educate you on Transgender 101. Anyone who indulges in such invasive crassitude deserves naught but contempt, and should be flagged across the net as the insufferable boor they be. So there are many answers to why I myself have to, feel obligated to advocate on this subject. Here's one answer that I think should suffice. I personally know what it's like to have my identity, my dignity, my very hold on happiness pressed into partisan battle and fashioned into a political weapon via my cross presentation. I know what it's like to be used. And right now, trans people are being used cruelly. Most despicable of all, Republicans claim to be helping trans kids by targeting and stigmatizing and victimizing them. Kids who are so vulnerable, their lives made so difficult, not just by their struggles with their own bodies, but by the way the people and institutions around them can make everything worse. So with a popular Democratic president signing popular legislation, Republicans look to reinforce their position by going back to their bottomless well of cruelty. It isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. Back in the early noughties, what I call the aughts, the 2000s, they put gays and lesbians in their sights, railing against the nascent progress toward marriage equality and deciding that for the good of the republic, for its very survival, it was necessary to outright outlaw same-sex marriage via ballot referendums and amendments to state constitutions. If your memory stretches all the way back to 2004, this has a familiar ring. This was all the Republican rage in 2004, which just happened to coincide with then-President George W. Bush's re-election effort. That year, too, it was the family Republicans said they were desperate to protect, as they put constitutional amendments banning same-sex marriage on one state ballot after another. If gay people were allowed to marry, they warned, American society would soon collapse. Well, you may have noticed that despite the fact that the Supreme Court made same-sex marriage legal in all 50 states in 2015, the anniversary of which is upcoming this weekend, when I'll be in drag partying with my son and his husband, our society is still standing. The legally recognized weddings of 2 men or 2 women had no negative practical effect on the straight people around them, who might be offended by the idea but were hardly so much as inconvenienced by the reality. It wasn't as if the gay or lesbian couples were going to stop being gay and lesbian couples if they couldn't put their names on marriage licenses. And their vows were as much an affirmation of traditional values, such as commitment and monogamy, as they were a repudiation thereof. These days, Republicans would rather not talk about their long-failed crusade against marriage equality, but they got the temporary political boost they wanted out of it, and now they're drawing from the same playbook. Just as then, there's a constituency for their new war on trans kids. They got George W. Bush reelected on the basis of trying to stop gays from getting married. Now they're trying to get Trump reinstated by endangering the lives of trans children. All because social change is happening rapidly, and as more people are changing their genders, for many people it can be disorienting. They're suddenly confronted with questions they never contemplated, and demands that they use unfamiliar or confusing language they're simply too lazy to learn. Their view of how the world works is being challenged as people who used to be silent enough for them to ignore are now asking for some basic consideration. Then, in the midst of that uncertainty, they're preyed upon by politicians looking for political advantage and media figures looking for ratings and advertising dollars. They're told, "You fear change, don't you? Doesn't it seem like the world is passing you by? Now take that uncertainty and fear and squeeze it between your fists until it turns into hate." Nobody knows better than a contemporary conservative how good that can feel to their reactionary audiences. It banishes all that uncertainty. It clarifies everything. Instead of being left behind by history, you're cast as a hero, noble and principled and brave, fighting to save all that is good and right. These are death knells. Many Republicans, aided to be fair by many Democrats' support in 1996 for the Federal Defense of Marriage Act, which then President Bill Clinton actually signed, cast those vows as cultural death knells. Many Republicans portrayed myself simply because I presented myself differently. They classified me as one of them, the gays, and what they considered my kind, such as my gender dysphoric son, as leches, even child molesters, laundering perversion into propriety. It's a hell of a thing to hear words from civic leaders that openly or tacitly encourage people to hate you, maybe even to strike out at you. It puts fear in your heart and rage in your brain. And it's happening to trans people now. Republicans' response to their party's political failures at the ballot box in 2018 and 2020 is to find an issue that they believe paints Democrats as convention-smashing libertines, and themselves as the defenders of innocent children and moral order. It's to name monsters out there and take up torches against them. The issue is trans equality. The monsters are trans people. The arrogance of Republican lawmakers at the state level is stunning. They're overriding parents' considered decisions regarding their own children. Not by accident, they made an uncharacteristically prominent appearance in Florida in late February in Donald Trump's first big speech after his exile from the White House, when he and other disappointed Republicans were regrouping and trying to figure out the path forward, he told an audience at the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, that Joe Biden and the Democrats are even pushing policies that would destroy women's sports. Yeah, an overnight feminist. He added that young girls and women are now being forced to compete against those who are biological males. Leaving aside his loaded language and reductive description, he was suggesting that a relatively rare scenario was pervasive. That's a classic wedge issue strategy. Similarly, Republican lawmakers in the many red states pushing measures similar to the Arkansas bill they call it the Save Adolescents from Experimentation Act, raise the specter of irreparably damaged, even abused children without providing much, if any, proof of all that. Mara Keisling, the founder and executive director of the National Center for Transgender Equality, has exposited that there's no evidence being presented, no evidence being pretended. That's a big clue that this is about political theater more than public welfare. These are dark warnings, and there have been dark warnings to this point. Other clues: the rapid metastasizing of often like-worded laws around the country, and the sudden urgency of lawmakers intoning the same dark warnings. That smacks of coordination from some misanthropic mothership. When Senator Rand Paul, a Kentucky Republican, grandstands in a Senate hearing by comparing surgery elected by trans people to the genital mutilation, a phrase he used repeatedly of girls in cultures that seek to subjugate women by stamping out their sexual pleasure, that's not an honest policy debate. That's just a storm of nasty words distracting voters from the governmental and societal failures really standing between them and the American dream. Trans people are not the impediment. Again, as I said, the arrogance of these Republican lawmakers at the state level is sheer hubris, overriding parental decisions that have been considered at length regarding their own children, whom they surely care and fret about more than any stranger does. If you read or listen to interviews with them, what's most striking is how much research and reflection they have done, how thoroughly they've considered what their children confront and what their children need. Lawmakers are getting between physicians and patients. They're staging a medical intervention on the grounds that one group of people, doctors, parents, must be controlled for the protection of another group of people, in this case, children. If that's okay in this case, why not when COVID blasé Americans reject masks or refuse vaccines, putting all other Americans at risk? Where are the Republicans then? Some of those same Republicans who claim they're coming to the rescue of the children receiving testosterone are just fine letting the rest of us marinate in coronavirus. They're opportunists. Nay, they're worse. They're extremists. Don't take my word for it. Take Asa Hutchinson's. The governor of Arkansas is hardly anyone's idea of a moderate Republican. He recently signed legislation allowing Arkansas physicians to cite religious objections in refusing to provide treatment. He also signed into law a bill barring trans women and girls from competing against other women and girls in sports. But he has said repeatedly over the past few months that bill regarding medical care for trans youth was reckless and uncompassionate. In an interview with the New York Times' Lisa Lehrer, he conceded that as part of the culture wars that we're engaged in which Republicans were often acting out of fear of what could happen or what our imagination says might happen versus something that's real and tangible. Those were his words. He finally, in this instance I am citing from the month before last, drew a line and took a stand. My own fear is that it will be a lonely one, and that a great many people will suffer because of that. But now the VA will finally cover gender confirmation surgery for transgender veterans. Hey, by the way, this makes me so angry. I'm going to have to ask Jameson to cover me for a second while I take a short break and breathe on this one. I just can't stand this shit. Okay, Jameson, you there, son? Let's see if he responds. And Nathan Brooks says, love. Megan says, yeah. I tried to call you. Oh, yeah, earlier. And of course, hopefully you're more available in the near future. I'll bring you on. Happily. Veronica Barrera says, buenas noches, Douglas. Happy full moon. Yes. Buenas noches a todos. Senora Veronica. Mwah. And Bizarre HD, that's George Knight, says, much love, Douglas. Much love in return. Okay. It looks like Jameson Reese is not with us. What did he drop? Well, that's aggravating in and of itself, isn't it? Oh my God. So I definitely, what can I say to this? It's one of those things where, you really what is going on with that kid, but, oh well, that's, what can you do? This is, of course, all right, let me try and get my breath going so I can attack this. It's definitely one of those things that, all I can say is that the struggle goes on. All right, then. Now, about the VA. You really want to take a look at this guy who was acknowledging all of this. The VA Secretary, Dennis McDonald, all the while he was going through this. It's really funny just to look at the guy. The guy is like just telephoning in his performance. He's telephoning in his performance. Let's just put it that way. But about the VA covering what they call GCS as opposed to SAS or sexual affirmation surgery. They call it GCS or gender confirmation surgery for transgender veterans. Note that this change is but another stark illustration of how things have changed since former President Donald Trump, who banned most transgender people from serving in the military. Now, that prohibition was reversed by President Joe Biden shortly after taking office. In 2013, when Biden was vice president, the VA, the Veterans Administration, had explicitly said it did not cover gender confirmation surgery. This is one of the reasons that one of my primary stalkers, under the employ of Stephen Outram, Richard K. Cole Jr., is so angry at the world, is that the Marine Corps wouldn't make him a woman. A WM, a woman Marine, as they call them. Now, that is changing amid a recognition of how the VA needs to be more inclusive. So the Department of Veterans Affairs will be launching a process to start providing gender confirmation surgery to veterans through its health care coverage. The change won't be immediate. The VA will start a process this summer that is expected to take 2 years. And so, vowing to overcome a dark history of discrimination, Veterans Affairs Secretary Dennis McDonough announced the plan on Saturday during a Pride Month event in Orlando this last weekend, whereupon he explained that it was his President Biden who ultimately made the decision to include gender confirmation surgery in the healthcare system for veterans, and thusly, dost I quote his T at length and verbatim, "It's the President's decision, and we've just announced today that we are executing that decision. That decision will carry out now over many, many months, but at the end of the day, this is the president's authority to do. He's made clear it's time to do it, and that's precisely what we'll do. At VA, we're doing everything in our power to show veterans of all sexual orientations and gender identities that they can talk openly, honestly, and comfortably with their healthcare providers about any issues they may be experiencing. We are taking the first necessary steps to expand VA's care to include gender confirmation surgery, thereby allowing transgender vets to go through the full gender confirmation process with VA at their side. This time will allow VA to develop capacity to meet the surgical needs that transgender veterans have called for and deserved for a long time. Now, the move received praise from both Senate's Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman John Tester and House Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman Mark Takano, the latter responding that veterans in need of gender confirmation surgery should not have to seek health care outside of the VA health system or navigate complicated processes to get the care they need. VA must be inclusive of all veterans who have served, regardless of their identity. Now, the National Center for Transgender Equality estimates that there are more than 134,000 transgender veterans and more than 15,000 transgender individuals serving in the military. But the VA estimates fewer than 4,000 veterans would be interested in undergoing surgery. Still, despite that comparatively minuscule number, the top Republicans in the House Veterans Affairs Committee, Representative Mike Bost, has criticized the move as having more to do with advancing a radical liberal agenda than serving veterans. Now, mind you, this is all part of the culture wars that we are now no longer in the Department of Educational territory. We are now in the VA territory. So what you've got is the VA is accused of wading into culture wars, and the most senior Republican lawmaker on the House Committee of Veterans Affairs blasting the Departments of Veterans Affairs for starting the lengthy process of eventually offering gender confirmation surgery to transgender veterans. It is, all of this is maddening. This is something that raises my ire, because if they had only offered this to that scumbag, Richard K. Cole Jr., a long time ago, he might not be stalking me all of my life for presenting myself in a manner convincingly when I do it as female that he simply cannot do himself. He might have been made a female and just been satisfied enough with his wretched, miserable existence to leave others alone in the world. Here we have the military, which is his only identity on planet Earth, because he's done absolutely nothing else with his life, living off your tax dollars on VA welfare, addressing diversity, and the Republicans simply see a culture war target. So the Pentagon's leadership taking steps to promote inclusion, not only at the military level in active service, but at the veterans level of those who wash out of the military, is prompting political backlash. Now, the person who introduced the number of diversity and inclusion policies to the military is the Defense Secretary Lloyd J. Austin III. Now, all of this is resultant, as I said, in an absolutely bizarre kind of double standard. We're talking about, well, just let me get into it. As I said, I should have breathed before I started this. Got myself a break, but Jameson's not there. Now, here you've got, say, for example, Fort Bragg, one of the nation's largest military installations, where plans were already afoot for its first commemoration of Juneteenth this weekend last, highlighting the role of the Union Army in emancipation. And the Defense Department adding a Deputy Inspector General for Diversity and Inclusion and a supremacist, extremist, and criminal gang activity. That's actually his title. Deputy Inspector General for Diversity and Inclusion and Supremacist, Extremist, and Criminal Gang Activity. Now in February, Defense Secretary Lloyd J. Austin III who's, by the way, a black African-American male, he ordered the military to examine extremist activity in its midst and to ask troops for their views. Earlier, Mr. Austin had revoked a ban on diversity training for the military that was instituted by Trump. And on Wednesday of, the week before last, if I remember correctly, he spracketh at a Pride Month celebration at the Pentagon itself. And with all of its active wars ending, even though that's a completely different subject I'll go into next transmission, where Congress has to acknowledge these wars are over, even though they never legally declared them. They've got to acknowledge that they're over, or these wars really are never going to end. But with active prosecution of these illegal wars ending, and the military's ranks both smaller and more diverse, and its talent needs shifting, the Pentagon is embracing ideas like inclusion and adopting many of the efforts long used in the private sector to recruit and retain women and people of color. Yet while many inside and outside the military have embraced the effort as overdue, some Republican lawmakers and influential conservatives are mounting an inchoate but increasingly loud protest and promoting the idea that the armed forces are becoming the latest pawn in America's culture wars, the culture wars that they're inflaming themselves. They've taken aim at a variety of initiatives, including this possible Pentagon plan to increase the monitoring of social media posts from service members, and the addition of reading recommendations on white supremacy and systemic racism to military training guides. In stoking opposition, those critics say the Pentagon's policies amount to imposing a liberal and in some cases unpatriotic worldview on our armed forces. Now, at a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing on the military budget Thursday morning, probably around, it was June 10th, if I remember correctly, and I know I do. That was when Senator Tom Cotton, Republican of Arkansas, who is also a veteran, grilled Mr. Austin as to whether he believed that the military is a fundamentally racist organization. To which, of course, I would have answered, hell yes. And, of course, Tom Cotton ticked off a long list of complaints he said his office had received from service members about mandatory training sessions on police brutality, white privilege, and systemic racism. As well, they should be receiving all of that. And Mr. Austin, the black African-American, responding to Mr. Cotton, if you can imagine this, the need to address a person whose very name is what Mr. Austin's ancestors conceivably were picking in the fields for this son of a bitch's own ancestors. Mr. Austin responded that he did not believe the military was racist, but defended the department's policies, saying diversity, equity, and inclusion is important to this military now, and it will be important in the future. Now, at times, Cotton cut Mr. Austin off whenever he tried to reply, with Mr. Cotton warning, "We're hearing reports of plummeting morale, growing mistrust between the races and sexes where none existed just 6 months ago, and unexpected retirements and separations based on these trainings alone." Now, how widely those views are actually held among service members in an increasingly politically diverse military is impossible to know. Military culture varies by service branches, rank, and generations. But the Pentagon's leadership acknowledges its approach is necessary both to uphold our nation's values and to assure that it can recruit people with the skills necessary for 21st century warfare. And that's why John F. Kirby, a spokesman for Mr. Austin, has gone on record to say that the Secretary has been very clear and fairly unapologetic about the fact that we want to get all the best talent that is available from the American people. And if you meet the standards, his words I'm quoting, and you're qualified to be in the military, and you're willing to raise your hand and serve this country, we want you to be able to do it. And we want you to be able to do it free of hate and fear and discrimination. We owe you that. Even since President Harry S. Truman integrated the military, Americans have debated whether the services should lead or lag civilian society on social change concerning race, sex, and sexual orientation, and the extent to which they are a threat to effective combat. The newest efforts are driven in part by the participation of some active duty military members and veterans at the Capitol riot on January 6th, as well as by a desire to recruit and retain more Americans outside an increasingly narrow list of zip codes, largely in the South and West. As national security needs shift from brawn to brains, some of the moves reflect the increased demand for science, technology, and engineering skills coming from a larger talent pool than white trash can provide. So here you have Senator Tom Cotton, who says that critical race theory and similar ideas teach our troops to obsess over race, and that America is an evil, oppressive country. Well, yeah. The problems military women, the fastest growing group of veterans, and people of color face have been well documented for years. Promotions often elude minority officers. Sexual assault remains rampant. Racist extremism threatens Black and Latino service members. Mr. Austin, the first Black Defense Secretary, has spoken about confronting troops with neo-Nazi insignia at Fort Bragg in North Carolina when he served there. For generations, military bases have been, well, they've been named after disgraced Confederate officers and retained the names thereof, even after the military was racially integrated. The Ku Klux Klan was known to recruit just outside these installations. African American and Hispanic service members are more likely to be court-martialed than any white service members. That's according to the Government Accountability Office itself, the GAO. And after years of battle over their role in the military, women continue to face workplace impediments, and worse, while serving. Sexual assault cases have barely budged over the past decade, drawing the impatience of lawmakers who are now seeking to remove a general's role in adjudication of assault cases. Students nominated by Congress to the military service academies remain disproportionately male. There is a continued fight in the Army and beyond about fitness standards for women. There have been clashes over political ideology. A lieutenant colonel in the Space Force, Matthew Lohmeyer, was removed from his post after he said on a podcast that Marxism was invading the military, a theme of his book. The military's moves toward inclusive policies predate Mr. Austin and the 2020 election. The Marine Corps had to issue a ban on displays of the Confederate battle flag at its installations just last year. It took them that long to do it. Took till 2020. Congress last year moved to change the names of bases named after Confederate officers, a shift that Mr. Trump resisted, cloaking himself in the Confederate flag. The Army has prohibited photographs from promotion packets that could indicate race, ethnicity, or gender. All service branches have looked at hairstyle and grooming policies that are biased against black and female members. Mr. Trump's defense secretary, Mark T. Esper, also ordered Pentagon leaders to present ideas for diversity and inclusion. But with President Biden now in the White House, some of Mr. Trump's most ardent cultists are abusing those moves as a wedge issue, appealing to a portion of the conservative base by suggesting that Democrats are promoting far-left theories and potentially undercutting national security, thereby, yes, of course, a threat to civilization. Now, Representative Michael Waltz, a Republican of Florida, has actually written a letter to the superintendent of the Military Academy at West Point demanding congressional oversight of its diversity workshops. If you can imagine that. I guess he never did that when you had the Klan and the neo-Nazis as separate football teams for their shitty little West Point. No one ever complained. Now, the representative, Dan Crenshaw, Republican of Texas, with the help of Mr. Cotton, started a whistleblower page on his website where service members can report overt complaints of wokeness. Itself a nebulous term. Whatever they don't like. Mr. Cotton's office has received thereafter hundreds of complaints about the politicization of the military, or so an aide of his said. On social media, many widely mocked this page that I'm referencing by responding with plot lines from movies and television shows like MASH and A Few Good Men. Both Mr. Waltz and Mr. Crenshaw previously served in Afghanistan, among other military service. This is an important fact that is not a positive that I will go into. Now, Senator Ted Cruz, Cancun Cruz, the Republican man of Texas who took off to Cancun while everyone else froze to death, this time took to Twitter to complain about a recruitment ad featuring a female soldier whose parents are both women, which actually drew an unusual rebuke from Mr. Austin himself, who, through his spokesman, Christian McMullen, said, Senator Cruz has been clear about his long-standing and deepening concern that Democrats are using our military as a laboratory for woke ideology. Now, this was via email. Now, Tucker Carlson, the Fox News personality and one of the most influential figures on the American right, led his Memorial Day broadcast by highlighting some of the changes and suggesting that the military was no longer interested in protecting the country. Now, to some Democrats, it is the Republicans who are endangering national security by injecting politics and ideology into the military. And Stephen Weber, a Marine veteran who is a former chairman of the Missouri Democratic Party, said it best. This is an attempt to disrupt the chain of command and cause dissension in the ranks. Every American should be worried about what Crenshaw is trying to do. This is the continuation of a lot of attempts made by Trump to drag the military into elections, which the military, to their great credit, resisted. Now, Representative Jason Crow, a Democrat of Colorado, who served as an Army Ranger in Afghanistan, said the Republican arguments were corrosive to the military. He said, when those in the military are receiving mixed messages from their civilian leadership, that does not help commanders create relationships based on trust. Okay, all of this is just kind of fractal. In other words, it's myself getting my head together to attack the main problem. And the main problem is that from the Vietnam War to the present, aggrieved white men cast themselves as a discriminated against minority. And there's a new book that I highly recommend, should be required reading in schools, that traces the rise of white identity politics, reuniting white America after Vietnam. The white men who wanted to be victims. Now, in 1875, peering into the nation's future, Frederick Douglass asked, if war among the whites brought peace and liberty to the blacks, what will peace among the whites bring? The answer then and now, after Civil War and civil rights, a white reunion disguised as a veterans reunion. Now, as authored by Joseph Darda, the seminal work entitled How White Men Won the Culture Wars, which is subtitled A History of Veteran America, published by the University of California Press, of course, 266 pages, will cost you $27.95. I'd prefer you send that to me rather than order the book, but should you be able to do both, by all means, get the book. It evidences how a broad contingent of white men, conservative and liberal, hawk and dove, vet and non-vet, as in veteran and non-veteranoid, transformed the Vietnam War into a staging ground for a post-civil rights white racial reconciliation. A post-civil rights white racial reconciliation. Conservatives could celebrate white veterans as deracinated embodiments of the nation. Liberals could treat them as minoritized heroes whose voices must be heard. Erasing all Americans of color, erasing all Southeast Asians, erasing all women from the war. White men alone could agree, after civil rights and feminism, that they alone had suffered and deserved, so much more. From the POW MIA and veterans' mental health movements to Rambo and Born in the USA, they remade their racial identities for an age of colorblindness and multiculturalism in the image of the Vietnam vet. No one wins in a culture war, except, as proven in this book by Joseph Darda, white men dressed in army monochrome. The very title of Joseph Darda's new book, How White Men Won the Culture Wars, may land awkwardly for wary followers of recursive debates over cancel culture, wokeness, and the like. The loudest and most visible partisans in these battles are aggrieved white men insisting that they're scapegoats in unhinged, identity-driven witch hunts and eagerly putting themselves forward as martyrs in ugly confrontations over free speech, their freedom to threaten everyone else. How is it then that this wretched demographic emerged as the victors of the modern American culture wars and managed to leverage that success into ongoing, ever-renewable plaints of grievance? It is through this original and conclusive expositionist study that Darva, the author Darda, D-A-R-D-A, proves the answer lies in the overlap between the post-1960s culture wars and the legacy of an actual war, the American debacle in Vietnam. The United States withdrew in defeat from Vietnam in 1975, a fraught moment as well for the American political economy, coinciding with the landmark civil rights and feminist uprisings that convulsed the country as many American soldiers served overseas. Returning Vietnam vets mimicked the rhetoric and strategies of the era's homegrown protest movements. Those protest movements, while they themselves developed a powerful narrative of abandonment and trauma to convey their own sense of disaffection. So, in other words, the returning Vietnam vets aped and parroted. They aped the strategies and they parroted the rhetoric of the 1960s homegrown anti-war protestations, and thereby developed their counter-narrative in which they were the victims. And in spite of the heavily non-white and working-class makeup of the conscript army in Vietnam, that overwhelmingly was drafted blacks and browns, the dominant image of the Vietnam vet became a white middle-class one. This curious work of cultural alchemy came about thanks to the convergence of several other post-civil rights reckonings in 1970s America. As white Vietnam vets struggled with the challenges of adapting to an American social order transformed by the politics of anti-discrimination and cultural representation, they were not simply echoing the well-worn refrains of white reaction. Rather, as the author Darda proves in this wide-ranging and provocative tour through the post-Vietnam cultural and political scene, they fashioned their own new brand of therapeutically inflected grievance politics, poised to capitalize in a host of ways on America's emerging post-liberal backlash, or post-liberal white-lash. Conditions were ripe for returning Vietnam vets to engineer this dramatic change in status. The so-called white ethnic revival announced a defection from the old model of WASP, or white Anglo-Saxon Protestant ascendancy, and the assertion of new cultural status on behalf of a cohort of 20th century immigrants, Polish, Italian, Greek, and Slovak Americans. That's an acronym, by the way. PIGS, P-I-G-S, Polish, Italian, Greek, and Slovak. In the provocative coinage of the white ethnic theorist and eventual neoconservative theologian, Michael Novak. And since they were all represented as Vietnam vets, these Polish, Italian, Greco-Slovak, these pigs, who bore limited culpability for the original sin of black slavery, came to say that they were the ones who had been exploited and abused. This reconfigured model of the white immigrant experience turned white people into minorities, innocent and self-made. Because the pigs, the Poles and the Italo-Greco-Slovaks, they never owned no slaves, and therefore had to be integrated into the white realm, accepted, so that slavery could be erased from the white experience of exploitation. Now, while these former WOPs and WOGs and Polacks were all turned into the historically innocent self-made white minorities, making whites a minority after all, while the culture-first logic of the white ethnic revival permitted these reborn white Americans to attribute the material barriers that black and brown Americans faced in education, health services, housing, law enforcement, and wealth accumulation to culture and choice. Why, them blacks, them niggas brought it on themselves. Because they have no ambition. They have no drive, no motivation, no work ethic. The emerging new politics of white blamelessness came to a head in the 1978 U.S. Supreme Court decision, Regents of University of California versus Bakke, B-A-K-K-E. The plaintiff in that case, a Marine Corps veteran in Vietnam named Alan Bakke, alleged that he was a victim of reverse racial discrimination after the University of California at Davis twice rejected his medical school application in favor of far more intelligent and capable and morally industrious non-white candidates, whom he claimed were selected under a quota system. The court actually ruled in his favor, and in place of the putative discriminatory nature of admissions quotas, the Bakke majority endorsed the far more amorphous to subjective metric of diversity to justify minority outreach efforts in college admissions programs, thereby vastly complicating measurable progress in racial representation, while helping to launch a top-down human resources land rush in diversity training and institutional image management. If you want to know where the diversity training sources from, it sources from white grievance. That way, it's full circle. No more quotas. No more metrics. No more measurable numbers. Instead, introduce diversity. This was the white men who wanted this. And now they say, it's diversity. That's the curse, the bane of our existence. They created the very problem they now bitch about. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis, white Marxism in action. Wouldn't you fucking know it? Other returning Vietnam veterans, meanwhile, were coping with the challenges of reintegrating into an American society that seemed ashamed of the failed Southeast Asian War and indifferent to hostile to the plight of veterans in the conflict. The mounting sense of anomie in the white veterans' community became focused on the notion of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, a new psychological diagnosis that took root after a nurse in a Boston VA hospital treated a veteran who'd taken part in the infamous massacre of some 1,000 Vietnamese villagers in My Lai who said, I'm the victim. I killed and raped those children. Raped them before they died and raped their bodies after I killed them. 'Cause I couldn't get enough and my dick was hard again just by the act of killing them. I'm not shitting you. This is what this guy was being treated for. He couldn't stop raping dead kids' bodies. And said, I'm the man who needs help. I'm the victim. So by the time PTSD was formally adopted in the 1980 edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders I was just reading from earlier, the notion of post-Vietnam trauma was already spreading beyond the core of afflicted veterans and gaining traction as an all-purpose depiction of white male grievance in a contracting economy and a still confrontational climate of post-civil rights and feminist protest. The attribution of PTSD to vets and the white men who identified with them, most of whom did not serve and did not suffer from any PTSD, worked as a new kind of white entitlement, a belief that something they deserved had been taken from them, had been taken and must be returned. It encouraged a feeling of entitlement through a sense of discrimination. In a telling augur of this shift, Vietnam Veterans Against the War, a militant anti-war group that gained notoriety when several of its members, among them the future senator and presidential candidate John Kerry, hurled their service medals over a fence near the White House, began to focus principally on issues of trauma and recovery, sponsoring a series of rap groups, before that became a musical stance, to describe the harrowing experience of combat in Vietnam and vets' halting efforts to come to terms with its psychic legacy. White veterans dominated in these sessions as well, and even when they recounted stories of atrocities that they themselves had committed and carried out in Vietnam, the psychologists who moderated the VVAW, Vietnam Veterans Against the War, encounter sessions diagnosed them as survivors, as opposed to perpetrators or murderers or war criminals. These were survivors of PTSD, facing difficult questions of accountability and guilt in a dehistoricized trauma culture in which all could claim the status of survivor, like a rape survivor. The victims. The mass murderers became the victims. Another potent channel of this emerging dynamic of white blamelessness was the prisoner of war missing in action movement, which also managed to transmute a cross-racial veterans issue into a politics of white grievance. As part of the phased withdrawal of troops from Vietnam, the Nixon administration orchestrated a high-profile return of 591 American prisoners of war in the spring of 1973 in an initiative dubbed Operation Homecoming. The returning prisoners were acutely unrepresentative of the actual forces serving in Vietnam. They were overwhelmingly college-educated officers, mostly pilots. None of them had been drafted. These were men who volunteered to fly planes and bomb the enemy, usually civilians, from the air, to drop napalm that, in its jellied petroleum form, stuck to human flesh and burned people alive, melted the skin off their very bones. These scumbag sons of bitches became the face of Vietnam veteranoid privilege. They were all men, and 95% of them were white. The most famous among them, John McCain, another future senator and presidential candidate, built a political career on the idea that his sacrifice and suffering were emblematic of his generation of veterans. From this bleached out, whitewashed, lily-white, mediagenic presentation of returning prisoners of war, an activist movement took root, seeking the return of allegedly still living POWs in Vietnam, who were chiefly figments of urban legend, and the broader optics of the American veterans' movement ensured that these imaginary figures had to be white. The whiteness of the Operation Homecoming vets, the most visible and distinguished former prisoners of war, made the POW-MIA movement a vehicle for white racial grievance, and the POW-MIA flag has been a common sight at white supremacist rallies ever since. When a 1985 Newsweek headline declared, "We're all still prisoners of war," some readers, whether conscious of it or not, would have taken that "we" to mean white America. Not that anyone needed, by that point, any additional prompting to envision the ideal type of the Vietnam vet as white and aggrieved. American pop culture in the 1980s teemed with fables of white Vietnam veterans fighting for recognition and some measure of vengeance in an America that preferred to ignore or abuse them. Bruce Springsteen's stadium rock anthem, "Born in the USA," the title cut from an album that clocked more than 30 million sales, bemoaned the alienated state of its narrator, a returned Vietnam vet, between a shouted chorus that could well have doubled as a title for a tract in the white ethnic revival genre. Not surprisingly, the song drew accolades from President Ronald Reagan, whose re-election campaign briefly tried to adopt it as a theme, as well as Reagan-allied propagandists such as high Tory opinion columnist George F. Will. Reagan's opponent, Walter Mondale, also tried to seize upon the song as a rallying cry and even spuriously claimed that the boss had delivered an official Mondale endorsement. Springsteen, himself a fairly apolitical cultural populist at that point in his career, fought off the opportunistic embrace of both Reagan and Mondale at the time, but the campaigns of both men well understood that the failure of Springsteen's anthem to deliver any intelligible political message was, in fact, the basis of its mass appeal. And as is the case with any document bearing witness to white-inflected grievance, its own identitarian agenda was pretty much hiding in plain sight. To quote oh yes, the great Springsteen fanzine. Well, after all, what was it? "Sent to kill the yellow man." Yes. The campaigns understood that whatever the candidates would or wouldn't do for the working class, the white worker and the Vietnam vet meant something else to white men who identified as neither. The insecure white worker of a Springsteen song signified for white men, including most of all middle-class non-vets, or non-veterans, that they had their own hard luck stories, that they had suffered in the wake of civil rights, feminism, and the Vietnam War. The Reagan and Mondale campaigns found in Springsteen, with the subtle mutable racial meaning of his songs, a rare figure of consensus in the emerging culture wars. Who wouldn't vote for Bruce? By the way, I'm reading a paragraph from the book I'm recommending. Now, neither subtlety nor mutability was any ongoing concern for Sylvester Stallone, whose blockbuster 1985 film Rambo! First Blood, Part 2 brought the image of the Vietnam vet back to its jingoistic Cold War roots, Stallone's title character is dispatched back to Vietnam on a POW rescue mission and delivers his signature catchphrase in reply to the officer briefing him, Colonel Troutman. "Sir, do we get to win this time?" Asking that like a little lost child. The movie script also goes out of its way to give the character of Rambo a new ethnic identity that hadn't been referenced in the franchise's debut film, or in the novel that formed the basis of the Rambo series. He's made half Native American. And as the author Darda so evidences, Rambo's manufactured indigenous backstory gave the character played by a white actor a way to co-opt a narrative of discrimination. The white ethnic revival had made white minorities the most American thing of all. In the 1980s, that meant a white actor starring as a half-Indian soldier, a minoritization that, as simulated rather than embodied, allowed all white men to see themselves reflected in it. We didn't exterminate all the Native Americans. We're all Native Americans. Hence, there was no Native American Holocaust. We're all innocent. In fact, I'm Native American myself. I once had one of the officers of one of my security contracts in the Acorn projects, a white guy, blue-eyed, Nordic, square head, lantern jaw. Hell, you could have traced his face with a T-square, telling me how Native American he was. You know, I felt like telling him, yeah, sure, there were enough blue-coated rapists to give all you white Americans a little Indian blood. Much the same simulacrum of authenticity altered the hallowed status of veteranness in the film. That's when one of Rambo's overseas handlers, a feckless government bureaucrat based in Thailand, turns out to be lying about his military service record. Rambo more or less shrugs it off. In his debriefing session after the mission, he explains that he only wants what they, the POWs, want. And every other guy who came over here and spilled his guts and gave everything he had wants. For our country to love us as much as we love it. The moral was plain. Veteran status has less to do for Rambo with wearing the uniform than with waving the flag. And you've heard me basically put that flag in context in the transmission preceding tonight's. Now, in the world of literature, meanwhile, a new cohort of Vietnam authors, all white and all male, such as Tim O'Brien, Larry Heineman, and Robert Olin Butler, gained canonical stature in American letters. Heineman's Vietnam vet novel, Paco's Story, which be but a liberal answer to the Rambo films, famously beat out Toni Morrison's Beloved for the 1987 National Book Award. The same white male-dominated narrative template held for Vietnam memoirs, such as Ron Kovich's Born on the 4th of July, which inspired both Springsteen's Anthem and a big screen adaptation by Oliver Stone. Now, this flood of literary recreations of the war crowded out memoirs and fictions composed by Vietnamese writers who had been war refugees. When Oliver Stone adapted one such memoir. The colored Asian female Lelai Hayslip's book entitled When Heaven and Earth Changed Places. As the 1993 film, released as simply Heaven and Earth, the film died at the box office, while critics complained that a movie dedicated to the travails of a refugee rather than a familiar, anguished white veteran lacks an emotional center. Because who the hell can relate to a colored cunt, right? Reserving their acclaim for Steve, the traumatized white male American veteran in that cinematic saga, played by Tommy Lee Jones. The Washington Post critic Hal Hinson proclaimed Jones's character as the most effective, most powerful part of the film. Because who can relate to some colored cunt, right? For such onlookers, the Vietnam War felt abstract and unrelatable without a dislocated white veteran through whom they could channel all their anger and grief. Critics and moviegoers, most of whom bought tickets to Mrs. Doubtfire and the Pelican Brief that weekend instead, didn't want to see a refugee saga on the big screen unless it starred Steve, the refugee of White Vietnam Veteranoid Memoirs is Brothers in Arms, Going Back, The Circle of Han, and No Longer Enemies, Not Yet Friends. And so the same cultural dispensation carries down through today. At the height of the Vietnam War, 1968, 3 million men were regionally in theater. In every American census, 30 million men claimed to be Vietnam veterans from that draft year of 1968. Based on those dichotomies, 90% of American men who claim to be Vietnam veterans are lying. Case fucking closed. All white men have taken on the Vietnam veterans' PTSD entitled mantle. And like Bruce Springsteen and Sylvester Stallone, who both were draft dodgers, Donald Trump dodged the Vietnam War draft, claiming 4 deferments based on dubious diagnoses of bone spurs in his feet, even though he can stand for hours playing golf. But Trump, who also became Mr. National Celebrity in the veteran-obsessed 1980s, seized the image of the brave defender of defiled veteran honor. In 2016, speaking before DC's traditional POW MIA Rolling Thunder motorcycle rally, Trump declared that, in many cases, illegal immigrants are taken better care of by this country than our veterans. No one had to point out that the image of the veteran Trump evoked was white, or that the illegal immigrants he had in mind were not. Even after Trump had maligned the military service of John McCain earlier in the campaign, Trump won the enthusiastic support of the assembled POW MIA activists and of the white nation that vicariously identified with him, to the point where all white men lied and said they were them. In the 2018 midterms, Democrats sought to follow his lead, recruiting a slate of nearly 100 overwhelmingly white veterans to attract voters from the long fetishized center-right. In other words, the national consensus rested pretty much just where Bruce Springsteen and John Rambo have left it. And white men could comfortably reclaim their historic role at the center of American power, shrouded in a gauzy mythos of innocence violated and reclaimed. As Joseph Darda makes clear in this eye-opening study, they had won something far more valuable and enduring than a culture war. And their new mission is to whitewash the Trump presidency. Their Republican Party has turned to another page in the authoritarian playbook as it whitewashes the history of Donald Trump's Russo puppet presidency. It's as if the fawning over Vladimir Putin never happened, or Trump's assurance that COVID-19 would simply go away never passed his lips. Trump's cultic acolytes have, meanwhile, rebranded the worst assault in American democracy in modern times into a January 6th tourist jaunt, as they seek to cleanse the reputation of the former president who told rioters to fight like hell, and months later still holds enormous sway over the Russo collaborationist Republican insurgency. Remember, originally they said 1 in 10 of all those Capitol Hill riotous insurgents, the insurrectionists, was military or police. Specifically military, and some military police. They later said, well, actually, it was 1 in 5 was military, active duty, or retired. Now we realize the overwhelming majority of the goddamn insurrectionists who tried to overthrow your legal government were military and police, and all of them white. Trump and conservative propaganda media are also assailing, of all people, Dr. Anthony Fauci as their new boogeyman to expunge the ex-president's neglect of a pandemic that killed hundreds of thousands of Americans on his watch. Pandemicide. The attempt to reconfigure the often disastrous historical record of the Trump presidency comes as the former president eyes a political comeback ahead of a new round of political rallies this summer, teeing up 2022 primaries. And it takes place as much of the Republican Party is engaged in a crusade built on the former president's lies about electoral fraud to make it harder for many Americans to vote and easier for Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent officials to interfere in free and fair elections. Since the truth is too painful for Republicans and is too detrimental to their future political prospects, an alternative narrative must be constructed. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy engineered the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's latest hypocritical gyration on Thursday by criticizing President Joe Biden's conduct in his summit with the leader of Russia in Geneva on Wednesday midweek last. The California Republican McCarthy wrote statement criticizing Biden for failing to stand up for U.S. national interests and not making clear the U.S. will hold Russia accountable for its long list of transgressions. President Biden gave Vladimir Putin a pass. His main point was that Biden failed to make Moscow pay a price for a string of ransomware attacks on American infrastructure, that is known to originate on Russian soil. Of course, McCarthy didn't mention 2 intelligence operations by Russia to hack into U.S. elections to help Trump win. Nor did he mention Trump's notorious press conference in Helsinki, when the then president threw U.S. spy agencies under the bus on live television and embraced the denials of Putin, a former KGB officer, on electoral interference. Trump's former top Russia advisor, Fiona Hill, told CNN this week last that she considered faking a medical emergency to stop the press conference in 2018 since it was so excruciating and damaging to American interests. Trump, always the perpetrator of the most outrageous big lie, weighed in himself last Wednesday with one of his favorite interviewers, Fox's Sean Hannity, assailing Biden's handling of the summit. Highlighting his own tendency to view diplomacy as a sequence of photo ops with himself as the star, Trump slammed Biden's performance art by saying it was a good day for Russia. We did not get anything. We gave a very big stage to Russia and we got nothing. Trump's critique of his successor was especially ironic because the key criticism of his meetings with tyrant Kim Jong-un was that he ceded the prize North Korean leaders have craved for decades, recognition on a platform alongside the U.S. leader while failing to slow Pyongyang's nuclear program. And the Republicans are denying domestic heroism on the home front of our culture and civil wars, our civil culture wars, which are quite violent. In the most flagrant example of historic revisionism, Republican lawmakers are now actively denying the heroism of Capitol police officers who defended them from the insurrectionists on Capitol Hill. And by refusing to probe the invasion, and by actively misrepresenting Trump's incitement of a mob attack on January 6th, his allies are trying to cleanse his reputation as he eyes a comeback. The fury that led to the sickening assault on Congress was brewed by Trump's baseless lies about electoral fraud, which continue to wreak havoc on American democracy by inspiring restrictive voting bills in red states. The former president dictated the new narrative himself in a political appearance in North Carolina earlier this month, with the most outrageous lies so far in his post-presidency. Remember, I am not the only one. Oh, I'm sorry, he didn't say only one. He said, remember, I am not the one trying to undermine American democracy. I'm the one that's trying to save it. The Republican effort to cover up the truth of Trump's attempt to disrupt the certification of Biden's victory started within hours of the Capitol insurrection. It has now reached absurd, but also dangerous lengths. Multiple Republicans have said the militant anti-fascist group Antifa is to blame, rather than the former president's supporters in their MAGA hats who waved Trump flags. Georgia Representative Andrew Clyde, a Republican freshman, claimed the mob scenes were just a normal tourist visit, comprising an overwhelming majority of white military and police and veterans. A D.C. Metropolitan Police officer who was stun-gunned and beaten as he tried to defend the Capitol on January 6th said that Clyde had refused to shake his hand when they met in the Capitol this week. That same Georgia Representative Andrew Clyde, who claimed this was all just a normal tourist visit. But Michael Fanone vowed not to stop deconstructing red Republican insurgent historical revisionism over the attack. On Thursday, via CNN's New Day, Fanone said, "Your words have consequences, Congressman. You're lying about what happened on January 6th, and I am going to be there to confront anyone who lies about January 6th. Now, Fanon spracketh out as the Justice Department released horrifying new footage of the attack on the Capitol. One sequence shows one active insurrectionist, Thomas Webster, among a large crowd of Trump cultists, threateningly wielding a flagpole and finally rushing at officers who engaged in hand-to-hand combat with him and other members of the mob to save the lives of our legally elected representatives. Meanwhile, several Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent lawmakers who idolize Trump, including Representatives Matt Gaetz, the human child trafficker of Florida, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Holocaust denier of Georgia, have amplified a baseless conspiracy theory highlighted by Fox News opinion host Tucker Carlson that the Capitol riot was a false flag conspiracy orchestrated by the FBI. And earlier last week, more than 20 House Republicans voted against legislation to award the Congressional Gold Medal to the officers who defended our Capitol, with some, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, saying they opposed the use of the word insurrection in the legislation to describe what happened that day. That revisionism was undercut once again last Thursday when the Justice Department charged a Capitol rioter with bringing a handgun onto Capitol grounds. The attempt to make voters forget, or at least to give the Trump cult the cover of a more comforting alternative reality, is not just an attempt to cover embarrassment or to protect the reputation of Trump, who still wields all power inside the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. There are electoral considerations also. Several Republican senators, for instance, openly admitted that they were opposed to a bipartisan independent commission investigating the insurrection, filibustered by the party in the Senate, because it would detract from an attempt to make the midterm elections a referendum on Biden's presidency. Their decision did not just deprive the country a moment of catharsis after a national trauma and of recommendations that might stop it from happening again. It also meant that there will be no agreed, contemporary, historic record of a day of infamy on which 5 people died, ultimately 6, and democracy itself was defiled. On Thursday, this week last, former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe said on CNN that the truth of what happened that day is an inconvenience for Republicans, and it's an embarrassment. It contradicts the political narrative they believe is most favorable to them. They are going to continue lying. They are going to continue coming up with ridiculous characterizations of what happened on that day. This, combined with their pandemic revisionism. Another deep stain on Trump's record is the pandemic that he himself denied, mismanaged, and politicized. In order to make the country forget, Republicans have settled on Fauci, the country's top infectious diseases specialist, as a scapegoat to layest blame that should be attached to Donald Trump. The recent release of Fauci's government emails triggered a coordinated effort by former members of Trump's administration and the conservative-personated reactionary mass media machine to blame Fauci for the pandemic's deadly march across American soil early in 2020. Fauci, as a government official, deserves scrutiny. Some of his positions in the early months of the worst health crisis in 100 years, for instance involving the utility of mask wearing and the transmissibility of the disease, did evolve. Unlike Trump's positions, though, they changed on the basis of new scientific evidence rather than politics. The extreme nature of the attacks on Fauci suggests their real purpose: taking the heat off Trump. One of the most respected global public health officials in the world has been slammed as an activist scientist and an arm of the communist Chinese propaganda machine. Fauci has said that he himself believes that natural transmission from animals to humans most likely spread COVID-19, and has also been accused of covering up for Beijing over claims the virus escaped from an epidemiological lab in the city of Wuhan. It could, of course, be both. In North Carolina, earlier this month, Trump said about Fauci, "He's been wrong on almost every issue, and he was wrong on Wuhan and the lab also." Yeah, like Trump was right about everything. The Biden administration is still investigating the fateful genesis of the pandemic in the Chinese city of Wuhan, but some Republicans have demanded Fauci resign over the emails, seeking a scalp that would suggest a non-existent scandal but might serve to drain some of the blame from Donald Trump. The rewriting of the history of Trump's tumultuous one-term misadministration is, in and of itself, perhaps not surprising, since lies and false realities were its most dominant characteristic from its first moments right until the bitter end. In fact, the strategy, which has now resulted in tens of millions of Americans living in an alternative version of Trump-approved truth, was sketched out as far back as 2018 in Kansas City, when Trump told his cultists not to pay any attention to journalists charting the true story of his presidency by insisting, "What you're seeing and what you're reading is not what's happening." Events throughout Septimania, throughout last week, prove how far the former president has succeeded in co-opting his party into his methodology of deception to such an extent that the facts of the past no longer hold water, which raises real questions about how American democracy can function in the future. It is a chilling reminder of how a totalitarian government rewrote every book, changed dates, and falsified every record in George Orwell's novel 1984, to such a point that history has stopped and nothing exists except a present in which the party is always right. And transgender rights have become the new front in the veteran fetishist Christian nationalists' transparently cruel culture war. People are going to die. That's a quote. And that quote, put simply, will be the consequence of the historic nationwide surge of anti-Quilts Badge Plus legislation, as testified against her own state's recent efforts to restrict their rights by a retired out-lesbian Christian pastoress in Austin, Texas, who advocates for LGBTQIA plus youth, named Mary Wilson. Now, in terms of the time we have remaining, surprisingly enough, in a sense, Quilts Badge is the preferred acronym. Q is for queers, questioning, open yet indeterminate, and mayhaps ultimately normative, id est heterosexually cisgendered. U is for unidentified, uncloseted, id est outed or voluntarily or otherwise as knowingly non-normative but private, and presumably preferentially so, per personal preferences. I is for intersexed, the third gender, and the five sexes. As I've said, those who are male, female, those with genitalia of both, those with female genitalia that are undeveloped but predominantly male, those with predominantly female genitalia and undeveloped male genitalia. These are all medical. They're all quite real, and they're not medical in the sense of conditions. Most of these people are quite healthy and want to retain what they were born with. L is for lesbians. T is for transgendered, as I've outlined, transitioning, individuals in processing, and also simply trans, with an asterisk, indicative of option to append any appropriate label, it as trans man, or whatever they want to be. Transsexuals, as I've said, to extent. B is for bisexuals, bigendered. A, standing for ally, a friend of the causes. Asexual, as characterized by the absence of sexual attractions. Agendered, or aromantic persons. D is for demisexuals. G is for gays. E is for etc. And plus is, as I said, both for emphasis of a positive attitudinal stance and the pronounced provision of a P for the plus in acknowledgement of pansexuals, pangenders, polygenders, and the polyamorous, but never pedophiles or pedopornosexuals, the very evasion of such potential ambiguations with said pathologies necessitating employment of the plus symbol in place of the all too easily misconstrued letter P. Therefore, Quilts Badge Plus. That is the preferred acronym, and by God, help spread it for me so that we can do away with this horrible LGBTQIA plus shit. Now, in addition to working in ministry, the Mary Wilson is very engaged in politics, and in 2018, she ran as a Democratic congressional candidate in Texas, albeit losing in a runoff. After getting involved in the current fight over LGBTQIA plus rights in Texas, she's noticed a pattern of these bills showing up in red states with Republican-dominated legislative bodies, herself concluding, I think it's a targeted strategic initiative getting these passed where they believe they can get passed. Now, Wilson herself, the retired pastoress, is again an out lesbian, and she recalls the devastation she felt when Texas overwhelmingly passed a constitutional amendment in 2005 banning same-sex marriage. She felt betrayed by her state, though she notes she was an adult with resources to process the heartbreak and legally protect herself and her spouse, herself so observing, and here I will quote as she at length, but when you're a minor, or even underage of 25, based on what we know about cognitive development, you don't have the same resources. We already know suicidality is higher among transgender people than cisgender people. As a ministeris, I've been with people who have gone through this with their transgender children. You're already trying to navigate a confusing social situation and trying to have an authentic life. And then you have these lawmakers saying you can't be who you are. And we're going to make a law against it. While the law may be about puberty blockers or restricting care until a certain age, it feels like they're making a law against their very existence. And people are going to die if they can't exist in that world. So, while some people view readings from religious texts as metaphorical interpretation, the religious right does not. Fundamentalists often believe their view isn't just one possible interpretation at all, but the only correct one. Wilson herself grew up in the Southern Baptist tradition and can see why Republican lawmakers who believe being Quilts Badge Plus is immoral feel compelled to confront the increasing visibility of trans people. She chooses to prioritize the here and now, herself, making the most of the life we've been given. But it's harder to rationalize with those who believe children's souls are at stake and who whip up that fear in their cultic base. In the religious and political right, they operate with the paradigm of a heaven and hell eternity. Those who view being Quilts Badge Plus as an abomination believe enabling Quilts Badge Plus children is unacceptable, the Pastoress Wilson herself so explaining, and here I will quote her, "If you're leading children astray, so they're spending eternity in hell, then you're the worst of the worst, causing eternal harm to these children. There's a sense of, if we don't do something to right this immorality, then we're sending our community to hell, and we're allowing ourselves to be put in a position where God will destroy us." Part of it is this literalism that the religious right and conservative fundamentalists bring to reading the biblical text. When that religious train of thought sees a verse from Genesis saying God created male and female, they say, that's it. There are only two genders. They don't understand anything about fluidity or the spectrum or even choice involved in that. Their belief is this is the way it is. And if you're not adhering, you're leading someone astray. And so, every year, some red states inevitably propose or pass anti-Quilts Badge Plus legislation. Just a few months into 2021, 17 anti-Quilts Badge Plus bills have been enacted in state legislatures, the most since 2015, with a dozen more awaiting a governor's signature or veto, according to the Human Rights Campaign. Hundreds more bills have been introduced and are under consideration, running the gamut from banning transgender student athletes from competing to permitting religious refusal of medical treatment for Quilts Badge Plus people. But a huge number of these laws, and arguably the most damaging, seek to prohibit and or criminalize gender-affirming healthcare for youth. Transgender, non-binary, and intersex youth make up a small fraction of the population, and receiving gender-affirming care is not just beneficial, but often life-saving for them from a psychological standpoint. So why are conservative-personated reactionary lawmakers who notoriously fight for individual freedom and liberty making it their business to regulate private healthcare decisions of this tiny, already marginalized community? Well, the religious right has targeted Quilts Badge Plus children in their latest culture wars issue because despite marriage equality becoming the law of the land in 2015, the Trump misadministration constantly rolled back Quilts Badge Plus rights. Then, a few months ago, after President Joe Biden was sworn in and the toxic dust of the prior misadministration began to settle, it seemed as though the Quilts Badge Plus community was making strides again. Trump was out. The House of Representatives passed the Equality Act again, and Biden swiftly ended Trump's ban on transgender military service. By the way, just getting in a message I'm checking on. Let me check the source of that, or I'm getting notification bells that I got a message. Let me check around, see if anybody's entered anything. And don't seem to be seeing anything in particular. I thank the people in the chat room. Terry Fan says, this is true. Can't believe that were sites of power in Vietnam in the 90s. No one want to save them. Forget the urban legend of no Marine left behind. And so there we have that. And thank you for interacting in the chat room. I do recommend other people interact with him. Okay. Getting back into the task at hand. And of course, I thank everyone for providing the upvotes that they're providing. Very supportive. And of course, just got a number of people watching now. Hopefully more will catch up later. Now, as a Let me try and get back into the train of thought here. Now, the public was mostly in favor of this progress as well. Numerous surveys, including a comparatively recent one by the Public Religion Research Institute, a favorite source of mine, the PRRI, found that the majority of Americans, even Republicans and evangelicals, support Quilt's Badge Plus rights. Yet, conservative, personated, reactionary political and religious groups refuse to relent on their moral crusade against the Quilt's Badge Plus community. Over the last few months, they've delivered an onslaught of copycat bills in Republican state legislatures that aim to roll back rights. As aforecited, their first major win was in April, when the Arkansas legislature overrode Governor Asa Hutchinson's veto to pass a law banning transgender minors from obtaining gender-affirming care. This includes puberty blockers, the hormonal therapy, and surgery. Now, the Republican governor's opposition wasn't because he cared about trans kids. Hutchinson is the man who signed the state's anti-trans sports bill into law, but because he felt regulating healthcare decisions reeked of government overreach. Now, the Texas legislature is currently trying to pass similar bills that not only ban youth from this healthcare, but label supportive parents as child abusers and punish doctors who provide this care. Alabama, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and numerous other states have moved forward with similar bills in quick succession, many with near-identical language. According to the Human Rights Campaign, this is no coincidence. It's an effort led by the usual group of anti-Quilt's Badge Plus organizations, such as the Heritage Foundation, Alliance Defending Freedom, and Eagle Forum, and perhaps some so-called conservative bill mills. The right-wing politicians and Christian nationalist groups leading the charge on these bills rationalize them with claims that simply are not true or are exceedingly rare. Like our friend Mr. Peter Moon bringing up the example of that man who died of gender confirmation surgery. Now, legislators pushing bills banning transgender student athletes from competing have been asked in media interviews for real-life examples of problematic situations the bills solve. Many haven't been able to come up with a single example. Research proves that supportive interventions in trans and gender non-conforming youth, such as therapy and puberty blockers, help ease gender dysphoria, the psychological suffering that comes from an incongruence between one's physical body and their gender identity. The Warpath organization, that's all uppercase letters, WORPATH, the WOR for world, as in the first three letters thereof, the rest of the acronym, PATH, for Professional Association for Transgender Health, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, WARPATH, is the body that sets widely accepted standards of care for gender-affirming healthcare. Its U.S.-based affiliate released a statement in March strongly opposing the wave of anti-transgender legislation, in which the organization says these bills are based on misinformation and would cause great harm to transgender young people. The preponderance of scientific evidence indicates that gender-affirming healthcare can greatly help transgender people. These laws will prevent young people from receiving beneficial, often life-saving services that have strong evidence of success and are supported by mainstream healthcare professional associations. Now, a number of major health, education, and child welfare organizations also signed an open letter in March condemning these harmful measures. In a separate statement from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the organization's president, Dr. Lee Savio-Beers. So wrote, "With alarm and dismay, pediatricians have watched bills advance through state legislatures across the country with the sole purpose of threatening the health and well-being of transgender youth." At the recent Texas hearings, Skidmore, a transgender female named Danielle Skidmore, another Austin resident and LGBTQIA+ activist who herself identifies as an out trans woman and engineer, and who previously ran for Austin City Council while currently serving on the board of Equality Texas, as well as recently joining the board of Annie's List, has to frequently remind herself that cisgender people may not realize she spent decades thinking about gender. She's become very cynical as she's watched the Republican Party embrace transphobia, especially when it's for political gain. And at the recent Texas hearings, Skidmore observed as Republican lawmakers trotted out a witness, the same one individual they always use as an example, kind of like the situation where Peter Moon was bringing up this poor guy who died getting sexual affirmation surgery that ultimately killed him. This would be an example of somebody who claims to have detransitioned and shows up at all these rallies to play his part and gets a check for it. They do this, they bring this poor dope on stage in hopes of proving that trans kids will later change their minds and have regrets. While there are rare instances of people who choose to pause their transition or detransition, that is definitely not the norm for such. Just a few years ago, this very same Danielle Skidmore, who identifies as an out trans woman, was at the Texas Capitol testifying against the bathroom bill, begging lawmakers to allow her to use the restroom that aligned with her gender identity, a measure that failed twice. This spring, she found herself there again, testifying against a handful of bills that target Quilts Badge Plus Texans, some of which specifically aim to punish transgender and intersex kids. She and other activists recall how it was uniquely heartbreaking to watch brave young children get on the stand and beg lawmakers for their rights. To quote she, at length and verbatim, "I think they believe they'll be able to win a Supreme Court challenge and then say it's the law of the land. As long as it polls well in primary campaigns, they will continue to attack us. It's not because they actually care one way or another about transgender people, but rather politicians' desires to raise money and affirm their brand rooted in bigotry against anyone different from themselves. The arguments presented by the supporters of legislation that would ban access to transgender-affirming healthcare for youth center on the idea that people are too young to understand their gender until they are adults. They argue that trans kids are subject to some sort of gender confusion that's the result of peer pressure. What looks from the outside as a person deciding one day to be transgender is far more complicated. What we decide is to stop fighting against what we know to be true and have known for many years, even back into our childhood. We decide to be authentic in spite of a world that sadly remains frequently hostile to transgender people. The vast majority do so because the social, political, or economic consequences of being openly transgender are untenable, and it breaks my heart. Let's be clear, the attacks against transgender youth are part of a coordinated attempt by a small minority of zealots who are seeking to ostracize, stigmatize, and ultimately eliminate transgender people from their world. That's what makes their focus so insidious. They are not protecting the children, but rather seeking to impose their view of a world order that is rooted in the patriarchy. So lawmakers pushing these bills also made claims of youth easily assessing permanent hormones and surgeries, In actuality, these are very rarely part of treatments for kids. When Quilts Badge Plus youth do receive medical intervention, it's often in the form of puberty blockers, which are reversible, ease dysphoria, and delay puberty. This approach gives the patient, their doctor, and the family more time to decide on whether to eventually proceed with more permanent transition measures. Hormones are usually used only in older teens, and surgeries often aren't even considered for minors. With no problem to solve, minimal public support, and only harm done to Quilts Badge Plus kids, why are so many conservative, personated, reactionary lawmakers in the states, the red states, fighting to push through these laws? The answer is complicated, and it seems to be a mix of political opportunism and religious fervor that has turned into a disproportionately sized culture war. Whether they believe it or not, many conservative, personated reactionaries backing these laws position them as an effort to protect children from liberal hedonism. After all, Arkansas's enacted law is called the SAFE, S-A-F-E, all in uppercase, Save Adolescents from Experimentation Act, and Alabama's legislation is called the Vulnerable Child Compassion and Protection Act. Christian nationalists think these kids are simply hopping on a trend or going through a phase. Talk to any trans person about their experience, and they will enlighten you about how they are internally very clear on who they are. Yet the religious right refuses to accept those identities and wants to codify its own values in opposition, even if those impacted don't adhere to their beliefs. Republican cult politicians, such as U.S. Senator Ted Cancun Cruz, the Republican from Texas, are fighting for a theocracy rather than a democracy, which is very dangerous, as manifest in the entire series outlining their utopia, Gilead, in The Handmaid's Tale. They want to make The Handmaid's Tale a reality. Then, of course, there's politics of convenience. These are lawmakers and talking heads who perhaps aren't so concerned with heaven and hell, but they see how transphobia whips up fear and frenzy and are seizing on the moment to gain political capital. Just like how some politicians jumped on the bandwagon of opposing same-sex marriage because it was politically advantageous. Pro-equality organizations like the ACLU and Lambda Legal are already challenging the current scourge of discriminatory bills, but Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, and right-wing organizations like the Heritage Foundation have stacked the federal courts with conservative, personated, reactionary judges. Regardless of the reason, therefore, or thereunto, whether religious, moral, or purely political, much of the religious right sees victories against Quilts Badge Plus Americans as part of their conservative, personated, reactionary, legislative, and judicial legacy. Recent political changes have altered the landscape at the federal level. The Biden administration has repeatedly denounced anti-Quilts Badge Plus bills, and during a recent address to Congress, Biden even specifically voiced his support for trans youth under attack by these oppressive laws. The Biden administration is also working to roll back Trump-era policies that threatened the rights of Quilts Badge Plus people. In May, the administration announced the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services was reversing a Trump policy that allowed Quilts Badge Plus people to be discriminated against in healthcare settings. While this means publicly funded healthcare providers and insurers cannot legally discriminate based on sexual orientation or gender identity, there is confusion on whether this can stop states from banning gender-affirming care to minors. Some measures pending in Congress, such as the Equality Act and the Do No Harm Act, could make it harder for lawmakers to get away with continuing this push for anti-Quilts Badge Plus legislation. The political and legal fights will go on, but in the end, there's only one way to cease this divisive culture war. Americans must put some teeth into what they tell pollsters and demand that far-right politicians stop using the rights of our Quilts Badge Plus family members, neighbors, and friends as pawns for Christian nationalists. Now, in the time we have remaining, let's see if I can get in to the climate. The hour and a half we've got left. Let me check into the live stream. Feel free to be active. Now, from our state national capital correspondent, because both Texas and California are state nations, states that have a history of nationhood. Brendan Zogit has related that California's historic drought is causing drinking water to taste like dirt. And our officials say, just add lemon. Talk about, if you're given dirt, just make lemonade. Now, remember, Brendan Zogit is in the capital of our Golden State. And something is off about our state capital's water in Sacramento. Residents are saying it smells and tastes a little earthy, an effect of compounding climate change crises. Extreme heat, little to no precipitation, and a historic drought that has gripped our region for the better part of a decade. Now, up and down the state of California, rivers, streams, and reservoirs are drying up. In our state capital of Sacramento, that has led to an increase in the concentration of geosmin in its drinking water, one of two organic compounds that give soil its characteristic smell. Now, after more than a decade of extreme drought, it's not unusual for Sacramento's water to taste a little off. It just doesn't usually start to taste funky until the late summer or early fall, when water levels are at their lowest. It's not clear how high the geosmin concentration will get in the coming months, as lakes and reservoirs continue to dry up. But given the trends, it will likely increase. Now, future improvements and expansions to Sacramento's water treatment plants could eliminate such compounds. Scientists have warned that human-caused climate change is fueling drought and ravaging the water supply in the West. As our planet continues to burn, researchers have concluded that California will continue to experience drier conditions and an unprecedented loss in water runoff. On top of that, warmer temperatures mean less snow in the mountains. Sacramento residents rely in part on snowpack from the Sierra Nevada, which melts into a series of reservoirs, lakes, and dams that feeds the Lower American and Sacramento rivers. Already, California officials announced Thursday that because of the fast depleting water supply at Northern California's Lake Oroville, they will likely be forced to shut down the Edward Hyatt power plant for the first time since it opened in the year after I myself was born, 1967. Lake Oroville, our state's second largest reservoir, is on the Feather River, which feeds into the Sacramento River and delivers water to Sacramento residents. Meanwhile, Folsom Lake, which feeds the Lower American River and is another one of our, Sacramento's primary surface water reservoirs, is also seeing tragically low water levels. The river is also a critical habitat for salmon and steelhead fish. Now, California Governor Gavin Newsom in May declared a drought emergency in 41 of 58 counties, about 30% of the state, including counties surrounding the Klamath River and Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, underscoring that climate change fueled the early warm temperatures and severely dry soil that resulted in low amounts of water flowing to major reservoirs. State officials are increasingly urging residents, farmers, and businesses to find ways to conserve water. The State Water Resources Control Board also sent out a notice last week about the lack of water availability to thousands of water rights holders in the Sacramento-San Joaquin region. The notice urged water users in the agriculture, municipal, recreation, and environmental protection sectors to preserve the rapidly declining water supply to meet demands for the current and following year. And in a news release, Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director of the Division of Water Rights, said, "We do not come to this decision easily. We are asking people to reduce their water use, and we recognize this can create hardships. However, it's imperative that we manage the water we still have carefully as we prepare for months, perhaps even years, of drought conditions." Now, capital city officials say it might not taste great, but it's still safe to drink. Sacramento utility officials say they had to put out a statement after receiving calls from residents complaining about the taste. Carlos Eliason, the city of Sacramento's utility sports spokesperson, told CNN that the city is expanding research programs at water treatment facilities to monitor the effects of climate change, as well as investing in groundwater infrastructure instead of relying on rivers. And here I quote his T verbatim, "We realize that it's unpleasant. The earthy taste that some of our customers are experiencing is harmless and can be neutralized by adding some lemon or putting it in the refrigerator. Effects like the change in taste in drinking water serve as an important reminder that the city and our partners have to be good stewards of our resources as these dry conditions continue throughout Sacramento, the region, and the state. We're evaluating different treatment technologies to adapt to some of these dry conditions. Our goal is always to provide high-quality, good-tasting drinking water, and we want to do that as much as possible." And now this just in. It gets hot in the summer. But the record temperatures enveloping the West are not your average heat wave. The drought in the American Southwest is the worst in 1,200 years. As the record-breaking heat wave envelops the West, doctors are warning of burns from the asphalt. Now, doctors who work in Arizona and Nevada burn centers are warning of injuries from contact with superheated roadways and other surfaces as the first extreme heat wave of the year extends across the American West. A high-pressure system is expected to push temperatures above 115 degrees Fahrenheit, or 46 degrees Celsius, this week in Las Vegas and Phoenix. Health officials advised people to be mindful of hot asphalt, sidewalks, and even desert sand. Elsewhere, heat warnings stretched from California's central and inland valleys to as far north as Montana and Wyoming, where predicted highs of 109 degrees, or 43 degrees Celsius, that was essentially Tuesday. This was predicted for yesterday. They were expected to shatter records then. In Denver, parents, kids, and pets cooled off in a popular creek on Monday opening this work week as temperature hit 96 degrees or 36 degrees Celsius by mid-afternoon. Those northern states should see relief by midweek, supposedly set in today or tonight. But no such respite is expected for Arizona, Utah, Nevada, and parts of my own California. National Weather Service excessive heat warnings last through the weekend for these states I've just listed and named. According to AccuWeather, whose forecasters called it a rare, dangerous, and deadly event, the high temperatures will be made worse by the lack of a break in the weather. That means burn centers are likely to be busy. At the Lions Burn Care Center at Las Vegas's University Medical Center, staff do frequent outreach to try to prevent burns using social media and other platforms because injuries from hot pavement are so common that staff call the summer months pavement burn season. Now, according to an April Medical Journal report co-authored by Dr. Saeed Saqib, the center's medical director, who has co-authored several medical journal reports on burns in desert climates, in all, 13% of the serious burn injuries seen at the burn center come from hot pavement, himself observing that it is a significant part of our population. Pavement burns are often severe and require longer hospital stays and greater need for the surgeries. That's because the people who are hurt often are unable to get up off the superheated pavement because they collapsed from dehydration, heat stroke, or another medical condition, or because they are intoxicated. Now, cases start spiking once outside temperatures top 95 degrees, or 35 degrees Celsius. So the Burn Center, the Burn Care Center, has been partnering with community groups to urge people around swimming pools to wear flip-flops and distributing them to vulnerable populations to try to prevent foot burns. Now, in the Southwest, the problem of burns from hot surfaces is growing as temperatures rise due to climate change and increasing urbanization. And it shows up in emergency rooms, like the one at the Arizona Burn Center in Phoenix, where, in a press briefing last week, Director Dr. Kevin Foster confirmed that 104 people were admitted in June, July, and August of 2020 with serious burn injuries due to contact with scorching surfaces. 7 people died. Many more received outpatient treatment. Foster's facility, part of the Valley-Wise Health Public Hospital system that serves Phoenix and surrounding Maricopa County, said severe burns from contact with hot surfaces rose 49% last year from 2019, reaching their highest number since the Burn Center began tracking cases in the year 2000. To quote the Dr. Foster, "It doesn't take much time to get a full thickness or third-degree burn when exposed to hot pavement. Because if you look at hot pavement or asphalt at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in direct sunlight, the temperature is usually somewhere around 170 to 180 degrees Fahrenheit. Of those admitted last summer, 30% required ICU, intensive care unit care, and 20% ended up on ventilators to help them breathe. Almost all of those patients required surgery, which included for burn excision and skin grafting." Foster has noted that only 16% of patients were homeless, and the average age of those admitted last year was 52, younger than I am. Still, the elderly are most at risk of falls that lead to serious burns, and so are people with medical conditions such as neuropathy or loss of feeling in their feet. That comes from a lot of drinking, by the way. Your feet lose their ability to feel. That's why you do something stupid and go around barefoot on hot pavement, which means you're probably drinking anyway. Still, the elderly are most at risk of falls that lead to serious burns, and so are people with medical conditions such as the neuropathy or loss of feeling in their feet, aside from the drinking. Or maybe it's a direct result thereof. The falls leading to burns can also be caused by intoxication itself, as I've said, and some people are burned after vehicle crashes when they end up on the pavement. And so you get that double whammy. And burns can also happen after touching hot surfaces like metal door handles, seatbelt buckles, or hot leather car seats. And babies and toddlers are especially susceptible since their skin is easier to burn and they can't move off a hot surface as fast. Poolside concrete can also cause burns, even so-called cool deck coatings. Preventing those injuries is often a matter of awareness. For the elderly and those with medical conditions, avoiding going out in the hottest hours is best. Not going alone is also key. For parents, ensuring young children wear shoes and doing a touch test before allowing them to climb on hot playground equipment can prevent burns. It might be tempting to shrug at the scorching weather across large swaths of the American West, but this record-setting heat wave's remarkable power, size, and unusually early appearance is giving meteorologists and climate experts yet more cause for concern about the routinization of extreme weather in an era of climate catastrophe. These sprawling, persistent, high-pressure zones, popularly called heat domes, are relatively common in later summer months. This current system is different. From the Great Plains to the coast, cities are setting record temperatures. This heat dome's reach is remarkable, too. It has set record highs stretching from the Great Plains to coastal California. And these aren't just records for that specific date or month, but in a few spots, they are records for the singularly hottest day in the entire period of record, sometimes stretching back 100 to 150 years. Exempli Gratiae, Palm Springs, California, recently hit 123 degrees, equaling its highest recorded temperature. Las Vegas set a daily record of 114 degrees. Phoenix reached a record of 118 degrees, the earliest the city has hit that higher mark. It broke the previous record of 114 set in 2015. Sacramento, California set a new daily record of 109 degrees. The National Weather Service just extended its extensive heat warning through Sunday night in the Central Valley and parts of Northern California. Denver this week hit 100 for 3 straight days, the earliest date of such a streak on record. Meteorologist Bob Henson has noted that all of the 100-degree stakes in Denver's 150 years, the 100-degree streaks in Denver's 150 years of climate record keeping have occurred in the last 3 decades, the last 30 years. And in the plains, several cities, including Omaha, Nebraska, set records, including a daily record of 105 degrees. That breaks an Omaha daily record set in 1918. Just last year, several cities in the West also hit record highs. The heat dome is making droughts even worse. It's also coinciding with and worsening record drought across big parts of the West. These two things are now making each other worse. And that is only making things hotter and drier. It's more evidence of human-caused climate change. The excessive heat and widening drought continues to elevate wildfire risk across much of the West. New federal data showing that the number of new wildfires in the United States so far this year is at a 10-year high, signaling a long, potentially dangerous summer and fall for wildfires. Experts concur that this current heat dome is yet more evidence of this human-caused climate catastrophe, with Allison Bridger, a professoress in meteorology and climate science department at San Jose State University, saying that while it's most likely the case that this current heat dome, as she says, fits with climate change ideas, global warming, meaning that it's still a little bit warmer than it would have been last year. And if we have this next year, it'll be just a little bit warmer again. It takes a lot of work to figure that out, a lot of hard scientific work in order to be statistically sure that it's associated with climate change. It's unusual in that it's more intense in terms of the maximum pressure and how widespread the impact is. Well, others are far more certain than she. Emphasizing that the answer is almost always the same, Daniel Swain, climate scientist at the UCLA Institute of the Environment and Susceptibility, or the UCLA Institute of the Environment and Sustainability. He says, and here I will quote his T at length and verbatim, "It's not only unusual for June, but it is pretty extreme even in absolute terms. It would be a pretty extreme event for August when these typically occur. That's a pretty big deal. It's just so clear at this point when it comes to record-breaking heat events. The study has been run for event after event after event, in region after region after region, in year after year. The drought is leading to extremely low soil moisture, which is making it easier for these high-pressure systems to generate extreme heat waves, because more of the sun's energy is going into heating the atmosphere rather than evaporating non-existent water in the soil. That's sort of the vicious cycle of drought and extreme heat in a warming climate. That sounds crazy, except that last summer we saw like 3 to 5 of these, unprecedented events in different regions of the West. There's a crystal clear human fingerprint on extreme heat and extreme heat events. Climate change is making these sorts of things worse. And what was historically rare is now becoming nigh commonplace. Forecasters say there's a chance of yet another heat wave of similar magnitude in the West about 10 days from now. And it might be here to stay. So the question becomes, can we survive extreme heat? Humans have never lived on a planet this hot. And we're totally unprepared for what's to come. Now, I got a correspondent in area, Ben Estenius, who gave me the details of what's going on in his state. And remember, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. You can see excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by the title of The Unfinished Man at theunfinishedman.com, where you can also review scenes from his cinematic documentaries. Again, on site, theunfinishedman.com. The book, of course, having the same title as the website, The Unfinished Man. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's Tucson spelled Tucson, as if you would pronounce it Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself to telephone him privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323 3406. That's 1520 323 3406. Now, hopefully I'll finish relating what Ben has to report, or I'll be starting off our next transmission with his report, or the remainder thereof that I am unable to cover tonight. And it will, of course, force us to go into some other tangents, down some other roads, as to where we're heading. Now, on a scorching day in downtown Phoenix, when the temperature soars to 115 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, heat becomes a lethal force. Sunshine assaults you, forcing you to seek cover. The air feels solid, a hazy, ozone-soaked curtain of heat. You feel it radiating up from the parking lot through your very shoes. Metal bus stops become convection ovens. Flights may be delayed at Sky Harbor International Airport because the planes cannot get enough lift in the thin, hot air. At City Hall, where the entrance to the building is emblazoned with a giant metallic emblem of the sun, workers eat lunch in the lobby rather than trek through the heat to nearby restaurants. On the outskirts of the city itself, power lines sag and buzz, overloaded with electrons as the demand for air conditioning soars and the entire grid is pushed to the limit. In an Arizona heat wave, electricity is not a convenience. It is a tool for survival. And as the mercury rises, people die. The homeless cook to death on hot sidewalks. Older folks, their bodies unable to cope with the metabolic stress of extreme heat, suffer heart attacks and strokes. Hikers collapse from dehydration. As the climate warms, heat waves are growing longer, hotter, ever more frequent. Since the 1960s, the decade into which I was born into this vale of tears, as I always emphasize on Ben Estenius's commercial, the average number of annual heat waves in 50, half a hundred major American cities has tripled. They are also becoming more deadly. In 2018, there were 181 heat-related deaths in Arizona's Maricopa County, nearly 3 times the number from 4 years earlier. According to the U.S. CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, between 2004 and 2017, about a quarter of all weather-related deaths were caused by excessive heat, far more than other natural disasters such as hurricanes and tornadoes. Still, multiplying risks of extreme heat are just beginning to be understood. Even in places like Phoenix, one of the hottest big cities in America. These multiplying risks are comparable to Hurricane Katrina, which hit New Orleans in 2005, resulting in nearly 2,000 deaths that we know of. And I've told you before about the cover-up behind that. And more than $100 billion in economic damage, demonstrating just how unprepared a city can be for extreme climate events. Now, in Mr. Ben Estenius's view, the Phoenix heat catastrophe will begin with a blackout. It could be triggered any number of ways. During periods of extreme heat, power demand surges, straining the system. Inevitably, something will fail. A wildfire will knock out a power line. A substation will blow. A hacker might crash the grid. In 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Dietrich, died, a utility worker doing routine maintenance near Yuma knocked out a 500 kilovolt power line that shut off power to millions of people for up to 12 hours, including virtually the entire city of San Diego, causing economic losses of $100 million US. A major blackout in Phoenix could easily cost much more. But it's not just about money. When the city goes dark, the order and convenience of modern life begins to fray. Without air conditioning, temperatures in homes and office buildings soar. Ironically, new energy-efficient buildings are tightly sealed, making them dangerous heat traps. So, we have a situation, well, the traffic signals go out. Highways gridlock with people fleeing the city. Without power, gas pumps don't work, leaving vehicles stranded with empty tanks. Water pipes crack from the heat and water pumps fail, leaving people scrounging for fresh water. Hospitals overflow with people suffering from heat exhaustion and heat stroke. If there are wildfires, the air will become hazy and difficult to breathe. If a blackout during extreme heat continues for long, rioting, looting, and arson would begin, and people will start dying. If you ask how many, to Mikhail Chester, the director of the Metis Center for Infrastructure and Sustainable Engineering at Arizona State University, the Phoenix heat apocalypse is a matter of fact, not hypothesis. As the risk of a heat-driven catastrophe increases every year, and so he coolly calculates Katrina-like numbers, which is to say thousands of people dying. To quote his T, it's more a question of when, not if. What will the Hurricane Katrina of extreme heat look like? Hurricane Katrina caused a cascading failure of urban infrastructure in New Orleans that no one really predicted. Levees broke, people were stranded, rescue operations failed. Extreme heat would lead to a similar cascading failure in Phoenix, exposing vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the region's infrastructure that are difficult to foresee. Now, extreme heat is the most direct, tangible, and deadly consequence of our hell-bent consumption of fossil fuels. Rising carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere trap heat, which is fundamentally changing our climate system. The Penn State climate scientist Michael Mann advises us to, in his words, think of the Earth's temperature as a bell curve. Climate change is shifting the bell curve towards the hotter end of the temperature scale, making extreme heat events more likely. Now, as the temperature rises, ice sheets are melting, seas are rising, hurricanes are getting more intense, rainfall patterns are changing. Witness the recent flooding in the Midwest. Drought and flooding inflict tremendous economic damage and create political chaos, but extreme heat is much more likely to kill you directly. The World Health Organization predicts heat stress linked to the climate crisis will cause 38,000 extra deaths a year worldwide between 2030 and 2050. Now, a recent study published in Nature Climate Change found that by 2100, if emissions continue to grow, 74% of the world's population will be exposed to heat waves hot enough to kill. Now, Michael Warner, who is basically, if I remember correctly, a scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. The more warming you have, he said, when I consulted him, since he lives in my Bay Area, he said the more warming you have, not warning, the more heat waves you have. The more heat waves you have, the more people die. It's a simple equation. Now, heat waves are driven not just by rising temperatures, but by a change in the dynamics of the Earth's climate system. As the atmosphere warms, the temperature difference between the poles and the subtropics is shrinking, which is changing the path of the jet stream, the big river of wind, 35,000 feet up in the sky, that drives our entire weather system. The jet stream's path is shaped by atmospheric waves called Rossby waves, which are created naturally as the Earth spins. As the Earth's temperature gradient flattens, the Rossby waves tend to bend, resulting in a curvy jet stream that is more likely to get stuck, trapping weather systems in place and creating those aforecited Californian-esque huge heat domes. Now, extreme heat is already transforming our world in subtle and not so subtle ways. Disney executives recently voiced concern that rising temperatures will significantly reduce the number of visits to their parks. In Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, officials were forced to put a speed limit on the Autobahn because of fears the road would buckle from the heat. The U.S. military has already incurred as much as $1 billion in costs during the past decade from lost work, retraining, and medical care due to the health impacts of heat. A recent DOD, or Department of Defense report, concluded that the burning of the planet, will affect the Department of Defense's ability to defend the nation and poses immediate risks to U.S. national security. Forests and soils are drying out, contributing to explosive and unprecedented wildfires. Habitation zones for plants and animals are changing, forcing them to adapt to a warmer world or die. A United Nations report found that 1 million species are at risk of extinction in the coming decades. Another study by researchers at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, suggests that rising temperatures and humidity may make much of South Asia, including parts of India and Pakistan, too hot for human existence by the end of this century. As scientist Peter Gleich, co-founder of the Pacific Institute in California, told me, there is a shocking, unreported fundamental change coming to the habitability of many parts of our planet, including these United States of America. Since the Industrial Revolution, our Earth's temperature has risen by 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit, or a single degree Celsius. As we burn more fossil fuels, the warming is accelerating, the burning. The planet's average surface temperature in 2018 was the fourth highest since 1880, when record-keeping began. Gavin Schmidt, a climate scientist at NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, said there's a 90% chance that 2019, well, he meant to say 2021, will turn out to be even hotter. 9 of the 10 warmest years in recorded history have occurred since 2005. June of 2019, where I was thinking of that year, was the hottest June ever recorded. Astonishingly, the July thereafter was the hottest month in all human history. But global burning is not happening at the same rate everywhere. The Arctic, for example, is burning twice as fast as the rest of the world. Why? It's a classic climate feedback loop. Ice and snow are highly reflective, bouncing sunlight back into space. But as the region warms, sea and land ice declines, exposing more open land and ocean, which are darker and absorb more heat. As temperatures rise, the permafrost melts, which releases methane, a potent greenhouse gas, which further accelerates the melting. Greenland is in the midst of one of the biggest melt seasons ever recorded, with temperatures as much as 40 degrees Fahrenheit above normal. And as the Arctic heats up and dries out, it burns. There were unprecedented wildfires in 2019, with more than 100 massive fires raging across the region since June of that year. The burning peat has already emitted more than 100 million tons of greenhouse gases, nearly the annual carbon emissions of the nation of Belgium, further accelerating the climate feedback cycle that's cooking our planet. But the greatest risk to human health may be in areas that are already hot, where temperature increases will strain habitability itself. In these United States, the fastest warming cities are in the Southwest. Las Vegas, El Paso, Tucson, and Phoenix have warmed the most, each by at least 4.3 degrees Fahrenheit since 1970. Globally, many of the hottest cities are in India. In May, a deadly heat wave sent temperatures above 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the north. The desert city of Churu recorded a high of 123 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly breaking India's record of 123.8 degrees Fahrenheit set in 2016. There were warnings not to go outside after 11 a.m. Authorities poured water on roads to keep them from melting. A 33-year-old man was reportedly beaten to death in a fight over water. The preliminary death toll in India for last summer's heat wave was already more than 200. And that number this year is likely to grow. So how hot will it get? That depends largely on how far and how fast carbon dioxide levels rise, which depends on how much fossil fuel the world continues to burn. The Paris Climate Agreement, which President Trump pulled the United States out of, and thank the gods Biden jumped back onto, aims to limit the warming to 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit or 2 degrees Celsius. Given the current trajectory of carbon pollution, hitting that target is all but impossible. Unless nations of the world take dramatic action soon, we are headed for a burning of at least 5.4 degrees Fahrenheit or 3 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, making Earth roughly as warm as it was 3 million years ago during the Pliocene era, long before Homo sapiens came along. Human beings have literally never lived on a planet as hot as it is today. A 5.4 degree Fahrenheit warmer world will be radically different from the one we know now, with cities swamped by rising seas and epic droughts turning rainforests into deserts. The increased heat alone will kill significant numbers of people. A recent report from the University of Bristol estimated that with 5.4 degrees Fahrenheit of warming, about 5,800 people could die each year in New York due to the heat. 2,500 will die in Los Angeles, and 2,300 in Miami. Eunice Lowe, a climate scientist at the University of Bristol and the lead authoress of said report, has so concluded that this relationship between heat and mortality is clear. The warmer the world becomes, the more people die. Now, the properties of heat confused scientists and philosophers for centuries. In Greek mythology, heat was controlled by Anchiale, the goddess of warmth. 18th century chemist Antoine Lavoisier believed heat was an invisible fluid known as the caloric that flowed from hotter bodies to colder bodies. It wasn't until the mid-19th century that scientists understood that when you feel heat, what you're really feeling is energy released by the vibration of molecules. The faster something vibrates, the higher its temperature, and the more energy it releases. The sun is a big ball of hydrogen that burns at about 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit and releases vast amounts of energy into space, which travels in the form of waves until colliding with something, such as a rock or a building or a human being. That in turn speeds up the vibrations within that object. These accelerating vibrations are what we humans sense as getting hotter. Not surprisingly, heat regulation is one of the body's most important functions. One way to think about the human body is as a giant multicellular heat engine that strives to maintain a constant internal state of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The very process of living, of eating, breathing, moving, thinking, having sex, generates heat. The outside air is usually lower than 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, so our bodies release heat, mostly by circulating blood to capillaries close to the surface of our skin, where the heat can be dissipated. That's why your body is warm to the touch. Without a cooling mechanism, just our basic metabolism would result in about a 2 degree Fahrenheit hourly rise in body temperature. We wouldn't even make it through the day. If the equilibrium between bodily temperature, and the outside world gets too far out of whack, the body quickly deploys its only emergency heat release system. It sweats. For sweating to be effective, however, the water has to evaporate. High humidity is uncomfortable and potentially deadly because the air, already filled with water, has little capacity to add more. So the sweat simply sits upon the surface of your skin. The loss of water through sweat itself is a health hazard in and of itself. The average person contains roughly 40 liters of fluid. On a hot day, when the body is struggling to keep from overheating, a person can easily lose a liter of sweat per hour. When the body is down 1 liter, basic functions are impaired. When it's down 5, fatigue and dizziness set in. 10 liters disturbs hearing and vision, and you will likely collapse, a condition known as heat stress. But if it's hot and humid enough, even drinking plenty of water will not help. As the body's temperature rises, it tries to cool itself by pumping more and more blood to capillaries under the skin. The heart pumps faster, the chest pounds, the pulse races. As the body loses water, our blood becomes thicker and harder to propel. When the body temperature hits 103 degrees Fahrenheit or so, the metabolism will be running flat out in an emergency effort to dump heat. Eventually, the most vital organs cannot keep up, and the body's neurological system begins to collapse. At 105 degrees Fahrenheit, the body is in serious trouble. The brain swells, often causing hallucinations and convulsions. Pupils become dilated and fixed. Sweating simply stops, and the skin feels hot and dry to the touch. At that point, if the body temperature isn't lowered immediately by emergency cooling measures such as being packed in ice or a plunge into cold water, the person could die of heat stroke. The psychological impacts of extreme heat are obvious to anyone who's ever felt cranky on a hot day. But the impacts go beyond crankiness. When temperatures rise, suicide rates can go up at a pace similar to the impact of economic recessions. Some aspects of higher cognition are impaired. School test scores decline, with one study proving decreases across 5 measures of cognitive function, including reaction times and working memory. The link between heat and violence is particularly intriguing. Solomon Tsiang, a professor of public policy at Berkeley, told myself that there is growing evidence of a psychological mechanism that is impacted by heat, although we cannot yet say exactly what that is. Some scientists speculate that higher temperatures impact neurotransmitters in the brain, resulting in lower levels of serotonin, which has been shown to lead to aggressive behavior. So rising heat may literally alter the chemistry in our brains. One study proved that police officers were more likely to fire on intruders during training exercises when it was hot. Andrew Shaver, a professor of political science at the University of California, Merced, analyzed data about conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq and found that attacks by insurgents involving RPGs, the rocket-propelled grenades, and assault rifles increased with higher temperatures, while planned attacks did not. Himself so noting then that during conflicts, higher temperatures seem to provoke more impulsive aggression. One speculative paper projects that by 2099, due to rising heat, the United States will see an additional 22,000 murders, 180,000 rapes, 3.5 million assaults, and 3.76 million robberies, burglaries, and acts of larceny. That brings us to violence and policing. Violent crime is already on the rise in cities across the U.S., and the White House has listened with alarm as local authorities warn of an even deadlier summer. President Biden was due to address the spike in shootings, armed robberies, and assaults today, after a meeting with state and local officials, law enforcement representatives, and other experts. President Joe Biden plans to lay out new steps to stem this rising national tide of violent crime, with a particular focus on gun violence, as administration officials brace for what they fear will be an especially turbulent summer. The Biden administration hopes to come up with a comprehensive crime reduction plan to curtail any Republican efforts to use, or rather exploit, this spike as a reason to run a law and order campaign during the next year's midterm elections. Major American cities saw a 33% increase in homicides last year alone. Some police officers say they're worried about increased scrutiny of their profession and how it will affect police responses to the predicted rise in violence. So President Joe Biden is expected to announce a partnership between federal law enforcement and local police in an effort to help combat a rising tide of violent crime. The worry over crime is real and believed to be fueled by the pandemic, which has created economic hardship, displacement, and anxiety. But there are also tricky politics at play. The spike in crime has become a Republican talking point and has been a frequent topic of conversation on conservative-personated reactionary mass media. White House aides believe that Biden, with his long legislative record on crime as a former senator, is not easy to paint as soft on this issue, And the president has been clear that he is opposed to defund the police movement, which has been effectively used against other Democrats to paint them as anti-law enforcement. But Biden also is trying to boost progressives' efforts to reform policing. And while combating crime and reforming the police don't have to be at odds with each other, the two efforts are increasingly billed that way. In a speech on Wednesday, in a speech he delivered today, Biden is to unveil, he has unveiled, a series of executive orders aimed at reducing violence, and he renewed his calls for Congress to pass gun legislation. Ahead of the speech, the Justice Department announced new strike forces aimed at tackling gun trafficking in 5 different cities. Now, the White House also planned to convene a meeting today with Attorney General Merrick Garland, the Democratic mayors of Baltimore and Miami-Dade County, and the Republican mayor of Rapid City, South Dakota, the Democratic Attorney General of New Jersey, the police chief of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and community activists. The White House staff members have also been in touch with legislators and congressional staff. The rise in violence comes against this backdrop of a national debate on policing, and as a police reform bill is being crafted in Congress. As of the day before yesterday by now, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki dismissed suggestions that a presidential event focused on cranking down on crime would undermine that legislative effort, so saying, yes, there need to be reforms of police systems across the country. The president is a firm believer in that. But there are also steps he can take as president of the United States to help address and hopefully reduce that crime. A big part of that, in his view, is putting in place gun safety measures, using the bully pulpit, but also using levers at his disposal as president. In April, Biden announced a half-dozen executive actions on gun control, including cracking down on ghost guns, homemade firearms that lack serial numbers used to trace them and that are often purchased without a background check. There is also new federal funding from the $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief package directed toward municipal governments, allowing them to keep more police officers on the street. Aides said Biden would also urge a swift confirmation of his choice to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. But Biden is limited in his power to act alone. The House passed 2 bills requiring background checks on all firearm sales and transfers and allowing an expanded 10-day review for gun purchases, but that legislation faces strong headwinds in the Senate, where some Republican support would be needed for passage. At a violent crime forum held the day before yesterday, or maybe Monday opening this work week, by the Washington-based Police Executive Research Forum Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco said that she has seen double-digit increases in murder and violent crime nationwide. And building on an initiative begun last month, Monaco said the Justice Department would launch strike forces in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. to help reduce violent crime by addressing illegal gun trafficking. To quote she, "It is staggering, it is sobering, and it's something that DOJ is committed to do all we can to reverse what are profoundly troubling trends." If the federal effort sounds familiar, it is. Federal operations have often been launched to help cities facing spiking crime. President Donald Trump announced something similar last year, the year before last by now, when he and then Attorney General William Barr launched Operation Legend, named for a boy who was shot to death in Kansas City, Missouri. In that effort, hundreds of investigators were deployed to 9 cities with rising crime, prioritizing the arrest of violent criminals. Trump, however, laid blame for the spike in crime on protesters who demonstrated against police brutality following the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Trump claiming that Democrats were allowing crime to run amok in their cities. But despite pockets of violence in both Democratic and Republican-run cities, the protests were mostly peaceful. A Harvard-Radcliffe Institute study proved there were no injuries reported in 97% of these events. Still, Republican cult leaders continue to echo Trump's false claims. And while crime is rising, homicides and shootings are up from the same period last year in Chicago, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, Portland, Oregon, Baltimore, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Houston. Violent crime overall remains lower than it was a decade ago or even 5 years ago. And most violent crimes plummeted during the first 6 months of the pandemic as people stayed indoors and away from others. Crime started creeping up last summer, a trend criminologists say is hard to define and is likely due to a variety of factors such as historic unemployment, fear over the virus, and mass anger over stay-at-home orders. Public mass shootings have also made an alarming return. In remarks delivered at the police forum, Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison said of Metropoli that many of us, if not most of us, are seeing a rise in crime, while at the same time we're hearing calls for reform. And some of these calls are to the extreme of dismantle and defund, while all of the same time we're sworn to protect the people. Now, interests in guns, too, is on the rise. The number of people stopped from buying guns through the U.S. background check system hit an all-time high of more than 300,000 last year, amid a surge of firearm sales. And several states have passed laws barring federal gun control laws from even taking effect. Louisville Metro Police Chieftainess Erica Shields confirmed that lax gun laws and the presence of illegal guns on the streets are compounding this violence, so attesting that when everyone can have a gun, they tend to, and it just leads to more illegal guns on the street. The Justice Department recently announced a sweeping investigation into the Louisville police over the March 2020 death of Breonna Taylor, who was shot to death by police during a raid at her home. A similar investigation was launched into the Minneapolis police force. As a senator, Biden wrote several major anti-crime packages, including a 1994 bill that contained provisions now viewed by some as an overreaction to the crime spikes in the 1980s and 1990s. Critics say those bills helped lead to mass incarceration of Black Americans, and Biden's involvement became a flashpoint in his 2020 campaign. Biden himself has expressed second thoughts about some aspects of his legislation, and he has acknowledged its harmful impact on many Black Americans. But he and his allies still hold out the law's provisions to address domestic violence, ban assault weapons, and finance community policing. And that brings me to the final point with which I will conclude tonight's arc of narrative. If you want to get Trump reelected, dismantle the police. Like everyone else, I look forward to a summer of reconnecting with family and friends and relishing a good old 4th of July barbecue, unmasked. But I will be doing so with a pit in my stomach because just beneath the surface calm in America, volcanic forces are gathering that could blow the lid off our democracy. We are living in a fool's paradise. Enjoy it while it lasts. 3 recent news stories have me terrified. First are the unfolding reports about how Donald Trump's Justice Department secretly seized the personal data of journalists and Democrats in Congress from phone and tech companies while investigating leaks, and even secured Trump's own White House consul's data. Now imagine what would happen if Trump was reelected in 2024 by his cult-like following and he didn't have to worry about facing voters again. He'd be out of control. Second are the efforts by Republican-dominated state legislatures to pass voter suppression measures to retain power and reinstall Trump and his imitators. Laws that in some cases just make it harder to vote, and in other cases, as Vox magazine noted in an in-depth assessment, might disqualify voters for no valid reason, or allow partisan officials to refuse to certify any election, even if there be no legitimate questions about who won. And third, as the New York Times just reported, homicide rates in large cities, many of them run by Democrats, were up more than 30% on average last year, and up another 24% for the beginning of this year. Soaring murder rates and policing are becoming huge Republican and right-wing media talking points. Democrats are vulnerable. That's why President Biden plans to lay out a forceful anti-crime strategy, as he did yesterday. For the future of our democracy, we need to make sure that until the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency stops being a Trump cult, its power is limited. That will require many strategies, but 2 for sure. Democrats need to block Republican efforts to decertify elections and resist efforts from their own base to defund and/or dismantle the police. Maybe Congress will pass voter protection laws to nullify what the Trump cult is up to, but I won't bank on it. So when Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent lawmakers pass these voter suppression measures and insist that they're just trying to ensure fair elections and not targeting anyone, I hope Democrats in general, and minority voters in particular, they are absolutely being targeted here, respond with a massive get out the vote campaign under the banner, "You talking to me?" You remember that line from Taxi Driver when Tavis Bickle, played by Robert De Niro, is standing in front of a mirror preparing for a confrontation by saying to his imaginary foe, "You talking to me? You talking to me? Then who the hell else are you talking to? You talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here. Who do you think you're talking to?" That's what every targeted Democratic and minority voter needs to ask the Trump cult, Russell collaborationist, Red Republican insurgency every day, everywhere. You talking to me? You don't want me to vote? Who the hell else could you be talking to? Well, now I'm talking to you. I will vote. I will vote if I have to get up at midnight to get in line. I will vote if I have to go hungry and thirsty all day in line. I will vote if you permit only one drop box in my whole state to deposit my ballot. I will crawl, slide, slither, walk, run, wait, stand, sweat, or freeze, whatever it takes, baby, but I will vote because I know who you're talking to. You're talking to me. We need to get so many people out to vote in such overwhelming numbers that even Sean Hannity would be unable to deny the results. But if that fails, there's another question we all have to pose to the Trump cultic, Russell collaborationist, Red Republican insurgency. What the hell are you thinking? What do you think the response will be if your election officials or legislatures, empowered by your new anti-democratic and anti-democrat election laws, actually decertify Democratic victories? You think Democrats will just say, "Oh, shucks, that was too bad. The Republicans gamed the system, but hey, what can you do? Let's try harder in 2026 and 2028. No! They and other true Americans, for we are the real Americans, will see it as a big step toward unraveling the American experiment, and they will not stand for it. It will lead to civil war. That's just where the Trump cultic, Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgency is taking us. As for policing, this issue could really sink Democrats. For example, big swaths of Minneapolis have been turned into a dangerous and dystopian ghost city, racked by gun violence since the police murder of George Floyd, a murder that exposed two truths for all to see: that racism in metropolitan police forces is real and appalling and requires many remedies, but also that rushing to defund or dismantle police forces without a carefully considered plan is not one of them. The defund battle cry initially guided the super progressive Minneapolis City Council, and it has diminished and demoralized the police force, leaving behind a department that is often either unable or unwilling to risk getting embroiled in any kind of confrontation. As the Star Tribune of Minnesota reported last week, the number of people shot citywide went up nearly 90% compared with the first half of last year. Department officials say it is no coincidence that the rise in crime comes after the departure of at least 200 members of the city's police force. Through retirements, resignations, and medical leaves in the months since Floyd's death, only 19 people were in a new class of cadets that just hit the streets. The result? To quote us the same source, officers are spending less time doing the type of proactive policing that can help fight crime, while detectives are carrying such high caseloads that some shootings with no obvious suspect sometimes aren't even assigned. Another result? Minority neighborhoods, like Northside, are being terrorized by gang shootouts and other crimes. Last Friday, a leader there, Sandra Samuels, who runs the Northside Achievement Zone, which works to strengthen education and job opportunities for black families, has reported that nearby a 9-year-old girl, Trinity Ottoson Smith, was killed by a stray bullet while jumping on a trampoline, prompting herself to lament that black residents make up about 20% of Minneapolis, but well over 60% of all shooting victims. Alas, you'd never know that from the public discussion, because these shootings mostly don't involve white cops, leading her to clarify a very definitive stance as demanded by our present circumstances, and thus I hereby quotist she at length and verbatim. For the last year, I and my neighbors have watched black mothers react with incredulity when their child is killed in community violence and not by a white cop. Their tragedies do not trigger citywide protest rallies. People don't say their child's name, and there are no citywide demands that this has to stop. We absolutely must commit to addressing racial injustice in housing, health, education, income, and wealth, while we also commit to a both/and strategy to address public safety. When asked what that means, she responded that we need both a radical transformation in the culture of policing and sufficient staffing of police to keep our neighborhoods and children safe. That means refunding the police, not defunding them. Mayor Jacob Frey, a Democrat, has been courageously fighting his reckless city council's police defunders, recently articulating that when you make big, overarching statements that we're going to defund or abolish and dismantle the police department and get rid of all the officers, there's an impact. We need accountability and a culture shift within our department, and we need police. Now, last week, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, at Frey's request, ordered the National Guard to start preparing to be sent into Minneapolis, if needed, to help the local police keep the peace. This is political dynamite for Democrats. The Trump cultic, Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgency will pound them on this policing issue. Biden needs to keep rallying his party tightly around his right answer: transformed policing and sufficient policing, not defunding the police. Because if people feel forced to choose security over democracy, concerns about stealing outside their door over stealing an election, beware. Way too many will choose Trump and his Russo collaborationist insurgent cult upon our shores. All right, I will close with reminding you I need your help. I need your help financially now. Remember what you see on the screen. Support at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Indicate myself as friends and family so that no cut is taken from your contribution to compromise it. If you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friends and family, even though we're all friends or you wouldn't be sponsoring me, and we're all extended electronic family, you can instead use the red button at douglasdietrich.com. And this